The Alpha King's Redemption Make Bond Series Book 3.
Summary. After millennia spent alone, Lorenzo craves for his mate more than ever. He meets a woman that he'd like to make his. Even though she's not his mate, he's desperate to meet his destined one. But it's not easy. But what will happen when he finally meets her? What will happen when he realizes she's not what he expected? Will he still accept her? Will she accept him?
Chapter 1. Lorenzo. I watched the fight in front of me with little interest. The two fighters have no potential, and their mindless exchange of half-assed punches and kicks doesn't amuse me. Usually, I like watching humans fight, but only when they show some real skill. Like her. Oh, how I miss my ghost. She was a sight to behold. When I first saw her, I knew she's not your average fighter. There was this air of confidence and authority she had around her whenever she stepped on the ring. I loved watching her. She was so strong, so ferocious, so unforgiving. Her being a gorgeous woman only added to her appeal. If only she was my mate, she would be an amazing queen to rule by my side. But she chose that human, Blake, to be with. I'd rather claim her myself. But if she's happy with him, then I won't interface. I sigh tiredly, fed up with those idiots in the ring, and get up from my seat, heading to the office upstairs. I pass few ranked fighters dragging some tipsy girls into the private rooms, shaking my head at their arrogance. I should have never allowed that. Ghost never took anyone to her room. She was too proud to have some non-committal one-night stands in my club. She has too much self-respect to do that. You're back, R.A. I thought you were going to watch the fights for longer. My beta and best friend, Alex, frowns in shock when he sees me enter the office. He's been working with me for over 400 years. Loyalty like his is not a common trait recently, especially after the world wars. Humans are like pests, only nice when they need something. Usually it's money. That's why I decided to give them a chance to earn it. By fighting, I have seen countless fights. Thousands of people went through the doors of my clubs, and the only thing they ever cared for was a bunch of bills with numbers on it. There was no one who caught my attention except for Leah. Yes, I know who she is, but I never admitted to that. When I first caught her scent, I was immediately mesmerized. She smelled so sweet, so innocent, so tantalizing. It was so hard to pretend I don't know who she is. I found out about her when I went to Walford for some business. I caught her scent and followed it, like a damn stalker, to find out who hides behind the skull mask. I wasn't disappointed. She's a beautiful young woman, with sharp eyes and great instincts. She almost caught me watching her, but thankfully I'm much faster than a human. Perks of being a werewolf. I continued to pretend I don't know who she is, slowly gaining her trust and getting close to her. Eventually, she revealed her identity to me on her own. It actually made me feel warm inside when she did that. But then she left to college. I haven't seen her for months now, and I never admitted to anyone, but I miss her and her fights. She's a force to be reckoned with both in the ring and in life. That Blake guy is lucky son of a bitch to have a woman like her and to call her his. You seem annoyed. Did something happen? Alex questions as I pour myself a glass of whiskey. No, and that's the thing. Nothing amuses me anymore. I sigh, sitting in my chair, spinning it to face the window and the serene view of the city. That's unusual for you to say. I thought you liked this. I can tell Alex is confused about my sudden change, but I pay him no mind. There's a heavy feeling in my chest that I don't know how to alleviate. Nothing works. I think it comes from spending millennia without a mate. I hate to admit it, but I might actually be miserable. Lo, what's wrong? Alex worriedly asks. I think it's time to move. There's nothing for me here anymore. I lean back on my chair, sipping on my drink. She's not here, Alex rather states than asks, already knowing the answer. She's not. I confirm I think it's time to look somewhere else. Where should I arrange the flight? San Francisco. I want everything ready for next month. Oh, isn't that where Ghost fights now? It looks like you're following her. Alex chuckles in amusement, but quickly sobers up when he sees I'm not laughing. Are you going to close the club or find someone to run it for you again? I hear Alex being busy with papers behind me, most likely looking for his phone. He always manages to misplace it, and despite his sharp senses, he can never find it. I'll think about it. What about those bikers? You know, Ghost's friends. I spin my chair to look at my friend, giving him an inquisitive look. Why them? Alex remains quiet for a moment before finally answering. The press used to fight here, and they're influential enough to keep the fighters in check. He shrugs, still looking for his phone. It amazes me how clueless he can be as a werewolf. I see. I turned back to the window. Bikers, it might be a good idea to leave it to them. They know the city, and they'd manage everything well. Does it really seem like I'm following Ghost? Was that really my intention? Maybe, but something tells me to go to where she is. It's weird how drawn I am to her. My wolves always come in her presence, and I can't figure out why. She's not our mate, so why would she affect us? I get up from my chair, ignoring Alex's imploring look when I pass by him and going out. I announce them without further ado, walk out of the office. I get in my black Mercedes and drive around the city aimlessly, before deciding to go to Walford to meet the Shadow Warriors. It's an hour away from here, and I use this time to think about Alex's offer. It makes sense to get them to manage the club. They know the area and they can deal with guys that don't like to follow the rules. I pull up in front of the clubhouse, slightly surprised about the gates being open, then get out of the car, heading straight to the entrance. There are a few guys outside, but they don't say anything, just glare at me as I walk in. When I enter the club, I'm met by the sight of Tank, and who I'm assuming is his woman sitting comfortably in one of the booths with a bunch of other guys with him. I go straight to them, not missing their surprised expressions. "Ew, what are you doing here?" One of the guys finally notices me. I recognize him as one of the guys who came to get those fuckers who hurt Leah. He's slightly older, probably around 50, with salt and pepper hair and a long beard. I glance at his patch to check his name. "Gun, Vice President. I'd like to talk to you." I directly address Tank. He squints his eyes in suspicion, before gesturing at me to take a seat in front of him. "Alone," I sternly add, but all it gets is a smirk from him. "Damn humans? I don't have to hide anything from my brothers. What do you need?" Tank doesn't beat around the bush, still keeping his woman on his lap despite her attempts to leave. "I have a proposition for you." I start, leaning my elbows on the table. "I would like your club to take over the cage." "Why?" "Because I'm leaving soon, and I won't be able to manage the club from there." "What do you want in return?" "Nothing." I watch as shock crosses the guys' faces, and they stare at me in pure disbelief. "What's going on?" Tank suspiciously questions, scowling at me. "Nothing. I just don't want to close the club, and leaving it in wrong hands will ruin the reputation I work for. The only solution to that might actually be your club. You're influential in the area, and you'd be able to keep everything in check." I explain shortly. I can see Tank's woman trying to not look at me, hiding her face from me. This is the reaction I always get. No one is able to look me in the eye. Apart from Ghost and Beast, that woman gets on my nerves like no one else. While Ghost calms my wolf down, Beast, also known as Thea Kingston, infuriates him beyond belief. "I don't like how casual you're being about this. You've had the club for almost 10 years, and suddenly you want to leave it in my hands. Like it's nothing. What are you up to, Lorenzo?" Tank leans back, tightening his arms around his woman's waist. "I'm not up to anything." I sigh. I really don't want to leave the club in wrong hands. I don't care about the money. I have enough of it to last me a lifetime, but I'm not going to let someone tarnish my name. "So that's your plan?" Tank nods slowly. "I'll think about it. Give me a week and I'll tell you my answer. Is that all right with you?" "Sure, thanks, Tank," I say before getting up and leaving the club. I get back in my car and drive away, with no specific place in mind. Where should I go now?
Chapter 2. Ivy. I put my books in the locker, making a mental note to ask for notes from yesterday's lectures from Leah. She's a nice girl. I hope she won't refuse. She's the best student in our class, and she always helps me when I can't attend classes by giving me her notes. I wouldn't go as far as calling her my friend, but I wish I could. She's an amazing girl. Smart, strong, compassionate and beautiful, not to mention, confident. I wish I had such confidence, but I don't. Unfortunately, I've been a pushover my whole life. People walk over me like it's nothing. I know I should change it, but how? How do I get over years of conditioning that my parents put me through? How do I stop being a goody two-shoes all of a sudden? My parents molded me into this perfect little lady that listens to their all commands, doesn't have her own mind and would never say a no to them. And it's all because I'm a politician's daughter. I don't have a choice in anything. I can't even wear t-shirts or pants, having only dresses and skirts in my wardrobe, per my mother's order. I can't even choose my own clothes. I'm so pathetic. Being done with all my classes for today, I adjust the bag on my shoulder and walk out of the building, glancing longingly at all the groups and couples around me. I wish I could have someone, but my dad's orders were clear. No boys. I'm supposed to get married to Jake, my father's friend's son. I hate the guy, but I can't go against my dad's wishes. He always reminded me to be careful about what I do because it can hurt his reputation. To him, his career is more important than me and my happiness, but I'm used to it now. I've been dealing with this my whole life. I catch sight of Leah, Blake and some guys from the football team in the parking lot. They're chatting happily, with Blake hugging Leah from behind. They look so in love. I'd never admit it, but I'm jealous of them. They're so enamored with each other and they're not afraid to show it. Their constant displays of affection are really cute and it makes me want something like that. I'm already 20 years old, but I haven't even had my first kiss yet. Ivy, hey. Leah is the first to notice me, getting all the guys' attention on me. It's so intimidating. Hi. I didn't mean to disturb you. I trail off unsurely, slightly scared of all the stares I'm getting. You're not disturbing us. Leah chuckles as Blake puts his chin on her head. Oh, I adjust my bag out of nervousness. I just wanted to ask you something. I quietly say. Go ahead. Leah nods encouragingly, waiting for me to speak. Would you mind lending me notes from yesterday? I frown worriedly as soon as the words leave my mouth. Despite having talked to Leah quite a few times, the guys around her are scaring me to the point of stuttering pathetically. Sure, I'll send them to you later. Okay. Leah smiles gently at me, making me feel more at ease. Thank you. I smile gratefully at her. No problem. Aren't you going to introduce us to your gorgeous friend? One of the guys teases. At least I think he's teasing. He's really handsome with his dark short hair and piercing blue eyes, but I don't dare do more than glance at him. He's so big and muscled that, if he wanted, he could break me in half. My measly 5 Anna has always been a source of my complexes, and in being over 6 feet tall does nothing but intimidate me. No, Leah smirks mockingly. She's way out of your league. I actually blush at her words, which causes her to grin at me. Oh come on. The guy groans before turning to me. What's your name? Beautiful. Simon. Back off. Leah warns she's not a plaything. I whip my head to her, absolutely flabbergasted. Plaything. That guy, whose name is apparently Simon, raises his hands in surrender, seemingly scared of Leah. I understand his reaction, though. She can be scary when she wants to be. I saw her argue with a girl called Cassie once, and I think I'm scarred for life. I've never seen someone, especially a girl, so angry, so harsh and so violent. She almost beat up the girl, threatening her with a string of curses that even a sailor would be jealous of. I think I'll go now. Have a nice day. I hesitantly speak, tucking my hair behind my ear. Thanks. You, too. Leah smiles warmly, waving at me as I walk away. I go slowly to the dorm, dreading the moment my roommate comes back, unless she's already there. She's a real party girl and often brings some guys with her, not even minding me. I had to get earplugs to mute the sounds of her having intercourse with her companions. How can she be so bold? Does she not have any shame? At least in front of me. Ally is also extremely nosy and sometimes rude. More than once, she asked me something extremely personal, or made fun of me for being a prude. It hurts, but I don't say anything. When I came here to study, I wished I could be friends with my roommate, but I don't see it happening with someone like Ally. She's way too wild for me. I open the door of my room, only to be met with the sight of Ally and some guy, engaged in a heavy make-out session. Oh God, let the ground swallow me now. I don't say anything, trying to not disturb them, and lay my bag and books on the desk near my bed. I do my best to remain quiet, already thinking about where to go to avoid listening to Ally and her friends' activities, without as much as a greeting. I go to the adjoining bathroom and change my clothes, putting on a flowy peach-colored sundress that reaches my knees, a beige jacket and flats. That's the one thing I managed to negotiate with my mother, not wearing high heels all the time. It's quite cold today, so I put on a coat before leaving the room. Ally and her flavor of the week, as some people call it, don't even notice me. I know I'm pretty much invisible at the campus, but I didn't know it was to this extent. I roam around the city for a while, not really having any destination to go to. I visit a few stores, but nothing catches my attention. Then I go to a restaurant for dinner. I know I look pitiful, sitting alone at a table, but it's not the first time it happens. I'm used to it. As I'm eating the overpriced salad, I hear my name being called from behind me. I turn my head around, only to be greeted with Leah and Blake's smiling faces. "Hey, Ivy." Leah gives me a small wave, tucked into Blake's side with his arm around her waist. "Hi," I wave back shyly. "Mind if we join?" Blake gestures at the empty seats in front of me. "No, it's okay." I watch as Blake pulls out the chair, for Leah then sits down next to her, immediately grasping her hand and placing their joined hands on his thigh under the table. After a few moments, the waiter comes to our table and gives the couple their menus and water, saying he'll come back in a few minutes to take their order. "So, what's up? Why are you here alone?" Blake suddenly asks, which earns him a slap on the arm from Leah as she scowls at him. "Blake," she scolds, then turns to me. "Don't mind him." She gives me a smile. "It's okay. I couldn't stay in my room. My roommate has a guest." I scrunch my brows when I think of Ally. Leah seems to get what I mean, nodding in understanding. "Oh, couldn't she go to that guest's room? Why throw you out?" She frowns in confusion. "She didn't exactly throw me out. I left on my own. They didn't even notice me." I force a chuckle, but even to me it's humorless. Damn, what a bitch. I almost choke at the sudden curse, gaping at Leah with wide eyes. "I mean, you have as much right to that room as she does. She should respect that." Leah grumbles in annoyance. "I don't want a conflict with her. We live together, so it wouldn't be smart to have her as an enemy," I tell her quietly, picking at my salad distractedly. "But still, she's not the only one living there." "Who is she actually?" Blake raises his brow questioningly, looking slightly scary. I pause, taken aback by the sudden interest. "Her name is Ally Stevens." I watch stunned as a harsh scowl appears on both Leah's and Blake's faces. "Ally?" Leah asks and I nod, in confirmation that fucking skink. My eyes almost pop out of their sockets at the harshness in Leah's voice. "Wow, I did not expect that." Blake exhales, seemingly shocked. "I don't get it. Do you know her?" I'd ask, slightly apprehensive of their reaction. "Oh yes, we do. She dated Simon for a while, then decided it would be a smart idea to provoke me by pretending to have sex with my man, supposedly to get back at me. She actually cheated on her boyfriend while he was nearby, only to get revenge for some stupid shit." Leah shakes her head incredulously and I stare at her, absolutely dumbstruck. "I had no idea. And isn't Simon that handsome guy from earlier?" "Really?" I exclaim in shock, blushing when I noticed some people give me dirty looks. "I didn't know she had a boyfriend. She always brings someone to our room," I add, still stunned. I seriously didn't think Ally could be this cheap. "Oh, damn, thank God they broke up already." Blake groans, leaning back in his chair. "She really played us all good with her innocent act. I'd never suspect this." "I wouldn't either. So maybe it was for the better that she showed her true colors before Simon got too attached," Leah adds with a frown, shaking her head. "I guess." Blake shrugs. "So, Ivy, you're roomies with Ally, huh?" Suddenly his gaze turns mischievous. "Blake, what are you thinking about?" Leah smirks evilly at him. "If she's a cheating bitch who bothers even her roommate with her affairs, then I think she deserves a punishment." Blake grins. Leah's grin gets wider, as if she already knows what her boyfriend is thinking. I agree. "What are you guys thinking about? What punishment?" I implore, slightly scared of them. "Don't you worry, Ivy. She won't know what hit her." "You're going to hit her," I yell, gaping at Leah. No. Leah laughs. "But she can't just go unpunished for bothering you, can she?" She tilts her head, as if daring me to disagree. "But what if she thinks it's me and gets back at me? I'm really scared of Ally. She has a lot of friends and I don't." I guess I'll have to be discreet, but it's doable." Leah nods to herself, while Blake watches her with amusement. I think he's not surprised to see her like this. "Baby, do you really want to get involved?" he quietly asks her, but I still catch it. "Why not? Ivy's nice and she's a friend, and Ally's a bitch. She cheated on Simon, pretended to have sex with you, tried to blame me for her breakup, then threatened to make me pay for it. I wish I could just bitch slap her." "You think of me as a friend?" I ask in disbelief. "Yeah," she shrugs casually. Does she even realize how much it means to me to hear that she thinks of me as a friend? My first friend. Chapter 3, Ivy. As I copy the notes from Leah, I listen to my classical playlist to mute the sounds of Ally and her new guest. She keeps giggling as they talk between their makeout sessions, How is it that she has a different guy already? Doesn't she have enough? What about her studies? After a while, I hear Ally moaning loudly, and my cheeks turn red in embarrassment. Is she going to have sex right now, right behind me? How shameless does one have to be to do that? My phone pings with a new message, and I smile when I see it's from Leah. I'm at your door. Mind opening? At my door. Here. I shoot up from my chair, rushing to the entrance while avoiding looking at Ally and her friend. I do not want to see that. Hey, girl. Leah smiles, waving a McDonald's back at me. I brought dinner. What are you? I trail off unsurely. I thought you'd be lonely? She smirks knowingly, nodding her head behind me. Oh God, she can see Ally from here. Come on, it's as much your room as it is hers, she explains angrily, glaring behind me. I feel my cheeks tingle as they turn red again. She's so bold. Shit, what are you doing here? Ally scrambles off the guy, hastily putting some clothes on. The fuck you're staring at? Why are you here? I'm here to see Ivy, not you. Leah chuckles humorlessly, but I have to say, you're more of a whore than I thought. Just few days after breaking up with your boyfriend and you're already screwing around. She shakes her head, setting the takeout bag on the dresser before leaning against the wall. Fuck you bitch. We broke up because of you. No you didn't. You're a lying whore and you used Simon. But that's none of my business. I'm here to warn you. Leah folds her arms over her chest, threateningly. Keep your fuck buddies away from this room. You're not alone in here. And before you say anything, Leah points her finger at Ally. If you bother Ivy about this, remember who you're talking to. I'm pretty sure you know what happened to Cassie after she tried to put her hands on my man. You don't want to end up like her, do you? I'm completely lost. Cassie? What happened to Cassie? Ally gulps fearfully, her eyes widening comically. That was you? Oh shit, she whimpers. The guy she came here with sits quietly on the bed, just watching the events in front of him with an amused smirk. Who's this hottie? He licks his lips lewdly at Leah, and I instinctively take a step back, getting closer to her. You, shut up, get dressed and leave. Next time you fuck her, you do it in your room, Leah sternly says, glaring at the half-naked guy. Oh, feisty, me likey. He runs his gaze all over Leah's body, and I start feeling nauseous. I don't like the way he's looking at her. I suggest you keep your comments to yourself, unless you want to lose a few teeth. I whip my head to the door when I hear Blake's voice. He looks so menacing, dressed in black leather jacket, dark jeans and combat boots. His beard makes him look so mature and manly, nothing like most of the guys around the campus that are more like boys rather than men. Night, you, yeah, me, now get out, Blake orders, putting his arm around Leah's shoulders. The guy hurriedly puts on his clothes, then runs out the door. Ally just stares dumbfounded at him, as if she doesn't understand what happened. And then she glares at me. Don't even try, bitch. Leah notices Ally's look. If I hear you did something to her, I'll make you regret it. I feel slightly embarrassed to have my friend defend me, but I'm not a confrontational person. I'd rather stay quiet and let people do what they want and do something about it. Who are you to tell me what to do? I'm her friend. I feel my eyes tear up at the admission. She just openly said she's my friend. Oh God, I'm gonna cry. Fuck you, bitch, Ally yells before storming out of the room, slamming the door behind her. Let's eat. The food's gonna get cold. Leah smiles at me, completely unperturbed, then takes the bag from the dresser and sits on the floor in front of my bed. I glance questioningly at Blake, but he only shrugs, used to his girlfriend's antics. Thank you for earlier, but won't she seek retribution for being treated like that? I put some paper plates on the small table, along with cups, utensils and napkins, before sitting on the floor across from Leah and Blake. She'd better not. Lee grins and I sense something dangerous in her smile, but I don't comment on that. The three of us eat in peace, just chatting about anything and everything, gossiping about our studies, exchanging views on some lectures and discussing our homework. Like true nerds, we all are good students, but we've never been close. I transferred here in the second semester of the first year, thanks to my father pulling some strings. But when I came here, people already had their own groups of friends and knew each other. So I stayed on the sidelines, just keeping to myself. Despite Leah and Blake being a couple, they don't make me feel left out. which is often the case when someone hangs out with two people in a relationship. Have you thought about moving out of here? I mean, the dorm. I have. But where would I go? Finding a nice room to rent or a small apartment is not that easy here. And I don't have a job, so I'm not deemed credible. How would I pay for it? I admit, a bit shamefully, I know most students in their second year are working, at least part-time, but my father completely forbade it. He said that if it got out to the media that I'm working some minimum wage job, his reputation could be affected. But where am I supposed to work without education or experience? I can't rely on my father's connections my whole life. Leah glances at Blake with a strange smile, getting exact same one from him. There's an apartment in our block that's about to be free. It's a small studio, with 1 bedroom, living room with a joint kitchenette, and 1 bathroom, perfect for 1 person. You wouldn't have to pay for it. Apparently the owner has to leave for a year for work, and he doesn't want to sell it. He doesn't care about the money, as long as the tenant doesn't destroy the place. He said he doesn't want to let it go to waste, Blake adds. And that's why we're here. After you told us about your adventures with Ally, we thought we'd tell you about this. My gaze flickers from Leah to Blake a few times, before it settles on Leah. I barely talked to her about Ally, and she immediately understood that I'm not comfortable here, and already decided to help me. How is she real? And you thought of me? Really? Why are you so surprised? You're nice, calm, peaceful. Leah glances around the room, clean and organized. You'd be the perfect tenant. And it's in your block. Yep, we'd be neighbors. Leah grins cheekily. Can I meet the owner maybe? I'd like to take a look at the place. If you don't mind, I hesitantly request, but the warm smiles I get from the couple make me feel more at ease. Sure, whenever you want, but it'd have to be this week, 'cause it's quite urgent. The guy wants to leave as soon as he finds someone suitable to live in the apartment. Blake leans against my bed, putting his arm around Leah. Thanks guys. I grin widely. I'd love to get away from here. It takes me 3 days to get an okay from my dad to move out of the dorm. He was all for it when I told him about my roommate, saying I can't live with such a shameless girl and it can damage his image if someone finds out about what happens in our room and connects me to him. I was surprised, but grateful. I thought my parents would be against it. When I told my dad that my friend is going to live in the same block, he freaked out, thinking it was my roommate. When I explained to him that the friend I'm talking about is actually the best student in our year and her boyfriend is our team's quarterback, Dad immediately agreed, saying he's actually proud that I've made friends that can be beneficial in the future. But that's not why I like them. It didn't even cross my mind to use them for my benefit or my dad's public image. But leave it to my dad to think of everyone as potential collaborators, as long as they have money or connections. He sees them as useful. He's been telling me my whole life that I should surround myself with people that can be of use to me. Anyone I met was immediately assessed by my dad. Even in kindergarten, he'd do some background check, and then if he found out that their family or someone close could be useful for his career, he told me to play with them no matter if I liked them or not. If he deemed them useless, he'd forbid me from seeing them. That's why he wants to meet Leah and Blake. He wants to assess them. I just wish he trusted me when it came to my friends. For the first time, I'm hanging out with people I chose, and he's already threatening that. I don't know what I'll do if Dad says I can't meet with Leah and Blake from now on. I genuinely like them. Besides, I'm already 20 years old, technically an adult, yet my dad still treats me like a child, as if I don't have a mind on my own. Today I'm going to see the apartment that Leah told me about and talk to the owner about the details. I'm slightly nervous, but I know neither Leah nor Blake would tell me about this offer if it was something that they're not mean like that. At least I think so. I just hope my dad doesn't make a scene when he comes here. Yes, he's coming here. He said he wants to use this chance to meet my friends and see the place I'm supposed to live in, to check if it's appropriate for me. With a heavy sigh, I take my bag and walk out of the room, without as much as a glance at my roommate. She's been going out all the time during those last 3 days, seemingly taking Leah's threats seriously, and not even once did she bring a guy to the room. But I'm still moving out. I don't want to stay with someone who hates me. My dad is already waiting for me when I walk out of the dorm, quickly checking my attire. He nods in approval when he sees my gray coat and high heels. I'm wearing a white dress and a black jacket underneath, but my dad can't see it. I get in the car, greeting my dad quietly. Then we're on our way. As usual, we don't talk much apart from the studies and how I'm doing. I don't think my dad's actually interested in my well-being. He's just asking out of habit now. All the way to my friend's neighborhood. I hope my dad likes Leah and Blake. If he doesn't, he won't let me live near them. And I'd have to stay at the dorm for longer. And I don't want that. I already got used to the idea of living on my own. After my dad parks the car in the lot by the block, we get out and ride the elevator to the right floor, still not exchanging any words. When we reach the apartment, I notice it's right next to the one Leah and Blake live in, so she really meant we'd be neighbors. My dad rings the doorbell and not even a minute later, we're greeted by a smiling man in a suit. He introduces himself as Jordan Mitchell, then lets us in. Dad quickly looks around the place, nodding slowly. He seems to like the place. It's clean, not overly cluttered, and a part of the living room seems to be remodeled into a study, with a big wooden desk, leather spinning chair, and a bunch of cabinets. So, Mr. Mitchell, why don't you want any rent for this? Dad questions after our quick tour around the place. I don't need it. I earn enough through my work that I don't want this place to turn into some pigsty while I'm gone. So I'm looking for someone quiet and peaceful to live here. After my year-long tour to Europe, I'm thinking about coming back and concentrating on my career here. And what is it that you do? I'm getting increasingly embarrassed at my dad's inquisitive nature. He's about to interrogate the poor man. I'm a financial consultant. Very well then. Do you have the contract ready? We can sign it later if that's fine with you. I'd like to talk to someone first. Of course. Mr. Mitchell gets 2 copies of the contract and my dad reads them carefully before agreeing to his terms. I thought I would be the one to do that. Once we're done, my dad announces that he wants to meet my friends. His tone leaves no room for discussion and I know better than to argue with him, so I lead him to Leah's place and ring the doorbell. Ivy. Hi. Leah opens the door with a grin then looks at my dad, who's standing next to me with a stern look. Good afternoon, Mr. Collins. Good afternoon, Miss Clark. It's a pleasure to meet you. Leah outstretches her hand to my dad, surprising us both. Dad shakes her hand firmly before Leah invites us inside. Good afternoon, Mr. Collins. Hi, Ivy. Blake greets us as we walk in, also shaking my dad's hand. Good afternoon. And what's your name? Blake Knight, sir. Dad and I sit on one of the couches in the living room, while Blake sits on the other. Leah brings us coffee and cake, then takes a seat next to her boyfriend. So, you two live together, alone? Dad inquires suspiciously, sounding highly unimpressed. Oh, yes, we've been living here since we came to Berkeley. And your parents weren't against it? Dad, please? No, sir, they weren't. Are you in a relationship? We're engaged. Blake takes Leah's hand, showing my dad their rings. Quite early, wouldn't you say? Dad narrows his eyes at them, and I catch his pointed glance at Leah's stomach. Maybe, but we know what we want, Leah sternly says, putting an end to this interrogation. Yvette told me a few things about you, but I'm still not sure about letting her live so close to you. So, what do you plan on doing in the future? I gape at my dad before ducking my face in shame. How can he? I don't see how that's any of your business, sir. Leah challenges, but fine. I can tell you if you're that curious. We're studying business administration to take over our father's companies. Dad nods, impressed, though I don't know what he's actually impressed about Leah's words or her tone. She's not at all intimidated by my dad, but I'm guessing she's not scared of anyone. So you have a sure career in front of you. Impressive. But I'm guessing you don't work at the moment. Are your parents paying for this place? I whip my head at Dad, taken aback by his bluntness. How can he ask them that? Dad, don't whine, Yvette. I need to know what kinds of people you're surrounding yourself with, if I'm supposed to let you associate yourself with them and live next to them. Dad doesn't even look at me, just staring sternly at the couple in front of us. I take my coffee, deliberately hiding my frown from my friends with it. Leah saw me order coffee once and she made an exact same one. The amount of cream and sugar is just the way I like it. Amazing. It's not a problem, Ivy. Your dad is just looking out for you. I snap my gaze to Leah when I catch the harsh tone of her voice. No, Mr. Collins, our parents aren't funding this place, and they don't pay our bills. We earn our money ourselves. Is that so? Yes, that I don't see how it concerns you. Oh God. Leah, please, stop talking or my dad will forbid me from living here. You're quite straightforward, Miss Clark, and you're not afraid of speaking your mind. I stop breathing as I wait for Dad's verdict. I like you. You can be a good friend to my daughter. I exhale in relief, making Leah chuckle quietly. Yvette, I think it's time for us. Dad gets up from the couch, shaking Leah and Blake's hands before we leave their place. With me grinning like an idiot, he approved. He really approved. Dad goes to Mr. Mitchell to sign the contract for the apartment, while I wait anxiously for him. I'm gonna live on my own. My first step to independence.
Chapter 4. Lorenzo. I stare distractedly out the window, not paying much attention to the chatter around me or the shrill voice of the stewardess as she keeps pestering me about if I need something. I don't need anything but some peace. I want to clear my mind before I plan my next movements. Alex and I are currently on our flight to Berkeley, where I decided to settle for the next few decades. I changed my mind about staying in San Francisco at the last moment. We'll land in San Francisco, then drive to Berkeley, hopefully reaching the city before noon. I want to fucking rest. I can't stay in one place for too long. Humans tend to notice the lack of aging and they ask questions. I've traveled through the whole world many times, going from one place to another in search of the other half of my soul, with no results. I still haven't found her. It's been over 3,000 years since I took over as the Alpha King. But what use is a king without his queen, without someone to ground him and let him know when he's wrong? What use is a king that has never known love or compassion? What use is a king without heart? Those thoughts have been plaguing my mind for centuries, millennia even. It's how I always felt. I can't even remember how many times I tried to distract myself with random women, with the packs that needed help or simply the businesses I've established over the years. It was a way to take my mind off the ache and emptiness in my heart. It gave me something to think about and brought me enough money to take care of all my mate's needs when I find her for the rest of eternity. She'll never lack for anything. I barely pay attention to the announcement of the landing, not even bothering to put on a seat belt. What's the point of it? Even if we crash, I wouldn't die. I can't die. The wolves of the king's bloodline are pretty much immortal. The only thing that can kill an alpha king is getting his heart removed, just like an undead. Maybe that's why the beast unnerves me so much. She's as much of an immortal as I am and I don't like it. Her power might threaten mine in the future. She already has a small army of those deads. The deads are an abomination, created by that deranged witch Thalia and her fucking psychotic friend. They're pretty much a mutated werewolves, created with a bit of undead's blood to enforce their obedience. That's why every dead will listen to an undead. And since Beast is the only one left, all those hundreds of deads answer to her. That's a lot of manpower. But Beast is an alpha's mate. She should answer to me, yet she refuses to do that. It's so frustrating. Lo, the car's waiting. Alex's voice pulls me out of my thoughts, only making me realize how lost in my head I actually was. It's been happening a lot lately. I would get so lost in my thoughts, I wouldn't hear or see anything around me. I get up from my seat, then walk absent-mindedly to the car waiting in the airport's parking lot. Since neither I nor Alex had a lot of luggage with us, we head straight to my hotel. Yes, my hotel. I have many establishments around the city, but I haven't been here for over 100 years, so I don't know how much has changed. All I know that I feel some strange pull to this place. I don't want to give myself false hope, but that has to mean something. Once we reach the hotel, Alex hands me my keycard, saying he's got some business to deal with, then leaves me alone. I go to the penthouse, riding my private elevator so no one disturbs me. I'd hate to deal with annoying humans today. After a quick shower, I go back to the bedroom to take a small nap. I'm being exhausted, but it's not the physical type. It's more like I'm drained mentally. It's been getting worse for a few hundred years, but lately it's almost unbearable. I keep feeling this strange heaviness in my chest. My wolf's pain as he struggles to stay sane. My wolf is a separate being inside of me. He's not just an animal. We are two entities forged into one thousands of years ago. Only wolves from King's bloodline have this feature. Normal werewolves can't communicate with their wolves, since they're only representing the beast side of our existence. The previous king, my father, was the first werewolf, having been betrayed by an ancient witch who cursed him to have a beast trapped inside of him, and forbidding him from finding peace in death. A beast that has a mind of its own, feelings of its own, and power of its own. Of course I have a mind of my own. Stupid human. My wolf, Onyx, huffs indignantly, surprising me momentarily. I haven't spoken to him for a long time. You're up. I thought you went to sleep. I mock, bending my arms behind my head as I lie in the king-size bed in my bedroom. The black curtains are drawn, not letting any of the harsh light from the outside, leaving only the sounds of the city's busy life as the background noise. It wasn't. I'm not as weak as you. Onyx snickers. Are you seriously calling me weak? I'm as strong as you, idiot. As if, you puny human, you keep sleeping all the time lately and your heartbeat is weak. He noticed. That's because we're alone. I feel weak too. That's why I stay quiet, Onyx quietly says, laying down with his paws over his maw. He's never shown vulnerability or weakness, so seeing him like that, even if it's only in my mind, is concerning, to say the least. Do you feel anything here? I decide to ask him. I know my gut told me to come here, but I need to know if that was only me or maybe my wolf felt the same. He do, actually. I can tell we're near. I can feel it. I don't question my wolf's intuition. He's never failed me before. After 4,000 years together, we're extremely well-tuned, and there are very little occasions when we disagree. If he feels we're close, then we're close. Finally, I feel nothing but elation and anticipation. She's here. Onyx can feel it. Soon we'll find her. You wonder what she's like. I bet she's beautiful, soft and sweet. Onyx sighs dreamily. We haven't met her yet, and he's already assuming what she'll be like. Unbelievable. I shut him out to get some much-needed rest, dreaming about my mate and what our first meeting will actually be like. I have no idea what she might be like, but I hope she'll love me. Getting rejected by a mate would kill me. Rejection is extremely painful for werewolves, because it means half of your soul doesn't accept the other. And how long can one live with their soul torn apart? Not long. In my long life, I've never seen a wolf not going crazy after being rejected. They always end up killing themselves or going on a rampage before doing so. Nothing helps. There's no second chance mate for us. No hope. The only way to ease the pain is death.
Chapter 5. Ivy. I am so nervous right now. I feel like I'm going to puke. I've never done this before. Ivy, you don't have to go if you don't want to. I can't force you into anything. You know, Leah gives me a side glance. Blake and I are currently on our way to Vegas. It's a club. But I've never been to a club. My father would have never allowed it. However, I want to experience some life while I'm here. And I finally have the chance. I would never be able to go to such place alone. But with Leah and Blake, it doesn't seem so scary anymore. If it eases your mind, tonight there won't be any strippers. Blake jokes. At least I hope he's joking. As strippers, I gasp. Yeah, but don't worry. The girls usually work their Fridays and Saturdays, but I asked Vegas to not bring them tonight. Leah explains. Who's Vegas? He's the owner of the place, and our friend. You have friends in the strangest places. I giggle, shaking my head at her. Leah just shrugs. Typical. Blake parks the car and we all get out. I pull the coat a little tighter around me. It's quite cold tonight, but I couldn't wear a sweater to a club, right? It'll get warmer once we're inside. Leah wraps her arm around my shoulders, leading us inside. She salutes at the bouncer, a big guy with a small scar on his face, getting a small smile from him in response, then walks us in. I notice Blake talking to the guy quietly about something for a moment before he follows us. Once we're inside, all my senses are assaulted by the smells, the music, the sight of people dancing, drinking, laughing. They all seem to be having fun. Come on, I'll take you to our booth. Vegas got it reserved just for us. Leah grins, leading me to a more private corner. There's a round table in the middle, with a huge U-shaped leather booth around it. I notice some guys already sitting there. I recognize them as the ones that Leah and Blake are friends with. Hey beautiful. The guy named Simon greets me first with a smirk and a wink. I've been waiting to see you again. Hi. I give the guys a shy wave, taking a seat beside Leah on the outside of the booth. No need to be nervous. I'm David. This flirt is Simon and the blonde is James. I know, you're on the football team. I smile, tucking stray hair behind my ear. I notice Blake walking to us, so I get up from the booth to let him in. He thanks me, then sits next to Leah. For a brief moment, I think that I'll have to sit elsewhere, but Blake quickly pulls Leah onto his lap, then scoots over, leaving me room to sit. Oh God, not again. You too, James groans, and I turn to him confused. He notices my look and gestures at the couple beside me. They keep rubbing it in that we're single. They always stay together and keep cuddling in front of us, he grumbles, taking a sip of his beer. Why am I not surprised by this? Those two are so sweet. 𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆 James. Blake chuckles, kissing Leah's head. I can't watch it. Gorgeous. Would you like to dance with me? Simon winks at me. I decide to live a little and nod, taking off my coat to put it in the corner of the booth with the rest of the jackets. I take turns dancing with all three of Leah and Blake's friends. Simon is an amazing dancer and has great stamina. I can't even compare. I'm really tired. Tired, but happy. This is so liberating. I love this. Leah and I are sitting at the bar now, drinking colorful cocktails, names of which I can't pronounce. Tony, the bartender, keeps flirting with me and Leah doesn't even do anything about it. So I guess he's harmless. I think the guys are noticing me because of the clothes I'm wearing. It's not something I would wear to classes or anywhere else, but for once I feel assai. The top is hugging my body like second skin, with sheer back. The dark jeans are ripped on the knees, and the high-heel boots are a bit heavy. I have never worn anything like that, but I find those clothes extremely comfortable, much more than the dresses and high heels. Hello, sweet cheeks. I've been watching you all night. I hear a gruff voice behind me as a heavy hand settles on my hip. 𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆 bumhole, before I make you another cutie. My friends will be glad to hear we got two bitches to play with tonight. I whimper when the hand squeezes my hip painfully, but I'm too terrified to move. I can feel the man's breath on my head as he leans in, pressing his face into my hair. So sweet. He inhales deeply, putting his free hand on my shoulder, pressing his fingers warningly into it when I try to pull away. Take your hands off her. Leah growls at him, glaring at the hand on my shoulder, before I fucking remove it. The grabby man only laughs, squeezing me more. Let me go. It hurts. I cry out when his fingers dig into my shoulder and hip. Not a chance, sweet cheeks. We want to have some fun tonight, and we will. Not a chance. Sheethead. Leah snarls, elbowing the guy behind her in the face, then jumping off the bar stool, punching the grabby man behind me in his side. His hold on me loosens enough for me to get away, and Leah stands in front of me. Stay behind me, Ivy. Once you get a clear way, go back to the other room and get Blake. I gape at her. The bar we're at is all the way down the hallway from the main room. I can't leave Leah here alone. Ivy, I'll be fine. Once you have a clear way, go and get someone. There are more of them. Leah whispers harshly, before punching the grabby guy in the face when he lunges at her. Feisty. He spits blood on the floor. Now come here, you little cunt. We're gonna have some fun. You're gonna wish you didn't bother us. Leah seethes, lunging at the guy, kicking him in the stomach. Ivy, go, she shouts, and I run down towards the hallway to get help. I turn at the door, throwing a despaired glance at my friend. She's fighting skillfully against 7 guys much bigger than her. She catches my eyes just when she breaks one of the guy's arm. Go. I turn back to the hallway, passing the private rooms hurriedly, until I hit a solid wall. The impact sends me backwards and I hit the floor with force. Ow. You okay, sweetheart? I hear a deep voice ask worriedly from above me. Oh no, not those guys. Hey, shh, it's okay. The man lifts me up, but as soon as I stand, I recoil from him. I'm not going to hurt you. What got you so scared? The man gently asks, and I raise my head, only to hear him inhale sharply and see his eyes widen. He looks at me with pure disbelief, as if I'm not a person, but an apparition. You're not one of them. I mutter in shock. Then my mind snaps back to reality. Oh God, please help. My friend, she's fighting a bunch of guys. Please, help her. I clutch onto his suit, staring at him pleadingly with teary eyes. The man's eyes harden considerably as he glances behind me, then looks back at me. Stay at the door. Don't get too close. You hear me? I don't want you to get hurt. I nod frantically. The man rushes up the hallway to the small bar, where Leah is. But when we reach the bar, the fight is already over. Leah is standing over the bloody body of the grabby man, kicking his side with her combat boot as she curses him out. I cover my mouth to not let my gasp be heard. And then the man beside me starts laughing. I gape at him in shock. Does he find this thing funny? I will be damned. Leah laughs when she notices us, wiping some blood of her face before coming to the man and giving him a hug and greeting. They know each other.
Chapter 6. Lorenzo, she's here. Right in front of me. My mate. I watch as my little mate lunges at Leah, engulfing her in a tight hug with her small, delicate arms. "I'm sorry I ran away. Please tell me you're not hurt," she cries out. Leah puts her arm around my mate's shoulders, smiling at her softly. I've never seen such expression on Leah's face. She's always been so stoic and composed. "I'm fine, Ivy. I'm not hurt. You'd be surprised how good I am at fighting," she chuckles, patting my mate's back before turning to me. "What are you doing here? And how did you find me?" "I followed your scent," I smirk. Leah just laughs it off, probably thinking I'm joking. She has no idea how true my statement is. I really did smell her when I came to this club, but I had no idea my mate was with her. "Yeah, right," Leah sighs. "Sorry, but I have to talk to Vegas about those fookers. They put their hands on me and Ivy even when we said no. The club that owns this place doesn't take lightly to that." Leah smirks cruelly, as if she knows something I don't. "I'll trust you on that," I nod. "So how about you talk to that Vegas while I escort your friend out?" My mate looks frightened at the prospect of leaving her friend, and I don't blame her. She just got fucking assaulted. If it weren't for Leah already beating those men, I would kill them for putting their hands on my woman. "It's okay, Ivy. This guy's a friend," Leah assures with a smile, then whispers something into her ear, making my mate release her from her arms before she gives me a shy smile. "So her name is Ivy. Ivy, symbol of love, friendship, and eternal life. How fitting. Shall we, my lady?" I bow chivalrously, offering my hand to my sweet mate. Ivy giggles cutely, putting her tiny hand in mine. "We shall," she curtsies. "Oh, my sweet mate, absolutely adorable." I keep Ivy's hand in mine as I lead her to the other room, where I know Blake is. I'm surprised he didn't hear the fight, but in his defense, the rooms are quite far from each other. The main room is by the entrance, and that's where most people stay. I have a feeling not many know about the other rooms here. No one just wanders around a club out of boredom. "Ivy," Blake notices us first, jumping from the bar stool he was sitting on. "What happened? Why are you with him? Whose blood is this?" he asks frantically, glancing around us to seek his woman. I understand his panic. If I saw my woman's friend walk in covered in blood with my woman nowhere in sight, I would panic too. I know who this is. Where's Leah?" I decide to answer, seeing how Ivy seems to shaken up to do that. Some guys bothered them, so Leah beat them up pretty badly. She said she's going to talk to some Vegas and sort it out. I decided to take Ivy here to you. "And why are you here?" Blake folds his arms over his chest, but I don't miss the quick glance he throws at my and Ivy's joined hands. "Funny, your woman asked the same thing." I chuckle. I see 3 guys come up to Blake, flanking him on both sides, seeming ready for a fight. "Blake, any troubles?" the brunette on his right asks. "It's fine, guys. You know him." "Of course you do." The blonde chuckles quietly. "Lorenzo, you still haven't answered my question. Why are you here?" Blake sternly asks, glaring at me. I think this is not the right moment to talk. I start, catching the wary glances from pretty much everyone here. "Maybe we can find somewhere more private. Even better, take Ivy home and then talk," I suggest, gesturing at all the watching people. "Okay, guys, take Ivy home. I'll go look for Leah," Blake tells his friends, then goes behind the bar. Guess he really knows the owners to just stroll around the place like this. One of the 3 guys tells Ivy to come with him, but I don't let go of her hand, getting a confused glance from her. "I'll take Ivy home myself," I say with a low growl. "None of those boys are getting near my mate." "You really think we'll let our friend go with someone we don't know?" The brunette scoffs, wordlessly challenging me with his glare. "Blake knows him, Dave," the blonde retorts with a chuckle. "But he didn't say whether he's a friend or not," Dave rebukes harshly. I smile internally. "He's good." "Fine then, one of you may come with me. I don't know where Ivy lives. Anyway," I take off my jacket and wrap it around Ivy, hiding her from the curious looks she gets. "She's mine. Any fooker that tries to touch her will lose their fucking hands." "Let's go, sweetheart. I'll take you home," I urge quietly, placing my hand on Ivy's lower back and steer her through the club to the exit. I don't miss the 3 guys following us, one of them carrying what smells to be Ivy's belongings. Ivy doesn't say anything as I lead her to my car, but she keeps staring at me. I don't show it, but I love how her eyes don't stray from me. She's a curious little thing. I can tell she has questions, but she doesn't say anything. I can almost hear the little cogs running in her head as she tries to figure me out. I can't wait to see her reaction when she learns what I am and what she is. But I won't rush her. She's a human. She doesn't feel the mate bond like I do. which means I need to earn her love and trust. I open the passenger door for my little mate, bowing cautiously as I help her get in. She giggles cutely, thanking me in a sweet posh British accent. I ignore the guy getting in the back, knowing exactly why he's here. It's quite nice to know that my mate has such reliable friends, even though they're males. Sweetheart, mind putting the address in the GPS? I'm not exactly familiar with the city. I request, not taking my eyes off the road. Sure, Ivy smiles shyly before doing as I asked. We drive in silence, and I'm itching to just grab my mate's hand and keep it in mind forever. But I know I can't do that yet. It might scare her off. We arrive at our destination in less than half an hour, and for some reason this place smells familiar. The guy in the back seat, Dave, gets Ivy's belongings and leaves the car. I help my little mate get out of the car then, holding her small hand in mine, lead her inside, following Dave. We go to the top floor. Then Dave leads us to one of the 5 apartments, punching in the password before letting us in. Why does he know the password to my mate's home? Oh, it's Leah and Blake's place. I live next door, but Leah asked me to come here instead. Ivy explains, no doubt seeing my displeased expression. I didn't even bother hiding my anger of knowing that some men know how to enter my woman's house. Why would she ask you to come here instead of your place? I question, slightly curious about Leah's intentions. Maybe it's because it's bigger than mine, or because the guys never came to my place. Ivy shrugs with a small smile. Now I feel assured. No man was in my woman's house. I'm glad to hear it. I mutter quietly. Did you say something? Ivy glances at me with a cute confused frown. Nothing at all, sweetheart. Why don't you move from that door already and take a seat? The guys will be here soon. So will Leah and Blake, and you're blocking the entrance. Dave mocks with a laugh. I gently take Ivy's hand in mine and take her further inside, letting her sit on one of the couches. The whole place is decorated exactly how I expect a ghost place to look. Compact, modern and minimalistic, with very little color. So, who are you? Dave sits comfortably in the armchair in front of me and Ivy, giving me a questioning look. My name is Lorenzo Ray. I'm a friend of Leah's from work, you could say. I chuckle. Dave stares at me skeptically for a moment, before realization hits him. You mean that work? He smirks. I can't say I'm surprised. You know? Yeah, she told us a while ago. Ivy turns from me to Dave with a confused little frown on her cute face. No what? What am I missing? Leah will tell you one day. It's not up to me to reveal that, Dave tells her, but all it does is make my mate pout dejectedly. Sweet Lord, she's so adorable. Ivy, trust me, you want to hear it from Leah. I tuck a stray lock behind her ear gently, getting a quiet gasp as my fingertips skim over her soft skin. You better stop touching her if you value your hands. Man, Dave warns slowly. Your threats don't scare me, but it's not up to you but to Ivy to tell me to stop touching her. I growl. Who does this boy think is threatening me? Ivy. My mate looks at Dave, then at me, then back at Dave before throwing her arms in the air. Oh, come on. Keep your testosterone war away from me. All right. I don't want any part in it. She glares at us, daring us to say something. I struggle to keep my smile from showing. She is so adorable when she's angry. The way her nose twitches, the way her brows scrunch, the way her sweet voice gets an octave higher as she tries to assert her dominance, the way her little hands curl up into fists, the way her chest rises as she pants in anger. My heart is about to melt as I watch her. My cute little mate.
Chapter 7. Ivy. Mr. Lorenzo. David and I sit in Leah and Blake's living room, waiting for my friends impatiently. I'm still shaken from the whole incident at the club, but for some reason the huge jacket the Mr. Lorenzo put on me earlier gives me a sense of security. It's so warm and big, and it smells of Mr. Lorenzo. I wish I could just bottle it up and smell it forever. It's so tantalizing. Excuse me. I get their attention. I would like to go home to change clothes, if you don't mind. I'm covered in blood. I scowl at the stains on my body. I guess I got them by hugging Leah earlier. Of course. Sweetheart, where do you live? Mr. Lorenzo asks softly, staring at me with those golden eyes of his that resemble molten honey. I could get lost in them for eternity. Just next door, I answer, tucking a piece of hair behind my ear. I'll just, go and come back in a few minutes. Is that okay? I don't know why, but I feel like I have to ask them. David only chuckles in amusement. Sure, go ahead. You don't have to ask. I glance at Mr. Lorenzo only to see him already staring at me. in what seems to be adoration. I might be reading too far into this, but I'm pretty sure that's what I see. He's been looking at me like that ever since I saw him at the club. Do you wish for me to accompany you? He asks, and I'm confused for a moment at the strange way he speaks. I'll be fine, thank you. I smile shyly. Getting off the couch, I pull off the jacket, but Mr. Lorenzo stops me. Keep it. It looks good on you. I blush furiously at the sweet tone of his voice. Whoa, man, I'm still here, you know. David knocks, reddening my cheeks even further. I keep forgetting he's here when I look into those honey-colored eyes. And why would your presence be an inconvenience to me? I notice David's jaw drop as he gapes at Mr. Lorenzo. You're shamelessly flirting with my friend right in front of me. If it bothers you, then you're free to leave. Mr. Lorenzo smirks before glancing at me. Go change, love. It must be uncomfortable to stay in this attire. I only nod at him, then throw a quick glance at David and leave, heading to my studio. I take quick shower, washing off the remains of blood from my skin. I had no idea there was so much of it when I hugged Leah. She must have been really brutal to get so bloodied. I glance dejectedly at my dirty clothes, knowing that I won't be able to wear them again, without thinking of what happened tonight. But, despite how weird it may sound, I enjoyed the night. That's until that man grabbed me. It felt so good to be a free person for once, away from my parents' influence and rules. I change into a red sundress with lace sleeves that reached my elbows, then put on a pair of black suede flats and braid my hair. I can't just show up at Leah's place in pajamas, can I? I take one last look at myself in the mirror, then head back towards Leah and Blake's apartment next door. I don't have to wait long after I knock on the door, 'cause as soon as I drop my hand, Blake opens the door and invites me inside. Come in, come in. Want a drink? No, thank you. I politely decline. Walking further into the room. Why did Leah want me to come here? I question curiously as I sit down, glancing around when I don't see the person in question anywhere. Oh, Leah's in the shower. Leah said something about having to talk to you. It's quite late, but I figured it must be urgent. Blake shrugs, putting a glass of juice in front of me before sitting on the other side of the couch. I sit quietly next to Mr. Lorenzo as he talks to Blake about some weird cage stuff and ghosts and whatnot. Why would they talk about ghosts? Is that their hobby or something? Ivy, thanks for staying up so late. I know you must be tired, but I figured you might want to know this. Leah walks out of the bathroom, dressed in nothing but an oversized shirt, which is obviously Blake's, and some shorts that are barely visible. For a second I thought she has nothing underneath. She sits beside Blake, leaning her elbows on her knees. Know what? I ask, a bit afraid of what she's about to tell me. It can't be good. One of those guys. He said something when I was beating him. He mentioned that. She trails off with a sigh, rubbing her face tiredly. I don't miss the bruises on her face, arms and legs, and I'm guessing there are more under her shirt. What did he say? He said that, oh God, how do I tell you this? He said that, and I quote, you got lucky tonight, but you might want to avoid dark places if you don't want to end up being sent to your daddy in pieces. I gasp in fear at this. What? What do you mean? The guy that grabbed you, he apparently knows your dad, and I think he's trying to get to him through you. Leah explains shortly, staring at me in worry. I feel Mr. Lorenzo tense beside me, but I don't dare look at him. But why? I don't know, but as of now, you shouldn't go anywhere alone. I'll be with you at the campus most of the time, since we have the same classes anyway, and you live in one of the most secure buildings in the city, so you should be safe here, though I would like it if you had someone with you when you go out. I don't really go out all that much, I admit a bit shamefully, and thank you for telling me this. I'll be careful. Careful doesn't cut it. Love. Mr. Lorenzo growls from beside me, then turns to Leah. Ghost, are you sure about what you said? I see Leah scowl angrily at him, then slump back on the couch with an annoyed groan. You just had to fucking say it. Huh. She shakes her head. Yeah, I'm sure. I heard it from the sheethead himself. Mr. Lorenzo, I turn to the man beside me. Just Lorenzo. Love. He cuts me off with a smile. Wow. His mood switches so fast. Okay, Lorenzo. Why did you call Leah a ghost? I ask curiously, unintentionally making everyone laugh, while Leah groans in irritation. Lorenzo glances at Leah questioningly. She didn't know. I figured if those three knew, then she must too. Leah glares at him. I didn't get to tell her yet, but thanks. You just provided me with an opportunity. She cheers sarcastically before turning to me. Okay, Ivy. I need you to stay open-minded about what I'm going to tell you. All right. Okay, I agree with no hesitation. I'm an underground fighter. I frown in confusion at this. So Leah clarifies I fight illegally for money. I gaped at her in shock for about 3 seconds before jumping in excitement. Oh God, that's how you fight so well. That's SOL. Can you teach me how to fight? What's your style? Boxing, judo, Muay Thai, Kung Fu, karate. Can I see you fight? Please, can I see? I jump like a kid on a high. Then give her my best pleading look, the irresistible puppy eyes. Okay, that's not the reaction I expected. Leah chuckles, looking slightly taken aback by my enthusiasm. If you want, we can talk about it some other time. Now that the cat's out of the bag, I guess it's also time to tell you that Lorenzo here is an owner of one of the clubs I used to fight at. Leah smugly smirks at Lorenzo, getting a glaring response. You wicked witch, you just had to tell her. I give him a confused look. Does that mean he didn't want me to know that? Yes, love, I didn't want you to know it yet. I don't want to scare you. I said that out loud. Oh, look at that, old Lorenzo is feeling the feelings. I'm gonna cry. Leah mocks, wiping off a non-existent tear. Which, Lorenzo grunts, but I can see the smile on his face. As he turns to me, why don't you go home and rest? Love, I can see you're exhausted. He trails his finger under my eye, staring at it worriedly. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I stutter pathetically. This man is doing something to me. I feel like an idiot when he's around. I'll walk you, he states with finality that I don't even want to argue with. Okay, I meekly reply, waving a goodbye to my friends before leaving the place. I feel Lorenzo's eyes on me the whole time, and for some unexplainable reason, it makes me feel special. Ivy, Lorenzo speaks from behind me, and I feel literal shivers at the sound of my name on his tongue. I turn around to face him, slightly surprised at our proximity. He's standing barely a foot away from me. Lorenzo holds out his phone to me, and I look at it for a moment, confused about what he might want. Would you grace me with your phone number? Love, I giggle at his tone, but take the phone nonetheless. I like this guy. He's so different than everyone else. Here you go. I hand him back his phone when I'm done. His fingers touch mine as he takes it, and I gasp. When a sudden electric-like shock passes through me, it's not a bad or painful feeling, just surprising. In just a second, my whole body is set off, tingling, as if it was asleep this whole time and only now came back to life. Why didn't I get shocked like this earlier when I was holding his hand, though? Lorenzo seems to notice my reaction, taking my hand in his gently. He pulls it up to his lips, pressing his small kiss to the back of it. But his eyes don't stray from mine. Do not be alarmed, love. I know it might sound confusing to you, but this is perfectly normal. He gives me a charming smile, and his eyes soften considerably as he stares at me. I can only stand here, staring back at him dumbfounded. Lorenzo releases my hand, and I let it fall limply by my side. I wish we didn't have to part yet, love, but you appear positively tired. Why don't you go to rest? Yeah, thank you. I mean, for earlier, at the club, and sorry for bumping into you. Can I have your number? I have to give you your jacket back. I ramble nervously, despite feeling tired after tonight. I want to prolong my time with Lorenzo as much as I can. You can keep it, like I said. It did look better on you. He smiles. Would you like to go to dinner with me tomorrow? He suddenly asks, taking me off guard. I fumble with words, suddenly feeling more nervous than before. Is he asking me on a date? Yes, I am, Lorenzo says amusedly. I said that out loud. Let the ground swallow me now. This is so embarrassing. You did. Okay. I'll go to dinner with you, I say breathlessly, lost in those honey gold eyes again. It's a date, then. I'll call you. He leans down and swiftly pecks my cheek. Sleep well, love. With that he nonchalantly puts his hands in the pockets of his slacks, walking away. I stand like an idiot in front of my door, just staring at his muscular frame with wide eyes, then rush to my studio. I run to my bedroom, jumping on the bed face down and squeal into my pillow, kicking my legs like excitedly. I just got asked on a date by the hottest man on earth. Oh my God. Time to fangirl.
Chapter 8. Lorenzo. I asked her out. I know it might have been too fast, but I just couldn't stop myself after millennia spent alone. I finally found my little mate, and I'll be damned if I let her get away. Someone looks happy, Alex comments as he works on his laptop. I was unable to wipe the grin off my face the whole way here, so it's no wonder he noticed the change of my mood. What happened? I found my mate. I grin when I see his eyes bulge out and I asked her out. Already, he shrieks before clearing his throat. I mean, already, isn't that a bit fast? Who is she? He gives me a skeptical look. She's human. That's for starters. I need to get close to her the traditional way. If I just suddenly told her she's mine 'cause she's my mate, she'd freak out. I shrug, pouring myself a drink. I met her yesterday. I sigh fondly at the memory of my little mate. In that cute little top and jeans? Yesterday, Alex trails off confusedly, but you were at the club. Yeah, I nod, plopping down on the couch in front of my friend and Beta. Whoa, hold on. He puts away his laptop and gives me his undivided attention. You met your mate at the club, he implores, sounding absolutely dumbstruck. I understand his reaction. I didn't expect it either. Yup, and you'll never guess who was with her. I smirk. Oh, try guessing. You're the one that accused me of following her across the country. I almost laugh when Alex's jaw drops comically. Ghost, she was with Ghost, he exclaims in shock. No, she was with Leah, I correct, amused at my Beta's reaction. Leah may be Ghost, but it's like they're different people. Leah is a compassionate, caring woman while Ghost is a ruthless fighter who exists only behind that skull mask. Alex only gives me a deadpan look as if to say what's the difference, but I don't bother saying anything else, making him shake his head and get back to working on his computer. I sip on my drink, thinking about my little mate, Heidi. Such a sweet little thing she is, so petite and tiny, especially compared to me. She's like a foot and a half shorter than me. When I saw her at the club, so frightened and trembling, all I wanted was to gather her in my arms and carry her out of there, away from everyone. I wanted to hide her so no one would get her again. But then I realized how much that would scare her. If I gave in to those desires, I wouldn't be her protector. I would become her captor. She wouldn't understand why I feel so strongly when it comes to her. She would be afraid of me. I'd hate to have her hate me. When she bumped into me, I was so lost in her gorgeous eyes that I barely heard her voice, even though she was standing right in front of me. Only when she grabbed my jacket was I brought back to reality. I pushed back all my thoughts and focused on the situation she asked me to help with, but I still couldn't find it in me to release my mate's hand. The sparks that kept running through my body at the contact were heavenly, and it pained me to let go of her. I glanced at the window when the first sunlight hits the room, only now realizing it's already morning, which means I have around 12 hours before I see my mate again. So long. I take my phone from the coffee table, sending a text to the manager of the hotel to close off the first floor and recreation area for the whole day and contact the kitchen to tell them to make a new menu for today. I wonder what my little mate likes to eat. I smirk when I realize I have a perfect source of information. I catch Alex's questioning glance over his laptop, but I ignore it, getting off the couch and walking to my bedroom, but not before refilling my glass. As soon as I close the door of my room, I put my drink on the dresser and take off my shirt. Craving the feeling of the morning air on my skin, I take my glass and go to the terrace, where I stand by the railing, leaning against it. I light up my cigarette and set down my glass, dialing Ghost's number, since I don't have Leah's private one. I will gouge your eyes out, Lorenzo. I laugh at the grogginess and anger in Leah's voice. She doesn't even bother to use that adorable British accent of hers as she threatens me. Were you sleeping? I tease knowingly. What do you think? She sneers. What do you want? She sleepily asks. I need information, and you're the only person who can provide it. I state vaguely, getting only silence in response. I wait for a moment for her to respond, only to get to conclusion that she fell asleep again. Leah, you still there? She hums quietly. What, damn it, it's too early for me to think, she murmurs, but I get a feeling she's talking to herself rather than me. Okay, what information do you need? I'm not in the mood for games, and I want to get back to cuddling with my man. I chuckle at this. She's still as straightforward as always. What does Ivy like to eat? I get straight to the point. Leah's reaction is immediate. She bursts out laughing, and after a moment there's a loud thudding sound. She either dropped her phone or fell out of bed. She fell out of bed, I think, when I hear Blake's boisterous laughter over the phone. What the fuck did you tell her? He laughs through the phone, while Leah still giggles in the background. Giggles? who knew ghosts can giggle. I asked her something. I replied to Blake, not getting into detail. He asked me what Ivy likes to eat. Leah laughs. He called me a fucking don to ask what she likes to eat. Ha ha ha. If I could blush, I would. Cheeky woman. Making fun of me so blatantly. Blake chuckles in amusement, then gives the phone back to Leah, who's slightly calmer now. Okay, I'll tell you. But you'll have to tell me why you want to know that in the first place. I can tell she already has an idea why I asked her, but she still wants me to admit it out loud. You already know the answer, you itch. Just tell me, I tell her with a chuckle. Cunning woman. Fine. Ivy's a pescatarian. You know what it means, right? Leah asked teasingly, clearly enjoying making fun of me. I don't know if she has favorite food. She always orders different things when we go out. Oh, and she likes her coffee white and super sweet. I take in Leah's words, staring into the distance as the sunlight brightens the city. Thanks, Lorenzo. She stops me right before I hang up. She's my friend. Those 3 words are all I get before she hangs up. The warning behind them is clear. Like I would ever do anything to hurt my mate, the mere idea of harming the other half of my soul is abhorrent to me. I may be possessive when it comes to her, but I'll never let any harm come to her. She's mine, and that means she's under my protection forever.
Chapter 9. Ivy. I should have known. It was too perfect to be true. I'm so stupid. I put another spoonful of my favorite chocolate ice cream in my mouth, sobbing quietly as I watched the movie. I tried to convince myself that the tears that flowed down my face are caused by the death scene playing on the screen and not the fact that I was stood up. I glance at the dress I chose for the date with disdain, hating how it's going to remind me of today every time I look at it. I shouldn't have believed that a man like Lorenzo would want anything to do with me. He was probably making fun of me, like all the other guys that have ever asked me out. The first guy to ever play with me like that was my crush from middle school. He was so charming and polite when he asked me on a date that I immediately agreed, all too eager to be with him. He showed up, unlike Lorenzo, but the date was horrible. When he asked me if I had fun, I lied, afraid of offending him. Only then did he tell me that it was all fake, laughing in my face when he saw my shocked expression. He was dared to go out with me. I still remember the face he made when I cried how cruel he is. He looked disgusted. My senior year in middle school was a nightmare because of him and his friends. They constantly brought up the whole date fiasco and made fun of me, getting other kids to bully me. I had my heart broken 3 times already. Why did I think this time it would be different? How could I think that a man like Lorenzo would see me as attractive enough to ask out? The ice cream disappears much too soon for my taste and I don't have anything else to distract myself with. Damn it, I sob, today's the worst. Just when I'm about to take another tub of ice cream from the freezer, the doorbell rings. Who the hell could it be? Just let me wallow in self-pity. I drag my feet to the front door, not at all excited at the prospect of having guests. I open it with slow and sluggish moves, not even caring that I look like a disaster in my pajamas and with my hair disheveled. Oh my God, Ivy, what the hell happened? I raise my head at the sound of Leah's worried voice. And the dam breaks. I start sobbing again, dropping my head to avoid Leah's gaze. She quickly walks inside, closing the door behind her, and pulls me into her arms, just letting me pour it all out as she pats my head soothingly. We stand by the door for what feels like forever, as my never-ending stream of tears wets Leah's shirt. She doesn't ask, she doesn't stop me, she doesn't judge. She just lets me cry into her shoulder. After a while, I pull away from her, wiping the remnants of my breakdown off my face with the sleeve of my pajama top. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to assault you like that. I ruined your shirt. I hiccup in shame, not daring to look Leah in the eye. It's fine. It's just a shirt. I can get a new one anytime. You're more important now. She pats my head, then gently strokes my messy hair. Did you need something? I sniffle, heading to the small kitchen to get a drink. With Leah following after me, I need a drink after all this crying. I wanted to invite you to our movie night, but I'm not so sure now. She trails off. I'm sorry. I know I'm a mess. I apologize, glancing shyly at my friend, only to see her already staring at me, looking bewildered. That's not what I meant, she defends, taking a seat across from me at the bar. I meant that you don't seem to be in the mood for a movie night with a bunch of loud guys. A bunch of guys? I ask curiously. Having a friend with me right now is really nice. Leah chuckles quietly, running her hand through her hair. She's wearing a simple t-shirt and some shorts, but still looks beautiful. Compared to her, I'm like a potato. Yeah, some of Blake's teammates are there too, but I think I'll skip this time and leave them alone. I'd rather make sure you're okay. She smiles at me gently, almost sending me into another sobbing fit. Thank you. I sniffle. I didn't even realize how much I needed that. We move to the living room, getting comfortable on the couch as the movie I've been watching keeps playing. Leah tells me she's going to text Blake that she's with me, then turns to face me on the couch. Do you want to talk? I hesitate for a moment, then nod. I really want to get it off my chest. I want to just spill it all out. I got stood up. My voice breaks as my throat tightens again. What? By whom? Lorenzo. Leah's eyes widen comically and I almost laugh. He asked me out, but he never showed up. I was waiting for him for hours. I cry out, relieved to finally have someone I can share my troubles with. I've never had a girlfriend I could talk to. Leah just stares at me with wide eyes for a while, before her gaze turns murderous. He stood you up, she seethes. The anger in her voice scares me slightly. I'm gonna fucking neuter him. How dare he? Leah, I implore, getting her attention. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, but this is so annoying. I didn't think he was like that. She sighs. It's okay. I shouldn't have expected too much. I whisper. Hey, don't put yourself down like that. Okay, it's his fault, not yours. Leah sternly admonishes, her glare wordlessly daring me to disagree. We sit in comfortable silence, eating ice cream and watching another movie. It reminds me of all the romance books that I've read. I giggle quietly when I think about it, catching Leah's attention. I just thought about something weird. I tell her when I catch her curious glance. Mind sharing? You know how in every romance book, the quiet female protagonist has that one and only girlfriend, the one she reveals all her secrets to, the nosy and loud one, that drags the protagonist to a club or a party whenever she feels down, no matter how much the main character doesn't want to go. Like a stubborn, extremely outgoing person, I start. I don't really read such books, 'cause I'm more into nonfiction, but I think I know what you mean. I tried picturing you as someone like that typical girlfriend from the books, but it's impossible. I giggle, making Leah chuckle in amusement. Why is that? You're really mature compared to other kids our age. I just don't see you bouncing around the place, picking out clothes for me and begging me to go to a party that I have no intention of attending. You're not forcing me to tell you everything, but patiently wait for me to open up in my own pace. You don't try to get me to go out to forget the whole date fiasco. Instead, sit here with me, eating ice cream and watching The Notebook. I'd never force you to do something you don't want to do, she seriously tells me, staring at me with soft look in her eyes. It's not my place to tell you what to do. You're your own person and you know what you need right now. I smile bashfully at her, pulling my legs to my chest as I curl up on the couch. You know, when I was younger, I wanted to be like that typical female protagonist. I wanted that outgoing, loud and nosy friend, because I was so alone. But now that I have a real friend, I know that I wouldn't have liked someone meddling in my life. I've had enough of that with my parents, I tell her quietly, leaning my chin on my knees, as I hug my pajama-clad legs. I might be a bit meddling, though, but I'll only do it to protect you. Leah jokes, making me smile. She runs her hand through her hair, sighing quietly. I don't like talking about myself, but I guess I can tell you. I went through a lot when I was younger, and I don't want those close to me to go through the same thing. After I learned how to fight, I focused on getting stronger, so I could protect my loved ones if needed. Then I fell in love with my Keiki. She smiles fondly at the memory. Like every other time, she talks about Blake, and for the first time in years, I felt inadequate. Why? I question, genuinely curious. You're beautiful, smart, confident, and just simply amazing. Why would you feel like that? I have a past, Ivy, a dark and painful past. I didn't want him involved in it. I was so used to being alone that having him with me scared me. I didn't feel strong enough to keep him safe. She sighs quietly. Oh, so that's what she means. Is that why you two never separate? I grin teasingly, trying to lighten her up. And it works. Leah laughs with a nod. Yeah. You two are so cute, I gushed. Leah only smiles warmly, but before she can say anything, the doorbell rings again. Must be our pizza. I take my wallet of the dresser in the hall, then open the front door. The delivery guy gives me an amused look when he sees my fluffy Elmo pajamas, making me blush and smile shyly as I pay him for the food before taking it inside, wishing him a good evening. "Pizza's here," I announce happily, strolling into the living room with a grin on my face. Today might not be so bad after all. Chapter 10, Ivy. The next weeks were quite peaceful, spent mostly with my friends. Leah wasn't joking when she said she's not going to leave me alone. Whenever I went out, she was there with me. Today we even have kind of a girls' day and it's the best thing ever. I noticed that Leah doesn't like girly stuff, so we didn't do anything like that. We went for massages, then got our hair done, and then we went to dinner, to this cute little bistro Leah recommended. I was genuinely shocked when Leah told me she wants to dye her hair ash blonde, but damn does it look good on her. She had 3 sessions at the salon, today's one being the last one. We talked about anything and everything the whole day, getting really close. It's so nice to spend time with someone so genuine and honest. She doesn't beat around the bush or pretend to like something she doesn't. When I suggested going shopping earlier, she straight OT told me she hates it and she'd rather not show me her angry side, saying it might scare me. Oh my gosh, girl, we're like BFFs now, like tots. I burst out laughing at Leah's horrible impression as she flips her hair mockingly. Stop it, you're horrible, I giggle, wiping the tears off my face. We've been laughing and joking the whole day, and I still can't get over how easy it is to be with her. I even had to wash off my makeup because it got ruined due to my constant laughing. Sorry, I won't play Cassie anymore, she chuckles, focusing back on her cheesecake. Even after a big dinner, she still ordered 2 pieces of cake. Amazing. How do you not get fat? I ask incredulously, staring at the half-eaten cake in front of her. I fight, remember. She chuckles in amusement. I work out a lot to stay in shape, so all the calories that I so shamelessly inhaled disappear pretty easily. She grins, patting her stomach playfully, making me laugh. But, despite how much fun we've been having the whole day, I can still see that she's bothered by something. She tries way too hard to seem cheerful and happy, and it's clear she's hiding something. After getting to know her over the last weeks, I realized that Leah is usually really calm, collected and serious. She jokes occasionally, but not to this extent. I also caught her get lost in her thoughts and sigh heavily quite a few times during the day, when she thought I wasn't looking. She usually doesn't talk about her problems, but if she's asked about them by someone she likes and trusts, she'll actually open up. After a long consideration, I finally muster up the courage to address the elephant in the room. Did something happen? I hesitantly ask, slightly afraid of overstepping my boundaries and offending her. Leah sighs deeply, like she's been doing for the whole day. You noticed, Kuh. I thought I hid it better. I smile slightly when I see she's not mad. It was quite obvious to me. I've learned enough about you to know that you're not this jolly on a daily basis. My words seem to amuse my friend as she laughs, this time sounding genuinely amused. You're right, I'm not normally like this. I guess I just didn't want you to figure out that something's wrong. So there is something going on. I knew it. There's been a lot happening in my life recently, you know, and I just can't seem to. Leah pauses, running her hand over her face tiredly. I can't handle it. You don't have to tell me if you're not comfortable with it. I don't want to pry. I try to reassure her, knowing how hard it is to open up about your problems. It's fine. I need to get it off my chest, she sighs, leaning back in her chair. A while ago, I found out that a man that hurt me when I was younger is looking for me. Then I met my biological mother and 3 brothers that I had no idea existed. Then a guy that used to bother me a few years ago came here. He started working as one of my professor's assistant, and I was pretty much forced to work with him. Few days ago, he said some things that hurt me really badly and I had kind of a breakdown. Then there's also the job as football team's manager. There's just a lot happening in a short period of time, and I'm not really coping too well with it. You know, I even thought I was pregnant. She laughs. The stress has been really wearing me out, and I kept having those drastic mood swings and it kinda freaked me out. Are you? I gasp, stunned. Am I what? Pregnant? No, I'm not. I took a test and even went to test my blood, 'cause you can never be too sure with those drugstore tests, but it all came out negative. The doctor I consulted told me I'm overloaded with stress and that's why my body's been acting up. She explains and I nod in understanding. With all she just told me, it's no wonder she got sick. Stress can be really harmful. I've seen what it can do to a person, and I'd hate to see Leah become like that. Did you tell Blake? You know, about your suspicions and everything? I implored tentatively. Of course. Leah doesn't even hesitate. I'd never keep something like that a secret from him. I always tell him everything. We don't like keeping stuff from each other. Communication and honesty are fundamental in a relationship. Without that, there would be no trust. And how do you stay with someone without trust? I know Leah's question is purely rhetorical, but it really makes me think. She's right. No matter how much you love someone, if there's no trust between you, there will always be a wall between you. And with time, you grow apart, and even the love you share might not be enough to keep you together. You're really wise. You know, I compliment with a smile, leaning my elbows on the table and putting my chin on the palms of my hands. Leah just laughs again, shaking her head. I'm not. I just learned my lesson. You see, Blake didn't know about me being, you know who. For quite some time when we were dating, he saw me get stabbed during a fight once and didn't even know it was me. I thought I was keeping him safe by leaving him in the dark, but when he stormed into my house, frantic with worry, I realized I made a mistake. I could have died and he'd never know, because I kept my identity a secret. That night I told him everything, literally. I bared my soul to him, and ever since then, we agreed to never keep anything from each other. I stare at her wide-eyed, shocked to the core. She was stabbed. Holy smokes. Oh my God. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry it happened to you. It's fine. It may have been an unfortunate event, but it brought me and Blake closer than ever. It made me realize that I can count on him in every situation, and that his feelings were genuine. My only regret is not telling him about my secret identity sooner. I almost swoon. The way she speaks about Blake is filled with so much love and admiration. It makes my heart ache. How I wish I could have someone talk about me the same way. Yeah, right. Keep dreaming. I internally scoff at my dumbness. But enough about me. I glance at Leah, only to see her already looking at me worriedly. How are you doing? I know you've been quite a busy bee these last weeks. She smiles at me. Oh, right. I didn't even get a chance to tell you, but I got into the art academy I told you about a while ago. It took a long time to convince my parents to agree to it, but they eventually caved in. My mom said it might be a good way for me to stay occupied so I don't think about boys. I laugh, of course. I have to keep up with my studies, but it's not that big of a problem. I grin. That's great. Leah gushes, but why did you have to ask your parents for permission? You're an adult. She sounds confused. I guess it is a bit weird for someone so independent to understand this. Because they're the ones that pay for it. My dad actually forbade me from taking up a part-time job cause he thinks it would damage his image. If I worked a minimal wage job, I shrug, slightly embarrassed about how much I depend on my parents. That's bullshit. Why would your work damage his image? Leah emphasizes the word with distaste. My dad's a politician. He wants to run for governor of Colorado, and he doesn't want to be involved in any scandals. I grumble quietly, but Leah still looks confused. What does that have to do with you? Why can't you work because of that? I don't know. I never really questioned it. I shrug, but as soon as the words leave my mouth, I realize how pathetic I actually am. I didn't even have the courage to ask my own dad something so important, because I'm so used to him telling me what to do. I don't get it. Leah sighs in resignation. I think I'll never understand the whole parenting thing. I giggle at her. She seems so confounded about this that it's actually quite funny. You're so weird. I laugh. Leah responds with a chuckle. I get that a lot. We finish our desserts in silence. Then Leah pays for the dinner, much to my displeasure, and we head home in her gorgeous black Camaro. I love this car. I've never thought I would like muscle cars, but this one stole my heart. But my dad would never get me one. He didn't even let me get a driver's license. So it's not like I could drive, but I can still dream. The traffic is horrible and it's not long before we're stuck on the road. It looks like we'll be here for a while. So I decide to ask the one question that's been on my mind for the whole day. Can I ask you something? Sure, shoot. Why the sudden change of hair? I was meaning to ask you this, but I was worried you'd find me intrusive. I frown in uncertainty, but Leah only laughs, going as far as hitting the steering wheel with her hand. Oh God, you're so cute. You have no idea what intrusive means. She throws me a side glance. shaking her head in amusement. I just had to do something for myself. I needed a change, a drastic one, and I wanted to surprise Blake. I watched stunned as a slight blush appears on her cheeks. Oh God, so cute. Can I ask what's the occasion? I tease, enjoying seeing this side of my friend. Tomorrow's our 600-day anniversary. Every 100 days we have a celebration of sorts, she quietly tells me with a smile. Ah, that's so cute, I gush. You guys are so adorable. Thanks, she grins. We try. Oh, how I wish I had a relationship like yours. I sigh heavily, fiddling with my hands in my lap distractedly. You will, don't worry, Leah assures me, patting my hand. I doubt it, I mumble indignantly. Leah either doesn't hear me or pretends to, since she doesn't comment on that. Not that I want her to. I don't like showing people how insecure I am, or how low my self-esteem is. Confident people, like Leah, either don't understand it or tell me to suck it up. Even my mom thinks I'm pitiful, as if she's not the one that made me this way. I don't ponder over this for long, not wanting to drag myself down again. I glance at Leah briefly, only to see her smirking to herself as she concentrates on the road. But I have a feeling her smile is not connected to the traffic. It's more like she knows something I don't. Chapter 11. Ivy. My whole Saturday is spent studying for the upcoming tests I have next week. I need to revise the material so I can get a good grade. The amount of assignments is overwhelming, but I don't mind. I'd rather do this than spend another evening watching sad movies and eating junk food. Leah and Blake are with the football team in Los Angeles, where they have a game tonight. But even though they're busy, Leah still called me to check how I was doing. She's been doing that all the time whenever I wasn't with her, mainly because of the situation at the club a few weeks ago. I hadn't seen the man Leah beat up again, but it may be because I spend most of my time outside with her and Blake. The fact that they're being watched by some bikers might also be a reason for my peace. After a few hours of working on my assignments, my doorbell rings, almost sending me into a panic attack. I know for a fact it's not Leah, Blake, or the guys from the team, since they're all in a different state, and I don't really have other friends that could come for a visit. None of my classmates from college know where I live. It could be my dad, but I'm sure he called beforehand, and he has no real reason to come here. I reluctantly make my way to the front door when the doorbell rings again, feeling incredibly afraid of the person outside. My hands keep shaking uncontrollably, and for a moment, I even consider getting the gun Leah gave me before she left. With trembling hand and shaky breath, I open the door, only to sigh in relief when I see my guests. It's Gunn and his wife. Hi, Ivy, Maggie waves in greeting, smiling warmly at me. I shyly greet her back, inviting them both in. Gunn is a member of the biker club that's been watching over Leah. She told me that there's a man after her, the same one that hurt her as a child, and the club decided to guard her. I didn't dare ask how did that man hurt her, but it must be bad if she didn't even want to see his face. When she mentioned it, she looked ready to kill. It scared me, I'll admit, but it also showed me how painful the memory really is to her. I follow Gunn and Maggie to my small living room, wincing at the sight of my scattered notes and books. They must think I'm a slob. I'm sorry, Flower. We didn't mean to bother you while you're studying. Maggie frowns worriedly, glancing around the messy room. I heard you're alone for the weekend and thought that I'd bring you dinner. She smiles softly, handing me a bag with heavenly-smelling food. Flower. I can only stare at her in stunned silence, completely taken off guard by the sudden gesture. Then my mind registers what she said. What do you mean you heard that I'm alone? I question curiously, tilting my head in confusion. Leah told me. Maggie grins fondly at the mention of my friend. She mentioned how you'd usually eat together, and Dominic also saw you together quite a few times while he was watching her. Why did she tell you that? I mumble, embarrassed. I'm not that hopeless, am I? Oh, no, she didn't tell us to bring you anything. Gunn denies immediately, taking a seat on the couch as I put the bag on the coffee table. She just mentioned going to Los Angeles with the football team. So I thought I'd get you something. I came here a few days ago, after Killer went back to Wofford, and I wanted to visit my little girl, but I didn't know she'd be gone, and I decided to visit you instead. Every friend of my daughter is also my child. I know how fond Leah is of you, and I wanted to meet you. I almost melt at the adoring look in Maggie's eyes, before frowning in confusion again. Daughter. I gasp. You're Leah's parents. For some reason, My question amuses both Gunn and Maggie as they laugh loudly. No, we're not, but we think of her as our child. I can't have kids, even though I always wanted them, and when Tank introduced Leah to us, I immediately took a liking to her. She's like the daughter we've never had, Gunn explains with a soft look. It's unusual to see a big scary biker smile so warmly. Not that I know anything about bikers to begin with. That's so nice, I sigh happily. All right, Flower, enough talking. The food's gonna get cold, Maggie states with a smile. Thank you, for bringing this. I shyly accept the gift, fiddling with the long sleeves of my shirt. Maggie seems to realize I don't really know what to do and gets up from my small couch, pulling Gunn with her. We're going to leave you alone now. You seem to be quite busy. She glances pointedly at my books. Have a nice day, Flower. She gives me a hug that I can only describe as motherly. Even my own mother never hugged me like this. She never really hugged me to begin with. Thank you for the dinner. It's really nice of you, I stammer pathetically, overwhelmed by the sudden emotion that Maggie's warm hug brought. It's no problem. I'm in Berkeley for the next few days or so if you'd maybe like to meet. She trails off unsurely. I don't hesitate. Maggie seems really nice, and she gives off that motherly vibe that makes me feel unbelievably happy and warm. I'd love to meet up sometime. Can I have your number? I rush to my desk to get my phone, but I can't find it anywhere. Maggie, noticing my struggle, hands me her own phone. Just put your number in mine. I'll text you and we can set up a date. She grins. I quickly put in the number, then give her the phone back, getting a proud smiling response as she pats my head. Such a good girl. Make sure to eat your dinner. Okay. She strokes my hair gently, despite how soft her voice is. I feel like I have no choice but to listen to her. There's an underlying sternness in her voice that I don't dare to defy. Okay. I nod with a smile. Thank you. Again. It's no problem, she assures, hugging me again. Once she pulls away, I'm being smothered by Gunn's big arms as he hugs me too, trying not to squish me too much with his massive body. To say I'm surprised would be an understatement of the century. I'd never expect such action from him. Stay safe and healthy. Okay. And don't hesitate to call if you need something. He smiles at me, patting my head like Maggie did earlier, before they both walk out of my small studio, leaving me completely stupefied. I glance at the bag Maggie gave me, tempted to see what's inside but scared to open it at the same time. Feeling brave, I take out the few dishes that were neatly packed inside and open them one by one, greedily inhaling the delicious aroma. There's a variety of different dishes here and none of them contain meat, just the way I like it. Leah must have mentioned that I'm a pescatarian. There's also a note attached to the bag. I gently detach it, trying to not rip it, and read it. I thought you might miss homemade food. I heard you don't eat meat, so you won't find any. Hope you like it. Mama Maggie. I feel tears brimming in my eyes as I read the note time and time again. It's the first time I'm actually having a homemade meal. My parents were always too busy with their careers to eat with me. They simply ordered food from a restaurant and had it delivered every day to our house. That's why I'm so used to eating alone. I can't remember the last time someone cooked for me. I literally cry as I dig into the food Maggie brought me, touched by the loving gesture beyond belief. She made it specifically for me, just for me, and not because she was paid to do it. She wanted to. She even called herself Mama Maggie. Is that what she likes to be called? Should I call her that when I meet her? Maybe I could. She's more motherly and loving than my own mother ever was. The food fills not only my stomach, but also my heart. I feel loved. It's a foreign feeling, one I've never really experienced before, especially not with my family. But maybe it's my fault. Maybe I'm just unlovable. Maybe I don't deserve to be loved by someone. Maybe I'm destined to be alone. Maybe that's why no one cares about me. No, that's a lie. I can't say no one cares about me. Leah does. She's my real friend and she genuinely likes me. Does she though? Maybe she just pities me. Maybe she thinks I'm so pathetic she feels bad for me. She knows about my relationship with my parents. She knows how Lorenzo stood me up with no remorse. She saw the real me. The quiet, insecure, shy, pitiful little girl that can't even stand up for herself. I'm 20 years old and I can't even get my life together. So what's the point of living?
Chapter 12. Lorenzo. The few alphas gathered in the room are getting on my nerves. They keep interrupting the meeting, and I have to put them in their place just to be able to continue. I've been constantly meeting with the packs for the last weeks. Due to the difficult situation with recent attacks on them, almost every pack has been attacked and suffered a great damage. Almost. The Dark Moon pack, where I am at the moment, has really suffered, having the strongest army on the whole continent, led by none other than Beast. She and her army of deads easily dealt with the attackers and even managed to catch a few of them alive. After I visited the packs that didn't handle their situation so well, I came here to interrogate the intruders. Right now I'm sitting in Alpha King's office with his mate, Thea, his son Theo. I wonder what happened to their firstborn. Hunter and a few neighboring alphas accompanying us. The men are way chattier than I would have liked. I hate having to listen to their constant banter. It's extremely annoying. Luna Kingston, also known as Beast, seems to share my sentiment, glaring at the men every once in a while and rolling her eyes at them. Enough, I command. Fed up with them, we're not here to exchange gossip, are we? I snarl, using my alpha command to get them to submit. They all immediately bare their necks to me, lowering their heads. Only Beast remains unaffected by my authority. Annoying woman. I hate the fact she's immune to my power. It's incredibly aggravating to see her defy me in everything. How many wolves attacked you? I direct my question to Beast, who is the one fighting the attackers. Almost 100. Some of them smelled like rogues, some not. There were also humans in their midst. Humans? I lift my eyebrow incredulously. This hasn't happened in other packs I went to, where they equipped to fight against werewolves. I question. Beast hesitates for a moment, glancing at her man unsurely. She clearly doesn't want to talk to me. The feeling's mutual. They were. Leo got hit with a silver bullet, and Shane was grazed with one. I frown at this. No one else got hurt. Leo lets out a relieved sigh. No, thank goddess. I notice Beast staring at me seriously, so I decide to ask what she wants. What is it? Luna Kingston, you seem to be hiding something. I accuse with a curl of my lips, letting her know I'm not fucking happy about her keeping things from me. We're facing a serious crisis, and she thinks she can just do whatever she pleases. There was something weird about the attack, she states, tightening her grip on Leo's hand. Those guys, they seem to target Leo. I don't let my surprise show. Even thought this piece of information is quite shocking. They targeted Leo. Again, weird. No other alpha was targeted. The attack seemed random, only focused on doing as much damage as possible. Why would they focus on Leo? My half-brother pulls his mate closer to his chest, soothing her nerves by kissing her head and face, smothering her with his affection. He's so fucking lucky to have his mate with him, unlike me. I haven't seen my little mate for weeks, having to leave in a hurry, before we even had the chance to go on our date. Onyx was heartbroken about leaving her and has completely withdrawn from me. He's not taking being away from our mate well. Then there's the pain in my chest that just doesn't seem to disappear. It's like something is crushing my heart. My whole soul yearns to go back to our mate, but I can't just neglect my duties as the Alpha King. There are thousands of wolves that I'm responsible for. I wish I could just take Ivy with me, but it's too dangerous for her. When I have no idea who I'm dealing with, she's safer without me. Even if it hurts me, I just hope she'll forgive me for leaving without a word. She must have thought I stood her up. I quickly dismiss the thought of my mate from my mind, and even though it's near to impossible to stop thinking about her, I need to focus on the matter at hand. I want to see the intruders. We need fucking answers. I order, getting up from my seat and heading outside, not even caring if the others follow me or now. There's something that doesn't add up and it's frustrating. Beast and the alphas follow me to the dungeon, where the attackers are being held, thankfully not saying even a word. They must have noticed I'm not in the mood to deal with them. The first thing that catches my attention when I enter the prison is the stench of rogues, along with a weak smell of a human. Why would humans attack the pack? There are very few people that know of our existence. It makes no sense for them to attack us. The rogues clearly recognize who I am as they pale considerably. Some of them are even shaking in fear. Who do you serve? I asked as soon as I'm in front of their cell, not beating around the bush. The alpha command in my voice compels them to answer me, no matter how much they don't want to do it. The rogue in the front struggles to keep his mouth shut, clenching his jaw tightly and averting his gaze from mine. The others don't even bother trying to defy me, mumbling incoherently. When I growl at them to speak clearer, they all open their mouths, showing me their cut tongues. Shit, they can't fucking speak. I turn to the man closest to me, who's muttering something under his breath. Clearly still having his tone intact, I said, "Who do you serve?" I put more force into my voice, making him squirm in fear as he tries to not give in to the command. "They'll kill me if I reveal anything." I catch him mumble as he stares at his clenched fist, following his line of sight. I see a small bump on the inside of his wrist, hidden by the chain restraining him. I gesture at Leo to open the cell, then walk in and take the rogue's filthy arm in my hand, easily ripping the chain off, and inspect the hard protrusion on his wrist. It looks like an implant. In a split second, I have the small device removed from under his skin, using my claw to cut through it before crushing the bug between my fingers. "It's a fucking bug. Who gave you this?" I questioned the rogue, tightening my hold of his already broken arm. I might have used a bit too much force when I grabbed it, but I don't feel even an ounce of remorse for hurting him. "T the human that. He wants too. I can't tell why you. Please don't make him me," he wails pathetically, struggling to speak. "I'm losing my fucking patience. He better give me something or I'll rip him to shreds." "Who?" I growl, throwing him into the nearest wall. "I don't care, no." He coughs out. "I don't smell a lie," and it infuriates me even more. He really doesn't know, and the others can't tell me cause they got no fucking tongues. Lorenzo B's voice catches my attention. "What?" I snarl at her, baring my canines in warning. "Don't give me this shit," she sneers, flashing her red eyes. "I was trying to tell you that the human has something on his fucking neck." She spits angrily, glaring at me. How I fucking hate this woman. I turn to the human in question, staring at his neck to see what the hell B saw there. Then I notice it. The tattoo is the ancient emblem of the Alpha King.
Chapter 13, Ivy. There's only one thing I didn't want to happen on a sunny Saturday afternoon. It's the one thing I've been dreading happening ever since I moved here. So, of course, it happens right when I don't want it to happen. Dad calling. I take a deep breath to calm my recent heartbeat, then pick up the phone. "Hi, Dad." I quietly greet him, sitting on the couch with my pajama-clad legs against my chest. I notice that whenever I talk to my parents, I always curl up on myself to get some sense of security. Why do I need to feel secure while talking to my own parents? I don't know. "What took you so long to pick up the phone, Yvette? Are you with someone? Is it a boy?" Dad demands harshly, making me flinch at the loudness of his voice. "And no, I was just studying." I stammer pathetically, like every other time I talk to my dad. "Good." I bite my lip unsurely, debating on whether to ask the question burning in my mind. "Why did you call, Dad?" "I'm calling to warn you that I'm on my way to get you. You're coming back with me to Colorado." I feel my eyes widen at Dad's declaration. "What, Dad?" "No," I gasp, completely appalled by the idea. "Yes." "Do you think I'd allow you to stay anywhere near the people you call friends?" He screams at me. "I did a fucking research on that Leah girl and her football player. Do you know whose daughter she is? A goddamn thug. And I will not let you hang around someone like that. She's a bad influence for you." I'm close to tears as I listen to my dad's angry rant. I don't like being yelled at. "Why you can't do this to me, please? I have school here, Dad. I'm already a year behind, and I don't want to lose another one." I cry out, harshly wiping off my tears with the sleeve of my fluffy pajama. "Yes, I can. Don't forget who's paying for that school you mentioned. Can't you fucking see what I'm talking about? You're already talking back to me. And it's been barely weeks of you being friends with that thug girl. You're not staying there anymore, and that's final. You're coming back with me to Colorado, and then you're going to fulfill your duty as my daughter." He yells at me before hanging up, so I can't say anything more. I stare at the phone for a few seconds, then start bawling my eyes out. I curl up into a small ball on the couch, just crying into my knees for what feels like forever. I don't want to go back. I don't want to leave what I have found here. After a long while, my head starts hurting from all the crying, but I'm too tired, both physically and mentally, to do anything about it, so I just lie down on the couch and stare at nothing, snuggling into the thick fluffy blanket Leah got me as a housewarming gift. How can my dad treat me like this? How can he not see that he's making me unhappy? How can he not realize he's hurting me? I glance at my bandaged wrist, remembering the feel of my razor blade sliding through the skin, replacing my internal pain with external one. I suddenly feel tempted to do that again, to just let go and let the pain drip away with the blood. I sluggishly get up from the couch and head to the bathroom, where I take one of my razors out of a cabinet. I stare at it for the longest while, just debating on whether to do it again or not, Before I unwrap the bandage from my wrist, the feel of cold steel blade cutting the delicate skin on my inner wrist brings me both pain and relief. I concentrate on the red substance pouring out of the wound, and not about the anguish I'm feeling inside. This time, one cut is not enough. I make 10. I'm feeling lightheaded, but the pain in my heart still doesn't disappear. It just intensifies when I realize that even if I was to cut too deep, no one would be affected by it. No one would miss me. No one would be sad. No one would care about me. I slowly clean up the blood from the sink before discarding the razor and wrapping a fresh bandage around my forearm. I sigh quietly as I look at my arm, somehow unable to feel bad about what I'd just done. How can I feel bad when cutting up was the only way to make me feel better, even if it was only for a moment? After I'm done cleaning up my mess, I go towards the bedroom to sleep off the lightheadedness. I don't care about my dad coming here anymore. I just want to sleep. I'm brutally woken up by someone banging on my front door. I guess my time has come. I don't bother putting on real clothes or taming my wild hair. Simply walking towards my front door, that someone, most likely my dad, is trying to break down. Yvette, open the fucking door. Don't make me angry. I was right. It is my dad. I unwillingly open the door, only to meet with the sight of not only my furious father, but also Jake. He's standing slightly behind my dad, smirking at me evilly. I hate the guy. He knows that my parents want me to marry him, and he's not afraid to show how much he likes the idea. He only sees me as a way to get my family's fortune. If we got married, he would take over Dad's company and all the assets my dad has in his name. Yvette, Dad berates loudly, put on some clothes, for fuck's sake. How dare you greet your guests while looking like this? He storms past me into the apartment, heading straight to my bedroom, while Jake just eyes me up, making me feel utterly uncomfortable. I snap out of my sleepy state as I realize what Dad's here for and rush to him, leaving Jake by the door. I grab Dad's arm with pure despair, stopping him from packing up my suitcase. Dad, please no, I don't want to leave. I don't care. You're not staying here. Just seeing you like this reinforces my decision. Your mother will set you straight, both about your attitude and your god-awful clothes. Do you even think about the way you look like? Do you realize how much your goddamn appearance can affect my image? I flinch at Dad's harsh tone, stepping away from him with my head bowed. I don't want him to see my tears. I don't want him to know how much he hurts me. He may be cruel, but he's still my father. I'll go change. I mumble quietly, taking a set of underwear from my dresser and a cream-colored dress from my closet, before heading to the bathroom. Once I'm changed, I walk out, only sighing heavily when I see my dad's already done with my baggage. Dad, please don't do this. I try pleading again, ignoring Jake's curious gaze directed at my arm. I really like it here. Oh, you do? You like that rude thug girl and her cocky boyfriend. You think that you're on the same level as them? That I'll let you become a crude lowlife like them? I'm not going to be fooled by their good grades and popularity. I'm not as stupid as you. I feel physical pain at my father's words, my heart breaking in two. He's never spoken to me this way before, and having Jake here makes it all this even worse. I feel like he's the one behind this idea of coming back. He's been feeding my father with strange ideas for years, doing everything he could to make them think that no one but him will ever accept me. But I'm not going to be pulled into his trap. I won't be used for his benefit. Dad, I'm not going. I declare with all the dominance I can muster. Yes, you are, Dad offhandedly says, not even bothering to face me, still shoving my clothes into the bag. No, I'm not, I repeat with more force. You can't do this to me anymore. I'm 20 years old, officially an adult, and you can't control me like this. Dad zips up the bag, then turns to me with a harsh scowl. Don't make me use force, Yvette. You're coming home with us, whether you want it or not. I've had enough of your defiance, he growls warningly, letting me know he's extremely unhappy with me. But I won't back down, not this time. You can't force me into anything, Dad, I bravely tell him, for once staring straight into his eyes as I speak. Usually, I don't dare meet his gaze, feeling intimidated by his posture and authority. But after finally getting away from his clutches and experiencing freedom for the first time, I realize that I have nothing to fear and can't let him dictate my life anymore. Dad and Jake exchange looks before they give me a mocking look. Is that so? Who's paying for your education? For your stupid art classes in this apartment? Ew, me. And that gives me every right to make decisions for you. You wouldn't survive without my money for even a week, Dad taunts. Yes, I would, I rebuke, clenching my fists at my sides. You're always using the same argument to make me do what you want, but not this time. I want to be independent. I want to pursue my dreams. I want to live my life. I yell at him with tears streaming down my face, slightly enjoying the surprise on Father's face. You should be thinking about improving your relationship with Jake before your marriage, and not that idiotic art you're so crazy about. Your future husband is standing right here and you dare speak to me this way. What is he going to think of you? It's fine, Henry. It's actually cute to see her so worked up about this. I glare at the amused snark on Jake's face. She's still young, so it's understandable she wants to live a little. She'll get over it once we're married. I'll make sure of it. Is that a threat I'm hearing? Thanks, Jake. You're like the son I always wanted. Dad sighs in relief, making me gape at him in shock, absolutely heartbroken. He just implied that he didn't want me. Then why don't you get rid of me and adopt him instead? I storm out of the room, quickly grabbing my wallet and house keys, then running out the front door. I don't want to wait for the elevator, so I head to the emergency stairs, barely seeing the door through my tears. When I hear rushed heavy footsteps following me, I run faster, not even minding that I'm still barefoot. I exit the staircase just a floor below mine, to throw Dad and Jake off my trail. I'm sobbing terribly as I rush down the hallway, ignoring my dad bellowing my name furiously as he follows after me. It's not long before I'm caught. Dad grips harshly onto my arm, no doubt leaving bruises on me as I struggle against him. Let me go. You're hurting me. Let me go. I cry out, trying to pry his hands off me. Stop making a scene. You're coming with me, Dad yells furiously, scaring me even more. I barely notice the blood seeping through the bandage, concentrated on Jake coming towards us with his belt in his hands. Pure panic spreads through me when I catch his sadistic grin as he marches down the hallway. What's going on here? Let her go. An older woman storms out of one of the apartments, screaming at my dad, who's still trying to drag me away. I know this woman. I've seen her a few times, and I remember Leah mentioning a meddling older neighbor living a floor below ours. Her apartment is right under Leah and Blake's, and ever since I started living here, I've seen her many times on my way home. Seeing he has an audience, Dad instantly changes his tune and smiles charmingly at the woman. Nothing's going on here, Ma'am. We're trying to take my daughter back home, but as you can see, she's pretty drunk and doesn't want to cooperate. I gape at his audacity, struggling against his grip with newfound strength. How can he do this to me? The woman turns to me, clearly seeing my tear-stricken face and frightened expression. She gives me a subtle wink, then turns back to my father. Yeah, right. She scoffs that why that young man is holding a belt, and you're blatantly bruising this poor girl. You think I'm naive? Let her go this instant or I'm calling the cops, she yells at my father, throwing a furtive hateful glare at Jake in the process. There's no need to involve the police. I am her father and the man behind me is her husband. We're only trying to take her home. Dad tries to placate the woman, but I don't intend to let him get away with this. Helen, call the cops. Please help me. I cry out to her as the pain spreading through my arm becomes too much. I fight to pull it away from my father's big hand, but his grip is unrelenting, remaining tight and painful. You got it, girl. She pulls out her phone, still glaring at Jake and my dad, then explains the situation. They'll be here in few minutes. This neighborhood is one of the most secure ones in the city. You two men made a mistake by thinking you can get away with harassing this nice little girl like this. Helen sneers at them while I strain to get free. My attempts are rewarded with nothing but pain. I scream in agony as my arm is ripped out of the socket, hanging limp by my side after Dad releases it in shock. Ivy, Yvette, I hear Helen's panicked scream, and Dad's angry one as I stumble away from him, holding my dislocated shoulder gently. I give my dad a tearful glare. I hate you. I spit at him with all the hatred I can feel. Helen carefully wraps her arms around me and stabilizes me when I almost trip. I turn my head to give her a small pain smile, grateful for her help. And then I pass out.
Chapter 14, Lorenzo. My heart feels like it'll beat its way out of my chest as I drive back to Berkeley. It's been fucking weeks since I was last here and I can't believe I'd ever say this, but I miss this place. I think it's because my mate is there. I can't wait to see her. I've been trying to find out why those rogues and humans had the Alpha King's emblem on them. But my effort was fruitless. Almost every human had their tongue cut off, and the wolves didn't know who was behind the attacks. This is getting really messy. Just as I enter the city, there's an unsettling feeling in my chest, a heaviness that restricts my lungs to the point of being painful. And I have this uneasy feeling it's connected to my mate. There's something wrong with Ivy. I speed through the streets of Berkeley, heading straight to Ivy's apartment complex, cursing at every slow driver that stops me from reaching my destination. It would be so much faster to just run. But how can I do this in a city filled with people? I don't need anyone prying into is there a wolf running down the streets of Berkeley. The werewolf community must remain a secret from humans. Revealing ourselves could end up in a war. Humans aren't exactly fond of beings different than them. As soon as I reach the building my little mate lives in, I'm hit by a wave of anxiety, which definitely isn't mine, Ivy. I hastily park the car, then rush to the emergency staircase, using my speed to get to the top floor. But when I pass the floor below it, I hear screams, "Ivy, Yvette!" I burst through the door, nearly ripping it from its hinges, and watch, horrified, as Ivy's chocolate eyes roll back and her body sways. I don't care about anything anymore, and then rush to my mate to catch her body before it hits the ground, pushing the two men that are in my way with a lot of force, sending them crashing against the walls. Ivy, I breathe out anxiously, cupping her face as I cradle her in my arms, kneeling on the floor with her body secured tightly in my embrace. I don't miss how her shoulder is out of place, and the smell of blood surrounding her almost makes me nauseous. My poor mate is hurt. I snarl at the two men in front of me with pure fury when I see the harsh scowls on their faces, the younger one holding what seems to be a belt. Did it fucking hit her with it? Who the fuck are you? I growl at them, getting up with Ivy in my arms, holding her bridal style against my chest. I fucking knew it, the older man yells furiously, glaring at my unconscious girl. I sent her here to steady and she's whoring around. I growl at him, tightening my hold on my mate to stay grounded and not rip his head off, like Onyx is telling me to. How dare you speak of her this way? I'll speak about my daughter however the fuck I want. Daughter, this monster is Ivy's father. I don't care who you are, I sneer. You'll never speak about my girl this way. I make sure to use my alpha command on him, slightly enjoying the nervous looks that cross his and the other man's faces. They gulp loudly, then avert their gazes from my furious one. Honey, you might want to take Ivy to the hospital. She's really hurt. I turn to the older woman beside me when I hear her worried voice. She's staring at my little mate with a concerned frown, which turns into a glare when she turns to the other men. They were trying to drag her away and hurt her. I called the cops, so why don't you take Ivy away and I'll deal with those suckers? I almost smile at the feisty woman in front of me. Thank you, Helen. She smiles warmly. Helen, thank you. I bow my head slightly in gratitude, then carry my mate away. Where do you think you're going? I calls when I hear the younger guy's angry voice as he stomps towards me, still carrying the belt in his hand. The older guy stays quiet, but glares at me with pure hatred. I'm taking her to see a fucking doctor. You moron, but you can be sure I'll deal with you later. I growl at him, then walk away with my sweet Ivy in my arms. She's the only reason I'm not ripping those guys into shreds right now. My little Ivy's lying in the passenger seat of my Mustang as I race to the hospital, breaking countless laws on my way. I can only thank the fate that I thought about building hospitals for werewolves in every big city in the country. I won't have to worry about the formalities or explain who Ivy is to me. Every wolf can feel my authority and they can't oppose it. I rush through the door of the hospital, kicking it open with enough force to rip it off the hinges, then storm towards the emergency room, ordering the nearest doctor to help my mate. She immediately gets to work, knowing better than to anger an agitated Alpha. She gestures at me to follow her to the private wing of the hospital and lay my Ivy on the bed. I gently place my mate's small bruised body on the big soft bed, caressing her face lovingly. She doesn't deserve to feel pain. She doesn't deserve to be hurt. Her father and that other bumhole will fucking pay for touching my mate. Alpha King, may I ask you to step back a bit? I need space to work, the female doctor nervously implores, clearly feeling uncomfortable in my presence. I know my aura is overwhelming for an average werewolf, but it's not like I can stop projecting it with my mate hurt and bloodied right in front of me. I reluctantly step back, but still keep my eyes on the doctor as she takes off Ivy's bandage and cuts off the strap of her dress. I wince at the sight of her popped shoulder and cuts on her inner forearm. She cut herself. No words can describe the pain I feel when I realize I failed my mate. For weeks, I've been feeling unsettled and upset. But I didn't do anything to check up on my little mate, too busy being the king. How could I be so blind and careless? I need to set it. The doctor catches my attention, gesturing at Ivy's shoulder. I can only nod at her. You might have to hold her down. She might wake up once I pop the bone back in, she warns. I carefully lift Ivy's body off the bed and get behind her, wrapping my arms around her tiny frame, cradling her against my chest. She's so tiny, how could anyone hurt her? I keep my mate sitting between my legs with her back leaning against my chest as the doctor gently takes Ivy's arm in her hands, waiting for my signal. Once I nod at her, she pops the bone in place, making Ivy wake up with a scream. I tighten my hold on her, when she thrashes around for a moment before she passes out again. I can only stare at her worriedly as I hold her, my poor little mate. Alpha, can you let her lie down? There's another injury I'd like to take care of, the doctor tentatively asks after a moment. I wordlessly remove myself from behind my mate, then lay her down. The cuts on her arm are really concerning. There's about 10 of them, and my heart breaks as I look at them. My little Ivy, my poor little Ivy. Thankfully, Ivy doesn't need stitches, but it's still heartbreaking to see her so hurt after the cuts are cleaned and wrapped in a fresh bandage. Ivy's taken for X-rays before I take her to her room. I silently sit beside her bed, caressing her small face with my fingers, occasionally leaning up to place my lips against her cheek and forehead. She's so delicate and fragile. She's meant to be protected, not hurt. I just want to take her away and keep her from harm for the rest of eternity. She sets off all my protective instincts, and I'll be damned before I let someone cause her pain again. How could I be so stupid and leave you? I wonder out loud, hoping to find some sort of relief in expressing my feelings to my mate. I should have taken you with me. This wouldn't have happened if I hadn't left you here. I hope you can forgive me for this. I can't imagine my life without you. Not now that I've found you. There's so much I have to tell you, so much I need to explain. I sigh, where do I even begin? What will you think of me once you learn the truth? My sweet little Ivy, I hope you won't hate me. I drop my head in shame, burying my face in my hands as I realize the damage I've done to our bond. How will I face her after treating her so badly? I pray she will give me a chance. I will beg and grovel at her feet, if that's what it takes for her to forgive me. I won't hate you. My head shoots up at the quiet voice of my mate. I stare at her in shock, suddenly afraid of touching her. I don't know how she'll react. My hand hovers over hers, but before I can make my decision, Ivy slowly grasps onto it, gasping at the instant tingles that surge through our bodies at the contact. Ivy, I breathe out lovingly. Where am I? She quietly asks, frowning in confusion as she glances around the room. You're in a hospital. I brought you here after you passed out. I explained shortly. I'm so sorry I didn't come back earlier. None of this would have happened if only I didn't leave you. You have no idea how much it pains me to see you hurt. Ivy shyly averts her gaze from me, choosing to look at the wall in front of her rather than me. I don't show it, but this one gesture speaks more than any words could. She hates us, Onyx whimpers in my head, hiding his maw under his paws. Ivy, can you look at me? I plead, not caring how pathetic I may sound. You stood me up, she croaks, still not looking at me. I didn't mean to. Something happened, and I had to take care of it. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I'm so sorry I hurt you like this. I feel pieces of my heart break off with every tear that leaves my mate's eyes. You did hurt me, but you came back and even took care of me, and that means a lot, she whispers, throwing me a sad glance. Can you tell me what was that all about? Why did that man hurt you? I asked her, barely keeping my wolf at bay. He's furious that Ivy's father and that other guy dared lay their hands on our mate, and it takes all my power to keep him away. He definitely chased after those men and killed them in the most painful way possible. Ivy drops her head, staring sadly at her lap as she plays nervously with the hem of her gown. I gently take her small hand in mine, making her tearful gaze meet my worried one. Ivy, I just want to help you. Because I'm attracted to you and I want to take care of you, if you let me, of course, I confess, stroking the back of her hand softly. She hesitates. I don't want to talk about it yet. I need to go over it myself first. I give in with a nod when I see the pleading look in her eyes. Okay, love, I won't push you. Thanks. I debate for a moment about whether to ask Ivy about the cuts on her arm, but I decide not to. I don't want to hurt her more than I already have. I just need to make sure she doesn't do it again.
Chapter 15. Ivy, I have stay in the hospital for the rest of the weekend for observation. Great. Lorenzo left a while ago to supposedly get me some food. that I can't find it in me to be happy about him looking after me. I'm too busy thinking about where I'm going to stay after I'm discharged. I have no idea if my dad took away my stuff after I was brought here. And just as this thought crosses my mind, my phone rings. Thank God I had it in my dress pocket when I ran out. Hello. Hi, Ivy, it's Jordan. Good morning, Mr. Mitchell. Good morning, though it's actually night here. He chuckles. I'm calling you 'cause I got a concerning call from your father. He wanted to terminate the contract for the flat, saying you're sick and can't stay there longer. Is that true? He worriedly asks, making me blush in embarrassment. My dad lied to him just to get me to go home. No, it's not. I'm fine and I would very much like to stay at the studio. I shyly tell him if you're okay with that. Of course. I fidget in the bed, playing with the thin blanket I was given by the nurse earlier. Since only one of my arms can move, I have the phone on speaker. That's fine. Sure, I'd hate to find another person to live there. He chortles. It's not as easy as it seems. Thank you. No problem, he warmly says before hanging up. Is there something wrong, love? I turn my head when I hear Lorenzo's worried voice. I hesitate telling him about my living situation. I don't want to appear even more pathetic than I already am. It's nothing, I quietly say, averting my gaze from his. Those honey-colored eyes have some strange power to compel me to do anything, to tell anything. I know it's weird, but that's how I feel around him. One look and I turn into mush. Love, I can tell something's bothering you, Lorenzo states and gets the tray from the end of the bed, sliding it to my waist and placing the bag with food on it. I'm not exactly hungry, but I don't have the courage to deny Lorenzo. That's how much he affects me. I'm ready to do anything for him and all he has to do is just look at me or speak to me with his deep gentle voice. Pathetic. It's nothing, I repeat, turning to look at the window instead of the honey-eyed man. Love, please eat something. I'm not hungry, I retort, not even glancing at the food he brought. Lorenzo quietly sighs. Love, you need to eat something. You lost a lot of blood. I shut my eyes in shame, not wanting to see the disappointment in Lorenzo's. I can take it from my father, my mother, even my friends, but not him. I don't want him to hate me. I stay quiet, still absent-mindedly looking out the window. After a while, Lorenzo takes away the already cold food and sets the tray back at the end of the bed. I don't even look at him, so he doesn't see the tears brimming in my eyes. I'm so ashamed right now, so embarrassed about him seeing me like this. I don't like people knowing about my family problems. Lorenzo gets a call and excuses himself for a moment, but I don't even bother saying anything. I don't want to do anything, even talk. I just want to go to sleep and not wake up. I've had enough of everything. I lie down on my good side, wincing in pain when I unintentionally move my dislocated shoulder. Great, now I'm incapacitated for at least a few weeks. With a heavy sigh, I close my eyes and let the exhaustion pull me to dreamland.
Lorenzo, where are they? I see into the phone, almost bursting in fury. I told Alex to get the two men who harassed my mate from the police station, but they already got away when he reached the place. Who the fuck is Ivy's father to evade cops so easily? Why did it hurt her? They're in Ivy's place, tacking up for stuff. I growl at this. As much as I wish I could just barge in there and make them leave, I can't. This is Ivy's father. No matter how much of an bumhole is, I may be your mate, but she doesn't know it yet. I can't push her too hard, not in the state she's in. But I can make it better. I'll take care of her. I'll make her see how important she is to me. Alex, get as much of Ivy's belongings from her studio and bring them to the penthouse. If those men show any resistance, you're permitted to use force. I snarl. Ivy's staying with me from now on. Are you sure? Did you ask her? Don't question me. I growl lowly, then hang up. I haven't asked Ivy, obviously, but I can't possibly let her stay alone in her delicate state. She is hurt and she's going to need help while her arm is healing. I wish I could take her pain away, but unfortunately it's impossible. I can ease it a bit by touching my mate, thanks to the maid bond, but her shoulder still needs to heal in its own pace. If she was a werewolf, it would be already healed, but since she's a human, it's going to take weeks to get back to how it was. Not to mention the cuts on her arm. I have to make sure she doesn't hurt herself again. It physically pained me to see the blood on her skin, and the scars that will undoubtedly remain will keep reminding me of my failure forever. My poor mate cut herself and I wasn't even there. Taking a deep calming breath, I walked back into Ivy's room, only to see her asleep. She looks so peaceful and calm when she sleeps. There are no traces of pain on her small beautiful face, no tears running down her cheeks. "My sweet little mate," I whisper, sitting on the edge of her bed and delicately caressing her face. "How I wish I could take the pain away, make it all better for you." I trail my fingertip over her tear-stricken cheek, frowning in pain. "My poor little Ivy, if only I could turn back time, I would never leave you. I would never let all this happen. You don't know that yet, but you're the most important person to me, and I will prove it to you, I confess," pressing a loving kiss to her head before going back to stroking it gently. It's way too early to say that I love her, but I know it won't be hard to fall for Ivy. She's my perfect match, and I can already imagine spending the rest of eternity with her. The mere image brings warmth to my heart. Even Onyx is purring inside my head, satisfied with the thought of having our mate with us. It's quite weird to hear him release such sound for the first time after being with him for 4,000 years. But I don't mind. We're both happy that we found our mate. Now we only have to make her stay with us. I keep caressing Ivy's hair as I watch her sleep, craving the feel of her against my skin. After a while, she starts whimpering and shaking, making my heart ache again. I wordlessly get in the bed with her and gently pull her to my chest, letting my touch soothe her. It doesn't matter that she's human and doesn't know about the whole mate thing. The bond between us will still calm her down and bring her peace. Some wolves mistake the mate bond for love, but it's not the same. The bond doesn't make you fall in love with your mate. It creates the need to nurture, to protect, to be close, but it doesn't make you fall in love. It's a bond between two halves of one soul, not some shitty love spell. I've seen quite a few couples who never learned to love each other. They lived together, had pups together to keep their bloodline from extinction, but never loved each other. They just coexisted. I don't want to end up like that. I want Ivy to love me, to want to spend the rest of eternity with me. Ivy wakes up after a few hours, and I can't for the life of me stop myself from smiling. She's adorable with her sleepy eyes and pouty lips. "Hello, love." I cup her face, waiting for her to finally realize I'm actually lying with her in her bed. I'm not disappointed when she catches my position and the delicious redness covers her cheeks. What are you doing here? I couldn't leave you alone when you were crying in your sleep, I confess, stroking her cheek with my thumb. I needed to be close to you. Why? Because it pains me to see you hurt. You're much more important to me than you think. I gaze into her sweet eyes with pure adoration. She's so gorgeous. Why? She repeats, making me grin in amusement. "Why do you think?" I softly ask, turning serious. "I don't know." "Then I won't tell you," I tease, making her pout dejectedly. I'm a bit surprised Ivy doesn't tell me to leave her, but I guess she's still a bit drowsy from her medication. I don't mind, of course. Being so close to her after weeks of being away is like putting a soothing balm on my broken heart. "What's bothering you, my love?" I ask after a while, noticing the way her brows scrunch in worry as she thinks about something. "It's nothing," she responds offhandedly, but I won't let her brush me off this time. "It's not nothing. You seem worried. Just tell me. I can help." "I don't want your help. I don't want to depend on you only for you to leave again. I was stupid before, but not now." Every word coming from her rosy lips is like a knife, cutting through my soul mercilessly. "Ivy." "No." She sits up, wincing in pain from her shoulder. I won't be fooled again. Her voice breaks as she turns her gaze away from me. I get up and sit on the edge of the bed, cupping her face gently and make her look at me. "Ivy, please don't shut me out. I can help you. I can take care of you. Just please, let me in," I plead unashamedly, already hearing Onyx's pain whimpers in my head at our mate's words. "No, I can't," she cries out. My heart shatters into pieces and I almost struggle to breathe. She rejected me.
Chapter 16. Ivy. I try to keep my tears at bay, as I tell Lorenzo that I can't do this with him. I have no idea why, but it physically pains me to do that. There's this ache in my chest that increases the longer I keep my eyes off the man, and I'm this close to giving in. But I can't. I can't let him hurt me again. I know I'm probably overreacting, but I don't want to go through heartbreak again. The whole experience with Lorenzo standing me up, my dad trying to force me to move back home and hurting me, taught me that I can depend only on myself. I was naive before. I was weak. But I won't be anymore. I won't let anyone hurt me again, even if it means being alone. I don't need anyone anymore. I'm better off alone. "Love, please look at me," Lorenzo pleads brokenly from behind me, and as much as I don't want to look at him, The pain in his voice tugs at my heartstrings and I turn to him. The ache in my chest intensifies at the sadness in Lorenzo's honey eyes. I watch stunned as a lone tear falls down his cheek before disappearing in his beard. And the waterworks start. I burst out sobbing when the pain in my heart becomes unbearable. My body starts shaking as I cry, burying my face in my free hand, not wanting Lorenzo to see me like this. After a moment, I'm pulled into a pair of big arms and pressed against a warm chest. Lorenzo starts rubbing my back and whispering sweet nothings into my ear as I cry into his shirt, desperately grasping onto it with my free hand. His warmth and comforting touch brings me more peace than I'm willing to admit. Why does this man have such effect on me? Why does he affect my feelings so much? It's okay, love. Just let it all out. I'm here for you, Lorenzo murmurs with his soothing voice. How am I supposed to resist this man? I stay in his embrace for a long time, feeling extremely comfortable in his arms. He doesn't say anything more, just assures me that he's here for me and that he'll take care of me. Why would he do that for me is a mystery, but I'm too tired to argue with him. When I'm finally feeling better, I pull away from him, wincing when I see the wet spot I made on his shirt. Oh God, I'm a mess. Thank you, and sorry, I quietly say, feeling both grateful for the gesture and embarrassed for letting him witness my weak moment. Don't worry about it, he smiles reassuringly, but there's still this unexplainable pain in his eyes when he looks at me. Lorenzo gets off the bed and sits on the chair beside it, his mesmerizing honey eyes never leaving mine. Love, can you talk to me? I really want to help you. I think about this for a moment. I don't really have anyone else to talk. Leah isn't back from law yet, and I don't want to bother her when she's busy. I don't know what to say. I speak after a while, keeping my gaze on the blanket on my legs. Why don't you start at the beginning? What happened yesterday? I visibly flinch at the mention of my brawl with Dad and Jake. I don't want to think about it again. My dad wants me to go back to Colorado with him, I admit, glancing unsurely at the man beside me. This seems to anger Lorenzo as his expression hardens. Why? He's not happy with me. I don't want to say it's because he doesn't approve of my friends. How come? Lorenzo seems positively confused by this. White doesn't understand. I just shrug, not giving him the answers he seeks. He knows about Leah being a fighter. He even owns a fighting club. Yet he still doesn't see why my dad doesn't want me to stay here. Isn't it normal for a parent to not want their child to stay surrounded by people like them? Or is just my dad that intolerant and controlling? I don't know who to trust at the moment. Love, Lorenzo inquires worriedly. I would like you to stay with me while you're healing. I whip my head to him, gaping at him in shock. What? I can't. Yes, you can. Your shoulder will take weeks to heal and I can't bear to think you're alone while you're injured. I'll be fine, I mumble, averting my gaze from him, so he doesn't see I'm lying. Ivy, I know you don't like me, but please try to consider the state you're in. You have a dislocated shoulder. You're extremely malnourished and dehydrated. It's not safe for you to be alone, he argues. The concern in his voice does something to me. I don't want to worry him. I don't want to see a frown on his handsome face. I don't want to hurt him. There's one thing that catches my attention, though. I never said I don't like you. I mumble. I'm just hurt by how you treated me. I finally admit to him what's bothering me. I'm so sorry about leaving like that, but I had no time to tell you. It was really urgent, and I left my private phone with your number at home so I couldn't call you. Lorenzo apologizes and I can clearly hear the remorse in his voice. He really feels bad about this. I turn towards him, mustering courage to ask him the most important question that's going to help me decide if I want to give him a chance or not. Are you just playing with me? Did you deliberately ask me out just to stand me up? No, of course not, he immediately shouts, as if the mere idea was flabbergasting to him. I'd never do that to you. It was simply a really ill-timed coincidence. If I had a chance, I would tell you. I would do everything I could to get to you, but I couldn't. I physically couldn't. He wordlessly begs me to believe him and all my inhibitions and doubts disappear. He didn't mean to stand me up. Okay, I nod with a sigh. Does that mean you forgive me? He wants my forgiveness. Yes, I forgive you. Thank you, love. I almost melt at the gorgeous smile on his face. My God, he's so handsome. Now, will you stay with me? Damn, he's straightforward. I barely got over him standing me up before the date, and he's already asking me about living with him. Can I think about it? I tentatively ask. Lorenzo seems to think it over for a bit, then lets out a deep breath. As much as I'd love to give you more time to think about it, I'd like to know what your decision is so I can make arrangements. The doctor said, you can be discharged in a few hours after the last checkup. He trails off unsurely. Damn it, I wish I had more time. I don't want to be a burden. You're not a burden, love. If I thought that, I wouldn't ask you to stay with me. Lorenzo smiles reassuringly. I go over the pros and cons quickly. If I stay with him, I won't have to worry about my arm. I would have a roof over my head. If I don't, I'll have to struggle with pretty much everything. Even getting groceries would be a challenge. Not to mention my dad. I know Helen called the cops, but I also know my dad. He's a person that can get away with pretty much anything. I can tell for sure he and Jake won't even get in trouble, despite me being hurt and hospitalized. The choice should be obvious, but it isn't. I want to go with Lorenzo. I want to get to know him, to learn to trust him, to be close to him, but I'm afraid. I'm afraid of him hurting me again. Is the risk worth it? Can I really risk getting hurt just to be with him? I glance at Lorenzo, only to see him already looking at me with his sweet honey-colored eyes, patiently waiting for my decision. I half expected him to give up and tell me the offer no longer stands because of my indecisiveness, but he's proven me wrong once again. That means more than I'd ever admit. Okay, I tell him, mesmerized by his gorgeous eyes, getting a beautiful adoring smile in response. What am I getting myself into?
Chapter 17. Lorenzo. I'm driving towards my penthouse, with Ivy sitting next to me, as happy as I feel about having her with me. I know she wasn't too happy about living with me, but I can't let her stay in her apartment with no protection. Alex told me about the bikers going in and out of Leah's place, so I'm assuming she won't be there, and having my little Ivy all alone, while her father and the son of a bitch that was with him are still free, just doesn't sit well with me. I'd rather have her with me than risk her getting harassed again. You live here? Ivy's timid voice pulls me from my reverie. I glance at her, only to see her staring at the hotel with all. Yeah, and now you'll be living here too, love. Do you live alone? She tentatively asks. No, love, I'm staying with a friend of mine. No need to worry. I won't do anything you're not ready for. I just want to keep you safe and take care of you. I assure, getting a sigh of relief from her. Is she relieved we won't be alone, or that I won't do anything? Okay, she nods. I park the car in my designated spot, then get out, quickly rounding it to help Ivy get out. She hesitantly takes my hand, letting me pull her out, before following me inside the building. She glances at me curiously when I simply pass by the reception, but I only tell her that I have no need to report my arrival. She seems confused by this, but I don't want to scare her by telling her that I own half of the city, this hotel included. Silence is our only companion during the ride to the top floor. We exchange no words, simply stand next to each other. With my arm around Ivy's waist for stability, she is still weak due to blood loss. When we reach the penthouse, the first thing that reaches my ears is Ivy's shocked gasp. I turn to look at her, smiling when I see her watching the place with wide eyes. She's so adorable. Let me take you to your room, I say after a moment. My room, she gasps in surprise. Yes, as much as I'd love for you to stay with me, I know you're not ready for that, so I have a separate room prepared for you. You'll have all the privacy you want. This seems to satisfy my mate. She lets out a deep breath, then walks with me to her bedroom, where Alex has already put the stuff from her apartment. I just hope he didn't leave a mess behind, or I'm going to rip his head off. Ready, love? No, but what choice do I have? She murmurs quietly, making me sigh sadly. I step in front of her, cupping her cheeks gently, slightly enjoying how her eyes whiten because of the tingles running through her skin. I lift her head carefully and make her look at me. Love, you do have a choice. You're the one in charge. You're the one who decides everything. It's just that I don't want you to stay alone while you're hurt. But say one word, and I'll take you to your apartment, I reassure her. Getting a surprised look in response. She really doesn't realize how much power she has, does she? I don't want to go back there. Not yet, she whispers, but I don't think it's meant for me to hear, so I don't say anything. I open the door for her, then wait anxiously for her reaction. I hoped that at one point she would come to live with me, so I remodeled the room. According to Leah, Ivy likes tone colors and fluffy things. That was helpful. There's a big queen-size bed by wall, covered with a bunch of fluffy pillows, and thick soft duvet on both sides of it. There are nightstands with small artistic lamps, from a designer I know Ivy likes. How do I know it? Again, Leah. I asked her about Ivy's likes and dislikes a while ago. When I called her, while Ivy was still in the hospital, she yelled at me for being immoral, then threatened to cut my balls off if I hurt Ivy again. She sure is brave to threaten me, but I know it's only out of concern for a friend. I watch silently as Ivy takes everything in, clearly surprised to see her stuff already here. When did you get my things? She questions, curiously staring at the desk by the window, with all her computer on it and the cabinet filled with her books. I asked my friend to bring that all here while you were at the hospital. I reply, not revealing that I did behind her back. I'm just starting to gain her trust. I don't want to break it already. Oh, she trails off, running her fingers over the white dresser in the corner of the room. Did he see my father? She frowns worriedly. I don't want to tell her that Alex did in fact see her father. I don't know what he did, but he mentioned that he had to resort to drastic measures to get them out. He better not have revealed his identity. It's too early to pull Ivy into our world. He did. Your father was trying to take your things away. I expected that. She sighs sadly. I knew he would get away with what he did. He always does. I scowl at this. I make my way to her and take her small face in my hands, searching her eyes for the truth. Has it done this before? Hurt you? I'm fucking frantic with worry. If she tells me yes, I'll fucking kill the guy. No, she stammers fearfully, no doubt seeing how angry I am he didn't. Don't lie. Ivy, tell me the truth. I can help you, I plead. You can't. He's a really influential person, she murmurs, blushing cutely. You'd be surprised how influential I am. Love, I tease softly. Ivy tilts her head slightly, staring at me with pure confusion etched on her beautiful face. I don't understand why she's confused. She heard that I am an owner of an illegal fighting club. Surely, she has the idea of what that entails. Really, she implores incredulously. Really, my love. I chuckle at the cute lost expression on her face. I'm not someone even your father would want to mess with. And hurting you in any way is messing with me. One word from you and he's done for. I can ruin his career and take everything away from him with just a snap of my fingers. I can't help but brag when Ivy's eyes light up in curiosity. Wow, she breathes out, making me smile. She's so adorable. Okay, I think that's enough for now. You need to rest, I declare when I see her eyes blink slowly as she tries to fight off the need to sleep. I'll show you the rest of the place tomorrow, if you want, or you can explore it on your own. You can go anywhere you want, love. This place belongs to you now. I smile at her adoringly when I see the rosy blush on her cheeks. I just want to tell her who she is to me and tell her about everything, but it's too early. I'll have dinner ready in an hour, so you can freshen up and come to the kitchen if you want. I'd rather you didn't go to sleep hungry. I don't really have an appetite. She frowns, averting her gaze from mine. You haven't eaten all day. Please eat, at least a little. I stroke her cheek lovingly, pleading with her to agree. The mate bond seems to have a calming effect on her, since as soon as I touch her, her eyes close and both her breathing and heartbeat slows. Mine does the opposite. It starts racing the second I look into those gorgeous chocolate orbs. I'm in constant fight with myself and my wolf to not do something rash. Whenever I look at my mate, all I want to do is kiss her, touch her, keep her in my arms, mark her as mine. I press a quick kiss to Ivy's head, then leave her in her room to make dinner like I promised. Alex is not back yet, so I have the chance to be with Ivy alone. The regret I feel for leaving her alone and going away is eating at me, but I push through it with the thought that I still have a chance with her. She subconsciously rejected the idea of depending on me, but being a mate is not like that. We're equals. She wouldn't be depending on me more than I'd be on her. She's my other half, not some sugar baby. Whoa, Lorenzo is in the kitchen. How long has it been since you cooked? 200 years. I whirl around when I hear Alex's loud voice exclaim from the foyer. Shut up, I growl at him. His eyes widen comically before he glances towards Ivy's room. She's here, he whispers, knowing I can hear him with no problem. Yes, she's here. I sneer at him. I pray she didn't hear his idiotic remark. Please, she shouldn't have heard that. The quiet sound of soft footsteps warns me about Ivy coming here, and I can physically feel my heart lurching in my chest, trying to beat itself out of its cage in panic. She rounds the corner before turning to me. She's terrifyingly pale as she stares at me in shock. What do you mean, 200 years?
Chapter 18. Ivy, what did that man mean by 200 years? Was this just a joke? I walk down the short hallway to the open-plan living space, which is only separated from the kitchen by the big island and a couple of bar stools. As I round the corner, I catch the sight of Lorenzo standing over the stove, but his head is already turned in my direction. Did he hear me coming? I'm sure there's no way he would have noticed me. I tried to be as quiet as possible. What do you mean? 200 years. I gape at Lorenzo in shock, feeling all the blood drain from my face, when my mind starts conjuring disturbing images about him. The dark-skinned man that said those words earlier is only standing quietly, waiting for next things to unfold, but I catch his eyes dart between me and Lorenzo anxiously before they settle on me. He gives me a big smile and takes a step towards me with his hand outstretched. Hey, I'm Alex. I'm a friend of Lorenzo. You must be Ivy. He shakes my hand gently when I turn to him, and I swear I hear a growl behind me. I heard so much about you. It's about damn time that old prick found his girl. He laughs, but his words do nothing to calm my panic. He only raised red flags. My mind is like a control panel in a ship that's about to crash. There's chaos, alarms blaring and warnings going off. I read too many fiction stories to not recognize this, but I had no idea it was real. It can't be. Those stories are called fiction for a reason, right? I turn to Lorenzo in search of assurance that what my mind is telling me is not true, but when I catch the possessive look on his face, as he glares at my hand and Alex's, I know I'm right. The sudden realization hits me like a wrecking ball and I stumble back as I try to put more distance between me and the monsters before my eyes. I feel pure panic surge through me and my legs can't carry me far enough away from them. The fear in me only intensifies when my back hits the wall. I'm trapped. My sight gets blurry as panicked tears fill my eyes. I'm so stupid. I'm so naive. I'm so weak. How could I even think of believing this man? How didn't I see he's not normal? What human has such intense gold eyes? What human is strong enough to send two adult men flying into a wall so easily? Yeah, I saw him do that right before I passed out. What human lives for 200 years and still looks this young? No human. Because Lorenzo is not one. Shit. Love. Breathe. Please, just breathe. You're okay. You're safe here. Just breathe. I hear Lorenzo's frantic voice right in front of me. I can barely make out his features through the tears, but I can tell he's really scared. Why would he be scared? He's not the one trapped with two monsters. Then the strange electric-like shock runs through my body, staring from my face, and everything calms down. I can breathe again. I feel my heart slow down, not trying to beat its way out of my chest anymore. Even the tears stop and my vision clears. A strange feeling of calmness and serenity fills me, and no matter how hard I try, I can't find it in me to be scared anymore. Did he drug me somehow? But I haven't eaten or drank anything from him. That's it. Love, calm down. There's no need to be afraid. I will never hurt you. Lorenzo reassures, staring at me with his honey-colored eyes. They're filled with such heart-clenching pain that I can't help but want to rid him of it. What are you? I whisper, not taking my eyes off his, searching for the truth I know I deserve. This seems to hurt Lorenzo even more as he visibly flinches at my accusing tone, whimpering so quietly I barely catch it. I'll explain everything. I will. But please don't fear me. I don't tell him that the fear I felt earlier is non-existent with his hands on my skin and this strange current flowing through my body. But I do give him a short nod. I need to hear him out. From what I read, it's not a good idea to aggravate a wolf. Because that's what I think he is. A werewolf. It's ridiculous, I know, but it's the only explanation I can come up with. It's the only thing that makes sense when I think about all the weird signs I previously thought nothing of. The weird shock I got when he touched me, the wolf-like golden eyes, the possessiveness, the speed, the strength, the growl. My head spins for a moment, but before I can do anything about it, I'm scooped up from the floor and carried to a me room. Before being gently set down on the edge of the bed, Lorenzo kneels in front of me, seemingly afraid of spooking me again, but I don't have the heart to tell him I'm not afraid anymore. That weird thing he did with his hands calmed me down permanently, and as much as I wish I could just throw a tantrum and yell at him for deceiving me, I can't find it in me to be angry at him. What the hell did he do to me? The longer I stare into his sad golden eyes, the worse I feel about hurting him, even though I didn't even do anything wrong. I wasn't the one who lied. There's no easy way to say this. Love, I'm a werewolf. I only blink at him, I figured as much. I just didn't know those creatures are real. Lorenzo, seeing my lack of reaction, decides to continue. There's a lot to explain, but I'm a werewolf and you're my mate, my soulmate, the one I've been searching for through millennia. I know it's a lot to take in, but please just let me explain it all to you. He stares at me pleadingly, still kneeling before me, even with me sitting on the bed and him on his knees. He's still frighteningly tall, but I don't feel scared by it. I feel safe. My intuition is telling me that this man is not a threat, that he's not going to hurt me, that he's good. But how can he be good if he's a monster? I want to go home. Okay, he sighs defeated. I'll take you. Like I told you, you're the one in charge, but I can't let you go alone. He gives me a small pained smile, as if my words hurt him physically, but that's impossible, right? I nod at him, then get up from the bed with little difficulty and go towards the door. Love, what do you want me to do about your things? I can have them brought back to your apartment by tonight if that's your wish. I stop at the doorway when I hear Lorenzo's sad voice that tugs at my heartstrings. Why does he affect me so much? It can't be because of that Mata thing, can it? He was only playing with me with the werewolf thing, right? I'm still high on pain medication and that's where those ridiculous thoughts of him being a werewolf came from, right? Sure, keep telling yourself that. You're in denial, my conscience mocks. I slowly turn around to face Lorenzo, and the agony I see in him almost sends me to my knees. He's not the man I met anymore. He's only a shell of that person. What happened to him? Did I cause this? Would you mind if they stayed here? I tentatively ask, making his eyes brighten up considerably. Does that mean you're thinking of coming back here? The hope I can see on his face is enough for me to make my decision. Where else would I go? I give him a small smile, getting a relieved grin in response. Before I can even blink, he's in front of me, engulfing my small frame in a loving embrace, and suddenly I have no more doubts. He is a werewolf. But it feels right. Being in Lorenzo's arms feels right. However, I still need time to go over it all, alone. Thank you, my love. I promise you no harm will ever come your way while you're with me. He kisses the top of my head, making it even harder for me to leave him. He's so affectionate I can barely bear it. I've never experienced something like this before and it's confusing me. Can we go now? I request shyly. I make the mistake of meeting his loving gaze, and my resolve to leave almost breaks. No, I need to be strong about this. Don't let him sway you, Ivy. If that's your wish, Lorenzo shortly responds, before taking my hand in his and leading me out. I don't know how I feel about all the physical contact yet, but I can't deny the fact that it's extremely comforting to have him be so gentle with me. No one, not even my parents, were ever as sweet to me as he is. It's overwhelming, but I can't help but like it. How could I not? As Lorenzo drives towards my apartment complex, I text Leah and let her know what's going on to distract myself from the whole werewolf thing. We exchange messages daily, so I know what happened at her place. She texted me to warn me about the thing that happened while I was in the hospital. I couldn't help but shed tears for her. She's been through so much. I could tell from the scars on her back. Yet she still can't get the peace she deserves. Why do people torment her so much? Leah tells me that she'll be staying in San Francisco for a while, because she's about to do something stupid, and she doesn't want me to be affected by it in any way. When I ask her what she's planning, she only says it has to do with her fighting, but she can't reveal any details, because she herself doesn't know everything yet. When she asks if I'll be alright by myself, I tell her I'm not alone, and I'll be staying with Lorenzo for the time being. She only replies with, "You know where the gun is if something happens." Yes, she gave me a gun, and yes, I still have it, loaded, hidden in the secret compartment Blake made for me in my dresser. I'm not sure how I feel about taking it with me to Lorenzo's place, but I don't want anyone to find an unregistered gun in my studio. I don't want to go to jail. I know it's probably an unreasonable fear cause who would search through my things for it, but I can't help but feel uneasy about leaving it there while I'm away. It gives me a sense of security. I don't feel so helpless with it. It gives me a way to protect myself. Leah and I keep texting back and forth, just recounting what's happened over the weekend since we hadn't seen each other yet. She tells me that because of her plans, she won't be coming to classes for a while, so one of the bikers from San Francisco will come to drive me to and from campus. Normally I would have made fun of her overbearing protectiveness, but I don't. I feel extremely uneasy about the guy from few weeks ago, and the incident with my father and Jake only shook me up more. With my arm in a splint, I'm defenseless, and I don't feel comfortable asking Lorenzo to protect me. Lorenzo and I reach my neighborhood way too soon for my taste, that I don't comment on it. Thank you, I say quietly, then carefully turn to open the door on my side. It's not exactly easy due to my right arm being in a splint. Lorenzo doesn't give me a chance to get out by myself, rounding the car in human speed, then gently helping me out. I shakily thank him again, then reluctantly go towards the elevator. I want to be able to go over everything in peace, but with every step I take away from Lorenzo, I feel my chest constrict. Being away from him brings me physical pain, and I can only imagine what it feels like to him. Did he feel the same while he was away for those few weeks? How did he endure this? I'm barely 20 yards from him, and I feel like my knees will buckle underneath me. I have to resist the instinct telling me to turn around, run into Lorenzo's arms and stay there forever. But I can't give in. I have to be strong. I'd enter my apartment in silence, then head straight to my bedroom. Sitting on my bed, I ponder over what I'm supposed to do now. I agreed to stay with Lorenzo and his friend for a while, but that was before I found out about him being a werewolf. I can't help but scoff when I think of it. Can I still stay with him after finding out about his secret? Will he kill me to keep his identity hidden? I know he said I'm his mate, and according to all the books I read that means we were meant to be and whatnot. But how do I know if he wants me as his mate or not? This is being weird and overwhelming. The pressure of being a werewolf's mate is too much for me to bear. I get up from the bed and head to the bathroom, where I thankfully find what I need. I quickly take off the splint, almost screaming from the pain, then roll up the sleeve of my shirt. I watch as the pale skin of my wrist becomes more crimson with every cut I make, taking the feelings away with it as it drips into the sink, leaving me empty. I stare at the redness covering the counter and sink then at my wrist, which is still bleeding profusely. I feel extremely lightheaded as my knees buckle under me, making me fall to the floor with a scream when my shoulder hits the tiles. I lie on the floor, panting slightly in panic, when I see the blood spreading on the floor, alarmingly fast before dark spots fill my vision. I cut to deep. Chapter 19. Ivy. Beep and beep beep. The annoying sound is getting on my nerves, making me groan in annoyance. Wait, hold on. Beeping sound. I force my eyes to open, only to shut them again when the light almost blinds me. I try again, this time slower so my eyes can adjust to the bright lighting. Yvette. I turn my head when I hear a male voice beside me. The man stares at me with wide brown eyes, frowning deeply. Who is this guy? He reaches out to press a button on the wall, telling me a doctor will be here soon, then just stares at me blankly. Where am I? I try to speak, but despite my effort, the words come out slurred and barely intelligible. You're in a hospital. I blink slowly to get rid of the dizziness, then glance around the room. It's pure white and it's hurting my eyes. I nod at the man, then shut my eyes to ease the headache. After a few moments, I hear the door open and a man in a white coat walks in. That must be the doctor. Hello, honey. I'm Dr. Morris, but you can call me Leon. How are you feeling? He asks with a warm smile, checking the clipboard attached to the bed. Rocky, dizzy, disor. I frown when I can't say the word. Disoriented. Yeah, that's normal. You were sleeping for 3 months. What? I gasp in shock and the beeping sound around me intensifies. Honey, I need you to calm down. The doctor soothingly says your heart rate's picking up and I'd rather not sedate you so soon after waking up. He takes my hand in his gently, rubbing the back of it. The gesture comforts me slightly, but I still feel the panic set in. 3 months. What happened? What happened? Why I here? That sounded wrong. Why am I here? I repeat. Yeah, that sounds better. What do you remember? The doctor questions with a small frown on his face. I try to think about anything, but nothing comes to my mind. And my name is Yvette. I slur slowly. I'm 20. I'm a student. Do you remember what you're studying? I pant in fear when the realization hits me. No, I gasp. I don't remember. Yvette, please stay calm. There's no need to panic. It's all right. The doctor soothes me again. What happened? I manage to say. You cut yourself. The man beside me says angrily. That's what happened. I would flinch at his harsh tone if I could move. Sarah, if you can't stay calm, I'm going to need you to leave the room. You're agitating the patient. agitating her. She tried to kill herself. What? I will not calm down. Do you have any idea what you did? The man turns to me. What if the press found out about this shit? Did you even think how this would reflect on me? He yells, making me whimper in fear. Sir, I need you to leave. I hear doctor's muffled voice. Security. Take him out. Yvette, honey, come down. Everything's all right. He's gone. I hear snippets of what the doctor is saying, my mind only registering the loud beeping sound. My breathing gets heavier and heavier until I can't keep my eyes open, letting the darkness consume while the doctor's voice fades away. The next time I wake up, I'm alone. My throat feels parched, but when I try to get the glass from the small table beside the bed, I come to horrific realization that I can't raise my arm. What happened? Why am I here? Why does my neck and chest hurt so much? They didn't yesterday. Hello, Yvette. I hope you're feeling better today. Doctor. Leon walks in the room with a smile on his face. I think I like him. He seems nice. Water. I managed to say through the dryness of my throat. Oh, of course. He takes the glass and places the straw at my lips. Take it slow. Honey, that's it. He smiles as I drink, then puts the glass away. So, would you like to know why you're here? He sits on the chair beside the bed, staring at me warmly. I only nod, too tired to speak. You were brought here 3 months ago, getting moved from another hospital. There were cuts on your arm and few of them were quite deep, which led to significant blood loss. Because you were found pretty late, the amount of blood you lost caused hypoxia, which turned into nausea. It's what happens when the brain or body loses its oxygen supply. Because human body needs oxygen to function properly, lack of it has really bad consequences. Complete lack of oxygen can be even deadly, but thankfully you were found before it happened. However, you were still without oxygen long enough to end up in a coma. Why don't I remember? I ask quietly. It's because your brain didn't get oxygen for so long. Other symptoms of nausea are weakness, dizziness, disorientation, headaches, trouble moving your legs or arms, slurred speech and memory loss. From my yesterday's observation, I noticed few of them already, but thankfully, you haven't shown any mood or personality changes. What I'm worried about is that you don't seem to remember anything. Do you know who was the man that was here yesterday? I only shake my head, already feeling overwhelmed by all this information. That was your father. He said that Jake found you in your apartment, and after getting treated in the hospital, you were taken here. And my chest hurts. I mumble slowly, focusing on each word. Your chest? In what way? Can you describe the pain for me? It feels heavy. I'm not okay. We'll take a CT scan and an MRI to see what's wrong with it. You didn't have any chest injuries when you came here, but your lungs might be weak due to the condition you're in. Not lungs. Heart. Doctor trails off and his eyes widen, as if sudden realization hit him. Yvette, can I see your neck? I frown in confusion at this, but not nonetheless. It hurts too. Doctor. Leon gently brushes my hair away from my neck, then gasps in shock at what he finds there. Oh goddess, he murmurs quietly.
Lorenzo, after Ivy left to her apartment, I decided to go to mine, knowing better than to overwhelm her. But on the way to my penthouse, sudden dizziness and a wave of pain hit me, causing me to swerve the car off the road, hitting a nearby lamp post with force. My chest felt like it was on fire, and my head felt like it would blow up any second. I knew something was wrong with my mate, but when I tried to reverse the car and go back to her place, I was hit by another wave of pain, this time strong enough to make me pass out. When I woke up, the first thing I did was head to Ivy's apartment, but only to find it empty. There was a pool of blood on the floor in the bathroom, blood I recognized to be Ivy's. Onyx was whimpering and whining in pain the whole time we were following the scent trail left, but after a few miles, we lost it. The smell of burned wolfsbane was the only thing remaining. Someone covered it up. Someone knew I would follow her. I searched the whole city, checked every hospital, mobilized the King's special forces to find Ivy, but I'm yet to get results. Every pack in the country was ordered to notify the KSF if they spot Ivy anywhere. But there's been no news for months. She's completely out of reach. I even had to sell her friends a lie about her staying with me in New York so they don't suspect anything. I hated doing that, but there was no other choice. I can't let those kids find out about us like this. They're not prepared to get involved with this. And then, yesterday, something even worse happened. Ivy got marked by another. Onyx is still howling in pain in my head. My heart is aching terribly and I can barely breathe. The agony is unbearable. I'm lying on the cold floor in my room, staring absent-mindedly through the floor-to-ceiling window, too pained and tired to do anything else, until Ivy's mark disappears or heals. The pain won't go away. The longer Ivy's marked by someone else, the worse it'll get. There's no way to ease it. Only Ivy can do it. Only she can heal me. Only she can help me. Only she can revive me. Enzo, come on, brother. I need you to get up. I hear Alex's voice through the haze I'm in, barely recognizing him. Leave me alone. I pant in exertion. Did you find her? Tell me you found her. I plead desperately, barely able to turn my head to him. It's been a day since Ivy was marked, and I'm already this weak. I got a call from a doctor from one of your hospitals. He said there's a young woman there. He said she's just woken up from 3-month-long coma and her name is Yvette. My wolf and I perk up at this. The doctor also said she was marked yesterday, but he can tell it wasn't her mate. You gave the order to report such cases to you immediately, so we called as soon as he found out. Enzo, what if it's your mate? She can die from this. My heartbeat quickens at this, and I push myself to the limits to get off the floor. Ivy can die from being marked by a wolf other than me. She's human. She can take the bite. The mate bond will force the mark out, but for a human the process can be deadly. And I'll be damned before I let that happen. Where? I growl in pain, trying to regain the feeling in my limbs. Canada, he sighs and I nod silently. I'm coming for you, love. You're mine.
Chapter 20. Ivy. The man from earlier whom Dr. Leon called my father didn't come back to my room again after I woke up. I have a feeling he doesn't want to see me. It's been few days now, but he still hasn't shown up. There's another man that keeps coming here, though. He says he's my husband, but I'm not sure how I feel about it. I saw the ring on my finger, but it just doesn't feel right. It's like there's something they're not telling me. I watch silently as Dr. Leon walks into my room with a sympathetic look on his face. Hi Yvette, how are you feeling? Any discomfort, pain, headaches? He warmly asks, checking my chart. I point at my throat weakly, getting a sad sigh from him. I know, Yvette, it's uncomfortable, isn't it? I nod. I'm sorry, but you know why it's in. Yeah, I know why this tube is in my throat. It's because I can't breathe without it. The thing on my neck, which I still don't know what it is infected and swollen, both from the inside and outside. It puts pressure on my throat, restricting my breathing. Okay, I'm going to check your neck now. If you feel any pain, just tap your fingers, okay? I nod weakly and tap my fingers. You're in pain now. I nod again. That's weird. You should be getting enough morphine to not feel anything. Dr. Leon murmurs quietly, but I still hear him. I'll adjust the dose. All right. How bad is the pain now? He asks, watching my fingers closely. I tap them 7 times, making his frown deepen even more. 7. Oh dear. This is not good. I hear him mutter, let me see your neck. I stay still while Dr. Leon pushes my hair out of the way, then gently takes off the gauze from my neck. He breathes a barely audible gasp, frowning deeply, then reapplies the strange ointment he brought here earlier and places the gauze back in its place. It doesn't look good, Yvette. It's not healing no matter what I do, and I'm afraid the infection is getting worse. I only whimper quietly. I don't want to die. Yvette, do you want me to tell your father and husband about this? I shake my head curtly. I don't know why, but I don't trust those men. They scare me. I know they said they're my father and husband, but I don't feel anything towards them. Anything except for fear. Whenever me husband comes here, I hear my heart rate pick up, and I almost always end up having what Dr. Leon calls a panic attack. The man looks at me with so much possessiveness and contempt. I can barely look at him when he talks to me. He's so cold and mean towards me. Did I really marry such a man? Yvette, look at me please. Dr. Leon instructs gently. Are you feeling dizzy? Does your head hurt? I shake my head. Okay. He notes his observations, then takes a seat next to my bed. Yvette, I need you to stay calm right now. Okay, there's something I need to tell you, the nice doctor quietly says, making me frown and worry. Before he can continue, the door bursts open and me husband storms in. What the fuck did you do, you son of a bitch? He yells at the doctor, and I already hear my heartbeat quicken in fear. Mr. Armstrong, if you can't keep your temper in check, I'll be forced to have you removed from here, Doctor, Leon warns darkly. Growling at me husband, growling. Does he have a problem with his throat too? You told Alpha King about the mark. As I should. She's not your mate. You know I'm obliged to notify the king of unmated markings. The doctor snarls, and I see Jake's eyes flash bright gold for a moment. Suddenly a flashback hit me. I've seen gold eyes before. Where did I see them? This has nothing to do with you. Jake sneers before chuckling darkly. The king is in no state to threaten me right now. His mate is marked by another. He must be writhing in agony. He laughs manically. For some reason the mention of the hulking makes my chest hurt more, and Jake's words scare me. What does he mean, Nada? Why would the king person be in agony right now? What is this mark they're talking about? Mr. Armstrong, the doctor starts, but is cut off harshly. Alpha Armstrong, use the right title before I have you fired from here. Jake corrects with a growl, again with the growling. Alpha Armstrong. Doctor, Leon mocks, don't make threats you can't keep. This hospital is under the jurisdiction of Alpha King himself. He's the only one who can fire me. Is that so? I think I'd be able to make him do whatever I want with his mate in my clutches. Jake's smirk sends me into panic. What are they talking about? Not if I can stop it. Don't forget whose territory you're on. Doctor laughs humorously. One word to Alpha Davis and you will be dead. Son of a bitch, you think you scare me? I'm not afraid of neither Davis nor his hybrid son-in-law. Hybrid? What hybrid? What's an alpha? Doctor, Leon sighs heavily, as if this conversation tires him out. Leave the room. You're agitating the patient. That's unfortunate, seeing as she's not a patient here anymore. I'm moving her to a different place. Jake states with authority that makes even me avert my gaze. I keep staring at my lap, too afraid of looking at the man that calls himself my husband. You can't do that. She can die without proper care. Doctor, Leon yells in fury, his own eyes flashing gold. Try to stop me then. Jake snarls, then starts taking out the tubes from my arms, not caring about hurting me. Doctor, Leon tries to stop him, but he's quickly thrown into a wall with inhuman force. I watch in shock as his eyes roll back, before he falls limply to the ground. Jake keeps pulling out the needles from my arms, making me whimper in pain. Then he roughly takes the tube from my throat and I almost scream in agony. My throat feels like it's on fire and I start coughing up blood, choking on it when I can't turn my head around. Oh, stop it for Fouquet's sake. You'll die anyway. What's the point of crying about it? Jake yells at me, before picking me up from the bed and carrying me out of the room. I throw one despaired glance at the unconscious doctor, but I can't even call for help with my throat closed up. I try to struggle against Jake's arms, but I can't even move with how tightly he holds me. I feel pure panic overtake my body. He said I'm going to die, but there's no use fighting it. He's taking me somewhere. I can't move. I can't call for help. He's going to kill me. Fouquet. I turn my head weakly, when Jake suddenly exclaims in fury. We're just outside the hospital, with a group of men in masks, pointing what seems to be guns in our direction. What now? Alpha Armstrong, let the woman go and put your hands where I can see them. Under Alpha King's command, you're under arrest. The man in front of the group orders loudly. Fouquet, they're fast. I hear Jake mutter angrily before he turns around, running inside the hospital again, jostling me painfully as he rushes through the building. I whimper quietly with every step he takes, and after a while, he mutters a curse and simply drops me to the ground, making a wave of unbearable pain spread through my body. I pant on the floor pathetically, unable to take a breath. My body convulses uncontrollably, as blood pours out of my neck and paints the floor red. Ivy, I hear a panicked male voice scream, but I can't move my head to find the source of it. Love, stay awake, please stay awake. I'm being picked up from the ground by a pair of strong arms, before I'm moved again. The man carrying me is extremely gentle with me, but I'm too weak to even turn my head to look at him. Who is this? The feeling of being in his arms is so nice. There's a strange electric-like current flowing through my body at the contact, but I'm too concentrated on staying awake to wonder why. Just moments later, I'm laid in the same bed Jake pulled me from, with the gentle man fussing over me worriedly. Oh my God, he's so handsome. Ivy, stay awake, Abby, he frets, checking the machines around us, before quickly pushing a tube down my throat and turning the machine on, making it easier for me to breathe. Is he a doctor too? That's it. Love, breathe, he soothes, stroking my hair gently. I can only stare at his golden eyes as he watches me with a worried frown. Who is this man? I'm so sorry, my love. I failed you again. He cries out, how can you forgive me? What can I do? I watch in stunned silence as tears start streaming down his handsome face before he lays it on my arm. The need to comfort this man is unbearable, but I can't even move my arm the way I want. I whimper quietly, feeling my heart break at the sight of the crying man beside me. Yes, my love, the man frantically asks, cupping my face gently as if afraid of hurting me. I can only moan through the tube in my throat, but he seems to understand that I'm scared. The fear I've been trying to suppress is hitting me back with unbelievable force, making me shake terribly and whimper pathetically. The man doesn't hesitate. He gets in the bed with me and gently but firmly pulls me into his chest, engulfing me in his comforting embrace. I can feel my heart slow down and my breathing calm as he strokes my hair and back soothingly. He keeps whispering sweet nothings into my ear in his deep voice. It sounds so familiar, like I heard it before, but I can't pinpoint where. Do I know him?
Chapter 21. Lorenzo. Nothing can beat the feeling of my mate in my arms when I wake up. Absolutely nothing. Opening my eyes only to see my little Ivy watching me with those gorgeous chocolate orbs is being amazing. It feels right. It's just as it should be. The only thing wrong is the setting. I'd rather wake up with her in our bed, not in a hospital, but I'll take what I can get. Good morning, love, I greet warmly, caressing her delicate cheek softly. How I wish she could talk to me, but with the swelling from them marking the tube in her throat, it's impossible. I hope you had good rest, my love. I'd love to take you home with me today. She frowns fearfully at this, panting heavily. No, please, don't be scared, my love. I won't hurt you like that man. I'll take care of you. I have a doctor already at my house, along with a nurse that will help you in everyday activities. But if you're not comfortable with that, I can ask the hospital staff to help. I gently tell her, slightly worried when she seems only more scared. But at the mention of the doctor, she starts patting my arm lightly. Yes, what is it, love? She whimpers quietly, frantically trying to nod her head at the wall opposite to the bed. I glance at the huge dent in the wall, frowning in confusion before an idea strikes me. The doctor that was here. She nods. You want him? She nods again, as much as she can at least. Okay, I'll get him to come with you, I assure, pressing a kiss to her forehead, making her blush adorably. Seeing how shy she is being, I decide to give her some space. I'll go find that doctor. Okay, she whimpers in fear, putting her hand on my arm and gripping on it desperately. What is it, love? You don't want to be alone, do you? I question knowingly, getting a short nod in response as she whimpers again. I sigh worriedly at her, then nod. All right, I won't leave you, I reassure her, happy to see her immediately relaxing. I close my eyes for a moment and mind link Alex to find out who's the doctor in charge of my mate and bring him here. When I open my eyes, I see Ivy watching me curiously, as if she's trying to figure me out. I can only smile at her. She's so adorable, and she's finally in my arms. After all those months, she's finally in my grasp. After a short while, Ivy starts moaning through her tube at something at the door, and I slowly get off the bed, getting a dejected pout from my mate. So cute. Morning, Yvette. It's good to see you awake. A man in a white coat greets with a smile. I quickly read his name, Dr. Leon Morris. I'm sorry about yesterday. I can only imagine how shocked and scared you were, he sympathetically states, staring at my mate worriedly. I stay quiet as he asks her a few questions, getting only a nod or shake of her head in response. Now, to the more important thing. Do you remember what happened yesterday? He asks worriedly, getting a short nod from Ivy. Did you have any flashbacks after the incident? She shakes her head this time. The doctor gestures at me. Do you know this man? Another shake. She doesn't know me. What the hell? Are you scared of him? Another shake. She's not scared of me. Does this man make you feel anxious like the other two that were here? Ivy hesitates for a second, throwing a curious glance my way, before shaking her head. Okay, Yvette, Ivy. She goes by Ivy. I correct the doctor sternly. Is that so? He turns to Ivy. Would you rather I called you Ivy? My mate keeps her eyes on me, nodding slowly. All right then, Ivy. I have been asked to give you a checkup and assess if you're good to go home with your mat with this man. The doctor quickly catches his slip-up. Had it been your husband's request, I wouldn't even consider it. He emphasizes the husband part with distaste. Wait, Ivy's married. Since when? I know this man won't hurt you and is deeply concerned about the state you're in. so I'm not worried about leaving you in his care. The doctor continues, ignoring my annoyed growls, but if you'd rather stay in the hospital, just give me a sign and I won't let him take you. I almost snap at the audacity of the guy. He thinks he can keep my mate away from me. I have asked you to come here because I think Ivy feels comfortable with you. I'd rather not leave her here, where she can't be protected the way she should be, but I also do not wish to overwhelm her by taking her to an unfamiliar place. I explain curtly before turning to my maid Ivy. Would you like this doctor to come home with us? Do you trust him? I question softly. Ivy glances between me and the doctor, wordlessly asking him to agree. She smiles slightly when he nods in agreement, then slowly reaches her hand to me, tapping her fingers on the back of my hand that's been resting on the bed beside her. What is it, love? Yvette. Sorry, Ivy, are you in pain? The doctor asks in concern, staring at her small hand tapping on mine. Ivy only whimpers quietly and nods, tapping my hand again. 9. I frown in confusion at the random number. It's the level of pain. I have asked her after she woke up to use this method to tell me how much pain she's in, but I can't give her more morphine. She's already getting too much of it. Doctor stressfully rubs his neck. Damn it. If only the mark could be healed faster, he mutters, not realizing that we can both hear him. Ivy tugs at my hand, getting my attention. She moans in pain as she gestures at her neck, where the mark of another wolf is. The area around the mark is dark, swollen and terribly infected, and the longer I look at it, the more furious Onyx and I get. The scumbag of an alpha that bitter will fucking die. I won't let him get away with this. I know it hurts, my love. I softly tell her I know. I wish I could make it better. I sigh deeply. You could actually. I turn to the doctor. When he speaks quietly only for my ears to hear, I can tell she's your mate by how calm she is with you. Since you're of higher rank than an alpha, your mark could overpower his and help her heal. Are you saying I should bite her? I question incredulously. It's the only way, Your Majesty. Your mark would strengthen her immune system and block the alpha's bite. I'm sorry to tell you this, but she won't survive otherwise. I growl in fury at the mention of my maid's death, barely restraining Onyx from taking over and ripping the doctor to shreds. I have to remind him that this man is the one that helped us get to our mate. How long does she have before it's too late? I ask apprehensively. I don't really want to know the answer, but I need to. Few days at most. He sighs sadly, and I barely stop myself from howling in agony. I grasp onto Ivy's hand for reassurance, letting the mate bond calm both me and my wolf. We can't lose our mate, but I don't want to terrify her. We've already failed her twice. She's already learned about us, and she was scared of us. How do I tell her that in order for her to not die, I have to bite her and make her one of us? What if she doesn't wish to be immortal? Ivy seemingly notices my inner turmoil, giving me a small smile, tightening her hold on my hand slightly. I reach out to caress her cheek lovingly, assuring her that I'm fine. Ivy, would you like me to call a nurse to get you ready to go home? The doctor interrupts our moment, almost making me growl at him. My mate only nods slowly, still not taking her eyes off me. I hear the doctor walk out of the room and call out for a nurse to prepare the patient for discharge. Deciding to give my mate some peace, I wait for her outside her room, quickly notifying Alex to arrange transport for Ivy that will suit her needs, since she can't breathe without an aid. Once the nurse is done changing my little Ivy, I go back to the room, already missing my mate. She's lying on the bed, looking so frail and delicate. It makes my detective 1,000 times more intense than usual. How could that bumhole alpha hurt her like this? How could anyone even think of hurting this pure sweet creature? After what feels like hours, but is only minutes, Ivy is carefully moved into the SUV I have prepared for her, then taken to my private estate in the woods, completely out of anyone's reach. No one will know she's there, no one will find her there, and no one will hurt her there. She'll be safe from everything and everyone. I keep my Ivy's head in my lap as we drive to our new home, stroking her hair gently. I knew she's too weak to sit upright the whole way, so I helped her lie down comfortably in the back seat. Sometime during the drive, my cute little mate falls asleep, not at all afraid of being vulnerable in my presence. I'd like to think it's because she has feelings for me, but I know it's all thanks to the mate bond. I've heard from Dr. Morris that she's suffering from memory loss due to oxygen deprivation caused by blood loss. She doesn't remember anything. She doesn't remember me, but she's still comfortable with me being close to her. If only I didn't have to hurt her in order to keep her alive.
Chapter 22. Ivy. I let the man, whose name I still don't know, carry me inside the huge house located in the middle of the woods. For some reason, His presence calms me down. I'm not as scared of him as I was with Jake and the other man who supposedly is my father. This man doesn't scare me. And I don't know why. The strangest thing, though, is how my senses are sharper. I heard everything Dr. Leon told the man. He even called him His Majesty. Is this man a king or something? Why would Dr. Leon call him like that? They kept talking about some weird biting thing, some mark, some alpha, and other strange things I don't understand. I really hope someone will explain it to me. Hopefully, it'll be this man that promised to take care of me. He's the only one, apart from Dr. Leon, that I think I can trust. He's not like Jake, and I think that's what puts me at ease the most. Love, would you like to see the house? I can take you on a tour if you want. The man smiles warmly, making my heart beat faster. His smile is so beautiful. I only nod at him shyly, getting a happy grinning response. But a more important issue hits me as I lie in this man's arms. I slowly raise my hand to tap his shoulder, then gesture at the couch nearby. Do you want me to sit you down? I nod. The man sets me down on the couch, but doesn't release me from his arms, keeping me in his lap. What is it, love? He questions softly. I glance around, at least as much as I can, since my neck is hurting really badly and I can barely move it. When I see what I need, I point at it. The man seemingly understands what I want and asks Dr. Leon to fetch it for me. Here you go, Ivy. The nice doctor hands me the small notepad and a pen. I wordlessly thank him with a small smile. I carefully write down my question, suddenly feeling apprehensive about offending the man. But I'm just way too curious about this man to not ask him. What's her name? I show the page to the man, who still keeps me on his lap. I have to admit, it's actually nice to stay like this. My name's Lorenzo, my love, he tells me in that soothing deep voice of his. I quickly write my next question. Why do you call me that? Because I've always called you that. I frown dejectedly. That's not the answer I anticipated. Why did Dr. Leon call you Your Majesty? I show him my next question. Lorenzo is clearly surprised at this. His wide golden eyes stare at me in disbelief, as if he didn't expect me to ask him this. You heard that? He gasps in shock before throwing a furtive glance at my neck, which is still burning and aching terribly. I quickly scribble my answer. He said you can help me heal by biting me. I watch as Lorenzo's eyes widen even more, seemingly too shocked to speak. Did I say something wrong? After a while, Lorenzo sighs heavily, bringing me closer to his chest. I relish the warmth of it, even though I have no idea why his touch feels so comforting. You heard us, he breathes out sadly. I only nod, prompting him to tell me more. Doc, mind giving us some space? He calls over my shoulder to Dr. Leon. I actually forgot he was even here. Sure, but don't stress her out too much, Dr. Leon warns seriously. I know, Lorenzo growls lowly, as if Doctor's words offended him. I stay quiet as Dr. Leon walks out of the room before turning to Lorenzo. I give him a curious look, getting a small smiling response. His ridiculous handsomeness almost distracts me from what I want to know. Okay, I have already told you about this before, but I guess you don't remember. Love, please try to stay calm when I tell you this. I nod at him, waiting for him to explain everything. I need to know what's going on with the whole thing about Alpha, biting and mate. I heard the doctor say to Lorenzo that her knows I'm his mate. What does that mean? The thing on your neck. Lorenzo starts it's a bite mark, but because it was done by someone else. Someone that wasn't meant to do this. It hurt you and it won't heal. I frown at this. I was bitten by someone that wasn't meant to bite me. What? I know it sounds weird. Trust me, I know, but the bite, it will kill you if I don't do something about it, he adds quietly, cupping my face. I turn the page on my notepad and write the next thing. You don't understand. I know, my love. He sighs heavily. Okay, let's start from the beginning. I nod encouragingly as he leans his back on the couch, settling me comfortably on his lap. I lean against his warm chest, waiting for him to continue. I know it might sound outrageous, but I'm a werewolf. Lorenzo tentatively says, and you're my mate, my soulmate, my other half, because the man that bit you wasn't your mate. The bite is not healing. His venom will kill you, unless I counter it with mine. Since I'm a higher rank than that man and you're my mate, I could help you heal, but that's not the only thing my bite would do. Being marked by me would mean you're connected to me forever, and you'd be immortal. I stare at him in silent shock, trying to digest what he's saying. Werewolf. Maid. Soulmate. Bite. Venom. Immortal. This is beyond overwhelming. It's like this came out of a fantasy book. Monsters like werewolves don't exist. Right. Love, are you all right? Lorenzo frantically questions, cupping my face as he searches my eyes. You're so pale. He breathes out worriedly. I slowly write what I want but can't say. This is crazy. Am I gonna die? I show him the notepad, already feeling tears fill my eyes. Not if I can help it, but I don't want to do this without your consent. I don't want you to die. You're the other half of my soul. If you died, I'd die too. I can't live without you anymore. Not now that I've finally gotten you. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for you. Love, I know it's strange. I understand how confusing it can be, but there's no other way to save you but mark you. His golden eyes get teary and sad as he speaks of my death, bringing an ache to my heart. Why is it that I feel physical pain watching this man's tears? I write in my notepad again, but I don't know you. He sighs sadly, stroking my face gently. I know, love, he quietly says. It must be overwhelming for you. I only nod. It is. It's beyond strange. I don't really know how to react to this. I can tell you need time to think about this, so I'll let you rest now. I have a room prepared for you. Lorenzo moves to carry me away, but I quickly pat his shoulder to get his attention. He sits back down and I quickly write in my notepad. No, tell me more. I show him the page, frowning angrily. I want to hear more. How am I supposed to make a decision if I don't know anything? Aren't you tired, love? He asks worriedly, but I only shake my head. No, I need to. No more. Okay then, how about we go to your room, and I will tell you everything there is to know. I nod eagerly at this. I feel like we're going to stay up for a while. I let Lorenzo carry me down the hallway to the room at the very end of it. He effortlessly opens the door and walks inside, with me still lying in his arms, then gently places me on the huge white and gold bed by the wall. He lays me down and carefully adjusts the blanket, so I'm all covered up. Before rounding the bed and sitting against the headboard beside me, I turn over to my side and look at him confusedly. Why am I lying down and he gets to sit? You seem positively tired, my love. I'd rather you didn't overexert yourself. Lorenzo smiles at me warmly and I feel heat on my cheeks, at the sweet adoring expression on his face. With a short nod, I prompt him to start talking. Lorenzo takes my hand in his and plays with my thin fingers as he begins his tale. A long, long time ago, there was a man. He was a slave of an old emperor, and he wanted to become the ruler of the world. Back then, it was unthinkable that a slave could covet for more than he was given. But the man was relentless. He was so set on bringing the emperor down that he didn't see beyond that. He neglected his wife, his children, his duties, and started searching for a way to overthrow his master. After he couldn't find anyone to support him in his little village, he decided to leave and search for help elsewhere. He left his family. Many moons later, the man's wife died, leaving only his sons. They were but children, yet they already had to learn how to survive in the brutal and unjust world they were born in. The oldest son of the man was taken by the emperor to be his personal slave. He didn't want to leave his brothers, but he didn't have a choice. Without the eldest to take care of them, the younger sons of the man died of starvation. By that time, the father of the children has found someone to help him overthrow the emperor and has returned to the village, only to find his home empty and his family dead. He frantically searched for his oldest son, having heard rumors that he was taken as a slave. But when they met, the son wanted nothing to do with him. He hated his father for leaving them just to fulfill his stupid ambition. The man, however, didn't understand his son's fury. He tried to make him see the reason behind his actions, to make him see that what the man was about to do was for them all. But the son only pointed out that there was no them all anymore, that his father had killed them. The man felt no remorse for what he did. He only cared about satisfying his greed for power, but he still needed his son to help him with that. The thing is, the man had a deal with the witch he brought. He promised to give her everything he had if she made him powerful, and at the moment, everything he had was his son. So he decided to sacrifice him.
Chapter 23. Lorenzo. I almost growl as I recall my painful past. I've never told anyone about it. Ivy stays quiet, just listening attentively to my tale. The man decided, that if his son is what it takes for the woman to help him become who he wants to be, then so be it. He swore to the witch he'd let her have his son if she did what she promised. Of course, the man had no idea how the witch would do what he wanted her to. He didn't know what she was going to do to help him achieve his goal. He was so hungry for power, he didn't care about the price for it. The witch did fulfill her promise. She somehow got to the emperor and killed him. She then had his sons give up their rights to the throne in favor of the man's son, the son that didn't want the power to begin with. The witch betrayed the man she was supposed to help because she was enamored with his son. She decided that the man didn't deserve to rule, so she made the boy she was in love with get the throne. She then poisoned the young boy's father and everyone he managed to convince to take his side. However, the young man had no desire to rule over anything. He had no intention of becoming the king. The witch didn't take his refusal on taking the throne well. She had the notion in her head that if she made the young man the king, then it, out of gratitude, would make her his queen. She had no idea the boy already loved another woman. When the young boy refused to take the place that she got for him, the witch decided to punish him. She felt betrayed. She hated that her charms didn't work on him and that she couldn't make him do what she wanted, and it didn't sit well with her. In order to make him miserable and regret rejecting her, she cursed him. Since it was the young boy's looks that enamored the witch, she decided to curse him with a hideous beast inside of him, a beast in form of a wolf, a beast that would be the personification of the inner darkness the man would never show, a beast that would embrace the primal part of him. Another part of the curse was immortality. The witch decided to condemn the boy and everyone of his bloodline to immortality, so the man would forever regret rejecting her. He was to lead a miserable life for the rest of eternity. Had he chosen to ever have a family, they would be condemned to the same thing as him, immortal life shared with a beast inside them. The only way to end their life would be to have their heart removed, but she didn't tell the boy about that. Since the boy wasn't educated in any way, he didn't take the witch's words seriously. He had no idea her magic was powerful enough to do what she promised, and that was his mistake. He was careless. He married the woman he loved, and he got a child with her. As the young boy grew into a man, he realized the curse was true. He heard the beast inside of him. He felt the primal instincts taking over him whenever he felt threatened. During the years that followed, his little son watched him succumb to the darkness inside him after the child's mother died. He saw the beast inside his father for the first time. The young sweet man that had once been there was no longer present. A bloodthirsty beast took his place. The young man became a monster. He tried to fill the void inside his heart with his newfound power. When he came to know just how powerful he really was, he decided to use it. He relished it. He loved the feeling of having people fear him. He didn't care about his son anymore. He only cared about becoming even more powerful than he'd already been. His greed made him do many evil things. He let his beast loose and let it take what it wanted, power. Since the beast was a wolf, it didn't do well with being alone. It went on a rampage and killed and wounded hundreds of people. It didn't know, however, that its bite was venomous and could turn a human into a creature like him. The people that were turned into wolves didn't have the same split identity as the young man and his beast. The wolves were only a representation of their instincts and primal urges. They were the animalistic side of them. Only the direct descendants of the young man got the same traits as him, just as the witch wanted. And the man decided to use it to his advantage. He would take women against their will and impregnate them continuously, having them bred like cattle. If a boy was born, he would raise him along the other kids. But if a girl was born, he would kill her right after birth, along with her mother, because she didn't give him what he wanted. In just few years, the rumor of the beast-like man reached every corner of the world and spread fear of every other creature similar to him. It also reached the very witch that turned him into that. She realized the damage she made after an area of the size of a small country was obliterated into nothing by the young man. She knew that she was the reason for his insanity and cruelty, that it was her that pushed him to this state. So she decided to redeem herself. Because she couldn't take back the curse due to being too weak, she decided to add to it. Using magic, she split the souls of the man and every creature he created. She put a spell on the separated souls and stated that only when they deserve it, they'll be able to get them back. That's how she created mates. The young man initially didn't believe the witch and continued to spread fear and misery all over the world, making his sons take over different areas of it. Since they had his blood, they could turn humans into wolves just like him. That is how packs were established. They were communities solely for werewolves, with the man's sons as the leaders, who were later named Alphas. The only one that didn't get a pack to rule was the man's first son, born by the woman he loved. The man wanted him to become his successor, to rule over everything beside him. But the little boy, seeing his father's darkness, cruelty and barbarity, didn't want to become like him. He wanted to put an end to his father's rule, not prolong it. Once he came of age and was strong enough to go against his father, he fought him for the title of the king of werewolves. He won and took over the throne. He put up laws all werewolves were first to follow. He decided to keep the werewolves hidden, and forbade revealing themselves to humans, unless the human is their mate, meaning they possess the lost half of the wolf's soul. He forbade marking and mating people who were not meant for them. I turned to look at Ivy, only to see her sitting beside me and watch me with this innocent childlike curiosity. That's what that man did to you. He marked you, even though you weren't his to mark, I tell her quietly, reaching my hand to cup her small face and stroke her cheek with my thumb. Ivy's eyes start filling with tears, almost sending me into panic, before she throws herself at me, hugging my torso with her delicate arms as she cries into my chest. I wrap my arms around her and set her in my lap, just relishing the feeling of her small body against mine. After Ivy's cries turn into quiet hiccups, she leans back from my chest and points at her throat, indicating she wants to say something. I take a notepad and a pen from the nightstand, mentally patting myself on the back for putting it there in the first place, then hand it to my mate. She quickly scribbles something on it, then shows it to me. The boy is you, isn't it? I should have known, she's asked at. Yes, love, that boy is me, and the young man was my father. And I'm your mate. She curiously stares at me. Yes, you're my mate. Does that scare you? I frown worriedly. I don't want her scared of me. Ivy quickly writes her answer. No, I'm not scared of you. I'm scared of Jake. Is Jake the man that hurt you? I question, getting only a sad nod from her. I hear Onyx snarl in my mind. To kill the Fukur in the most painful way possible. Well, he won't get to you anymore. Not while you're with me. I almost lost you before. And I'd never be able to live with myself if you got hurt because of my negligence again. I don't want to overwhelm you, but I also don't want you to die. It would literally tear me apart to lose you. You're my other half. I caress Ivy's hair lovingly, lost in her chocolate eyes that stare at me in wonder. She seems so taken by what she heard earlier that she doesn't even notice the position she is in. She's comfortably Saturday in my lap with her side pressed against my chest as she snuggles into me. I hear Onyx purr contentedly inside my head, glad that our mate isn't afraid of us anymore. When she first heard what I am, she took it really badly and couldn't even stand being near me. I will regret taking her back to her place forever. I never should have done that. It almost cost me everything.
Chapter 24. Ivy. This is so sad. Lorenzo went through so much. I feel so bad for him. I hate that I can't talk yet, but I can express myself in a different way. I have this need to comfort Lorenzo, to show him that I'm not afraid, not of him. After a while, I notice why position Lorenzo's legs, and I already feel my face burn in embarrassment. This man bared his soul to me, and here I am being touchy. I try to scramble off his lap, but one pain growl stops all my movements. Please, stay. He looks at me with sad golden eyes, and I have a feeling he misunderstood my intention. I quickly get the notepad. You must be uncomfortable. I show him the page, getting only a warm smiling response. Not at all, love. I love having you close. Remember how I said the mates are separated halves of the same soul? I nod silently when they meet. The wolf has this unbearable urge to be close to his mate, to protect them, to be with them. The stronger the wolf, the stronger the need. The wolf's mate, unless they're a wolf themselves, doesn't feel the same right away, but they still find comfort in the wolf's closeness and touch. I can ease your pain by touching you, just like you can do to me, Lorenzo explains shortly. It makes sense. Actually, when he was with me in the hospital, I felt so safe, so warm, so calm. But when Jake stayed with me, I was constantly anxious, nervous, scared even. He terrified me. Lorenzo is different. He's so sweet and gentle with me that I can't find it in me to be scared of him. So what if he's what did he call it? A werewolf. It's not like he's a monster. A monster wouldn't care if I'm comfortable. It wouldn't bother trying to calm me down or make sure I'm taken care of. Lorenzo is not a monster, but Jake is. Love, you okay? I hear Lorenzo's worried voice ask me softly. See what I mean? He's so worried about me it makes my heart clench. He cares about my well-being. He doesn't get angry because I don't talk. He understands I need time to digest what he told me. He doesn't even yell. He only speaks to me, in this deep velvety voice of his that's so soft and sweet that it turns me to mush. I nod wordlessly at him, mentally cursing my inability to speak. Thank God I can write, though. I have a quite pressing question I need to ask Lorenzo. Is it because of Jake's bite that I can't speak? I cross it out then write again. Will I die? Lorenzo sighs sadly when he sees this, then tentatively puts his hand in my hair, brushing it away from the mark on my neck. I don't know what it looks like, but if Lorenzo's glare is anything to go by, it must be bad. It is because of this that you can't speak. Yes. He lets out a shaky breath. And I won't let you die. I don't want to rush you, my love, but the longer I wait, the worse it will get. He stares at me brokenly, seemingly pained by the idea of hurting me. It's as if the idea of doing something against my will hurts him. Son, you help me. I stare at him pleadingly. I would love nothing more, but there's something I need to warn you about. If I mark you, you will go into heat. A heat is a week-long period of time when the marked mate feels excruciating pain, and it can only be stopped by mating. Mating means having sex. You see, marking is a way to bind the separated halves of the soul, but they're not merged into one yet. During mating, the souls connect and are finally made one. After binding the souls with the marking, the separated halves demand being joined, and that's why the mates go into a heat. It's so they complete the process of merging their souls into one, like they once were. Lorenzo explains, running his fingers through my hair absent-mindedly. His touch is so soothing I can barely hear what he's saying. But I have to admit, I really love how patient he's being with me. He doesn't get angry when I ask him things. He just does his best to explain this whole mate thing to me. And if I don't have sex with you, I feel furious blush redden my face as I show him the question. I can't believe I'm talking about sex with a man I don't know. I wish I had a friend, a girlfriend that could talk me through this. If we don't mate during the heat, then the mark will disappear over time. The mating is a way to set the bond in place, to make it unbreakable and eternal, Lorenzo answers. But I have to tell you, the pain of the heat is excruciating, and the scent you'd be getting out is going to make my wolf go crazy. Of course, if you don't wish to mate, I'll respect that, but that will mean I'd have to get away from you. This place is safe, since it's my private property, and no wolf can enter it without my permission. But I won't be able to stay here. It will drive both me and my wolf crazy. Our instinct will tell us to mate you, but our feelings for you won't allow it. We don't want to hurt you. His wolf. I wonder if it'll like me. I mean, he did say I'm his mate and explained what it means. But he's not an average human. He has a wolf inside him, an animal that doesn't necessarily have to feel the same as him. How do I go about this? What am I supposed to do? Then there's the marking thing. If Lorenzo bites me, I supposedly won't die, but then I'll be in pain, because the bond will demand completion. Do I want to put myself in pain just to stay alive? Will I survive this? The thought of dying scares me, but pain scares me too. I don't know what has happened during my life. I don't know how I deal with pain. I don't have anyone to help me through it. I have no one to talk to, apart from Dr. Leon and Lorenzo. No one to share my worries with. I know Lorenzo said he wants to take care of me and all that, but I want to go over this with someone that isn't like him, someone who'd understand my struggle. Do you know if I can talk to someone? I hesitantly write down before showing the note to Lorenzo. He stares at it blankly for a moment, then his eyes widen, as if he realized something important. Of course, why didn't I fucking think of it? He growls lowly, but I can tell he's not angry with me. Love, would you like to talk to a friend of yours? I know you don't remember her, but I can contact her and bring her here for you. Would you do that for me? I gaped at him in surprise. I would do anything for you. Lorenzo smiles warmly, making my heart race as I stare at his sweet honey-like eyes. This man will be the death of me. I nod silently, getting a kiss on the forehead from him. Before he takes out his phone and calls someone, he puts it on speaker, telling me he doesn't want to keep anything a secret from me. I anxiously wait for the person on the other side to pick up, half excited and half scared of hearing them. The fuck you want so early? A female voice grumbles in annoyance, sounding extremely sleepy. I quickly glance at the clock on the nightstand and almost gasp when I see it's past 2 in the morning. The phone must have woken this girl up. I messed up so bad. Unlike me, Lorenzo seems completely fine with the girl's harsh tone, greeting her calmly. Hello, Leah, I need a favor.
Chapter 25. Lorenzo. I watch as Leah walks out from Ivy's room, eager to hear what my mate thinks about everything. I called Leah last night and told her about Ivy's situation, asking her to see my mate. Of course, I offered to arrange transport for her, but she quickly refused, saying it'd take too long. I proved her wrong when I had my private jet ready within an hour, along with the car that picked her up from the airport. After Leah arrived, along with Blake, she immediately went to see Ivy, leaving me and her man in the living room. Oh shit, Leah breathes out, falling onto the couch tiredly. Having talked to my mate for the last few hours, I knew Ivy doesn't remember her, and I warned Leah about this. But from the moment the two girls were left alone, all I could hear was Leah's voice and Ivy's quick scribbling on the paper. I understood that my mate was in good hands, so I decided to fill Blake in everything that went on with my Ivy. He was surprised, to say the least. He told me that for those months my sweet Ivy was missing. They kept trying to contact her, but all they got were strange, you and Ivy-like messages that told them to bug off and leave her alone for a while because she's with me. If only that was true. That 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 and Ivy's father used her fucking phone to create the delusion that she's safe, so no one would look for her. They tried to cover up what they'd done. I can only thank the God that Leah is not naive and didn't believe the text she got. Blake told me all about how he and Leah took it upon themselves to look further into what happened. I also heard that the blonde witch actually revealed her identity in the ring. She literally told everyone about herself and asked them for help with catching someone. I don't really know who is it that they'd been looking for, but apparently they've been through some serious shit too over the last months. Yet they still cared to look into my mate's disappearance. Those two are something people can usually only dream of. In my thousands of years of living, I have never been so surprised by humans. I wouldn't even be shocked if one of them was a wolf at this point, cause the connection they share can be easily compared with a mate bond. I also can't ignore the care Leah has for my Ivy. She didn't even hesitate when I told her about Ivy's situation and came here literally the next day. She just dropped everything and flew to Canada to see her friend. It's extremely heartwarming that my little mate has a friend as loyal as Leah, but it also worries me. If Ivy accepts me as a mate, she'll be bound to immortality, meaning she's going to witness the death of everyone she knows and cherishes. I've gone through it myself, and I know that it's not easy, especially for someone as soft and gentle as my Ivy. Watching everyone you know and love die while you remain young and healthy is not as great as some people make it seem. Ivy wasn't raised to deal with that much pain and loss. She's not prepared for this, which is why I didn't want to pull her into our world too soon. I wanted her to enjoy her youth, helpfully with me, and then make her my queen. I wanted to give her the choice, even though it hurt me to stay away. But now that choice was taken from her, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's either getting my mark or die. I hate that it came to this. What are you going to do now? I'm pulled from my thoughts by Leah's voice. In order for Ivy to heal, I have to mark her. Did she tell you about that? Yeah, she also mentioned 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 Lorenzo. She's scared shitless. You told her she'd be in excruciating pain for days. Leah exclaims before sighing heavily as she runs her hand through her hair. I had to tell her that. I don't want to keep things from her. She's my mate. I growl at her. I get it. Jesus Christ. This is madness. You're a werewolf. Ivy's your mate. You're 4,000 years old. There are other werewolves, witches, undeads, whatever that is. That's so much to take. I seriously liked you better as the fighting club owner. Leah chuckles forcibly, but I can tell she's bothered by what she learned. I glance curiously at her man, only to almost burst out laughing when I see him casually scrolling through his phone. How are you so calm right now? I decide to ask him, making Leah turn to him too. Exactly. Why aren't you saying anything about this? She implores curiously. Kitten, we've been through way too much crazy shit to be bothered by this. I guess nothing can surprise me anymore after all that's happened. He shrugs, wrapping his arm around Leah's shoulder and pulling her into his side. I guess you're right. Leah sighs, snuggling into her man, then turns to me. So why did you need me here, apart from talking to Ivy? After I mark Ivy, she'll go into heat, and I won't be able to stay with her during that time. It will drive me crazy. I need you to stay with her and make sure she's safe and taken care of. Why don't you ask your fellow werewolves to protect her? She smirks smugly, already knowing the answer to this question. I growl in annoyance. For one, I don't want to overwhelm her even more. 2. I can't trust other wolves with her, because once she's in heat, they'll fucking try to get to her. And 3. No man is touching what's mine. My answer seems to satisfy the cheeky witch as she nods in understanding. I know it may be taken wrongly when I say no one but me is allowed to touch my mate, but I don't care. Ivy's mine. If she accepts me, she'll be the future alpha queen. But before that happens, I can't let any other male get anywhere near her. The word that I found my mate already got out, and it won't be long before someone decides to use her against me. I have enemies that will do everything it takes to see me fall, and Ivy is the only way to do that. She's my only weakness, but what no one realizes is that she's also my strength. For her, I can do anything. For her, I can change anything. For her, I can become anything.
Chapter 26. Ivy. The longer I stay with Lorenzo, the better I feel. It's bizarre, but every morning when I wake up with him in the bed, I feel less and less pain. Today I can even breathe normally. Of course, the bite on my neck is not healed yet, but the swelling went down considerably and my throat is not so tight anymore. It was a struggle to get used to speaking after so long, but I got used to it after a while. I'm currently sitting with this girl, Leah, who Lorenzo said is my good friend. She's been staying with me all the time for the last few days, telling me everything she knew about me. It sounds weird to learn about myself from someone, but I can tell I can trust this girl. She's so different than me, and spending time with her is really refreshing. What do you think about this? Leah shows me a pretty flowery dress, smiling at me warmly. She's been trying to find me some clothes that I could wear around the house instead of the usual sweatpants and shirts I was forced to borrow from Lorenzo. As much as I like the clothes my friend is showing me, Lorenzo's clothes are being comfortable and warm, and they smell so nice. Like Lorenzo, I found myself burying my nose in the shirt's collar quite a few times during the day, like a damn creep. But today is a special occasion, and I want to look better than usual. I'm having a date with Lorenzo. It's pretty, I tell her hoarsely. My throat's still hurting a bit. Did I used to wear things like that? I see Leah's mood darken a bit as her sweet smile falters. Yeah, but not because you liked it. You told me once that it was your parents that made you wear specific things so you don't tarnish their image. Even though you didn't really like everything your mother chose for you, you still were fond of flowery dresses. What else did I like? I implore curiously, intrigued about my past that I can't remember. You liked a lot of things: studying while listening to classical music, watching sad romances while eating ice cream, wearing fluffy pajamas around the house with no care of the world. She grins warmly, sitting on the bed by my legs. I had a feeling I didn't really have a good relationship with my parents, especially with what my father was like at the hospital. He didn't really seem concerned about me. He was just angry at me. Did you know that Lorenzo is a werewolf? I hesitantly ask, fiddling with the blanket nervously. I had no idea, Leah quickly denies. To be honest, I didn't even know him that well for the longest time, but I can tell he feels deeply for you. He cares about you a lot. I'm scared of him biting me, of the heat, of pain. What if he can't stop himself when I get in heat and try to do something? I'm so lost. I pull my knees to my chest, curling up against the headboard of the huge bed. Leah only sighs deeply. I don't know what to tell you about that. I've never been in a situation like this. You have to decide yourself if you trust Lorenzo enough to let him do this, to mark you as his. But if he doesn't mark me, I'll die. I whimper, making Leah let out a long breath. She can't argue with that, since it's the truth. I know I've been getting slightly better over the last 3 days. The Jake's bite is still not healing. I feel the burn every time I'm near Lorenzo. He said it's because the presence of my mate is forcing the bite out and that's why it burns. But I'm not so sure about that. When I checked the bite in the mirror after a bath, I saw it's extremely dark and heavily infected. There are dark vine-like lines spreading under my skin, making me look like I was splashed with ink or something. And every day the lines are getting thicker and longer, reaching farther parts of my body. Lorenzo said it's because Jake's venom is spreading. Once it reaches critical point, I will die. We don't say anything else for a while. Then Leah helps me put on the pretty dress she showed me earlier. I would have put it myself, but it's not exactly easy when I can barely move. I'm way too weak now to do anything, to be honest. After I'm all dressed up, and my hair is done into cute buns, Leah helps me walk to my wheelchair in the corner. She insisted on me slowly starting to walk so I can get used to moving around. She has one of her arms wrapped around my waist to stabilize me, and the other holds my hand over her shoulder. She is really strong, holding me up with no troubles, even though I'm more of a dead weight to her. After 3-month coma, my legs can't really hold up my body. I hate being so weak, but everyone assures me they're fine with helping me. Once I'm comfortably sitting in the wheelchair, Leah covers my legs with a cute fuzzy blanket, then pushes me outside to the living room where Lorenzo is waiting for me. He's been insisting on helping me himself, but I in no way feel comfortable with him doing that. I would die of embarrassment if Lorenzo had to help me use the toilet or bathe. I'm much more at ease with Leah. She's a girl, so it's not as bad. Looking forward to your date, Leah teases from behind me as she slowly pushes my wheelchair down the hallway. I am, actually. I grin. Lorenzo promised to take me to the garden. As nice as this place is, I'm yearning for some fresh air, and Lorenzo said he can take me to the greenhouse. I smile happily, almost bouncing in excitement. It's my first time to go outside since I woke up after the coma, and I'm being excited. That's great to hear. Blake and I are going to town, so you won't have to worry about privacy. But one call and I'll come back, okay? You won't stay here. We don't want to disturb you and Lorenzo. I can hear the teasing in her voice, and it brings a blush to my cheeks. The implication behind her words is not lost to me. She knows exactly what's going to happen tonight. Lorenzo is marking me. I'm a bit scared about the whole thing, but I want to give it a chance. I want to live. I want to have a chance to have a happy life, maybe even love. I want to explore my new life. Hey Ivy, Blake greets with a smile, leaning against the back of the couch in the living room looking good. Girl, he appraises, making me blush shyly. Thank you, I murmur bashfully. Okay, let's leave those two alone. Ivy, remember, one call and I'm here. Leah gives me a gentle hug from behind, speaking quietly into my ear. Thank you. No problem. See you tomorrow. She pats my head gently, then walks up to her man, grabbing his hand before they walk out the front door. As soon as the door closes behind them, I turn to Lorenzo, who's been silently watching me all this time. He's looking utterly breathtaking in his crisp white dress shirt and black suit. I can't get over how handsome he is. It's a bit unnerving to have him stare at me so intensely, but it's not scary. It makes my insides flutter with nerves, yet I don't hate it. You look beautiful, my love, he breathes out after a while, gazing at me with pure adoration in his eyes. The way he looks at me, as if I'm the most important person to him, as if I'm the only person he sees, does something to me, and I can barely stop myself from averting my gaze from his, feeling extremely shy under his scrutiny. I adjust the blanket on my legs out of nervousness, thanking Lorenzo quietly for the compliment. He only smiles at me lovingly, then comes up to me and kisses my head. Are you ready, my love? Yeah, I whisper shyly, getting a sweet smile in response as Lorenzo gets behind my wheelchair and starts pushing it towards the front door. As soon as we reach it, I grab the handle and open it, making Lorenzo chuckle quietly at my eagerness. Despite the cold weather, the crisp air feels nothing but refreshing. Luckily, Leah draped a warm fur coat over my shoulders and gave me the blanket, 'cause I'm not doing all that well with cold. Are you okay, love? Lorenzo questions worriedly. I'm fine. It's beautiful here. All the trees, the snow, the peace. I sigh dreamily, taking in everything around me with wide eyes. I'm glad you like it. Would you like to see the garden now? Yes, please. I smile over my shoulder at Lorenzo, not missing the hitch of his breath as his gaze turns mellow. As my lady wishes, he says before slowly leading me to the big greenhouse, attached to the south end of the mansion. At least I guess it's south, since the sun is at its highest point there, but I can't be sure. I'm not that good with directions. When we reach the glass dome-like structure, I literally gasp in amazement. The place is filled with flowers, colorful bushes, small trees and different types of vines trailing up the pillars by the walls. It's out of this world. There's not a spot in here that's not taken by some plant or flower. Apart from the resting area in the center, right in the middle of the place, there's a gorgeous fountain, with an intricate statue on it, in the shape of a howling wolf, surrounded by cute white benches facing it from every side. There's also a small table nearby, with 2 white and golden Victorian-styled chairs. What intrigues me is the set of covered plates on the table. Did Lorenzo plan all this? I thought we could maybe have lunch here. I'd love to. I grin at him, silently loving the way he relaxes at the simple gesture. I raise my arms slightly for Lorenzo to get me out of my wheelchair and help me into the chair by the table. He smiles warmly at me, then picks me up bridal style and sets me in the Victorian chair before sitting across the table from me. I hope the food is to your liking, my love. He takes off the covers from the plates, and I almost gasp at the beautifully arranged dishes that look so good I'm almost salivating. It looks great, thank you. I gush with the smile never leaving my face. It's the happiest I've been since I woke up. Lorenzo is so sweet. Maybe being his won't be that bad.
Chapter 27. Lorenzo. There are no words to describe what I feel as I casually dine with my mate. At last having her near me with no fear, it was deeply saddening, that her initial reaction to finding out what I am, but now she doesn't seem as bothered by it. I know it's probably because I am one of the very few people she knows right now, but it doesn't change the fact that I can finally earn my mate's trust and maybe love. Over the last months, both me and Onyx have been going crazy without Ivy near us, but now that she's finally here with us, I haven't even heard as much as a whine from my wolf. He's only purring contentedly in my mind, basking in the warm feeling of having our mate with us every night. He even went as far as waking up in the middle of the night just to stare at Ivy sleeping in our bed. Because of that little shit, I couldn't even get enough rest. But I'm not mad. If I could, I would just spend every second of my life staring at my mate as she is resting comfortably, pressed against my chest. Is the food to your liking, love? I break the silence, getting a cute startled gasp from Ivy as she quickly wipes her mouth with a napkin. She was so unbearably cute, with the small sauce stains on her mouth. How can someone so sweet and adorable be treated so harshly by the people closest to them? How can anyone even think about harming such beautiful, kind and gentle woman? I love it. Ivy smiles sweetly. It's delicious. I love hearing her voice. It's angelic for lack of a better word. I'm so glad she can finally speak. It was torture to not be able to hear her voice. Over the time she's been staying here, she recovered quite a bit from the bumhole Alpha's bite, but she still needs to be marked to fight it off completely. I'm glad to hear it. I smile back at her. I don't even care about the food in front of me. I just watch my mate enjoy her meal, like a lovesick puppy. You're a puppy, idiot. I'm not. Onyx mocks all of a sudden, as if he wasn't purring like a damn cat mere seconds ago. You're the dog here, so obviously, you're the puppy. I taunt, barely stopping myself from chuckling out loud at the angry growl Onyx releases. He doesn't like to be called anything else but a mighty alpha wolf, and that's exactly why I'm going to make Ivy call him a puppy, just to annoy him. You're smiling, Ivy shyly comments, pulling me out of my thoughts. I like it. Ew, you look really handsome when you smile, she bashfully adds, melting my heart into nothing with the adorable blush that appears on her cheeks. Thank you, love. I grin at her, but it's you who should take the compliment. You're so beautiful. I gaze at her lovingly, feeling unexplainable warmth fill my entire body and soul. Thank you. She nervously fiddles with a blanket covering her legs. Can I ask you something? Of course, my love. Will the mark hurt? I should have expected this. I sigh lightly, still not taking my eyes off the stunning beauty in front of me. It will hurt just like a bite would. You might also feel a little tired afterwards, which is why I proposed to do this in our bedroom. Once the mate bond is in place, you should feel more connected to me, just as I will to you. Can I get sick from this? I feel my eyes widen slightly at the unexpected question. Sick? How exactly? You know, I don't think people are meant to bite each other. Ivy mumbles cutely, making me chuckle. But I'm not a human, and we're not just average people. You're my mate. You bear a half of my soul. I know it might sound conceited, but we are meant to be together. It has become really rare for wolves to find their mates over the last centuries. So forgive me if I come off as too pushy, but I can't afford to lose you. My love, I've waited thousands of years for you. My adorable mate seems to be rendered speechless by this, as she gapes at me in silent shock. I keep forgetting how old you are, she murmurs quietly. You say the sweetest things, and then when you mention the whole werewolf thing, I get nervous. You said you've waited thousands of years for a mate. But I'm not like you. I'm a human. I won't live for so long, she finishes sadly, quickly wiping a stray tear off her face. I can only sigh at this. I still haven't told her about the immortality. Love, if you decide to accept me, you will be bound to immortality too. I haven't explained it too well, I suppose. But the curse that which brought on my father was placed before she separated the souls, which is why once the split halves are merged into one, both their bearers are cursed into eternal life. So nothing can kill you? Ivy winces at the last part, frowning deeply. There is only one way to end my life. It is to remove my heart from my chest. I tell her truthfully, I don't want to hide anything from her. Oh, my mate tortures me by biting onto her plump pink lip, which I'd rather bite myself. She's so unbelievably irresistible that it's a miracle I have stayed sane for so long. Onyx isn't helping either, constantly trying to take control so he can show our mate what she's in for. I have to keep reminding him that Ivy still isn't ready for that, but he's adamant about having some time alone with our mate. Guess I'll have to let him out for a moment to shut him up. Just you wait. Once I get out, you won't be seeing our mate for a long time. Onyx snarls, huffing indignantly before shutting me off. I concentrate back on my mate, only to see her staring at me curiously as she leans her elbows on the table. Sorry, love, my wolf has been quite chatty today. I chuckle. Your wolf? You can talk to him. The adorable curiosity on Ivy's face makes me grin. She's so cute. Yes, I can talk to him. He's not just an animal that brings out my primal instinctive side. He's a separate sentient being inside me. Just like I can be in control while in wolf form, he can be in control in human form. We're two beings forced into one body that can also change into a beast. Are all werewolves like this? No, only the ones coming from my father's bloodline. The ones that were created by him can shift into wolves, but they're not separate beings. The wolves in them are a physical representation of their primal, animalistic side. How many wolves, like you, are there? Ivy questions tentatively, as if she has anything to be scared of. There are just a few left. Most of my father's children, I emphasize with distaste as I remember what my father did, have been hunted down a long time ago. Humans didn't really take well to everything my father had done in the past. As far as I know, I have maybe 3 or 4 half-siblings still alive, and the saddest part is they don't even know that the men they thought were their fathers are not even related to them. How come? They're my father's children. Over 100 years ago, he went on a rampage. I pause, not really wanting to talk about this, but Ivy's curious gaze makes me reveal everything. Over 100 years ago, a witch has created a being. She called it an undead, since it wouldn't die no matter what was done to it. She created him because she wanted to eradicate the werewolves due to being rejected by one of the alphas. What the witch didn't anticipate, however, was the creature's thirst for blood. The man she had changed into an undead killed thousands of people, feeding on them to satisfy that thirst. Since he couldn't die, he felt invincible and would do inexplicable things for almost a year. He wreaked havoc everywhere, killing off both humans and wolves. One of the alphas in that area has reached out to me for help. Of course, as Alpha King, I couldn't ignore my duty, and I went there. I fought the undead and managed to kill him. He had the same weakness as I do. Removing his heart was the only way to kill him. After that, I was trying to help the affected packs and find the witch that created the monster. What I didn't expect was my father getting involved in that and literally going crazy. You see, one of the people that undead killed turned out to be my father's mate. When he found out, he went on a damn rampage, doing even more damage to the whole werewolf community than the undead. He did not only kill wolves, including his descendants, but also wanted other wolves to feel the same pain he felt when he lost his mate. He would either kill or rape female alpha mates, then command the alphas to keep the children and raise them as theirs. No alpha could oppose to the king's command, and were forced to stay silent about the origin of the children. But not every alpha wanted to raise a bastard as their heir to the title. Many of them wouldn't let their mates keep the babies. However, going after Alpha King's command had horrible consequences. Many alphas went crazy or turned rogue. Rogues are wolves that left their packs or were banished from them, usually because they committed a crime against their pack. The 4 children that were actually born back then have never found out about their origin, and I didn't have the heart to tell them they were a product of my father's cruelty. They still live in the conviction that they're simply distant descendants of the Alpha King, not his children. After what my father did, a bunch of alphas started a rebellion against him and ended up killing him. I finished with a heavy sigh, not even daring to look Ivy in the eye, scared of what I might find there. I definitely ruined all my chances with her right now. Surely, she must be afraid of me being a monster like my father. No one is understanding enough to simply accept that I'm nothing like the man that made me. I'm so sorry. Ivy sniffles quietly. You went through so much. I can't imagine what that must have been like. I look at her, being shocked at her reaction. "You're not afraid of me?" "No, I can tell you're nothing like that. If you were, you wouldn't do so much for me. You wouldn't be holding me while I cry in my sleep. You wouldn't make effort to make me comfortable here. You're not a monster. You're a really kind and sweet man. You have no idea how much it means to hear you say that. I feel like I'm about to melt at the softness in Ivy's eyes." I get up from my seat, then pick my mate up and cradle her against my chest, just soaking up the feeling of her small soft body against mine. I go to one of the benches placed by the fountain and sit on it, placing my little Ivy on my lap, still having her engulfed in my embrace. After a while she wraps her arms around my neck, crying quietly into the collar of my shirt as I clutch onto her desperately. I don't want to let her go. I will not let her go.
Chapter 28. Ivy. I stay in Lorenzo's warm embrace for what feels like forever, just soaking up his warmth and taking in his addicting scent. He always smells so good. I don't know what perfume he uses, but I just want to bottle it up and smell forever. Had he not been sleeping with me at night, I would have probably looked into what perfume he uses and sprayed my pillow with it. It's so comforting. I slowly lean back from Lorenzo's chest, having to force myself to take my face at the crook of his neck. I want to stay buried there as long as possible. "I want you to mark me," I croak hoarsely, my throat feeling tight with emotion. I feel so bad for this man. He went through so much, and he still manages to gift me with affection and patience. "Are you sure?" I smile at his sweet worry. "Yes, I'm sure." "Let's take you to the bedroom." He moves to get up from the bench, but I stop him with my hand. "No, please, can't we do it here? It's so beautiful in here," I plead. Lorenzo only nods silently, stroking my cheek softly. "You're beautiful. Nothing can even compare." I duck my head to avoid letting him see the furious blush on my cheeks. He always says things like this, knowing damn well how flustered his words make me. "You're so cute when you blush," he chuckles. "Stop it," I whine, covering my face with my hands. "I don't think I will. You're way too adorable." I can clearly hear the teasing in his voice. Why is he like this? Why does he have to tease me like this? My face is burning from the blush on my cheeks, and here he is, saying such sweet things. Can you show me the garden?" I request tentatively. "Of course, my love." Lorenzo smiles lovingly, pressing a kiss to my head. He gets off the bench, setting me up on his hip like a baby, getting an awkward, embarrassed squeak from me as I try to resist, then casually walks around the garden, explaining which plant is what and how it's supposed to be taken care of. I try to tell him that I can use my wheelchair, but he quickly deflects my complaints by saying he likes to have me close. I don't think I fully understand the whole mate thing yet, but if there's one thing I do know, it's that I want to be close to Lorenzo. I want to stay in his arms. I love being with him. There's this strange feeling that surges through me whenever I touch him. It's almost like Lorenzo is some sort of power generator that sends a strong electric current through me, lighting up my whole existence. And when I'm not with him, it's like my body doesn't know how to operate, like it's been unplugged from its power source. I feel cold, tired, weak. I don't have the energy to even move. This man, that I neither remember nor know, has become so important to me in such short time that it's almost scary. I've become so extremely dependent on him it terrifies me. What if he thinks I'm a bother? What if I make him angry like my father? The thought of my father makes me tense up. I barely ask one thing. After waking up at the hospital and he yelled at me, even though I don't remember my life, I can still tell I don't do well with yelling. It scares me. As I think about my father, a sudden image hits me and my whole body goes rigid. "Love, what's wrong?" Lorenzo stops walking and looks at me worriedly. I just remembered something," I whisper, already feeling my eyes tear up at the memory. "What did you remember, love?" he asks in concern. "My father's yelling." Lorenzo sits on the nearby bench by a big bush of white roses, cradling me to his chest gently. I was at some apartment or hotel, I don't know, and my father and Jay came. My father yelled at me and started packing a suitcase, ignoring my pleas. I think he said something about taking me somewhere, but I can't be sure. And then I run. I sob, hiccuping lightly. I run, but they catch me. My father grabs me and yells, and it hurts. I cry out into Lorenzo's shoulder, shaking in pure fear at the images flashing through my head. It's terrifying. The fury on my father's face will definitely haunt me. Don't think about it. You're safe. You're okay. Lorenzo rocks us slowly, stroking my back soothingly with one hand, and cupping the back of my head with the other as he whispers into my ear. I put my arms around his neck and clutch onto him in pure desperation, basking in the sense of security and safety he so easily provides me with. "You don't need to be scared anymore. Now while you're with me," he assures, keeping me in a tight comforting embrace. "Thank you," I murmur against his shoulder when I stop shaking. I feel Lorenzo's lips against on my head as he kisses me softly. "Don't mention it." "Do you know?" I trail off unsurely, not really knowing how to ask him about that. "I do, actually," he responds shortly. I lean away from his chest and look at him imploringly. "Can you tell me about it?" Lorenzo sighs, seemingly debating on whether to tell me or not. "Your father tried to force you to go back to your parents' house with him. He was planning to make you marry that 𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒂𝒚. You didn't want to go and run from them, but they managed to catch you and you got in a fight. Your shoulder got dislocated and you passed out. I took you to a hospital." "I didn't want to go." "No, you didn't." "Why?" I pry further, but Lorenzo's reluctance about telling me the details is really worrying me. "Love, I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, but I assure you, I will never make the same mistake again." He strokes my cheek softly, tracing my jaw with his thumb. "But I don't want to lie to you about anything. When your father tried to take you away, I wasn't there to protect you. I had left you due to my duties as Alpha King, and I will forever regret it. You were left defenseless and it's my fault." He sighs shakily as his eyes water. I don't want to see him cry. "No, don't say that." I snuggle into him. "I don't want to see you sad." I hug him with all my might. There is something really heartbreaking about seeing a man as powerful as Lorenzo being reduced to tears. "It's true, I failed you, my love, and each time I did, you got hurt." He trembles in my hold, tightening his arms around me. "It will kill me to see you hurt again." He whimpers quietly against my shoulder. I don't want to push him to tell me about the whole failing me thing, 'cause I can see it pains him to speak about it. I guess I'll have to have a long talk with Leah later. I have a feeling she knows more than she reveals. I frown in confusion when sense Lorenzo bury his nose in the crook of my neck and inhale deeply. He has never done something so primitive and animalistic over the time I have been staying here. It's a bit disturbing. Do I smell? My puzzlement only increases when I hear him growl possessively against my skin as he crushes me to his chest. I think I catch a quiet minute as he does that, but I might be wrong. But then he starts muttering darkly, "Mine, mine, mine, all mine, only mine, my mate." I'm actually quite bewildered by his sudden change. However, I can't find it in me to be afraid of him. Not him. As the growling and muttering continues, I come to a shocking realization. It's not Lorenzo anymore. Wolfie.
Chapter 29. Onyx. I keep my mate caged in my arms, taking in her sweet scent greedily. Lorenzo, that damn human, kept me away for too long. I crave my mate as much as he does, yet he still didn't let me out. Guess what? I'm the one in control now. I will be the one to mark our mate. I will be the one that takes care of her. She's mine now. Wolfie, my little mate asks cutely, making me chuckle quietly. I've never been called that, but if that's her wish, I can be a Wolfie. Yes, my queen? Queen? She scrunches her nose adorably as she giggles at the name. Yes, you're my mate. That makes you a queen. Why? She implores curiously. I nuzzle my nose further into the crook of her neck, taking in her scent as I speak. Because we're the king and you're ours. I trace the slender column of her neck with my lips, peppering feathery kisses all over her soft skin. I can hear the change in my queen's heartbeat and breathing, and I growl lowly when I realize she likes what I'm doing to her. I want to mark you so bad right now, I say huskily, almost panting in desire. I want to make you ours. May I mark you, my queen? My mate tenses momentarily, but soon relaxes in my hold. She turns her head and presses a small kiss to my cheek. You may, she whispers. I don't miss the cute blush on her cheeks as she says that. She's so unbelievably adorable. I help my mate straddle my legs without removing my lips from her neck, then trace kisses all over it, searching for that special spot that will bear my mark. When 𝑽𝒂𝒚𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒆 quackly, I know I've found it. This will hurt, my love, I warn softly, tightening my arms around her tiny frame to keep her in place. I know, she whispers in response. I only nod, then push out my canines and bite down onto Ivy's neck. She whimpers in pain, squirming to get away, but I don't release her, letting my venom surge through her veins. Because of that stupid 𝑽𝒂𝒐𝒊𝒔𝒕𝒊𝒐𝒏 that tried to mark her, It will be more painful for my queen than it would be if she wasn't marked before. My venom will overtake the one from that bunghole Alpha. But the process is quite difficult and my poor little queen will be hurting for a while. I pull away from my queen's neck and lick off the remaining blood, effectively sealing the wound. That hurt. My little mate cries out and my heart breaks. I wipe the tears off her face with the pads of my thumbs, cupping her face gently. I know, my queen, I know, but it's over. You'll be all right now, I reassure her, kissing her head lovingly. It's over. She's mine now. She won't die. I'm tired. Ivy mumbles sleepily, falling onto my chest. I cradle her in my arms, letting her rest. I'll take you to bed, okay? Everything will be all right now. We'll take care of you, I whisper into her ear, getting a slow nod in response before Ivy falls asleep. I gently reposition my little queen so she's lying in my arms like a baby and just sit on the bench for a while, enjoying the feeling of her small body against my chest. I have one of my arms around my Reina's back and use the other to caress her cute face as sleeps in my embrace. At last, I can have her for myself. Finally, she's here, and I'm going to make sure she stays here. The only thing I'm worried about now is her unavoidable heat. I don't know how I'm going to stay away from her when it comes. The need to seal the mate bond is unbearable. Lorenzo and I have seen many wolves go batshit crazy and need to mate their females. Some think that it's the females that have it hard during heat, but it's the male that has his sanity put to a test. Of course, there are other things about the heat that should be known. For one, human mates go through it differently than wolf mates. They feel heightened 𝑠*Zool drive and they stay feverish throughout the heat, but that's all. Wolves, however, experience not only those two symptoms, but also increased irritability and compulsive shifts, mainly because they feel the bond more than humans. That's also why it's very rare for wolves to go into heat. They tend to seal the deal the same day they mark each other, but sometimes the heat takes place and it's not pleasant. Female wolves can shift back and forth uncontrollably even 100 times a day. Without someone to take care of them, they can tire themselves to death. It only happened a few times in history, but that doesn't mean it can be overlooked. Death of a mate is the most horrible thing that can happen to a werewolf. No wolf can bear the pain of losing their mate. The best case scenario is when the wolf kills himself, since it both takes away their pain and stops them from becoming a rogue. Unfortunately, that's not always the case. There have been countless instances when the bereft wolves went on killing sprees after the loss of their mates, and it was our duty as Alpha King to deal with them. We have so much blood on our hands. I sigh heavily, pulling my mate closer to my chest. I need the reassurance that her presence provides. I can only pray she will accept us as hers. There's a lot of darkness in our life, but I can't let my queen go. She's the only one that can get rid of the pain we've been feeling for so many years now. After I don't know how long, I pick my mate up and walk back to the house, not even caring about the wheelchair left behind. I'll get someone to bring it to the house later. Thankfully, every worker here is a human, so they won't get in my way during my queen's heat. Neither I nor Lorenzo would ever trust wolves to be around our mate. She's ours. I don't miss the looks I get from the maids as I carry my unconscious Reina to our bedroom. They stare at my mate with so much disgust and jealousy it makes my blood boil. If they can't contain themselves, I'll have to throw them out. No one has the right to look at my queen in such way. I lay my little mate on the bed and tuck her in before sitting on the edge of the bed. I don't want to leave her when she's so vulnerable. I know I'll have to at some point, but not yet. I want to be here with her for as long as possible. I can't leave her in care of those damn maids working here. I don't trust them. There's only one person I can entrust my mate's safety to. That human girl 𝐿. I guess it's time to call her. I get out my phone from my pocket and unlock it. Lorenzo has set up our mate's birthday as the password, so I don't have a problem getting in. I used to have a phone of my own in the past, but we found that there's no point in that. I can contact every alpha through the mind link, since we're all connected, and Lorenzo takes care of everything else. I don't like mingling with humans. You guys done already? 𝐿 teases as she picks up the phone without as much as greeting. Cheeky woman. Yes, I tell her, come back. Say please, she orders, getting an annoyed growl from me. She knows I won't let anyone but her stay with my mate and uses it against me. Please, I gruffly say. Good boy, she laughs. We'll be back in an hour. With that she hangs up and I shake my head at her ridiculousness. There's something strange about that girl. I hate humans. I detest having to deal with them. But this one girl is different, and I can't pinpoint what it is. I'm drawn to her. I'm calm when she's around and I don't mind her company. I can tell she's in no way related to my mate by her scent, but it's still bizarre how much I enjoy being around her and interacting with her. On many occasions, I pretended to be Lorenzo as I was watching her fights or talking to her. She never noticed, obviously. The thing is, I don't even know why I'm so into her. It doesn't make sense for me to be attracted to a human woman who's not my mate, especially after meeting my mate. Any feelings I had for that girl should have disappeared the second I felt the mate bond. But they didn't. And it's weird. And I hate anything weird. Which is why Lorenzo and I have to get to the bottom of it. I want no surprises.
Chapter 30, Ivy. I wake up in horrible pain, and I immediately know Lorenzo's not with me. The spot he would occupy every night is cold and neatly made. He didn't sleep here. Hey girl, how are you feeling? I turn slowly to the source of the voice, only to be met with Leah sitting in the armchair by the window with a book in her hands. Were you here all this time? I ask quietly, turning over to face her. My neck still hurts a little, but I'm feeling better than yesterday. Yeah, your man left last night, saying you're getting into heat and he can't bear to be here. She shrugs casually, but only one thing catches my attention. She said your man. He's not my man. I mumble quietly. Isn't he though? You're his mate and he's yours. You guys share one soul. As weird as it sounds, she says as she puts away her book and gets up from her seat. I watch silently as she walks to the closet and brings out a loose thin pajama. Let's get you ready for the day. She smiles when she notices my confused look. I can do it myself. I sit up on the bed, only to fall back down when a sudden dizzy spell hits me. Whoa, 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 easy. Tiger. Leah puts her arms around me and helps me slowly sit up and lean against the headboard. Thank you. It's fine. I promised to take care of you during this whole eat thing. Didn't I? She chuckles, quoting the word eat with her fingers. You did, but I didn't expect you to go through with it. Why wouldn't I? You're my friend, Ivy. Even if you don't remember me, she murmurs the last part quietly, and I feel bad for using her like this. Hey, don't worry about it. I don't mind that you forgot everything. She shrugs. The only thing that matters is that you're getting better. She glances pointedly at my neck, where Wolfie bit me. The bite is throbbing a little, but it's not hurting as much as Jake's one. How does it look? Can I see? I plead. Sure, but first, let's get you to the bathroom. Leah gently puts her arm around my waist and helps me walk to the ensuite. She sits me on the toilet, then leaves the room for a while, giving me the privacy to do my business. As much as I'm comfortable with her helping me bathe, I'm not sure I can pee with her in the same room. I wish my legs started listening to my brain and work properly, but my muscles still refuse to carry my weight. It's embarrassing to have someone literally help me walk, but I can't really do anything about it. After I'm done with my business, I knock on the door to let Leah know she can enter. As soon as she does, she starts filling up the tub and even throws some bath bombs inside, making the scent of strawberries waft through the room. I sit patiently on the toilet as she prepares my bath, then let her undress me and lead me to the tub. A sigh of pure content leaves my mouth as I submerge myself in the hot water. There's nothing better than a hot bath. As I sit in the bathtub, I stare at myself through the huge mirror in front of me. I have no idea what was Lorenzo thinking when he put a big mirror right in front of a bathtub, but I can't help but appreciate it now. I reach to the bite on my neck with my hand, tracing my fingers over it carefully. The dark marks from Jake's bite are much less prominent than they were yesterday. They're no longer spread around my whole chest. They're not black anymore, and they're not so painful. Lorenzo's, or should I say Wolfie's, bite really is healing me. I feel more invigorated, lighter, stronger, and more connected to him. I want to see him. I need to see him. Where's Lorenzo? I ask Leah as she starts washing my hair, giving me the best head massage I've ever had. He left. He said he won't be able to restrain himself if he stays here. Oh, I can't help but let my disappointment show. Did he say when he'll be back? I implore quietly, getting in off from my friend. She's so mean sometimes. You're so cute, Leah gushes, but no, he didn't say. He mentioned that the heat will last a week or so and asked me to take care of you. I'm sorry to trouble you like this. I glance at Leah over my shoulder, but she only smiles at me warmly. It's no problem, she assures, turning my head around so she can wrings off my hair. Did Lorenzo tell you what's going to happen? I ask curiously. I don't know what to expect. Yeah, he did actually. Since you're human. Wow, that's a weird thing to say. Leah chuckles. You're supposedly going to just have a fever and be horny. If you were a wolf, you'd also change back and forth into your animal, or simply jump your man's bones and be done with it. I choke on my own spit at this. My God. She's bold. You really don't sugarcoat things. I breathe out in shock, making her laugh. I don't see the point in it. I'd rather say what I mean plain and simple than beat around the bush. I nod at this. It makes sense. If only everyone thought the same way. Leah puts on the conditioner on my hair and goes to the bedroom to get my clothes and prepares 2 towels for me, while I stay in the tub. I can tell the eat has already started. I'm feeling a bit hot and there's this knot in my stomach that I desperately want to break. I'm not naive. I know what that feeling is, but I will never admit to Leah that she was right and I'm actually horny. I'd sooner die of shame than say that out loud. This whole heat will be a nightmare.
Lorenzo, it took all my willpower to leave my mate, but I couldn't risk losing control and doing something to her. I'd rather kill myself than hurt my mate. I've decided to stay in the pool house at the back of the property, not willing to go any farther than that. It's close enough for me to be able to protect Ivy and far enough to not feel her heat. I'm not sure I would be able to resist her if I smelled her arousal. When a female is in heat, her sin is intensified. I noticed Ivy's sin changed barely a few hours after Onyx marked her, and I nearly lost it. She smelled so sweet, so tempting, so tantalizing. Well, you look like shit, I groan at Blake's mocking tone. He's decided to keep me company while Leah stays with my little Ivy. The fouquet you're doing here, I grumble, not getting up from the couch. Blake sits on the other one, sipping on a beer. Leah wants to have a girls' day with Ivy and I'm not sure I want to be a part of that. Girls' day? I ask curiously, what does that mean? You know, hair, makeup, the whole shebang. After a 3-month coma, I'm sure Ivy needs some pampering. From what my girl told me, she's going to give Ivy a full makeover. He chuckles. Fouquet, he's right. How could I not think about it? I'm so fucking stupid. Then it hits me. A makeover? God damn it. Leah, that conniving witch. She knows that I can't go back to the house because of Ivy's heat and she taunts me with it. She fucking knows I'll be tempted to see my mate. Fouquet, your reaction is just like Leah predicted. Blake laughs, making me growl in frustration. Oh come on, you know she's doing it just to rile you up. And that's what pisses me off. How the Fouquet do you put up with that woman? Luff, Lorenzo, luff. He grins. I only shake my head at him and sigh heavily. What was I expecting? I keep lying on the couch for I don't know how long, but after a while, I'm so agitated, I can't keep still. I need to see my mate. I miss her so fucking much. I want to bury myself in her, to feel her softness against me, to smell her addicting aroma. Fouquet. No, not a chance. Blake reacts before I can even move to the door. Lorenzo, I will lock you in here if I have to. You know that. Don't even try. He says sternly and I growl into fury. He's trying to keep me away from my mate. Don't get in my way, human, I snarl at him, taking a threatening step towards him, but he doesn't react. He's not afraid of me. Lorenzo, she will hate you if you force her. You know she will. He screams at me, blocking the front door. A painful growl leaves my throat as I pace around the living room, clutching onto my chest as it burns with need. Fouquet, 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 damn it, I pant heavily in agony. If it's already this bad, then I won't be able to restrain myself when it gets worse. But I can't hurt Ivy. I don't want to hurt her. Fouquet. Blade. I turn to the young human and it flinches when he notices the wild look I undoubtedly have. Go to my office. In my desk drawer, there's a set of keys and a scent masking spray. Use the spray to cover Ivy's scent, then go to the basement. The entrance is under the stairs. I tell him, pausing a few times when Onyx tries to break free against my will. What are the keys for? Blake questions suspiciously, but I only growl loudly in response. Okay, I'm going. He rushes out the door, then locks me inside. As if that will work. Onyx snarls at me to go to our mate, and it takes all my strength to fight him back. I was, Maeve, thinking I could endure this. I can't. I can smell Ivy from here. The images my mind conjures of her lying underneath me, panting in desire as I plow into her again, and again bring me nothing but agony. All of my blood rushes to my snake as it strains painfully against the zipper of my jeans. With every step I take towards the back of the house, my strength lessens. Onyx is viciously clawing at my chest as he tries to get out and claim our mate, and I don't know for how long I can hold him back. I barely manage to open the leaden hatch of the basement and jump in, pulling the chain attached to the metal block to close it. The putrid-smelling residue left by the prisoners I used to keep here is the only thing that brings me peace for a short moment. since it masks my ivy's irresistible sweet scent. I get in the strongest holding cell. I have here then wait for Blake to come and lock me in. It's my only chance to not do something I'd regret.
Chapter 31. Ivy. It's so hot. I can't take it anymore. Shit. I hear Leah's voice as I writhe in agony on the floor. It's the only spot that's cool enough for me to lie on. Ivy. Ivy. It's me. Jesus Christ. What is this shit? She mutters angrily, clearly taken aback by the intensity of the heat. I feel myself getting lifted from the floor, then put on a soft surface, which quickly gets wet due to my excessive sweating. The thin cotton pajamas Leah put on me didn't even last an hour, and I had to take it off. It was too wet for me to wear. Through my feverish haze, I managed to ask my friend to help me put on something else, but Leah only said it'd end up like my PJs and left me in my underwear. I was quite scared that Leah's boyfriend will see me like this, but she told me he's with Lorenzo. Oh God, just the thought of that man causes new waves of heat to surge through my body. I whimper in pain when a strong cramp hits me, making my insides clench and eat. I can't take it. I want it to be over. It's not long before I feel Leah move me again, then put me in ice-cold water. That does nothing to extinguish the fire inside me. I pant as I sit in the bathtub, too tired to even open my eyes. I'm going to die. Whoa, careful. Leah adjusts my head when it falls limply against the tub. What the hell is this? She grumbles in pure confusion, but I don't have the strength to even respond. I have no idea how long this thing has been going on now. Everything is a blur. I don't know what day or time it is. I can't do anything on my own. I have to depend on Leah with each and every little thing. She helps me in the bathroom. She spoon feeds me smoothies and soups. She wipes the sweat off my body with a towel. She gives me ice baths. She's like my personal nurse, and I feel terrible about troubling her like this. Once all the sweat is washed off my body, Leah dries me off and helps me put on my underwear before taking me back to the bedroom. She put the fans in there, so it's the only place I can stay in. I'll go find you a blanket to lie on. Okay, Leah says as she helps me onto the bed, then she leaves the room. I guess she noticed I'm more comfortable on the floor. I snuggle into the pillow tiredly, only to be hit with Lorenzo's scent, which makes my cramps get 10 times worse and the heat to almost burn me from the inside. I need him so badly. Holding the pillow to my face, I move to get off the bed, but end up falling clumsily onto the floor. The pain that surges through me at the impact is nothing compared to the fire burning in my womb. It takes great effort for me to get up and walk to the door, but I somehow manage to stand erect. I walk down the hallway, using the wall as my support, heading God knows where. I let the strange pull I feel lead me to my destination. I only hope Leah doesn't find that blanket. I don't want to go back to bed. I need to find Lorenzo. He's the only one that can help me. When I reach the stairs, I catch quiet snarls and growls coming from somewhere. Searching for the source of the erotic sounds, I end up standing in front of a dark wooden door with a golden handle. I don't know why, but I'm compelled to open it. I glance unsurely around the empty house, then grab the handle. I'm greeted by nothing but darkness when I finally cross the threshold. The door closes behind me with a soft thud, and all the growling I heard before stops momentarily. But then it gets even more intense. The whole space is filled with loud, angry growls, snarls, and metallic clashes, as if something is smashing against a metal wall. I tighten my hold on the pillow and greedily inhale Lorenzo's scent to soothe my nerves. Suddenly I don't feel as weak as I did back in the bedroom. It's almost as if the closer I get to Lorenzo, the stronger I am. My bare feet pad softly against the cold concrete floor as I walk towards the source of my turmoil. I'm absolutely entranced by the loud growling. It's calling out to me. When I reach the end of the narrow corridor, I gasp at the sight in front of me. It's Lorenzo. I feel liquid fire pool in my lower stomach at the sight of him, all bare-chested, wild and edible. He stays still for a second as he takes me in, silently holding onto my pillow, as I stand in front of him in nothing but underwear, then slams into the bars separating us with enough force to bend them, growling possessive minute over and over again. He's so feral and hot it makes me melt. Jesus Christ, she's here. Someone runs to me, but I'm too entranced by the gorgeous hot man in front of me to notice. I'm about to walk up to the cell Lorenzo's in, but before I can even take a step, I'm being pulled away by a pair of strong arms that don't belong to Lorenzo. I try to struggle in Blake's hold, but he's too strong for me. Lorenzo is even less pleased by this, as he slams with unbelievable force into the bars, snarling at Blake furiously. I don't avert my gaze from his, pleading with him to put an end to my agony. Shit, Ivy, snap out of it. Blake, get her out. Those bars won't hold on. I hear Leah panicking, but I'm too lost in Lorenzo's eyes to do anything about it. He's so strong, so manly, so wild, so ferocious it makes my insides clench in pure lust. Don't touch her, he growls in pure fury, and my core tightens even more, making me whimper. Damn it, Blake groans behind me as he drags me away. With every step he takes, the pain in my belly gets worse. I cry more and Lorenzo snarls louder. No, I wail in agony when an exceptionally strong heat wave hits me. It's powerful enough to bring me to my knees, and I end up hanging limply from Blake's arms as he shuts the basement door with his foot before Leah locks it. The further I get from Lorenzo, the more painful it is and the hotter I feel. I feel myself being picked up bridal style, then carried up the stairs before I'm laid on a bed. I clutch onto the pillow I've been holding all this time and cry in pain as wave after wave of heat surges through me. I'm sorry, Ivy. Blake apologizes quietly, then walks out, leaving Leah with me. Leah strokes my hair comfortingly as I cry into my pillow, talking to me in a quiet, soothing voice. Just a little more. Hold on just a bit more. You're doing so well. Just endure it for a bit longer. It hurts, I cry out, sobbing unattractively. I know, Ivy, I know, she says quietly, caressing my head. All the crying makes me extremely exhausted, and I manage to fall asleep. When I wake up, I notice I'm alone in the room, but I hear someone in the bathroom. I guess Leah is getting another bath ready for me. I'm all sweaty and gross and I need to wash up. Once again, I'm too tired to move, feeling lethargic and numb. It's so strange. When I was in the basement with Lorenzo, I could actually stand and felt stronger than before, but as soon as I'm away from him, I'm like a lifeless doll. Is this whole mate thing really this powerful? Oh, you're awake. I see Leah walk out of the bathroom. I drew you a bath. Your fever is getting worse. Thank you. I croak quietly, my throat sore from crying. Leah only smiles at me, but I can see it doesn't reach her eyes. Then she walks up to the bed and gently picks me up before she carries me to the bathroom. She's so strong. She can actually carry me around like it's nothing. My sweet friend sets me in the bathtub. Before taking off my soaked underwear, I sit in the tub until my skin gets pruned and wrinkly, but I'm too tired to care. It's like all my strength left me after being taken away from Lorenzo. Once I'm all clean and slightly refreshed, I go back to bed, which is freshly made with new clean sheets. Leah turns on the fans, she must have gotten from the other room, then tells me she's going to bring me some dinner. Dinner? What time is it? I glance at golden sunlight clock on the wall, only to see it's past 4 in the afternoon. How long was I asleep? You've been sleeping for over a day. I realize I asked that out loud when I hear Blake speak from the doorway. Thank God I'm covered with a blanket, or I would burn in shame at him seeing me in my underwear. Oh God, he did see me. He literally carried me in my underwear. I'm so sorry, I exclaim in shame, hiding my face with a pillow. Blake only laughs. What? Why? About earlier, I created such a scene. It's fine, Ivy, don't stress over it. We knew what we agreed to when Lorenzo asked us to take care of you, but I got to admit, it was kinda funny to see you both so wild. I feel heat spread over my face at this, and it has nothing to do with the heat. I don't respond to that, having nothing to say in my defense. I really did act like a one-in whore, and it will haunt me forever. What day is it? I decide to change the topic. It's Wednesday, since Lorenzo said the whole heat thing lasts for a week. You still have 1 day. I nod in understanding, looking out the window longingly. I want to go outside. I want to see the garden again. I want to go for a walk. I look at Blake imploringly. He sighs heavily, running his hand through his hair, then nods slowly. Okay, I'll get your wheelchair. All right. Thank you. I smile gratefully, getting a short nod from Blake before he walks out. Just 1 more day. Chapter 32. Ivy. Blake must have told Leah that I want to go outside, 'cause barely a few minutes after he leaves, she comes in my room and helps me get dressed. Since I'm so freakishly hot, I decide to wear something thin and breathable, not bothering to hide from the winter cold outside. Once Leah is finished dressing me, she helps me get in the wheelchair that Blake has just brought and then wheels me out of the room. It's only when we reach the stairs that we stop. Blake carries me downstairs, then sets me back in the wheelchair before pushing it outside, while Leah goes to the kitchen to make dinner. I quietly ask Blake to just take me to the garden in front of the mansion, where I noticed a cute resting space, only getting a short nod from him. Thankfully, the stone alleyway that leads there is clear of snow, so I don't have to trouble Blake with carrying me. He and Leah are already doing so much for me. "Do you want to be alone?" Blake asks after a moment. "Can you stay with me?" I request tentatively. "Of course," he smiles gently, sitting at the bench beside me. I stay silent for a long while, just taking in my surroundings and enjoying the peace. It's so quiet in here, with all the woods around us, covered in a thick blanket of snow. I pick at the blanket on my legs, frowning at the faint white lines on my inner forearm. "Blake, can I ask you something?" "Sure, go ahead." "Do you know me well?" I fidget uncomfortably in my chair, feeling embarrassed about asking something so silly. "I'd like to think so, but you've been much closer with Leah than with me, to be honest." "Why?" I hesitate for a moment, but I need to know this. Those scars keep reminding me of what my father told me at the hospital. "Do you think I tried to kill myself?" I can tell Blake's surprised by this as he gapes at me in shock. "Kill yourself?" he echoes incredulously before sighing deeply. "It's about your scars, isn't it?" "Yeah. My father said I tried to kill myself, and that's how I got in the coma." "That's not true." "I don't believe it one bit," Blake vehemently denies, shaking his head at me. "Leah will know more about this, since you two were much closer. But from what I know, you used to self-harm. You were going through a rough patch at some point and you cut yourself. But I don't believe that you tried to commit suicide. I think what happened was just an accident." "An accident?" "Yeah. I know you don't remember anything, but from what I could see, you were quite happy, especially after you started living by yourself." "How come?" "I'm not sure it's my place to tell you about your life. Wouldn't you rather try to remember it yourself?" Blake turns to me with a warm smile. "What if I can't remember?" I sigh quietly. I don't even know who I am. I don't know what to do, because I have no idea what happened in my life. "That makes sense, I guess," Blake murmurs, "but I still think you should talk to Leah. She knows you better than I do. You girls could talk for hours." He chuckles and I smile at him. "I guess I'll have to bother her later." "It's not a bother. You should really stop thinking of it that way," Blake admonishes gently. I duck my head to hide the blush on my cheeks. "Sorry. It's just that you and Leah do so much for me, that I can't help but feel like I'm using you. I mean, you just dropped everything and came here, all the way from California." I fiddle with the blanket nervously, avoiding Blake's gaze. "And we'd do it again. You're a friend, Ivy." He deadpans, as if it's normal to travel to a different country on a whim to help someone. Those two are either crazy or extremely selfless. "You two are unbelievable." I laugh, shaking my head at Blake. I'm about to say more, but I suddenly hear a loud feral growl behind me. Blake is immediately up and stands beside me, but I'm taken by Lorenzo's wild, frantic look, as he stares at me with a dark, possessive look. His eyes keep flashing bright gold and he's panting heavily, slowly prowling towards me with determined steps. "Lorenzo, don't you dare," Blake warns, only for Lorenzo to turn to him with a murderous growl. "Oh no. She's mine." An unbearable wave of heat surges through me at the sound of Lorenzo's deep voice, making me clutch onto my chest. "I know, man, I know. Just back off. You're not thinking straight." Blake tries to placate my wild man, but it only gets him an angry snarl. Then Lorenzo pounces.
"Blake, I don't even have time to react as Lorenzo runs at me, but before he can even reach me, he falls lifelessly on the ground. With a confused frown, I look up, only to see my kitten standing at the front door with a gun in her hand. She shot him. I sigh in pure relief, blowing my girl a kiss. 2 days earlier. "What is this?" Leah questions as Lorenzo sets a big box on the desk. "He's asked us to come here, saying he has something to give us. I need to know you can keep Ivy safe during her heat. I'm not sure I'll be able to stay sane, and if I snap, I trust you to stop me from doing something to my mate. Can you get to the point? What do you need?" I fold my arms over my chest, giving Lorenzo an imploring look. "I need you to stop me from mating Ivy, At all cost, Leah and I exchange surprised looks, both of us utterly shocked by Lorenzo's request. And what if she wants you to? Leah retorts. Don't listen to her. She won't be herself during the heat and neither will I. I don't want to take advantage of her in her vulnerable state. I want her to be ready for this. When she's thinking clearly and not blinded by heat, my instinct will push me to mate her and I'm not sure how long I will be able to fight it off. That's why I got this. Lorenzo opens the box. Those guns are for you. If I spiral out of control, shoot me. With pleasure, Leah teases with a smirk, getting chuckle from the men in front of us. Leah, I mean it. The bullets for those guns are specifically designed tranquilizers that are strong enough to knock me out. One bullet is enough to put me to sleep for about an hour. But if I go feral, the effect won't last for that long. How long does it take for this to work? I mean, I shoot you and then what? It works instantaneously. They're designed that way. As soon as the bullet penetrates the skin and hits tissue, it breaks apart and releases condensed wolfsbane and silver into the bloodstream. It takes one heartbeat to spread it through the body, and due to my heart rate being over 150, it will take less than a second to paralyze me, but use it only as the last resort. Please, my wolf won't like it if you keep hitting him with silver and it can make everything worse. Lorenzo explains. Both Leah and I just nod in understanding, each of us reaching for a gun. Does it matter where I shoot you? I'd rather not kill you unintentionally, Leah implores as she inspects the gun. It doesn't. You can kill me no matter where you hit, but I'd rather you didn't shoot my head. I'm not sure of the effects those bullets might have. Then how do you know these will work? I ask suspiciously. I tested them, but I've never shot myself in the head, since the side effects of brain damage are quite severe and long-lasting. I nod at this. It makes sense. Okay then, you can count on us, Leah tells him, getting a grateful smile from the guy. Thank you. No problem. Just don't hate me for shooting you. I won't, and neither will my wolf. He's agreed with me on this, but once Ivy goes into heat, he'll be blinded by the need to complete the bond. Don't mind it though. You'll be fine. It's Blake that should be worried. Lorenzo finishes with a chuckle, getting a confused look from me. What's that supposed to mean? My wolf will hate having a male near our mate. If he sees you with her, he will try to kill you. I barely stop myself from flinching at this. Wow, he just casually says he'll try to kill me later. Unbelievable. If your wolf tries to hurt my men, I will shoot you, and I'm not even joking, Leah warns slowly, getting an amused chuckle from Lorenzo and a proud smile from me. Don't mess with my girl, or she'll keep you unconscious for the whole week. I smirk at Lorenzo, wrapping my arm around my kitten. I wouldn't dare mess with the ghost. I know how vindictive she can be. Right, now, since you're immortal and whatnot, I'm guessing there's no limit to how many bullets you can take, Leah implores. You are right, but the more times you shoot me, the longer I will be unconscious, and the more aggravated my wolf will be once we wake up. Okay, I think that's all we need to know. Shoot you if you snap and try to avoid the head, I say, getting a short nod from Lorenzo. For the whole time Ivy's been in this heat, I haven't really expected that we'd have to actually use the guns Lorenzo gave us. For days, everything has been fine, but after Ivy visited Lorenzo in the basement, he's been getting worse and worse. Neither Leah nor I would even dare bring him something to eat with him constantly banging on the cell's bars and trying to get out. While Ivy was asleep, we both stayed awake, ready to intervene any moment. Are you guys okay? Leah runs up to us and I quickly pull her into my arms, rubbing her back soothingly as she trembles. I heard him storm out of the basement. I barely managed to get my gun out. You shot him, Ivy cries out in panic, staring at Lorenzo's lifeless body with wide eyes. It's just a tranquilizer. He'll be fine, Leah assures her, leaving my arms to crouch in front of her friend. Hey, don't cry. This is what he asked us to do. He didn't want to take advantage of you, and asked us to stop him from mating you at all cost. He's leaving the choice to you, but he wants you to be thinking clearly when you make it. So he's not dead. Ivy sniffles. No, he's not. I wouldn't kill him in front of you like this. I'm not that merciless. Leah chuckles forcibly. He's just knocked out. Thank God. Ivy sighs in relief. I was so scared that you killed him. I'm sorry about this, but it had to be done. This is what Lorenzo wanted, Leah tells her, rubbing her knees gently. He asked us to protect you, even if it's from him. Ivy only stares at my girl silently, then turns to me, then back to Leah. Thank you. She leans forward to wrap her arms around my girl, engulfing her in a tight hug. Thank you for being here for me, for taking care of me, for protecting me. Thank you. You're my friend, Ivy. Of course I would do all that.
Chapter 33. Onyx. I wake up with a groan, still feeling the effects of that 𝑽 𝐴 in my body. With sluggish moves, I get up from the ground and go to the cell's door, only to be met with the barrel of a gun. Don't you 𝑽 dare. Leah shoots up from the crate she's been sitting on and points the gun straight at my head. Whoa, 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 calm down, little human. I raise my hands and surrender. I don't want to be shot again. I calmly back away from the bars. Leah glares at me for a moment before sitting back down on the crate, facing the cell with the gun still tightly clutched in her hand. One wrong move and I'll put a bullet in your chest. Wolf, she warns, sounding deadly calm. I slide down the wall opposite to the bars, smirking at her intrigued. How do you know it's me and not Lorenzo? I implore curiously. Lorenzo doesn't call me little human. She mocks with a smirk. Fair point, I nod. Why are you here? I decided to watch you so you don't try doing something stupid like attacking my man again. You're lucky you didn't hurt him, 'cause I would make a sieve out of your bum had he gotten even a scratch. I feel a genuine smile stretch my lips at the admission. This tiny human is really something else. She's facing an Alpha King, the strongest werewolf in existence, yet she doesn't seem even a bit intimidated. Where's my mate? She's sleeping. This whole heat thing absolutely drained her, Leah says casually, but I'm not satisfied with her answer. I already feel my anger rise as my nostrils flare and fists clench. And what about your man? I growl. He went grocery shopping. The fridge is empty and Ivy wanted to have fish stew. I literally slump against the wall, heaving a deep sigh of relief. So he's not with my mate alone. You thought he's with Ivy, didn't you? Leah clearly notices my reaction, chuckling in amusement at me. I growl warningly at her, but it only makes her laugh louder. How are you not afraid of me? I question suspiciously. Most humans can't even look me in the eye, and here she is, teasing and mocking me. The tiny female only shrugs, leaning her back against the bars behind her. Don't know. I just don't feel threatened by you. See it as you like, but I consider you, or rather Lorenzo, someone I trust, and I don't believe you'd mindlessly hurt me. She's right. There's just something about her that causes strange pain in my chest at the thought of hurting her. What do you know about your ancestors? I ask her. Leah raises her brow questioningly, seemingly surprised at the sudden change of topic. Why do you ask? Just tell me. I don't know much. My mother is a bitch. My father was in bumhole, and my grandparents, well, they seem fine, but I don't understand what you're asking about. Are all your ancestors human? I emphasize. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I never thought about it. Why? Do you think I'm a wolf? She laughs. No, I deny, cutting her laugh short, but I can sense something weird when it comes to you. Weird? Like what? She implores suspiciously. I can't explain it. I huff, tousling my hair roughly. I feel calm around you. I like you despite you being human, and even though any attraction I felt towards you should have disappeared the moment I met my mate, it didn't. You strangely affect me, and I'm not sure what to make of it. That's a weird thing to say, don't you think? I mean, I'm engaged. Leah chuckles humorously. I can't help but chortle at this. I don't mean it in a romantic way. Little human. Then what is it? Tell me more about your family. I'll have Lorenzo look into it, I request gently. Okay, that much I can do. She nods. My biological parents are Anna and Alexander Devereux. My grandparents are Joe and Tatiana Hart and Alan and Susan Devereux. I also know that my great-grandparents from my mother's side are Abraham and Talia Devereux, but both of them are dead, so I don't know if it can help. Talia? Talia? That witch. I can't stop the angry snarl that escapes me at the thought of that woman. Talia. Whoa, hold on. What's wrong with you? Leah gets up and points the gun at me in defense. Talia, your great-grandmother is a 𝑭𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆 witch. I growl furiously, pacing around the cell. So what? Explain it to me. The tiny human yells at me, still keeping the gun pointed at me. I take few deep breaths to calm my agitation, then sit back down on the floor, putting my arms on my bent knees. Talia is the name of the witch that created undeads. She was a vile woman that tried to create an army of monsters to overthrow us. Over 100 years ago, she and an old alpha experimented on wolves, creating mutated beasts fueled by bloodlust. I explain shortly, growling lowly as I think of all the horrors that took place at that damn facility. Hold on, what's an undead? Leah stares at me curiously. Undead is an immortal creature made through dark magic. It's almost invincible and its strength matches mine. I would even dare to say it's more powerful. The limits of an undead's power are unknown, to be honest. There are also so-called deads, who were created through undead's blood, that ensured they'll be absolutely obedient and loyal to an undead. It's in their DNA to obey them, I tell Leah, watching closely for her reaction. She seems a bit taken aback by this, but apart from that she's still alarmingly calm. And you're saying that this whole Talia woman is my great-grandmother? It's the only thing that makes sense. A witch is a naturally charming person and can easily influence other beings to do her bidding. Witches have deep connection with nature and are often loved by animals. That also includes us werewolves. If your great-grandmother is indeed the witch I'm thinking about, then there's one thing I don't understand. Only white witches have those qualities I spoke of. But Talia was a dark witch, so it doesn't make sense for me to like you. I should be repulsed by your mere scent. I huff angrily. I don't 𝑭𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆 get it. Well, I do like animals, but I never thought anything of it. But hold on. You say white witches have that connection with nature and so on. Can a white witch turn dark? Leah questions, frowning thoughtfully as she stares at me. It's possible if a witch taints her soul with dark magic. Little human hums quietly, staring distractedly at the floor. I can almost hear the cogs turning in her head as she thinks it over. So, let's say, hypothetically, that Talia is both the witch you're talking about and my great-grandmother. Is it possible that she was still a white witch? God, that sounds weird. She chuckles. Is it possible that she was a white witch when she gave birth to my grandmother, and then turned dark? I gape at the tiny human in astonishment. That 𝑭𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆 makes sense. She literally figured it out in mere seconds. You're a genius. I say seriously, it would make sense. It's just a theory, though. I don't know that much about my blood relatives. Leah shrugs offhandedly. I mean, my grandmother would be really old now. But I don't know if it's possible that she was born before that Talia turned dark, because you said she created undeads over 100 years ago. Talia created first undead in 1913, so if she was still a white witch before then. From what I heard, my grandmother was born on 1910. She died 16 years ago. Leah trails off, already putting the pieces together. So it's possible. I have to get Lorenzo to look further into it. But how is it possible that your grandfather is still alive then? He said he was much younger than my grandma when they met. So, Leah shrugs. Damn it, if it's true, then this strange feeling won't disappear. I grumble, growling in frustration. What does that mean? It means that you have white witch's blood and it will keep affecting me. Damn it, I snarl, shooting up from the floor and pacing around the cell again. I can't 𝑭𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆 believe it. She's a witch, a white witch. How can I 𝑭𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆 resist her? That's why I was so compelled to follow her. That's why she smells so sweet. That's why her eyes are so mesmerizing to me. Wolf, don't make me shoot you, Leah warns, already getting her gun ready. I won't attack you, I growl at her, flashing my canines. I literally can't attack you. You sure? She questions dubiously. Even if I wanted, I wouldn't be able to hurt you. My instinct is telling me to protect you, I tell her, already feeling my aggravation lessen as I look at her. That makes little sense. She shakes her head. What does your instinct have to do with me? You have white witch's blood. You're a pure being. I can't hurt you, I pant, staring into her hypnotizing hazel eyes, letting her presence soothe me. Pure being? I've killed people with no remorse. Even Lorenzo saw that, she exclaims indignantly, looking at me like I'm crazy. Have you ever wondered why you didn't feel any remorse? It's because you're a white witch. The only way to taint your soul is through dark magic. Physical sins don't affect you. Tell me, have you ever thought about why people are so eager to do you bidding? To please you? Why people follow you no matter what you do? No. It's because you're extremely enticing to them. From the first moment I smelled you, I couldn't get over how sweet and tantalizing your scent is. Every werewolf can smell it due to our heightened senses, but humans can sense it too, more often than not. Witches, especially white witches, used to struggle with many admirers that were psychotically obsessed with them. I know you know what I mean. I do. She nods solemnly, sitting back on the crate with a heavy sigh. I've always wondered why that fool *Patrick or even Declan were so obsessed with me. Now I know the reason, she says quietly, toying with the gun distractedly. Anyone who gets a taste of a white witch is ensnared by it forever, I tell her. Okay then, the tiny human only sighs, disturbingly calm. Are you okay? I feel the need to comfort her, but because of the bars separating us it's impossible and it frustrates me to no end. I need some time to digest all this, but I'll be fine. Somehow I always am. She smiles warmly at me, putting me at ease again. That's good to hear. You're quite soft for a wolf, Leah teases with a chuckle. Only to those who matter.
Chapter 34. Ivy. It's finally over. The unbearable heat is officially over. When I wake up I feel invigorated and unbelievably happy. I get up from the bed and skip cheerfully to the bathroom, humming to myself. I take a long hot shower and wash myself thoroughly, loving the scent of the new lilac soap Leah bought for me. She sent Blake shopping yesterday, giving him a really long list of things to buy. I'll have to find some way to pay her back for this. She took care of me for the whole week, doing everything for me with no complaints, and I want to repay her for all the kindness she showed me. Once I'm all clean I dress up in the cute flowery dress and a pair of flats, then walk out of the room with a joyful spring in my step, heading downstairs, where I find Blake casually prancing around the kitchen. Hi Blake. I greet him with a cheerful grin, genuinely happy to see him. Hello. He smiles. Someone's jolly this morning. I only nod at him, sitting on the stool by the island. Yeah, I'm feeling so much better now. I'm glad to hear it. It wasn't easy to watch you struggle. Thank you for taking care of me. I smile gratefully. I don't know if I would be able to survive that thing without you and Leah. By the way, where is she? I ask curiously, glancing around in search of my friend. She's sleeping. She's been up for almost 2 nights. Oh my, I'm so sorry. She must be so tired. It's all because of me. I bemoan and pitifully, feeling bad for troubling Leah so much. Don't worry about it, Ivy. Blake smiles reassuringly. Had Leah not wanted to help you, she wouldn't have. So don't beat yourself over this, okay? I didn't want to bother you just so much. It's no bother. This is what friends do, Blake assures, then turns back to the stove. What are you making? I implore curiously when the delicious smell of food hits my nose. Fish stew. You said you wanted some. I think I'm melting. I only mentioned it once before and he's already making it. How do you know how to make it? I lean my chin on my palm as I watch him work around the kitchen. I'd learn it. He grins teasingly. Yeah, but when? I don't think many guys your age like to learn cooking. I look at him inquiringly, making him laugh in amusement. You're right. When I first met Leah, I was hopeless in the kitchen, literally hopeless. The only thing I could make was cereal, and sometimes I would mess up even that. It was only when Leah was staying at a hospital after an accident that her dad decided to teach me how to make her favorite foods. Ever since then, I would learn new things to make for my girl. That's so adorable. He learned how to cook for Leah. You two are so cute, I gush, making him chortle. We try. He shrugs with a grin. A sudden wave of loneliness hits me, making me sigh. Blake, where's Lorenzo? I ask him quietly, getting only a sad smile from him. He's still locked up in the basement. He decided to stay there until your heat is finally over, he says. Oh. The door is open so you can go to him if you want. I'm already out of the kitchen by the time Blake finishes his sentence, almost running to the basement. I hesitate for a split second at the door before pushing it with all my might, unintentionally making it bang against the wall with force. I wince at the loud sound, but decide to ignore it as I walk down the narrow hallway between the cells. heading to the last one where Lorenzo is already standing by the bars, watching my every move. The intensity of his gaze makes my heart flutter and I struggle to stay upright. Ivy, he breathes out and I see his whole body relax. I can't endure the way he's looking at me, so I duck my head and choose to stare at the floor as I slowly make my way over to him. Hi, I wave, mentally facepalming. Ivy, you're so stupid. Hi, he greets back in his lovely gruff voice. Hold on, bruv. Lorenzo has a smooth, deep voice, not gruff. Wolfie, I tilt my head questioningly, before a furious blush heats up my face, when I realize what I called him. Yes, my queen. He grins. Will you let me out now? I need to touch you, he growls lowly, pressing himself to the bars of the cell as he grasps my hand possessively. I pull my hand out of his, and take the keys off the hook on the wall nearby, then unlock the door separating me and Wolfie. Before I can even blink, I'm picked up and cradled to his chest, as he peppers kisses all over my face, making me giggle cheerfully. I wrap my arms and legs around him and just let him hold me against his chest, taking in the feeling of his warm, sturdy body against mine. Despite being locked up for a whole week, he still smells so irresistibly good that I can't help but bury my face in his neck and inhale his musky scent greedily. I don't know if it's because of the mark, or simply due to being away from him for so long, but I don't want to separate from him. I want to stay in his arms forever. It's okay, my queen. You're okay now, Wolfie soothes, kissing my neck softly. I missed you, I bravely say against his skin, and he tightens his hold on me. I missed you too, my queen. It was torture to stay away from you. I will never leave you again. For some reason his words bring me comfort instead of freaking me out. If I ever felt any hesitation about being his mate, it's all gone now. I want him. I need him. I don't want him to leave me alone. I want to be with him. Thank you, Wolfie. I lean away from his neck, kissing his cheek softly. For what, my love? He asks, sounding confused. How can he not understand how much he's done for me? For being patient with me. I asked you and Lorenzo to give me time and you did. Even though my heat was unbearable, you did everything you could to ensure I was safe and taken care of. I tell him, staring straight into his golden eyes. Of course I would do that. You weren't ready to be mated. And what kind of mate would I be if I forced you? I will never do anything you don't want me to. Wolfie cups my face tenderly, holding me up with only one arm. He strokes my cheek with his thumb, just gazing into my eyes adoringly. You're so beautiful, he whispers after a while, smiling softly. Thank you. I bashfully smile in gratitude. He's always so sweet and understanding. You must be famished after your heat, my queen. Wolfie suddenly frowns in worry. I can already feel you lost weight over the last week. So why don't we go feed you? He doesn't even wait for my answer, simply carries me out of the basement and heads to the kitchen. He gruffly greets Blake, then sits at the island, settling me across his thighs. Don't you want a shower first? Blake teases when he sees us snuggled into each other. I want my mate. Shower can wait. Wolfie nuzzles his face in the crook of my neck, curling possessively against it. I think his sudden change of behavior has something to do with Blake being here. Shouldn't Ivy be the one to decide that? Blake laughs, getting an annoyed grunt from Wolfie. Okay, sorry. Cuddle her all you want. I'm going to see my girl. He lowers the fire under the pot, then walks out of the kitchen, no doubt heading to the guest bedroom, where he and Leah have been staying. Wolfie trails his nose over my neck, and cheek releasing a sound I could only describe as a purr. Would you like to eat, my queen? He asks after a few minutes, kissing my neck, paying a lot of attention to the spot where his mark is. Sure, I nod, slightly unsure about how am I going to get to the food, when Wolfie is still holding me tightly. Wow, I turn my head at the sound of Leah's voice, as she walks in hand with Blake. She's in a pair of loose sweatpants and a huge hood that I'm pretty sure is Blake's, and her hair is in a messy bun on top of her head. It doesn't look like those vodka messy buns that take an hour to perfect. It's more like she just gathered her hair and tied it up. She sits in front of me and Wolfie at the island, yawning sleepily as she leans her elbow on the counter. It's nice to see you two so happy. Leah smiles at us, getting a quiet thank you from me and a happy growl from Wolfie as he nuzzles his nose deeper into my neck. It's nice to be done with this whole heat thing, I tell her with a sigh, almost shuddering at the memory of the fire spraying through my body during those horrible 7 days. Blake serves Leah a bowl of stew, along with some rice and a glass of juice before getting some for himself. What? I'm not your maid. Man, get your food yourself. He chuckles when he catches Wolfie's accusing look. Wolfie gets up from the stool, gently setting me on it, then grumpily goes to the counter and dishes out the stew and rice for us. I thank him with a smile, but before I can start eating, I'm again pulled to his lap with his arms caging me against his chest. Let her eat, will you? Leah mocks with a smirk, getting an amused chortle from Blake. You're one to talk, I tease, pointing at her sitting on Blake's lap. Leah only shrugs, focusing back on her meal. Wolfie completely ignores his food and instead decides to feed me. He even goes as far as blow on the stew to cool it down for me. I don't think I've ever been treated this way. I may not remember anything, but I just can't imagine my father being so tender and loving with me, not after what he did at the hospital. We all eat in silence, simply enjoying the first normal meal, after a week of torture due to my heat. For some bizarre reason, the cozy atmosphere during our dinner brings tears to my eyes. Of course, Wolfie immediately notices it and instantly abandons his task, concentrating on comforting me. What's wrong, my queen? Don't you like it? Is it too hot? Should I get you something else? He frets worriedly over me, but I only shake my head before burying my face in his chest. It's just so nice to have a dinner together, I hiccup, wrapping my arms around him. I turn to Leah when I catch her quiet sigh, giving her a curious look. She smiles at me sadly, as if she knows the reason behind my sudden tears. Leah, it's nothing. I'm just glad to see you enjoy your meals again. What do you mean? Wolfie questions suspiciously, making me frown. Did I used not to enjoy eating? Did I have an eating disorder? You used to eat alone all the time. I remember you saying your parents never ate with you or even cooked for you. So you were always alone during your meals. It would always make you happy to have someone to be with you when you eat, my friend explains, still smiling sadly at me. Oh, I guess I didn't have a good relationship with my parents. Not that I'm surprised after seeing my father. I trail off with a heavy sigh, slumping against Wolfie's chest. Leah doesn't respond to that, but she doesn't even need to. I could already tell what kind of parent my father was after seeing his reaction to me waking up from the coma, and I don't expect my mother to be any better. She didn't even come see me. So, Wolfie gently rubs my back and kisses my head lovingly, as I silently think about my forgotten life. What else did I forget? What else will come up from my past?
Chapter 35. Lorenzo, it's been 2 days since Ivy's heat ended, and I couldn't be happier. The bond is really strong, and Ivy and I have been closer than ever. We're inseparable. We spend every minute of the day together, whether it's talking, reading books, watching movies, or even me working. Due to the situation with those anonymous attackers, I've been quite busy. While I was locked away during Ivy's heat, Alex tried to find more about the attacks and people behind it. But we're stuck. All of the attackers were found dead. The only ones that I managed to get were the guys caught by Beast. The only lead I have is the ancient Alpha King emblem on their necks. I'm pulled from my thoughts by the sound of quiet giggles coming from the girls. I can't help but smile when I see them cuddling on the couch as they read something. I'm pretty sure it's a book about witches, so I have no idea what it is that they found so funny, but it's cute to see my Ivy laughing so freely. She's been more at ease for the last days, and it's endearing to watch. What got you in such good mood, ladies? I ask curiously, my work completely forgotten. Nothing. Ivy giggles. I raise my brow at her questioningly, now even more curious than earlier. Did you know that witches can change weather? Ivy almost bounces in her seat in excitement. I chuckle at her. Of course I did. I wrote that book. Love, I tell her with a wink. Oh, right. She laughs. Sorry, I forgot. No problem. Love, so what is it about this weather thing? Leah can make it snow, Ivy exclaims, clapping excitedly. Ivy, I'm not a witch. I just have their blood, Leah says, shaking her head. But maybe you can train. Lorenzo knows about witches. He could train you? Ivy looks at me pleadingly, knowing that I will always give in to her cute pout and puppy eyes. I'm not that educated in the ways of magic, my love, and witches aren't trained. They either have power or not. I explain shortly. Every witch has her unique innate ability that they can develop with time. Oh, Ivy nods in understanding, then turns to Leah. But that's even more exciting. You can try to find out what your ability is. I can't wait to see you do magic. She claps cheerfully. You're more thrilled about this than me. Leah laughs. Well, why aren't you? You're a witch. It's awesome. Right, Ren? Tell her it's awesome. I chuckle at my mate's enthusiasm, smiling at her nickname for me. Ivy's right. It might be interesting to see what your ability is. Your great-grandmother specialized in manipulating organic matter, but that doesn't mean you're the same. I shrug, getting a cute annoyed scowl from Ivy and an unimpressed look from Leah. Seriously? What? I defend. I'm only saying, it's up to you if you want to be a witch or not. I don't. I enjoy my life, and I'd rather not ruin it for some stupid magic. It's crazy enough that my friend is a werewolf's girl. Leah glances pointedly at Ivy, making her blush as she ducks her head shyly. Mate, I correct. Yeah, mate, whatever. Leah rolls her eyes at me. I need to get some fresh air. She sighs, getting up from the couch and walking out of the office, leaving me alone with Ivy. My cute mate immediately gets up and comes to me, letting me pull her onto my lap as I cradle her to my chest. What are you working on? Ivy curiously implores, glancing at my computer. There was an issue some time ago and I'm trying to figure it out. I don't want to scare you, so I won't go too far into details. I tell her quietly, playing with her long hair distractedly. Is it some werewolf stuff? I chuckle at this. She's so unbearably cute. Yes, it's werewolf stuff. Can you tell me? I want to know more about what you do. She looks up at me with those sweet chocolate eyes of hers. How can I say no to her? Well, few months ago, there was a series of attacks on many packs in us, but we can't find who orchestrated it. Everyone involved is dead, and the only ones that were caught alive had their tongues cut off so they couldn't speak anyway. What's concerning is the fact that every single one of those men had a tattoo of the ancient Alpha King emblem on them. I trail off with a heavy sigh, tracing my fingers over Ivy's back softly. Oh my God, that's terrible. Who would do that? Ivy frowns worriedly, staring sadly at me. I don't know yet, but I will find out. It just might take me some time, so I can be busy for a while. I decide to warn her, not wanting to hide anything from her. Oh, am I disturbing you? She whimpers quietly, averting her gaze to stare at her lap. I gently cup her face and make her look at me. Luff, you're the furthest from disturbing me. I was about to ask you if you maybe have an idea how to make your time with me here less boring, because I sure as hell don't want you away from me. I stroke her cheek with my thumb tenderly, just gazing into the windows of her soul. An adorable blush adorns Ivy's cheeks, making me smile softly at her before she wordlessly wraps her little arms around me, snuggling into my chest. That's so sweet, she mumbles into my shirt. With a kiss to my mate's head, I put my arms around her and crush her to my body, letting Onyx content purrs fill the room. You're so warm. Ivy sighs sleepily after a while, pressing herself even closer to me. I don't miss how she shivers in cold and glance at the thermostat, mentally berating myself for forgetting to turn it up for my mate. Since my body runs at a higher temperature than humans, I don't really feel cold, so I never felt the need to turn up the heat. Without releasing Ivy from my arms, I stand up and walk to our bedroom, getting a cute confused frown from my little mate. You were shivering? Love, I say, kissing her head. No, I wasn't, she grumbles defiantly. I don't even try to argue, knowing that she won't listen to me. She is hanging out way too much with Leah lately. As soon as I get inside our walk-in closet, I place my mate on the ottoman in there with a kiss to her nose, then search for a warm sweater for her. Due to our unfortunate circumstances, I wasn't able to fill the wardrobe as much as I would like to. Thankfully, Ivy doesn't seem to have a problem with wearing my things. She looks so unbearably enamoring in my clothes, so adorable, so soft and so delicate, it makes both me and Onyx go crazy with protectiveness. We just want to coddle her till the end of time. Arms up, love, I instruct with a smile, holding up one of my sweaters in front of her. I can do it myself, you know. She giggles, trying to take the piece of fabric from my hand, but I only hold it higher so she can't reach it. I know you can, baby, but I want to do it. Now arms up. I grin when she finally complies and gently put the sweater on her, almost growling in delight at the sight of my little fluff ball. She's so fucking adorable. Why do you treat me like this? Ivy giggles when I pick her up again and set her on my arm. Like what? I tease. You know what I mean, Ren. She deadpans. For the last 2 days, you've been constantly coddling me, carrying me around and simply spoiling me. Why? She stares at me inquisitively. Curious little thing, isn't she? Because I can. I smirk and I love taking care of you. I spent thousands of years without you, and then I made the mistake of leaving you alone. A mistake I won't make again. I want to have you with me at all times. I want to keep you safe and happy. I need to know you're taken care of. But why do you carry me around? That's got to be inconvenient. She pries further, glancing pointedly at my arm that's holding her against my chest. It's not. I deny we like to carry our mates. Werewolves? Why? Because of the mate bond. Werewolves feel a strong need to be close to their mates because the more contact they have, the stronger the bond is. I have also noticed that the longer the wolf stays without their mate, the more inclined they are to carrying them around. It helps the mate bond to grow, and it's extremely healing for the wolf. It satisfies the need to nurture and helps with our possessive nature. Besides, I like carrying you. That way you're always with me and I can feel your warmth and softness. I know it probably sounds creepy, but I've spent millennia without you and I don't want to be away from you anymore. I tell her, caressing her face lovingly. Really, I almost panic at the sight of tears brimming in my maid's eyes as she stares at me in pure disbelief. Why is she so surprised? Of course, my love, you're my other half, the missing piece of my heart, the only woman it will ever beat faster for. That's the sweetest thing I've ever heard. She sniffles, and coming from someone who doesn't remember her life, that's quite something. I can't help but chuckle at her cuteness. You're the only person that I will ever be sweet to. I grin, pecking her nose. Ivy only blushes, just like I expected her to, and hides her face in my shoulder, cutely mumbling something incoherent against it. I don't even bother trying to stop the laugh that escapes me. How can someone be so innocent and adorable? I just want her to stay like this forever.
Chapter 36. Ivy. I may complain about Lorenzo's coddling, but I can't lie and say there's anything better than being in his arms. He's always so warm and he smells good. I love being carried around by him and snuggling into his body. Boy, I'm a creep. Lorenzo takes me downstairs to the living area, effortlessly holding me up with only one arm. Either he's exceptionally strong or I'm just so tiny. I mean, I know I'm not the biggest person around, being only 5 on tall, but does it really mean I should be coddled like a baby? Probably. Do I mind? Definitely not. Do I like it? Absolutely. I keep my nose buried in the crook of Lorenzo's neck, greedily taking in his soothing manly scent. For some bizarre reason, it brings me peace. One whiff and my heartbeat slows down, my breathing calms down and my body relaxes. Lorenzo doesn't seem to mind me snuggling into his chest. It simply kisses my head, murmuring sweet professions of love into my ear. I heave a deep sigh when we finally reach the living room, knowing I'll have to let go of Lorenzo's neck. I don't want to let go of him. What is it, my love? Lorenzo seems to notice the change of my mood. I'm comfy here, I mumble into his shoulder, tightening my hold on his neck. Okay, he trails off, sounding confused. Why are you sad then? I don't want to let go, I tell him honestly. After being marked by him, I feel no apprehension in sharing everything with him. I can feel he won't judge me no matter what I say. I don't know where it comes from, but I just know he won't. I can reveal everything to him, no matter how trivial or stupid it may be. You don't have to, my love, Lorenzo assures, kissing my head again. I don't mind carrying you all the time. He smiles adoringly, and I hide my blushing face in his shoulder again. As Lorenzo walks to the kitchen, I glance over his shoulder at Leah and Blake snuggled on the couch in the living room. They're completely lost in each other, talking quietly. I catch Leah say that she doesn't want the fact that 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 would change anything in their life. That's another weird thing I noticed after being marked. My senses seem sharper. Normally, I wouldn't be able to hear what Leah said, but ever since Lorenzo marked me, I catch even the quietest sounds, smell the slightest changes of sense around me, and even see everything more vividly. At first it freaked me out a bit, but after I talked to Lorenzo about it, he said that it's normal for the human mate to gain such abilities. He told me that with time I'll even get stronger physically. Supposedly it's because the other half of my soul belongs to a werewolf, and once the two halves merge, I will share the same abilities as Lorenzo, except for being able to change into a wolf. Speaking of which, I still haven't seen his wolf. I mean, I met Wolfie, but as a human. That sounds weird. Ren. I lift my head off his shoulder, giving him the irresistible puppy eyes. I've started calling him Ren after my heat ended, since Lorenzo is quite a mouthful, and I had this inexplicable need to be less formal with him, and it seems that Lorenzo doesn't mind being called that. Yes, my love, he smiles, getting some ingredients from the fridge casually, with me still perched on his arm. Can I see your wolf? You mean Onyx. I believe you've met him already. Onyx. Wow, what a dark name. But I mean, like, as a wolf. I mumble quietly, feeling slightly embarrassed for requesting this. Oh, you want me to shift? Ren finally realizes what I'm asking. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's stupid. Don't mind me. I ramble. It's not, my love. I don't mind doing this for you. Onyx is also looking forward to playing with you in his true form. He smiles sweetly at me, pecking my nose. How do you know? I ask curiously as he works around the kitchen, not releasing me for even a moment. I can hear him in my head. As you know, Onyx is a separate being inside of me. It's like we're to merge into one. We share our bodies, but not our minds, feelings or emotions. Wow, I breathe out in amazement. It can't be easy to have someone in your head all the time. Hold on, I think Ren already told me about that. Damn, I can't believe I forgot. How about we eat first and then I'll show you my wolf, Ren suggests, getting a short nod from me. He will show me his wolf. I'm so excited. I stay on Ren's arm as he prepares our lunch, playing with his short beard and hair like a drunk toddler. His hair is so soft, his beard makes him look so handsome. He's so gorgeous. I can feel you staring, my love. Ren glances at me as he stirs something in the pot. You're so handsome. I lean my cheek on his shoulder and just admire his godlike looks. Is this man really mine? Am I really lucky enough to have him all to myself? Thank you, love. Ren grins, but it's you who should take the compliment. You're so beautiful it makes my heart ache. I still can't believe you're mine. He nudges my cheek with his nose, trailing it all over my jawline and neck. Stop it, I whine, hiding my face shyly. He always manages to turn me into a blushing mess. Ren only chuckles in amusement, kissing my cheek softly. I don't think I will. You're so adorable when you blush. The redness on my cheeks only intensifies when he says that. This horrendous blush will soon become permanent because of him. I don't bother saying anything else, knowing that Ren will somehow manage to use it against me. I only lean my cheek on his shoulder and watch him cook. Who knew a cooking man could be so? Sigh. Hold on. Sigh. Where did that come from? I catch Ren inhale deeply and growl lowly, tightening his hold on me. Love, don't tease me like this. I might not be able to stop myself. He shuts his eyes tightly, seemingly in pain. Oh no, I didn't mean to hurt him. I'm sorry, it's involuntary. I bury my face into his shirt in shame, fighting the need to squirm as wetness seeps out of my lady parts. ''Fouquet, you smell so sweet," Ren growls, wrapping his free arm around me as he cradles me to his chest possessively. I don't miss how his body keeps tensing and relaxing, as if he's struggling with something. Let me go. You seem uncomfortable, I plead, getting only a loud growl in response, as Ren buries his nose in the crook of my neck, right where his mark is, and inhales deeply. No, I'm never letting you go, he mutters darkly, pressing me even tighter against his body. I end up dangling from his arms with mine wrapped around his neck, hugging him with all my strength. Never. I feel the need to be reassured that he won't discard me. Never. You're mine, he gruffly says against my neck. I think it's Wolfie now. Wolfie. Yes, my queen, it's me. He nudges my face with his, rubbing his cheek against mine affectionately. He really is like a dog. I can't help but giggle at the ridiculous thought, causing Wolfie to look at me questioningly. He tilts his head cutely and just stares at me curiously. What's funny, my queen? He decides to ask as I giggle uncontrollably. It's nothing, just a thought. I don't think I'm all that hungry now. Wolfie, can you show me your Wolfie? I grin cheekily, feeling utterly impressed with myself for making a pun. No, Wolfie chuckles. I nod eagerly. Please, I pout pleadingly. Your wish is my command, my queen. He kisses my nose before turning off the stove and carrying me towards the front door. Leah, Blake, come on out. Wolfie is going to change into a wolf. I call out excitedly as my man puts shoes on me. Maybe some other time. This is for you, Leah calls back. I can't help but smile. She's so considerate. All right, my queen. I want you to stay here and not move an inch. I'll be right back, Wolfie informs, pressing a kiss to my head before walking behind a big tree. I sit impatiently on the rocking chair on the front porch, bouncing in excitement, as I wait to see Wolfie in his furry form. Heh, furry. Barely a few seconds later, I'm greeted by the sight of a huge black wolf, with golden eyes trudging slowly towards me. He's massive. He's got to be almost 7 feet tall. I've never seen a wolf this big, though I don't remember seeing any wolf before. In a split second I get up from the chair and run to Wolfie, petting his enormous body lovingly. "You're so soft," I exclaims gleefully, "and so big, and pretty. Wow, your fur is so nice," I ramble idiotically, skipping around Wolfie like a hyperactive kid. Wolfie releases something akin to a content growl and licks my face, making me laugh happily. He's so cute. I keep giggling as Wolfie skips around me, wagging his tail joyously. He's like a puppy, an overgrown, adorable puppy. We keep playing around for a while before Wolfie lies down on his back, revealing his stomach to me. I immediately fall to my knees and rub his soft belly, making him growl contentedly. Since he's so big compared to me, I can barely put my arms around him, but it doesn't deter me in the slightest. After only a few minutes, Wolfie turns over onto his belly and tugs at my sweater with his teeth, pulling me onto his front paws and covering me with his big head. He's so big that I'm almost completely hidden, and I curl up on his legs, snuggling into his fur, letting his warmth and softness comfort me in the best way possible. I could get used to this. Maybe being with Ren and Wolfie forever won't be that bad.
Chapter 37. Onyx. I keep my little queen curled up on my front paws, hidden under my head so the cold doesn't reach her. I'm just content with having her with me. We've been staying like this for a few hours now, and I couldn't be happier. I love having my mate with me, though I'm not sure I appreciate being called pretty. Wolfie, Ivy tugs at my fur and I raise my head, nuzzling my nose into Ivy's neck lovingly. "I wanted to ask you, though I don't know how you can answer me." She mumbles, could Leah maybe stay here for longer? She said that she and Blake are going to leave soon, since I'm all better now, but I'd like to convince her to stay for a while. She knows my past, and I thought she may be able to tell me more about myself and help me get used to all this. My little queen rambles cutely, as if afraid of my reaction, as if she needs to be nervous. The thing is, I want Leah to stay here too. I have this urge to keep her safe, and I have a bad feeling that something will happen to her if she leaves. Besides, my mate feels much more at ease with her friends here, so how could I possibly take it away from her? I lick my queen's face reassuringly, nodding my head to let her know I agree with her suggestion. "You're okay with it, really?" She grins happily when I nod at her again. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Ivy wraps her arms around my neck, at least as much as she can, and gives me the sweetest hug I've ever received. How I wish I could use the mind link with my queen already. I want to be able to talk to her while I'm in my true form. I want to be able to take her on rides and communicate with her. But that will only happen after the mating, and I'm not sure she even wants it to happen. "Lorenzo?" I raise my head at the sound of Leah's voice from the front door. "Sorry, Wolf, can you take care of this goddamn phone? It's been blowing up for the last 2 hours." The little human groans, holding up Lorenzo's cell phone that's still ringing. I nudge my queen with my nose to let her know I'm about to get up, and once she's safely standing beside me, I go to the spot I left my clothes at and shift. I don't bother making myself look good. Just quickly throw my clothes on, then walk up to Ivy and pick her up, sitting her on my hip before taking the phone from Leah's hand. "Alpha King, I finally reached you." Some alpha greets the moment I pick up the call. "I have to report something. There's a feral wolf on a killing spree right outside my pack borders." I feel my body tense at this. "Feral wolf? Where?" I go to the office and pull out a map, spreading it on the table while Ivy holds up the phone, putting it on speaker. "Manitoba in Canada. Alpha King. The wolf is on a damn rampage and nothing can stop him. I fear he will attack my pack." "Manitoba, Canada. That's not far from where we are. Don't engage with the wolf. Stay put and don't let anyone get in his way." I order, then hang up, only for the phone to start ringing again. This time it's another alpha. I tell all alphas that call me the same thing: don't get in the wolf's way. I trace his route on the map, only to come to the conclusion that he's heading here, to Ontario. Just when I'm about to get ready to leave and deal with the feral wolf, I get a call from one of the alphas again. "What is it now?" I growl in frustration. "Alpha King, I have an update for you. Some woman just passed by my pack, but she wasn't human. My patrol said she's a young one with silver hair." "Alpha King, she's following the same trail as the feral wolf." The alpha panics, but I sigh in relief. "Silver-haired woman. Beast. Leave her alone. She's not a threat." I hang up the call. "What happened?" My little queen questions worriedly, cupping my jaw tenderly. Beast got involved with the feral wolf. I adjust my mate in my arms and sit down in the chair by the desk. Who's Beast? Ivy turns in my lap to face me and I use my arms to support her back. She's an undead. I decide to tease my mate a little, but she surprises me when she nods in understanding. Oh, right, you told me about her. You sounded relieved when that Alpha told you about her. She trails off confusedly. Beast is unbelievably strong. I have no doubt she'll be able to subdue the feral wolf. If she's involved, then there's no need for me to interfere. Tomorrow, I'm going to reach out to her and find out what happened. Okay, Ivy sighs sadly. I guess you're going to be busy. Did I say I'm going to do that alone? I smirk, nuzzling my face into my queen's neck. I want you to come with me. But won't I just bother you? No, you won't. I told you already. I'm not leaving you alone. Ever. I tell her seriously, kissing her head. My sweet queen only puts her arms around my neck and buries her face in it. Thank you. What for? My queen? I ask in pure confusion. For letting me in. It means the world to me. You're my queen. Of course I will let you know about everything and involve you in what we do. I cup my mate's face gently and peck her nose a few times. She's so adorable. I keep my little queen glued to me for the rest of the day, after getting another call from one of the alphas saying it's actually Beast's hybrid son that went on a rampage. I call Alpha Davis from Ontario and tell him I'm coming. His pack's future alpha went on a killing spree and it can't go unpunished. I wake up when the first rays of sunshine break through the thick curtains in my Aunt Ivy's bedroom. For a moment, I just lie beside my mate and watch her angelic face as she sleeps. With a kiss to her forehead, I carefully get out of the bed and quickly go through the morning routine before heading downstairs to the guest bedroom, where Leah and Blake are staying. I have a favor. I knock on the door, not at all wanting to catch them in some weird situation. It only takes a minute for Leah to open the door, yawning cutely as she glares at me. Do you ever sleep? She grumbles sleepily, rubbing her eyes. I keep my eyes on her face when I notice she's wearing nothing but an oversized t-shirt that clearly belongs to Blake. I need to speak with you, I gruffly tell her, then go to Lorenzo's study, taking a seat at the coffee table. This better be important. Leah yawns, curling up on the couch and leaning her chin on her knees. It is. I'm leaving to deal with something today, which means that neither Ivy nor I will be here for a while. I'd like to ask you to stay here while we're gone. This earns me a harsh glare from the sleepy human. Also, I would highly appreciate it if you and Blake could join me and my queen at the meeting next week. There has been something serious going on in Lorenzo, and I came to a consensus that it might be beneficial to hear your opinion on the matter. I can only hear about 1/10 of what you're saying right now. It's too early for me to think. Leah groans tiredly, rubbing her face. Let me get this straight. You're going somewhere and you want us to stay here. Then there's some meeting next week and you're asking for me and Blake to take part in it? I nod firmly at her when she glances at me imploringly. What's the meeting gonna be about? And why should we get involved? Leah questions curiously. I'd rather you found out when the time comes. Fine. She trails off suspiciously. Is that all? Can I go back to sleep? I almost chuckle at her cute whines. Actually, there's one more thing. Of course there is. She cuts me off grumpily. There's something I have to do, so I'm leaving now. I'll be back as soon as possible, but I don't want Ivy to be alone. And I need you to keep her company while I'm gone. Leah glares at me in pure annoyance, then gets up from the couch and walks to the door. She pauses for a moment at the doorway and looks at me over her shoulder. You don't have to ask me to keep my friend company, but if you wake me up so early again for no reason, I'll shoot you. Don't forget, I still have the gun, she warns, but the threat is completely lost to me when she yawns again. How can I take her warning seriously when she's so cute? Thank you, Leah, I call out after her. Yeah. I catch her angry muttering as she goes back to her room. I decide to leave the house through the back to not wake up my mate, then quickly take off my clothes and wrap them around my leg before I shift. I run to the place the hybrid was seen first, only to be met with a sight straight out of a horror. There are masses of body parts strewn all around the area, creating a trail that leads me to some collapsed caves. The amount of bodies is seriously concerning, but I can tell from the smell that all those wolves were rogues. Some of them smell different, though. They're a weird mixture of a rogue, a dead, and the hybrid. I know for a fact that deads listen only to beasts since she's the last living undead, so the ones here were most likely brought against their will. As I prowl around the clearing and take count of the bodies and blood here, a sudden gust of a familiar scent hits me. Armstrong. I could recognize his stench everywhere. I could never mistake it with anyone else, especially after smelling it on my mate for those few days she stayed marked by him. Armstrong. Hybrid. blood, carnage. What's the connection between all those?
Chapter 38, Ivy. The moment I open my eyes, I feel a smile appear on my face. With a happy sigh, I turn over in search of Wolfie, only to feel cold empty sheets under my hand. My mood instantly dampens when I realize Wolfie left me alone. With a heavy sigh, I get up and go to the bathroom. I can't help but laugh when I see the cutesy message on the mirror. I take off the note with a smile and read it. Good morning, my queen. I hope you rested well. I had something to take care of, but I'll be back soon. Love you, Wolfie. Oh, he's so sweet. I can't help but grin when I see the two magical words on the little piece of paper. Love you. He loves me. Really, already. I love you too, Wolfie, I whisper, pressing a small kiss to the note. I'm gonna keep it forever. I put the little note in a small treasure box I got from Leah when she came here, then go downstairs to make myself some breakfast. A quick glance at the clock tells me it's already past 10 in the morning, meaning I've slept for almost 12 hours. That's quite long, but I'm not complaining. Sleeping next to Wolfie divided by Ren is the best. I hum happily as I make myself sandwiches, feeling really chirpy after reading the note from my mate. My mate, it sounds weird, but that's exactly who he is to me. I want to get used to calling him my other half, no matter how stupid it may sound to some people. Over the time I've been with Ren and Wolfie, I've come to love them both dearly. I owe them my life, but it's not only that. They're so caring and loving it's hard to not fall for them. Oh boy, there are two of them. I realize with shock, it's not just Ren or Wolfie, it's Ren and Wolfie that I might have to please. Sure, they have one body, but as Ren told me, they're still separate beings, each with their own feeling and emotions. That means I can't let either of them down. I have two of them to love, to care for, to satisfy. Just when the thought crosses my mind, I feel furious blush spread over my cheeks. I've been avoiding this matter for a while, but if I decide to accept Ren and Wolfie as my mates, I will have to mate with them. Oh boy, I can't even remember if I've ever had sex before. Am I still a virgin? Oh my god, I mumble in embarrassment as I sit at the island. My food is left completely forgotten as I think about the mating. Supposedly, Ren or Wolfie will have to mark me again during the intercourse, and once the process is complete, I'll be connected to my mate forever, not to mention immortal. If we don't mate, the mark will disappear over time and I'll no longer feel the bond as strongly as I do now. Do I really want to stay like I am now? I'm only 20, according to what Leah told me, and if I seal the deal as she calls it, I will remain looking like a 20-year-old forever. This is not as easy as it may seem. Being immortal would mean I'd have to watch everyone I know die, while I stay young and healthy. I don't want to witness all that death. I don't want to see my dear friends grow old and die. I can't even imagine how lonely it would be to lose everyone I know. How lonely has it been for Ren and Wolfie to live for 1,000 years all by themselves? My chest constricts in pain as I think about my mate. It must have been so hard for him to be all alone all those years. I don't want him to be lonely anymore. I love him and it would pain me to see him hurt. How do I make this decision? How do I choose between people I love? That's a heavy sigh. I spin around when I hear Blake's voice. He walks in the kitchen carrying some groceries, then sets the bags on the counter. What? You look upset. I was just thinking. I push my plate away and lean my chin on my folded forearms. There's a lot going on in my head. I sigh and watch him put the groceries away. If you want, you can tell me. I may not be able to give you any advice, but I can still listen, Blake offers, leaning against the counter with his hands in the pockets of his jeans. I was thinking about the whole immortality thing. I wince uncomfortably at the word. If I accept Ren and Wolfie and seal the bond, I will be like them, immortal, but that would mean I'd have to watch everyone I know die. And I don't want to go through all that loss, but I also don't want to leave Ren. He means a lot to me. I pour everything out, getting only a quiet hum from Blake. Did you remember anything? Your family, friends? He asks with a small frown. No, I met you and Leah. I tell him you're really important to me, and I'd hate to see you die. Whoa, don't kill us yet. Blake laughs. I'm not planning on dying anytime soon. I know you know what I mean. I sigh. You two will grow old and pass away and I'll stay young and alone. Oh dear, Ivy, you won't be alone. You'll have Lorenzo, Leah, me. We may not be able to stay with you thousands of years, but we'll be your friends for as long as we live. He smiles reassuringly. I feel my eyes water at the warmth of his voice. He means it. What did you do? I hear Ren snarl behind me. Love. What's wrong? Why are you crying? He kneels beside me and gently wipes off the tears from my cheeks. I didn't do anything. You idiot. Why would I hurt my friend? Blake explains defensively. Don't be mad at him. He's just comforting me. I scold. Why? What's wrong? I don't want to watch them die. I cry out, lunging at Ren in pure despair, letting his presence soothe my nerves. What are you talking about, Blake? What's going on? Ivy's worried about being immortal, because it would mean she'd have to watch her friends die. Blake explains shortly. Oh, my poor little mate. You're not losing your friends. I lean away from Ren's shoulder, staring at him in confusion. Leah has witch's blood, which means she doesn't have the same lifespan as an average human. Witches live for a very long time. Ren smiles warmly, stroking my cheeks tenderly. Hold on, what do you mean by that? Blake questions suspiciously. Ren quickly gets up from the floor and pulls me onto his lap as he sits by the island before turning to Blake. Leah is a witch. There's no denying that. And because of that, her lifespan exceeds that of a human by tenfold. You can do the math, but that's not all. Witches can choose their mates, with whom they share their life. I'm pretty sure that in Leah's case that's you. Which means, you will share Leah's time. If she dies, you die. And if you die, she dies too. Witch's bond is far stronger than the mate bond werewolves share. Ren explains patiently. Why? I ask curiously. This is very interesting. Ren gently strokes my hair as he speaks. I told you how the mate bond came to existence, right? I nod to halves of one soul, separated through magic and then rejoined through the marking and mating. Well, in Witch's case, it's not one soul, but two. There's no pull between them, no bond that brings the need to protect, care and nurture. It's up to the two people to create that, and the bond between two souls is much stronger than that of two halves of one soul. That's logical. I nod in understanding. I turn to look at Blake, since he's been eerily quiet, only to see him and Leah snuggled into each other. When did she get here? Why don't we leave them alone, my love? Ren whispers quietly into my ear. Okay. I move to get off his lap, but he's having none of it, and simply picks me up with only one arm, then takes my still full plate with the other. He effortlessly carries me to the living room, where he sets me in his lap again and feeds me my breakfast. Why didn't you eat, my love? He asks as I chew on my sandwich. I swallow. I don't know. I guess I wasn't that hungry. Well, looks like I have to rectify that. Ren smiles, holding up my sandwich for me to bite. He's so ridiculous sometimes. Ren praises me for every bite I take, almost as if he's proud of me eating. It's kinda freaky, but adorable at the same time. He's so overbearingly protective it makes my insides melt. Good girl. Ren smiles when I finish my breakfast. You've made me so proud. I don't want you to skip your meals. You're already skinny as it is. I can't help but smile at the sweetness of this man. He frets over the wrong things, but it's still endearing. Where did you go? You weren't there when I woke up. I pout dejectedly at him, leaning my head against his chest. Onyx went to investigate the place the feral wolf was seen at. We didn't want to wake you, so we decided to check it out early. And now that I know what transpired there, I need to see the wolf and dish out his punishment. Punishment? What are you going to do? I implore worriedly. I don't want him to punish anyone. At first I was thinking about lashing, but there are some mitigating circumstances, and I decided to sentence him to solitary confinement. When are you going to announce it? As soon as you're ready to leave, my love. I want you to come with me. You said it yourself that you want to be a part of my life. I do. I grin cheekily. When do we leave? Anytime you want. The sooner we have this over with, the sooner I can focus on you, my love. Ren peppers my face with kisses, making me giggle as I try to push his face away. Give me a moment to change and I'll be ready. I cup Ren's cheeks and press a kiss to his lips, before scrambling off his lap and running upstairs. I kissed him. Ah. Oh my heart, I actually kissed him. I quickly changed into a pair of dark jeans and Ren's gray sweater, then put on ankle-high boots and a dark gray coat before leaving the room, skipping to Ren as he waits for me at the bottom of the stairs. I'm just going to see Leah and Blake for a second. Okay. I turn to go to the kitchen, but Ren stops me by gently wrapping his arm around my waist and pulling me to his chest. I already told them that we're heading out, and from what I've heard, they're still talking about what I said earlier. Oh, okay. I nod. I guess they have a lot to discuss. Let's go then. I think it's best to leave those two alone for a while. I wiggle my brows suggestively, making Ren chuckle in amusement. He pulls me even closer to his chest, leaning a bit to press his lips to my ear. And I think we need some time alone too. Don't think I'll let your little stunt go, he whispers huskily, then licks the shell of my ear playfully, earning a startled gasp from me. Holy damn, I think I'm having a heart attack. This man is really touchy. You kissed him first, idiot, my consciousness mocks. Damn it, I pretty much assaulted the man. Let's go. As endearing as it is to watch you blush so cutely, I don't want to put this off for much longer. I can't wait to have you all to myself. Ren kisses my nose, then leads me outside, keeping his warm hand on the small of my back the whole way to the sleek black car parked in front of the house. As Ren's driver takes us to God knows where, Ren tells me about the feral wolf situation, and explains why he lessened the sentence for him. I'm genuinely surprised when he asks for my opinion on the matter of the wolf's punishment, since I'm not that knowledgeable in the ways of werewolves. You said that wolves are really social creatures, right? I start nervously. Yes, that's why solitary confinement is a pretty severe punishment for them. But if that man was tortured, I wince at the word, then maybe he shouldn't be punished so badly. He already went through a lot of pain. I hesitantly share my view, getting increasingly anxious, when Ren doesn't respond and just stares at me. You're right. So what do you propose, my love? Is he seriously asking me that? I don't know. What are some other punishments that can be used? It always depends on the crime. Just as I told you, the worst is of course death. Then there's lashing or bone breaking, flaying, silver injections. Those are punishments for really serious crimes. Then there's the solitary confinement, which means the wolf is supposed to be completely separated from everyone else and atone for their actions. Lack of contact with the outside world makes the wolf go into hiding, and that leaves the human side to repent for their crimes, Ren explains patiently. But what's the lightest sentence? Lightest? Ren raises an intrigued brow at me. Yes, the lightest punishment possible. I repeat, I feel that this wolf that went feral doesn't deserve to be punished. He went through something really horrible, and it makes sense to me that he raised hell on those who hurt him and even threatened his babies. Babies? Who does that? Those monsters deserved what happened to them. For average wolves, the solitary confinement is the lightest punishment, but for an alpha, especially one with a mate and children, it's a bit more severe. And since an alpha takes care, not only of his family but also the pack, it's a bit more problematic. What about confining him, but not from his pack? I suggest tentatively. Ren hums thoughtfully as he plays with my hair distractedly, like a quarantine. Yeah, that's brilliant, my love. 1 day of quarantine for every dead rogue. Ren pulls me into his side and presses a loving kiss to my head. I knew it was a good idea to have you with me. Thank you, my love. I didn't do anything. I just think it wouldn't be fair to punish the victim. And that guy is clearly the victim. He went through a nightmare. You have no idea how amazing you are. You're compassionate and kind, an exact opposite of me. You balance me out and help me see things in different light. Ren nuzzles his face into my hair as he murmurs quietly into my ear. So, what are you going to do? I ask when I notice that we're nearing the huge mansion in front of us. I'm going to do what my queen said. Ren winks cheekily, kissing my cheek. Do you want to come with me? No, I'll wait here. Just be quick. I quickly lean forward and peck his lips. I will be if you give me one more of those. Ren tries to pull me in for a kiss, but I cover his mouth with my hand. After you're back, I smile. Fine. He groans under my hand, then licks it playfully. I'll see you in a moment, my love. With that, he gets out of the car when the driver opens it for him. I watch mesmerized as he approaches a group of people standing in front of the house, 2 of them holding babies. He just exudes this intimidating aura of power, authority, and confidence. He's not longer my cuddly, affectionate Ren. He's the Alpha King.
Chapter 39, Lorenzo. It's been almost a week since I went to see Alpha Kingston to announce his punishment. Ever since Ivy and I went to their pack, my little mate has been a bit detached. She's quieter, more reserved, and it's worrying me. Tomorrow we're supposed to have a meeting with Alpha Davis and the Kingstons, namely Leo, Beast and their hybrid son, regarding the recent attacks. I have asked Leah and Blake to accompany me and Ivy there, since I have a feeling they'll be able to provide us with a new insight on the situation. They don't have the same perspective as us on this. Maybe we overlooked something. Maybe there's something we're not seeing here. I glance curiously at what my little mate is doing, only to see her completely engrossed in a book about the history of werewolves that I had written centuries ago. Every once in a while, I have it rewritten so it's more understandable. My Ivy is currently reading the most recent version from over 50 years ago, taking notes occasionally as she studies the contents of the book. Despite my mate being more closed off over the last week, she's still keeping me company as I work. She just doesn't let me coddle her like before, spending most of her time training with Leah or reading. I really need to know what's bothering her. I can't help but think she's avoiding me. I glance at my wristwatch, only to sigh when I notice it's already dinner time, and my little mate has been staying here for over 7 hours, without as much as a snack. Whenever I tried to tell her to go eat, all I got was a shake of her head, as she mumbled she's not hungry. As much as I wanted to push her to eat something, I know I should respect her wishes. I just don't want her to suffer, no matter how small it is. I quickly shut down my computer and get up from my chair, wordlessly walking over to my mate, crouching beside her so I don't startle her. Love, why don't you take a break and have dinner? I suggest gently, getting a small gasp from Ivy as she glances at the clock. Oh, I didn't notice, it's so late, she murmurs. You must be hungry. I'm immortal, my love. I don't have to eat to survive. It's you I'm worried about. I carefully take her small hand in mine, almost sighing relief when she doesn't pull it away. Oh, right, okay, then. She gives me a smile, but I can see it doesn't reach her eyes. She's really bothered by something, but why doesn't she talk to me about it? Before I can help her get up, like usual, Ivy stands up and slowly walks around me, heading out of the room. With a heavy sigh, I follow her to the kitchen, where we find Blake and Leah preparing dinner. I was about to get you. The food's ready. Leah smiles when she sees us before frowning worriedly at my mate, no doubt noticing her blank expression. What a feast. Ivy giggles cheerfully, and I catch Leah's questioning glance directed my way. I beckon at the little human to follow me to the living room, leaving Ivy with Blake. As much as I was apprehensive of him being so close to my mate, I have come actually appreciate him being here. He and Leah are tremendously helpful, and I know my Ivy likes that they're staying with us. What is it, When? Leah questions suspiciously, and I raise my brow at the name she's used. When? Ivy calls you that? She shrugs. But if you want, I can stick to Lorenzo. No, it's fine. You can call me whatever you want. I chuckle before getting serious again. Leah, I need to ask you for a favor. Again, she smirks. Go ahead. I'm already used to the two of you asking me things. I know you've noticed how Ivy has changed over the last few days. I sigh, taking a seat on the sofa. Leah soon follows me and sits on the other one. Yeah, it wasn't that hard to see. She nods. Every time I try to ask what's wrong, she's shutting me out. I have no move. I don't know if it's something I did or I ruffle my hair in frustration. How am I supposed to know what to fix if I don't know what's wrong? I beam away, feeling utterly devastated. I thought my mate knew she can depend on me. Trust me. You want me to talk to her? Leah reads me perfectly, as always. I would really appreciate it. No problem. She smiles reassuringly. I'll talk to her after dinner. Let's go now, or those two will start wondering what's going on. And I don't like cold food. So, I can't help but chuckle at the cheeky human. Only she can casually turn everything to herself. Should I be jealous? Blake questions seriously as we enter the kitchen, leaning back on his chair with his arms folded over his chest. No, you shouldn't. Leah grins, skipping happily to her man and sitting in his lap. I turn to my mate, but she's already quietly eating her dinner. What have I done? The whole dinner, I keep stealing glances at my little Ivy, but she completely ignores me, focusing solely on her meal. Just a week ago, I held her on my lap and fed her as she giggled in my arms. But now she won't even look at me. It hurts more than I'm willing to admit. What am I supposed to do if she doesn't even talk to me? As soon as Ivy is done eating, she quickly takes care of her dishes and leaves the kitchen, without as much as a word to me. Onyx whimpers painfully in my mind, confused about our mate's indifference towards us. That was tense. Blake sighs, making me growl lowly and warning. What? You two have been walking on eggshells around each other. It's suffocating. He frowns. Okay, boys, clean up while I talk to Ivy, Leah orders, giving a quick kiss to her man before going upstairs to my mate. I hone in on the sounds coming from the study, trying to hear what exactly troubles my little mate. Are you fucking eavesdropping? Blake laughs as he gets the dishes. I only growl frustratingly at him as I listen to Ivy and Leah talk. You've been avoiding him like the plague. Ivy, what's wrong? I hear Leah ask worriedly, getting a heavy sigh from my Ivy. I decide to go to the living room to hear them better, leaving Blake behind as he cleans up after dinner. I feel slightly bad about using him like this, but I need to know what my love is thinking. Last week we went to Sumpag because Ren had to announce punishment for some alpha that went on a rampage. Ivy starts tentatively. Yeah, I know. I didn't feel like I should interface in that. It's not my place. I frown at this. What does she mean? Another place? She's my queen? And when I saw him walk up to those people, she sighs sadly. You should have seen him. He was so regal, so powerful, so confident and intimidating. That's his role as the king. Ivy, you knew that already. Yeah, but, Leah, how can I stay by his side as his queen or whatever when I'm nothing like that? My heart breaks at the sound of Ivy crying as she sniffles quietly. I'm just a weak human, and he's the king. Ivy exclaims, sobbing loudly as Leah tries to comfort her. It takes all my willpower to not rush to my mate, but I know she needs to let it all out. So you don't want to be with him? My body goes rigid in fear at Leah's question. Please, no. I do. I love him, but I don't want to be helpless. I need to get stronger. That's why I asked you to train me. I need to be smarter. That's why I've been studying werewolves' history and laws. I need to learn how to be a queen before I become one. I can't just stay like this. Ivy explains, and I sigh in relief. She wants to be with me. Ivy, you have no reason to be insecure. Has Lorenzo ever implied that he wants you to change? That he's looking for a regal, powerful queen? Leah repeats Ivy's words mockingly. No, Ivy trails off, sounding confused. Exactly. Has he ever made you feel like you're not enough as you are? What? How could Leah think I would ever do that? No. Has he ever made you feel unwanted? That cheeky woman is testing my patience. What is she doing? No. And has he ever made you feel unloved? Leah. No. I slump in relief at Ivy's response. See, you have no reason to be scared. Leah assures. If you feel uncertain or nervous, just talk to him. How else is he supposed to know what's wrong? Don't leave the guy guessing. I can't help but smile at this. Leah is better than I thought. There's a long silence before Ivy speaks again. Oh God, what have I done? Ivy BMONS in despair, and I get up from my seat, slowly heading to the study, where the girls are. I pushed him away, and I never told him why. What should I do? I don't think you have to do anything. Leah teases. Get in, you eavesdropper. I know you're there. The cheeky human calls out when I reach the office's door. What? Leah, you could have warned me. I see Ivy hurriedly wipe off her tears as I walk in, turning around to hide her face from me. Hey, don't look at me like that. Leah smirks mockingly when I glare at her. How did you know I was listening? I growl lowly. The bold little human only picks up her phone and waves it tauntingly at me. Blake texted me. You left him alone with the dishes to eavesdrop on us. She grins smugly. Damn it, Blake, that treacherous bumhole. I'll leave you alone. It seems you've got some things to clear up. Leah smiles, hugging Ivy comfortingly before she leaves the room. I'm sorry. Ivy glances at me shyly, fiddling with her fingers nervously. You have no reason to apologize, my love. I sit beside her and swiftly pull her onto my lap, caressing her face lovingly. If anything, I should be the one to do that. I made you feel bad. No, you didn't. Ivy sits up in my lap, turning to face me. I can't help but feel like you deserve someone better than me. Someone stronger, smarter, more queen-like, she murmurs softly, averting her gaze from mine. Love, why would you think that? You are the only one I want and need. You are my queen. I don't need a soldier to stand by my side. I need someone who can keep me grounded, who can help me see the right and wrong no matter what I'm doing. You are that person, my love. You're the only one I'll ever fall to my knees for. You're the only one that can help me become a better king, a better man. Really? You really think that? I know that, my love. I smile adoringly at her, kissing her forehead lovingly. So you don't mind that I'm me? I chuckle incredulously at the disbelieving tone of my maid's voice. Why would I? You're perfect. I watch amused as cute blush adorns Ivy's cheeks, pulling her closer to my chest. I engulf her in my arms, letting her soothing presence calm me in my wolf. I see Ivy struggle for a moment, seemingly building up courage to speak. I wait patiently for her to say what she wants, knowing better than to push her. I love you, she says quietly. My whole body burns in carnal desire as my heart thunders in my chest, almost beating its way out of it. I cup my mate's face with a shaky hand as I smile at her in pure adoration. I love you, too, Ivy. I crush her to my chest, pampering her cute face with kisses like a madman, feeling being elated at her confession. The sweet chiming giggles that leave my mate's mouth are the most beautiful sounds I've ever heard. Say it again, please, I beg softly, staring into her gorgeous chocolate eyes. I love you. Ivy smiles happily, seemingly less nervous than a moment earlier. I love you. I attack her with kisses again, before Ivy grasps my face in her small hands, stopping my movements. She pauses for a second, then presses her lips to mine in a sweet kiss that makes my heart melt. Soon just the feeling of her plump lips against mine is not enough for neither me nor my wolf, and I deepen the kiss, taking in the taste of our mate greedily, devouring her hungrily. A quiet moan leaves Ivy's mouth, making Onyx go crazy in my head as he tries to break free. It takes everything in me to hold him back, but I know I won't be able to do that for long. I pull away from Ivy's lips after a while, trailing small kisses all over her neck, paying special attention to her mark, knowing how sensitive it is to mate's touch. And Ivy whimpers as the scent of her arousal fills the room. "Fouquet, you smell so sweet," I growl hungrily, inhaling the sweet addicting aroma. "Tell me to stop, my love. I don't know how much longer I can hold back." "Then don't." I lean away from Ivy in shock, searching her eyes for any implication that she's just kidding, but I find none. She's serious. "Are you sure?" I whisper in utter desperation. "I'm sure. I want to be your mate." My little mate smiles sweetly, leaning up for a quick peck. "Then you shall be," I growl, my voice mixed with my wolf's as he's close to the surface. Without another word, I carry my mate to our bedroom, sucking and nibbling on her mark the whole way there, loving the sound of Ivy's quiet moans and whimpers. "Leave the house," I yell over my shoulder, getting a quiet laugh and an okay from the humans. Keeping my mate securely in my arms, I open the door to our bedroom with a kick, only to be met with a shocking sight. As Ivy notices that I stop walking, she turns slightly in my arms to glance around the room, then bursts out laughing. The whole place is filled with rose petals and scented candles, but it's not what stopped me. It's the sight of fucking ropes and handcuffs on the bed. "Leah, that annoying witch."
Chapter 40. Ivy. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw the bedroom. The candles and rose petals are nice, but the rope and handcuffs are freaking funny. I also noticed a note on the bed, but from where I'm at I can't see what's written there. Ren seems to be caught off guard by my friend's gesture. He stands completely still, with me held up against his chest. I barely stop myself from laughing at the expression on his face. It's like he can't decide whether he should cringe or laugh. His eyebrow keeps twitching cutely as he glares at the stuff on the bed, so I kiss it softly. My sudden move pulls him out of his stupor, and he pulls me even closer to his chest and buries his face in the crook of my neck, licking my mark playfully. "That witch will pay for this," he grumbles in annoyance. I think it's sweet. I giggle. She even left a note. I glance at the piece of paper laying next to the handcuffs. "Of course she did," Ren mutters as he lays me on the bed, making sure I don't touch Leah's gift. As soon as I'm laid on the satin sheets, I reach my hand out and take the small card before Ren can steal it. I can't help but laugh at the contents. "To help you tie the knot and be bound forever." Oh God, she's so cheeky. I show Ren the note, and even though he tries hard to not show his amusement, I still see the lopsided smirk on his face. "Wanna use it?" I decide to tease my man a bit, and it seems to work as he chokes on air, staring at me with wide eyes. "Don't tempt me, love," he growls, his eyes flashing bright gold, meaning that Wolfie wants to get out. I watch him used as he throws the rope and handcuffs off to the floor and slowly settles above me with a predatory look that sends a jolt of pleasure straight to my insides. He closes his eyes and inhales deeply, growling hungrily as his body tenses above mine. For some reason, I'm not as embarrassed about it this time. Ren is my mate, my sweet, loving and SI mate. It also helps that he seems as aroused by me as I am by him. I've never felt more attractive than at this moment. Splayed open on the dark red satin sheets beneath my mate, who stares at me with pure desire. He doesn't take his eyes off me, just runs them all over my body. His gaze is almost palpable, leaving a fiery trail behind. "Ren," I whisper pleadingly, reaching my hand to his cheek and pulling his face to mine, kissing him softly. How long was he going to just stare at me? "Ivy, are you sure about this? If we go through with it, you'll be immortal. You'll stay like this forever. You'll be mine forever," Ren whispers against my lips. I swear to God, how can a man as old as him be so oblivious? "I'm sure, Ren." I smile at him. "Now are you going to mate me or not?" I glare at him, making him chuckle in amusement. "Impatient, are we?" He nibbles on my neck, licking and sucking my mark, making me moan in pleasure. I heard that the mark is sensitive, but I had no idea it was this intense. Through my lustful haze, I barely notice Ren taking off his shirt or ripping my clothes off. I open my eyes, I don't even know when I close them, when I hear my mate's loud growl, only to see him staring hungrily at my almost bare body, covered only in white lacy underwear. I hate to thank Leah for this. Ren seems to appreciate the view. "You're so beautiful," he breathes out, trailing his lips over my chest, kissing every inch of my exposed skin, before he catches the lacy bra with his teeth and gently pulls it down. I can't help but moan loudly when he suddenly starts sucking on my nipple, tweaking the other one with his nimble fingers. How does he support his whole body on one arm as being me? But for some reason his strength only makes me wetter. Those panties are ruined. Ren keeps playing with my breasts for a while, igniting the fire in my belly to the point of burning. I'm starting to get increasingly frustrated with him, as he completely disregards the one place on my body that needs him. He kisses my chest, my stomach, licks my belly button, trails feathery kisses all over my feet, calves and thighs, but doesn't even touch my lady parts. This annoying bun is playing with me. With unexpected strength, I flip us over and sit on my mate's waist. I see his eyes widen momentarily, before a smug smirk appears on his face as his hands land on my hips. "You're so mean, you know," I scold, scooting down his legs so I can pull off his pants. I'm surprised that my hands aren't shaking as I unbuckle his belt, but I'm too deep in my lust to care about anything. My cat is pulsing with need, and this cheeky man doesn't give me what I need and instead plays with me. "Let's see how you like it." Once I've unbuckled the belt and unzipped his pants, I carefully pull them off, gulping nervously when I see the huge bulge stretching his boxer briefs. Oh God. The moment Ren's pants are completely off, he grabs me and lays me back on the bed, hovering over me with a wild look. He licks his lips hungrily, and rips off my panties and dives right into my love box, making me scream when his hot tongue meets my most sensitive parts. My legs immediately tighten around his head as my fingers tangle in his dark hair, pulling him closer to my mound as he eats it like a man possessed. He licks, sucks and nibbles on my cat, causing my juices to gush into his awaiting mouth as I come with a scream. "Sweeter than honey." Ren growls lustfully and I blush at how wet his face is. He swiftly licks off the remains of my release from his lips, then dives between my thighs again, this time plunging his tongue into my hole, stretching it with his thick muscle. "Oh God, Ren," I pant as he replaces his tongue with his finger and curls it up, stroking a special spot in my tunnel that makes me blind with pleasure. "Give me one more, love. You're so small I need to prepare you for me," my mate says as he pushes another finger in, stretching my hole even more. I keep moaning and panting as he pumps firstly 2 fingers, then 3, in and out at a quick pace, easily bringing me to my third release, this one more explosive than the first 2. I'm a sweating, panting mess as I come down from my high and I start fearing what I'll look at when Ren is done with me. I'm gonna die. Ren quickly takes off his briefs and settles between my legs, wrapping them highly around his hips, before he leans down and claims my lips in a deep, soul-consuming kiss. Since I'm so much shorter than him, he needs to bend his back quite a bit. It can't be comfortable. "This might hurt, my love, so I need you to be honest with me about everything you feel," my mate says quietly, gently stroking my face. "Okay," I smile. He's so sweet. "Now move," I order, getting an amused chuckle from him. I can't help but whimper when the first few inches of Ren's shaft push into me, feeling stretched beyond repair. I feel like I'm about to be split open, but thankfully my mate doesn't move and lets me adjust to his size, kissing my face lovingly while his thumb rubs my clit. The pleasure I feel from this makes my juices flow and ease Ren's entry. "You can move now," I put my arms around Ren's chest and bury my face in his shoulder as he pushes even deeper into my tunnel. But I'm still not satisfied. I pull him in with my legs and make him bury himself fully inside me. I have to clench my jaw in order to not whimper in pain. But I don't want Ren to think he's hurt me. We stay still for a while as I adjust to having Ren shaft inside me. Then I kiss his chest and roll my hips to let him know he can move again. You're full of surprises, my love. Ren murmurs against my neck, I love you so much. He nibbles on my mark, licking it playfully as he slowly pulls out, until only the head of his member stays in, before thrusting back in and nipping on my mark. He's torturing me. The fullness in my cat and the tingles from my mark are a deadly combination. The pleasure is unbearable and I end up moaning and screaming like a banshee every time Ren thrusts into me. Ren, oh God, I'm coming. I clutch onto my mate, dragging my nails over his toned back as I come undone for umpteenth time tonight. I've already lost count of how many times I came a while ago, but Ren is not finished yet. You're killing me, love. My man grunts as I climax. You're so king tight I can barely move. I'm killing you. I won't be able to walk tomorrow. I whine, making him chuckle as he kisses me again. I'm close, my love. I need to mark you again to seal the bond. I know, I pant as his thrusts become rougher, faster and deeper before he growls loudly and bites onto my neck, releasing his seat inside me as we release together. Ren thrusts few more times, pushing his essence into my womb, before pulling his teeth out of my neck and licking off the blood. He lies down beside me and pulls my limp body into his chest, making me lie on top of him. I hope I didn't hurt you, my love, my lovely mate says worriedly as he gently strokes my back. His soft touch slowly lulls me to sleep and I struggle to keep my eyes open. You didn't, but I'm so tired, I mumble sleepily. I can tell, it's perfectly normal. Ren smiles adoringly, kissing my head to sleep. My love, I'll take care of you. I lay my cheek on Ren's chest and close my eyes, listening to his steady heartbeat. It's a pity we didn't get to use the handcuffs, I joke tiredly, making Ren's chest shake a bit as he chortles. Maybe next time.
Chapter 41, Lorenzo. I watch my little mate as she sleeps peacefully, just caressing her small face lovingly. I can't get over the fact that she's officially mine now. There's no way to describe the way I'm feeling right now. Happiness seems too shallow, elation too weak, euphoria too abstract, bliss, maybe. All I know is that I've never felt like this. After thousands of years, my heart is finally at peace. My soul is completed. My life has a purpose. Ivy groans quietly in her sleep as she turns over, and I can't help but chuckle when she sleepily hits my face with her hand. She is so precious. I take her small hand in mine and press a loving kiss to it before I lay it on my chest. My sweet mate! N.M., she moans sleepily, snuggling closer to me. I frown worriedly when she starts whimpering in her sleep as she shakes in my arms. Ivy, I cup her cheek gently. Love, wake up. I'm sorry, she cries, making my frown deepen. I'm sorry, Dad, please. What, Dad? I carefully sit up on the bed and shake Ivy's shoulder, softly cajoling her to wake up. It takes her a moment, but she finally opens her eyes and shoots up on the bed, panting heavily in fear. Love, look at me. What's wrong? When? She stutters, then lunges at me and wraps her arms around my neck, clutching onto me in pure desperation. Oh God, when? My heart breaks at the sound of her sobs as she cries into my neck. What happened? My love, why are you crying? I gently place her in my lap and cradle her to my chest, rubbing her back soothingly. I remember everything, she cries out brokenly. Everything. Why did you leave me? She sniffles, leaning away from my chest. Why? She really remembers everything. I know you're angry, my love, but I've already told you about that. It was when those attacks happened and I was forced to intervene. I'm so sorry I left you. I stroke her cheek softly, wiping her tears off with my thumb. And my dad, he wanted to take me back. He broke my arm. And Jake, he wanted to be me. And you weren't there. And I was so scared. And then, she stammers, barely able to speak through her tears. It's all right, my love. It's all in the past. Don't let it bother you. You're here with me now. You have no reason to be scared anymore. I saw, keeping her small frame wrapped in my arms as I rock her slightly. You won't leave me again, right? Ivy hiccups quietly. Of course I won't. I will never leave you. I tell her seriously. Really? She stares at me hopefully. I would sooner rip my heart out than leave you, I state, getting only a quiet sigh in response as Ivy leans against me, only to tense up a second later. What's wrong? I ask worriedly. You're naked? She shrieks, scrambling away from me. Oh God, I'm naked too. I can't help but smile at her cuteness. Love, you're in a nightgown and underwear and I'm wearing pants. We're not naked. I chuckle at the adorable blush that adorns her cheeks. My words seem to shock her even more. Who dressed me? She gasps, then glances around the room. And whose room is this? I smile lovingly at my mate and wrap my arms around her small body, then pull her back onto my lap. I dress you, and this is the master bedroom. It's our new room now that you're completely mine, I tell her softly. After my little Ivy fell asleep, I watched her rest for a while, before taking her to the bathroom to wash up. Onyx kept purring in satisfaction at the sight of our seed dripping out of our mate's body, and it was a real struggle to keep him at bay as I bathed our Ivy. Once I was finished cleaning my little mate, I dressed her up in one of her silky nightgowns and underwear. I knew she wouldn't be comfortable if she woke up completely naked. Why you dressed me up? Ivy gapes at me in shock before her cheeks flame up with furious blush. Oh God, that's so embarrassing. Don't worry about it, my love, I reassure her. It's not like I haven't seen you naked last night. I grin, stealing a quick kiss from her. Oh, right, and something's weird. Ivy frowns confusedly, seemingly thinking deeply about something. My whole body locks down at the tremble in her voice. What's wrong? What's weird? I heard that. After the first time I would be hurting, but I feel fine. I'm not even sore. I barely stop myself from laughing at this. Who knew my sweet mate would be so straightforward? Once we've made it, you gain my abilities. My love, your body heals at the same rate as mine now. You've already healed during your rest, I explain shortly, getting a nod from her as her lips make a cute such a cutie. I quickly dip my head and steal a kiss, getting an embarrassed squeak from her as she buries her face in my chest. I didn't brush my teeth. Who cares? You're mine now, morning breath and all. I chuckle amusedly, earning a small slap on my chest. Stop it. I don't think I will. I've been waiting for this moment for 4,000 years. My love, you're only mine now, as I am yours, forever. My arms tighten around Ivy as I bury my face in her soft hair, taking in her sweet scent. Ivy only sighs deeply and snuggles into me. You smell so good, she murmurs against my chest. So do you, my love, I chuckle quietly. I have to say, this mate bond is really strong. I don't want to stay away from you at all, Ivy states seriously, tracing her finger over my chest softly. I'm glad to hear it, because I don't plan on staying away from you either. Ivy and I stay in bed for a few more hours, until my little mate starts thinking about food. Now that we're fully mated, we can talk through the mind link, and as adorable as it is to listen to Ivy's thoughts, it's my duty as her mate to teach her how to block her mind from me. Ivy, do you remember how I told you about the mind link? I ask. Yeah, you said that alphas can talk through their minds all the time, cause they come from the same person, and that after we've mated, I will be able to talk to you that way too. Exactly. I nod, but I don't think you want to keep projecting your thoughts to everyone all the time, do you? Of course I don't. Oh God, can you hear my thoughts now? Ivy gapes at me in shock, blushing profusely. I can. You really think I'm sinfully hot, and handsome, and cute, and inappropriate? Hold on, why would you think that? I chuckle. You bathed me while I was asleep, and then dressed me up. Of course you're inappropriate. She deadpans, and stop listening to my thoughts. I guess I should teach you how to block it. If you'd be so kind. She smiles sarcastically. There are different ways to explain how to control the mind link. Close your eyes. Since you love art, try to imagine that you're in a gallery. Now imagine portraits on the walls, each one representing a werewolf you know. Let's try it with me. In your mind, I want you to look at my portrait and speak directly to it. You're mean? How so? I chuckle, getting a gasp from my mate. You heard that? I did. I respond through the link. Why am I mean? You said you'll teach me how to block it, not use it. She pouts dejectedly, poking my chest sulkily. Now that you know how to control who you're talking to, I can teach you how to block it. Imagine that the gallery is now a dome, shielding you from everything. Ivy stares at me with a cute focused look on her face. You didn't hear that? Hear what? I raise my brow inquisitively, but my sweet mate only grins smugly. No thing, she sings happily. Did you think about something bad? Are you bad-mouthing me in your head? I tease through the mind link, putting my hands under Ivy's nightgown as I rub her waist gently. "No, I didn't, but I have to say, this is so cool," she gushes. "I can hear you even when your lips don't move." I smirk at this, then lean down and press my lips to hers, kissing her deeply. Now my lips are moving. "Can you still hear me?" I tease as I devour her sweet mouth with mine, making her moan quietly. "That was unfair," she whines breathlessly after we pull away. "How so? How am I supposed to concentrate on the mind link when you're kissing me?" She slaps my chest, then leans her forehead against it. I don't even try hiding the grin that appears on my face. She's so fucking adorable. "Don't you worry, my love. You'll learn. All you need is practice," I whisper huskily into her ear, licking the shell of it playfully. "But not now. There's a more pressing matter to deal with." I get up from the bed, with Ivy still in my arms, and walk to our closet, where I place her on the ottoman. I've already moved all of our stuff here last night, so my little Ivy wouldn't have to worry about it. I feel Ivy's gaze on me as I get clothes for her, and it's more satisfying than I could have imagined. I grab some yoga pants, a tank top, and one of my sweaters for my mate, then kneel in front of her and carefully help her get dressed. Ivy giggles quietly as I put the pants on her, then straight out laughs when I tell her to hold her arms up so I can take off her nightgown. She shakes her head at me and lifts her arms, letting me pull off the silky piece of cloth before I put the top and sweater on her. Once she's all dressed up, I pick her up, making her wrap her arms and legs around me, then walk out of our room and head to the kitchen to make my mate some breakfast. She has been thinking about grilled chicken sandwiches for a while, so I intend to make them for her. My cute little mate has a cute mind. Her innocence is unbearably endearing, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to help her stay that way. Ivy keeps her face buried in my neck as I walk through the house, playing with my hair distractedly. Her soft breath caresses my skin, and it takes all my strength to not kiss her senseless right here, right now. How can someone be this adorable? Such cuteness has to be illegal. She's going to kill me with it one day. "Good morning." I'm greeted by cheerful Leah as she prances around the kitchen. "You're back already." I ask in surprise. "I didn't even notice." "We came back in the morning. Since you said the meeting is at noon, I figured you'd be too tired to cook, so we did some shopping and made breakfast. I have to say though, you're a shitty werewolf if you didn't notice us sneaking." "Hey, where's Blake then?" Ivy questions as I sit by the island with Ivy in my lap. "He's taking a shower. What do you want to eat?" I can't help but smile at the thoughtfulness of this woman. She's unbelievable. "I can make my food myself, you know." Ivy giggles. "Yeah, right. Like he will let go of you anytime soon." Leah chuckles, staring pointedly at my arms wrapped around my mate's body. "When?" Ivy whines cutely. "We can't keep using Leah like this." "It's fine." Leah assures. "I like cooking, so it's not a problem." "So what do you want to eat?" "Grilled chicken sandwiches, please," I request, getting a nod from the small human before she starts working. I nuzzle my face into Ivy's neck, pressing feathery kisses to her skin as we wait for our food, making her squirm and giggle in my arms as she tells me to stop. Look at this. Lorenzo is a lovesick puppy. Who would have thought?" I growl warningly at Blake as he walks in, wearing nothing but a pair of sweatpants. "Oh, hi Blake," Ivy greets cheerfully. "Couldn't you at least get dressed?" I snarl, tightening my arms around my mate possessively. "Oh please, we both know there's no need for that anymore. Besides, my kitten appreciates my choice of attire." Blake smirks knowingly before he goes behind Leah and engulfs her in a tight embrace. "Right, kitten. Don't start what you can't finish." "Babe," Leah grumbles. "We're supposed to go with Lorenzo to that fucking meeting, and I'd rather not limp in front of werewolves." I barely stop myself from laughing at the boldness of this girl. Damn, she's blunt. Ivy doesn't seem to have as much restraint as me as she buries her face in my chest to muffle her giggles. She's as bold as ever. She tells me through the link. She always has been. The four of us eat breakfast in silence, and I use every chance I get to coddle my mate, feeding her and stroking her hair lovingly. I keep her on my lap the whole time, not wishing to release her even for a moment. Once we're all finished eating, Leah makes coffee and serves it with a cheesecake. "Are you going to eat to pieces again? How do you not get fat?" Ivy laughs quietly, making Leah gape at her in shock. "You remember that?" she gasps. "I remember everything. I think it's because of the bond." My sweet mate sighs happily, then turns to me, healed me. Literally. She smiles at me adoringly, then leans in for a kiss. That's so cute." Leah coos. "That's good to know. It couldn't have been easy to not remember your life." Blake adds. It wasn't, but everything's okay now. Ivy grins, leaning against my chest. Putting that aside, I think it's time. You finally told us what that whole meeting will be about. Leah turns serious suddenly as she sips on her coffee. You'll find out soon. I'd rather you listen to all facts first, I retort, getting an annoyed scowl from the two lovebirds. Fine. Once we're all dressed and ready, we go to my car outside. I help Ivy get in the passenger seat, then buckle her in as Leah and Blake get in the back. The drive to Alpha Davis's pack is filled with the girls giggling and laughing cheerfully as they reminisce the past and the fun they had together. As I listen to them, I can't help but appreciate Leah even more than before. She's been a great friend to my little mate, and I can tell they've been really close. When we reach Alpha Davis's house, we're met by Brian, Leo, Beast, Hunter, and his mate Sky waiting outside, along with the two babies. I park the car, then rounded to help my Ivy get out, and, keeping her hand in mine, I lead her to the house, with Leah and Blake following close behind us. Alpha King, Alpha Queen, the werewolves agree with a bow, except for Beast, of course, who only stares at the couple behind me. Why do they call me that? Ivy asks through our link. You're my mate. That makes you their queen. But how do they know already? She questions curiously. They can tell by your scent, my love, I respond softly. I catch some wolves wonder about why I brought humans with me, but they all shut up immediately when I look at them. I knew there would be a commotion, since I forbade revealing our identities to humans unless they're mates, but I still don't appreciate gossiping and rumors. Are you aware that there are two humans behind you? Bee smirks mockingly, folding her arms over her chest. I am. In fact, I have invited them to join us. I believe they might be able to provide us with a fresh insight on the matter we're here to discuss. I tell her sternly. Fine then, she shrugs, making Leo shake his head at her with a smile. Alpha Davis invites us all in at once. The pack's betas take the babies away. We head to the Alpha's office. I sit at the head of the table with Ivy in my lap. Alpha Davis sits on my left. Next to him is Leo with Beast on his lap, and on my right there's Hunter with Sky and Blake with Leah. Despite there being enough chairs for everyone to sit on their own, the men don't let the women stay away from them. I can't say I don't understand. I'm just like them. I feel my brow rise questioningly when I notice how Beast and Leah stare at each other silently. I have to admit, now that I'm seeing them both together, I'm honestly shocked at how much they look alike. Since Leah dyed her hair ash blonde, it's almost impossible to differentiate her from Luna Kingston. The only difference between them is the color of their eyes. I can see that I'm not the only one who notices their similarity, since even Leo and Blake look shocked. They could easily pass for sisters. Clearing my throat, I decide to start the meeting by recounting the events from a few months ago and sharing the information gotten from the men caught by Luna Kingston. As Beast talks about the intruders and how they were all marked with a tattoo, I catch Blake ask Leah if there's anything wrong. Clearly he forgot that he's in the presence of supernatural creatures who can hear him no matter how quietly he speaks. We all turn to Leah, only to see her leaning on the table as she stares at it blankly with a focused look on her face. Leah, I try to get her attention, but she stays unresponsive. She really looks like you. Angel, you get the exact same look on your face when you think about something. I hear Leo chuckle quietly. Something's not right, Leah says after a while, frowning deeply as she looks at Beast. What do I call you? You can call me Thea. Beast smirks. I can see you're not afraid of me. Thea, you said they had tattoos. You wouldn't happen to have pictures of them, would you? My brows furrow in confusion. What is she getting at? I do, actually. Beast takes out a bunch of photos out of the folder she and Leo brought and lays them out on the table. Leah stares at them for a moment before she curses loudly and scrambles off Blake's lap, rushing to the coat hanger in the corner of the room. She fumbles with something, then comes back to her man and sits on his legs again, searching through her phone frantically. Shit, she curses again, then turns to me. Do you remember where you and Ivy first met? Yes. Do you remember what happened there? You mean how you beat up the fuckers that tried to harass you and Ivy? She nods seriously. What about it? Babe, what are you saying? Blake pries worriedly. Leah lets out a long breath and tugs at her hair harshly. Fouquet, 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 it all makes sense now, she exclaims. Leah, what makes sense? I demand sternly, getting a quick glare from Ivy. Stop being mean. She's trying to help, she admonishes through the mind link. Those guys, she pushes her phone to me, they have the same tats. I noticed they all had some weird tattoos on their necks when I fought against them. So I asked Vegas to look into that cause I thought those were gang colors, but Vegas said he couldn't find anything on them, that it was like they didn't exist. Leah explains quickly, and I feel onyx come to surface as I stare at the pictures. The men that harassed my mate the night we met had ancient Alpha emblems on them. They belong to the same group that launched the attack on the packs.
Chapter 42. Ivy. This is a really messed up situation. I literally have no idea what's going on right now. Lee has just told us that the guys that bothered us at a club the night I first met Ren had the same tattoos as the men that launched the attacks on the werewolf packs a few months ago. That can't be a coincidence. The moment Ren sees the pictures on Leah's phone, his whole body goes rigid and his arms tighten around me as he growls in fury. I carefully put my hand on the nape of his neck and gently rub it with my fingers. When I see that it barely has any effect on him, I lean up to give him a peck. And it works. Of course he wants a kiss. Ren squeezes me tightly in his arms and buries his face in my hair, inhaling deeply, as much as it's a little embarrassing to have him do that in front of others. I know Ren needs to calm down to deal with this rationally. We can't let our emotions get the best of us. Once my Ren has calmed down a bit, I turn back towards the table, not surprised to see everyone staring at me. Leah seems to notice my discomfort and sends me a quick wink, making me giggle quietly. She's so cheeky. So you're thinking that the same people harass you and Lorenzo's mate are involved with the group that attacked the packs? Lunathea stares at Leah questioningly. My friend only sighs heavily as she leans against Blake, dragging her hand over her face. And you're not, she counters. Tell me you don't find it suspicious. Some guys with the same tattoos as the attackers harass me and Ivy at a club, then threaten her as I beat them up. And then, the very next day there's a series of attacks on werewolf packs that force Lorenzo to break his word given to his mate. Just to deal with that shit, she leans her arms on the table and gives Lunathea a serious look. Wow, how is she not afraid of that woman? She's NUNDEAD. We all stay quiet for a moment, just digesting what Leah has said. She's right, it's suspicious. So what are you saying, Leah? Ren questions sternly. I take his hand in mine and squeeze it reassuringly. He's so tense. I'm saying that there's got to be more to this shit than we think. Remember what I told Ivy when we met up at our place that night? I glance at Ren imploringly, but he only shakes his head. I rack my brain to try to recall what Leah said to me that night, but I come up with nothing. One of those fookers, namely the one who grabbed her, said something like she got lucky that night, and I also remember he mentioned her father at some point. How weird is that? I feel my eyes widen in shock as the memory hits me. She did say something like that. That guy supposedly said that I should be careful or I can get sent to my dad, in pieces. He threatened to kill me and send me to my dad. I breathe out shakily. Exactly. And your father has connection to that Jake guy, Blake adds, getting a loud growl from Alpha Hunter. Since there are 3 people with the same surname here, we all agree to address each other by our first names. Of course, that doesn't include me and Ren, since none of them want to disrespect us. Well, almost none of them, since Lunathea, Leah and Blake have no qualms calling us by our names. Jake, you mean Alpha Armstrong? Luna Sky gasps, turn into her mate fearfully. Hold on, you're connected to that traitor. Lunathea snarls at me, making me flinch in fear. Watch your tone, beast. You're speaking to your Alpha Queen. Ren growls warningly and I can clearly hear Wolfie's voice mixed in with his. Fuck, that son of a bitch tortured my son. Lunathea yells, pointing at Alpha Hunter as her eyes flash red. I can't help but tremble at the murderous aura she exudes. This is beast in all her glory. Calm and collected, Lunathea is gone. I thought you were his sister, to be honest. Leah comments casually with a shrug, and I hear Blake snort quietly. How can she be so calm right now? What? Lunathea turns to her, frowning confusedly. No offense, but you sure as hell don't look old enough to be his mother. Leah laughs, nodding her head at Alpha Hunter. Don't let Angel's appearance fool you, little human. We're older than you think. Alpha Leo chuckles. I'm not little. I'm about as tall as her. Leah laughs as she points at Lunathea. Somehow, her casual attitude easily breaks the tension in the room, as Lunathea breathes out a chuckle. How are you not even a bit afraid? She questions, sitting back on Alpha Leo's lap. You're the strangest person I've ever met. Thank you. Leah grins cheekily. Thanks, Leah. I smile at my friend gratefully, Getting a wink in response, I think we should all try to stay calm. This situation is really difficult, and it would be better to resolve it rationally, rather than let our emotions get the best of us. I say calmly, getting a proud look from Leah and Blake and a quiet growl from Ren. Spoken like a true queen, Alpha Brian praises, making me blush a little. A true queen indeed, Ren tells me through the mind link, sounding really impressed for some reason. Very well then. Lunathea sighs heavily. How are you connected to Armstrong? She questions seriously. He's a son of my father's friend, but now that I know about his identity, I'm not sure if what I know about him is true. I tell her as Ren rubs my waist soothingly. He knows I feel uncomfortable talking about Jake, especially after what he and my dad had done. This is really complicated, Alpha Leo groans, leaning his chin on his mate's shoulder. Is it though? Leah counters, getting a curious look from me. What do you mean? Ren asks, circling his arms around me as he squishes me against his chest. I mean, look at all this logically. The same night Ivy goes to a club, she's harassed by some dudes, who not only threatened her but also had the same tattoos as the men that attacked the Pax right the very next day. You go deal with the aftermath of the attacks, cause it's your duty, blah, 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 and your mate is left with no protection, she explains, but I cut her off. Well, not exactly, since you've been keeping me company most of the time. I smile at her gratefully. Right, most of the time, that's the keyword here. The one time, she gestures at Blake, weren't with you was when we went to law and suddenly your father appears, along with Jake, or Alpha Armstrong or whatever his name is, and they tried to take you back with them. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? You think someone was watching my mate? Ren growls slowly. It would make sense, especially considering what Gunnar told us. Blake wonders out loud and I look at him imploringly. What did he tell you? I ask worriedly. Some of the guys that watched Leah admitted to seeing someone lurking around. At the time, they must have thought it was connected to, our issue. But now that I think about it, there's no way of telling whether that someone was watching Leah or you. I mean, you two had been together almost all the time back then, so it's quite suspicious, Blake explains, frowning deeply as he thinks over. Who is that Gunnar and why were there people watching you? Luna Sky asks curiously. Gunnar's a friend of ours. He and his guys were just helping us with something. Leah shrugs casually, but that's not important. She turns to me. If whoever the guys noticed was really watching you and not me, then that would explain how your father knew when to get to you. It's weird how he and Jake went to you on the one weekend you were alone. I don't really know what to say to this. I turn to Ren to see what he thinks about it, only to see him lost in thought as he listens to our friends. I don't know what's going through his head right now, but I can tell his mind is working overtime as he tries to put everything together. Over the time I've spent with him, I've noticed he's not much of a talker and he prefers to listen to different sides and opinions silently before making a decision. So what are you saying? Alpha Brian questions. If we put everything that was said here together, I think it's not difficult to see that all those things are somehow connected, and the common factor between it all is, sorry to say this, Ivy, Blake responds. Someone's trying to use King's maid to get to him, Alpha Hunter wonders. Or the whole werewolf community. There's no telling, Alpha Brian adds. Then why would they target Leo? Lunathea questions suspiciously. Target? I implore curiously. During the attack on our pack, I got the impression that the intruders were targeting my mate. Lunathea explains. They were really persistent in their attempt to hurt him. You mentioned that Leo is a direct descendant of the Alpha King. Leah wonders out loud what if all those attacks were just a diversion to get Lorenzo to leave his mate alone. What makes you say that? Alpha Leo asks, sounding utterly confused. Think about it. The attackers had Alpha King's emblem. You're Alpha King's descendant. The attacks happened right after the Alpha King met his mate. It all comes down to the Alpha King somehow, Leah says before turning to Ren and I. What I don't get is how those people knew about ID being your mate. Apart from me, Blake and our three friends, no one knew you two met that night. Everyone turns to us when Ren suddenly releases a thunderous growl that makes the whole house shake. I've never seen him so mad.
Chapter 43. Thea Beast. As soon as Lorenzo snaps, Leo and I are spurred into action. We've seen what a feral wolf can do, so we know what to expect. In a split second, I'm in front of the humans, shielding them from Lorenzo, while Leo and Brian protect Ivy. Damn, he's mad. The human girl, Leah, comments casually, almost as if she's not even a bit afraid of the mad wolf in front of her. I guess he figured it out. Blake adds, how are they so calm right now? Ren, please, look at me. Lorenzo's mate, Ivy, pleads quietly as he paces furiously around the room, growling loudly. It quickly becomes clear to everyone that even Ivy can't calm him down, which is disconcerting a bit, since there are 2 humans and babies in the house. That 𝑭𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒕𝒊𝒐𝒏 traitor. Lorenzo snarls furiously. How 𝑭𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒕𝒊𝒐𝒏 dare he? What traitor? Leah asks calmly, seemingly unperturbed by the wolf's sudden outburst. Lorenzo whips his head at her and I tense in anticipation of his attack. Werewolves can't really go against their king, but as an undead, I can. I glance at the king's mate, only to see her shaking and crying quietly as Leo shields her from the mayhem. Guess she didn't suspect her mate to be so pissed. Poor child. Lorenzo takes a threatening step towards me and the humans behind me, heaving in fury. No one but you and your friends knew that we met. He snarls, making the humans scoff indignantly. Are you 𝑭𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒕𝒊𝒐𝒏 serious? You're saying I have something to do with this? Leah shoots up and steps up to Lorenzo. I didn't know that werewolves even existed until weeks ago. How could I possibly orchestrate it all? But if it's not you or the others, then dash, he yells before a loud slap resounds through the room. She 𝑭𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒕𝒊𝒐𝒏 slapped him. Snap out of it, will you? You're scaring Ivy and there are kids in this house. She screams at him, shocking all of us. I had no idea a human could be so fearless. I'm starting to like her more and more. Lorenzo glares at the human girl for a while, just growling lowly in fury. Did you just hit me? He sneers, his eyes flashing gold as his wolf comes to the surface. Shit. He's going to kill her. I'll hit you again if that's what it takes for you to get your head straight. Leah yells, don't try me. Wolf! Ren, please. Ivy sobs from behind Leo, shaking in pure fear as she stares at her mate. We all watch in stunned silence as Lorenzo and Leah glare at each other for a while before Lorenzo sighs heavily and roughly runs his hand through his hair. I turn curiously to the human behind me, only to see him staring at his girl with an adoring smile. She's amazing, isn't she? He sighs dreamily. How are you not even a bit scared? He could have hurt her. He couldn't. He said so himself. Unbelievable. I shake my head incredulously. Feeling better yet? Leah questions harshly, glaring at Lorenzo. Yes. Thank you. Good. The human nods before coming back to Blake and sitting on his lap again. The young man instantly puts his arms around her and squeezes her to his chest as he kisses her soundly, not even caring about everyone in the room. I turn back to Lorenzo when I hear his mate cry loudly as she lunges at him. I can't help but smile as the king engulfs his mate in his arms and greedily inhales her scent. The sight of the 2 pairs so taken by each other tugs at my heart a little, so I go to Leo and snuggle into him, getting a quiet chuckle from Brian. You just have to shove it in my face that I'm alone. Huh? He says mockingly. Sorry. I shrug. I'm sorry I scared you. I hear Lorenzo tell his mate quietly as he keeps her in a tight embrace. It's quite funny to see him so soft. When I first met him, he was so stern and cold that every wolf in the room was reeking with fear. Look at him now. I guess now we know why you're so docile all of a sudden. I tease, snuggled into Leo's chest. Don't push it, beast, Lorenzo growls, squeezing his mate even tighter. What? I'm just saying. I smirk mockingly at him. I mean no disrespect, Alpha King, but what did you mean by traitor? Brian asks tentatively. There's one more person who knew about me finding my mate. Lorenzo sighs deeply, sitting back at the table with his mate on his lap, my beta. You think he's the one behind all this? Leah clearly sees what the king is getting at. There's no one else who could have possibly planned this. He growls lowly, clenching his fists in anger. You mean, Alex? Ivy gasps fearfully. But he's your friend. She stammers, her lips wobbling as she cries quietly. That's why I didn't want to believe it. We all go back to our seats at the table, waiting for Lorenzo to explain it all further. What do you plan to do? I question. Catch him, interrogate him, and then destroy him if he really conspired against me. He answers with no hesitation. Would it be possible for him to plan everything so quickly? Leah asks suspiciously, even if that Alex guy was really intending to go against you. For whatever reason, he couldn't have possibly arranged something this big in such a short time. Leah's right. Blake intercepts, let's say, for the sake of this discussion, that it was indeed your beta who conspired against you. Considering the scale of the attack, and the timing of it, it's near impossible to arrange it all in just few hours. He's been planning this for a long time. Lorenzo nods in realization. Most likely, Leo says quietly, I'm sorry to say this, but what if he just saw you meeting your mate as an opportunity to bring you down? Elaborate. If it was indeed your beta who planned it all, then he must have been working with not only Armstrong, but also your mate's father. Armstrong wanted an army. Hunter speaks up, cutting Leo off. He used my children to lure me into a trap, then kept draining my blood to give it to his rogues. Over the time I spent in his hold, he would talk about his plans. Can you tell us about them? Ivy stares at my son hopefully. Hunter sighs heavily, taking a deep breath with his face buried in Sky's hair, then turns to the alpha pair. He kept talking about becoming the most powerful wolf. He tried to create an army that would be strong enough to overthrow you. In order to do that, he would drain my blood and give it to those who followed him. At first, he told me he was planning on using my mother's blood, since she's a pure undead and she's stronger than me. But he said that it would be impossible to get her since she's immune to silver and wolfsbane. Because of that, Armstrong had to resort to using me. My poor baby. He was caught and tortured in my place. It should have been me. Armstrong, as in Jake? Ivy gasps fearfully, glancing at Lorenzo. Yes, my queen. I'm not getting something. What's the connection here? Leah frowns confusedly, making Ivy sigh deeply. After I woke up from the coma, Jake marked me. The doctor contacted Ren, and when Jake found out about it, he tried to get me out of the hospital, but he was stopped. Ivy explains as Lorenzo strokes her side gently. I didn't know he could be so delicate. I'm guessing that's how Ivy got here. Leah stares at Lorenzo questioningly. Yes. And that Jake guy wasn't caught? No. He somehow evaded the KSF and got away. KSF? Blake asks curiously. King's Special Forces. I tell him with a smirk, in other words, Lorenzo's personal bodyguards. Oh, okay. The human nods. So what I'm getting is that Jake found out about Ivy being your mate and decided to use her against you. But when that plan failed, he tried to use Hunter to make an army. Leah finishes. That's our best guess. I concede the question is, what will that Alex 𝑭 do now that both his plans failed? I implore, getting a hard look from Lorenzo and a worried frown from Ivy. It doesn't matter. Lorenzo growls, Armstrong is dead and Ivy is immortal. There's nothing Alex can use to get to me. It's time to make everyone realize what it means to mess with me or mine. I lean back against Leo's chest, utterly impressed by the king. I might have underestimated him at first, but he's proven himself. The Deads and I are with you. I declare seriously, getting a shocked look from the king. I didn't expect you of all people to be so eager to help. That 𝑭 caused pain not only to my mate, but also my son. I won't let it slide. I put my arms around Leo and bury my face in his neck, taking him in greedily. Ivy's our friend, so we're with you too. I'm ready to use my reputation as ghost to help you, Leah states sternly, getting a quick kiss from her man as he nods in agreement. The pack is with you, too. Hunter adds, I know the pain of having your mate hurt. He tightens his hold on Sky and presses a small kiss to her head. Our pack, too, Leo declares. I appreciate your loyalty. Thank you, Lorenzo says with a small smile. Thank you, everyone. Ivy sighs gratefully. So what's the plan? I question, leaning against Leo. Firstly, I need to find Alex and everyone who worked with him, Lorenzo states seriously. When it comes to humans, you can count on me, Leah tells him, and I turn to her in surprise. What does she mean? Count on her? I'll spread the word around to look for anyone with that tattoo. I just need to know what needs to be done with them once they're found. And how exactly will you spread the word? I ask curiously. I have my ways. The young human smirks mischievously. Leah is kind of famous. Ivy giggles at her friend. But I'm even more confused now. Famous? Really? Sky glances at Leah imploringly, but the human only shrugs. Yeah. Blake sighs dreamily, you'd be surprised. Speaking of Leah, Brian starts, are we not going to address the fact that she looks alarmingly like Thea? He questions suspiciously, making everyone turn to the humans. It really is weird. Leo sighs, she looks just like you, Angel. I'll admit, I was genuinely surprised when I first saw the young human. Her resemblance to me is almost frightening. Only her eyes are different than mine, but apart from that, she could easily pass for my sister, or daughter, considering her age. I don't know if Leo noticed, but she also smells weird. Her scent is so sweet and tantalizing, it's no surprise there's a bunch of wolves gathered outside. I can sense almost 30 of them right under the office's window. Maybe you're related? Ivy suggests with a grin, but Leah remains silent as she stares at me. How old are you? She asks suddenly. 45. Why? My answer seems to shock the young human before she exchanges confused looks with her man. You've got to be shitting me. Blake exhales, glancing between me and Leah with wide eyes. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? He asks Leah quietly, getting only a silent nod from her. What are you thinking? I squint at them questioningly. We have a suspicion that you and Leah might be related, Blake says seriously. What?
Chapter 44. Leo, related? My Angel and Leah? Well, that's not impossible, seeing how similar they are. But, why would those humans think that? After hearing that shocking revelation, Angel and I decide to talk to Leah and Blake without an audience. We leave the king and his mate with Brian, Hunter and Sky, who offered to introduce the youngest generation to the royals. Angel and I lead the humans outside, intending to take them to the dock by the lake, where we'll have the most privacy to talk freely. But the moment we step out of the house, we're surrounded by some of Hunter's pack members as they stare at Leah, inhaling the air greedily. Fuck, she's so sweet, one of the warriors growls hungrily, making me tense as I step in front of the human girl. My wolf is going crazy. Oh goddess, just look at her. Who is she? The men growl one after another, watching the poor girl behind me like she's a piece of meat. Leave the girl alone, Angel orders sternly, don't make me hurt you. She warns when the guys step closer. Just let us see her, please, she smells so good. The guy in the back pleads, breathing heavily. What the hell is this? Leah asks from behind me, what are they talking about? Oh goddess. Her voice is so nice. I ignore the warrior's sigh and turn my head to look at her and Blake over my shoulder. They're talking about you. Why? The small human implores curiously. Because you smell really good, especially to unmated wolves. Angel responds, you probably didn't notice. But they've been staying out the window for almost the whole meeting. Leah only shakes her head incredulously, then gets behind Blake and hides under his jacket, making him laugh in amusement. She gently pushes him forward, using him as her shield as she goes through the small crowd of wolves in front of her. I barely stop myself from laughing at her theatrics. But the men are less than amused. They whine and growl frustratingly as the four of us walk past them towards the lake. She's something else, isn't she? Angel giggles through the mind link. She's a lot like you, Angel, I tell her honestly, pulling her to my side as we lead the humans away. Once we've passed the group of Leah's admirers, the little human gets out from under her man's jacket and snuggles into him. But not before throwing a glare at the men behind us. Because of them I ruined my hair, she grumbles, making me chortle quietly. This tiny human is quite funny. Come here, kitten, I'll fix it for you. Blake gently cups Leah's head and carefully smooths out her hair. All better now. He grins, giving his girl a quick peck. It's amazing how they don't even mind that my angel and I are still here. We all go sit at the picnic table by the lake, with me and Angel on one side and Leah and Blake across from us. So, why do you think there's any relation between us? Angel questions seriously. First of all, you can see how much we look alike. It's weird. You've got to admit. Leah replies without hesitation. A while ago, we visited Leah's family and her grandfather showed us some family pictures. I have noticed that all women look exactly the same at some point. And so do you. Blake adds, we've also learned that Leah's mother had a twin sister. A gray-haired girl named Thea. Born in '74. Everyone thinks she's dead. Supposedly having died in a fire at the hospital she was staying at. I feel my angel tense up at this as she stares questioningly at the human couple in front of us. And you think it's my angel? I ask suspiciously, squeezing my mate's hand comfortingly. I know it may sound strange, but I can't see any other explanation for this, Leah says, gesturing between Angel and her. If what you're saying is true, then I'm your aunt? Angel frowns uncomfortably. It would seem so. Leah sighs.
Thea, this little human is my niece? That's just unbelievable. Then who the 𝑭𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆 are the people I used to call parents? Who am I? That still doesn't explain everything. I try to hang on to the last shred of doubt. If what these humans are saying is really true, then my whole life was a lie. Everything I've known about me, my family and my heritage was a 𝑭𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆 lie. I know it sounds outrageous. Leah roughly runs her hand over her hair before Blake pulls her onto his lap and rubs her waist under the coat. We should look further into that, Leo says, gently tracing his fingers over my back, especially your past. Angel, he tells me quietly. I know he's right. There's so much I don't know about my heritage. What do you know about your past? Leah questions gently. I breathe out a heavy sigh as I prepare myself to talk about my life. But before I can speak, Sky's voice reaches me. Mom, she calls out, carrying fussy Adrian in her arms. What is it, honey? I ask worriedly when I hear my grandson wail loudly. He's hungry, but Hunter and Alpha King have left to check out the place he was held at and I have no blood to give him. Can you feed him? Sky pleads, trying to calm the crying baby. Sure, give him to me. I take Adrian in my arms and cradle him against my chest, giving him my thumb to suck on. Thanks, Mom. Sky sighs gratefully. Can I leave him with you? Stephanie is a bit fussy without Hunter around. Go ahead. He'll be fine with me. I give her a reassuring smile as she leans to peck my cheek before going back to the house. I turn back to the humans, only to see them staring at Adrian with pure shock. He's drinking your blood? Blake scowls deeply. He is. I grin at the uncomfortable look on the human's face. I glance at Leah, only to see her completely undisturbed by the sight in front of her. You're not bothered by this? Not really. At this point, nothing can surprise me. She shrugs casually, playing with her man's hands distractedly. Why is that? Leo asks curiously. Over the span of the last few months there's been a lot going on. I'm surprised we managed to stay sane through it all. Leah leans her head on Blake's chest, getting a small kiss on her hair from him. I got to know my family, dealt with the past that had been haunting me for years. I learned that werewolves exist and that I have witch blood. Wait, hold on. Witch blood? I question. Yeah, when I told Lorenzo about my great-grandmother, he said she's a witch and whatnot. And what's your great-grandmother's name? I ask suspiciously. Talia Devereaux. My whole body goes rigid at the memory of the vile woman. You've got to be kidding me. Leo breathes out in shock, as surprised as me. I know she did some weird bum shit, like creating the undeads and all, but Lorenzo and I came to a conclusion that it was after she gave birth to my grandmother, which means that she was still a white witch or whatever at the time. He said that he can't hurt me because I'm also a white witch or something. Leah explains calmly, soothing my nerves a little. That would explain why you smell so sweet. Leo sighs deeply, tracing his fingers over my spine to calm me down. Why does everyone keep saying that? Is this some werewolf shit I'm too human to understand? A white witch's scent is extremely alluring to werewolves because of their purity and connection to nature. That's why those guys were waiting for you, and that's why no werewolf can hurt you. Dark witches are a completely different matter. They are tainted, and the filth that clings onto their souls is repulsive to us. Leo tells the human girl, getting only a nod and understanding from her. I feel Adrian go slack in my arms as he falls asleep. I start rocking him gently as I think about what Leah just said. If she is indeed Talia's descendant and she thinks we're related, then that means I'm connected to that witch too. Is your mother also a witch? I implore quietly to not wake up my grandson. No. From what I read in one of Lorenzo's books, the witch gene, Leah uses air quotes, manifests itself only once every 3 generations, which makes both my grandmother and mother average humans. Only I got unlucky. She grumbles in annoyance. Maybe she's not like Talia after all. What about Angel being a born undead then? It doesn't add up with what you're saying. Leo trails off confusedly. It might. I sigh. My grandfather was the first undead, created by that wicked witch Talia. My parents. I don't know much about them, but I always wondered why I looked nothing like them, and it was strange that Talia would come to visit all the time. What's the connection? I frown, thinking about all the unknown. There are so many questions we don't have answers to. There's so much we can't put together because neither Talia nor my parents are here. We can look further into the birth of Leah's aunt and the whole fire incident. And if you're okay with that, we could even get a sample from you for a DNA test. In secret. Of course, Blake suggests. Blake. No, we can't tell Alan that we think his daughter is alive. He'll have a heart attack. And what if he asks to meet her? She looks to be in her 20s, not 40s. How would we explain that? That's why I said, in secret. Baby, we could take the samples to my mom or Doc. You know they won't say anything about it if we ask them to stay quiet. Oh, okay. Thea, you okay with this? Leah gives me an imploring look, waiting patiently for my decision. Do you think we can trust them? I ask Leo through our mind link. It's up to you whether you want to find out about your past or not. Angel, when it comes to those two, I think they're trustworthy. They're pretty straightforward and honest. What if Leah and I are really related? Then I guess you'll be an auntie. I'll be an uncle and our boys will have a cousin. I can't help but smile at Leo. He's so sweet. Taking a deep breath, I turn to the humans in front of me. Fine. I sigh. Let's do this.
Chapter 45. Ivy. They're so adorable. I gush as little Stephanie giggles happily, babbling something in her baby language. Ren and Alpha Hunter left to supposedly see the place Alpha Hunter was held at, so Luna Sky invited me to join her. For now, Luna Sky chuckles. I'm sure they'll both grow into little devils. How come? I ask curiously, letting Stephanie play with my hand merrily. Everyone is spoiling them rotten all the time. At first, I was worried that such attitude will cause them to grow up into brats, but I hope they won't. Adrian is supposed to be the future Alpha and Ruby, and I are thinking about training Stephanie for the beta position. Since the pack is so big, there's usually 3 betas helping the Alpha. Already, I'm honestly surprised. The babies are still very small, and they already have their lives chosen for them. Yeah, it's their birthright. Of course, if they choose a different path, Hunter and I will support them wholeheartedly. But from what I know, it's not exactly common for werewolves to live among humans. Wolves are social creatures, and they need that feeling of belonging and stability that being in a pack gives them. Luna Sky explains, rocking Adrian in her arms gently, ineffectively trying to calm him down as he cries loudly. I'm so sorry to ask you this, Your Majesty, but would you mind staying with Stephanie for a moment? Adrian is hungry and I have to take him to Mom. Luna Sky asks worriedly and I frown at the title. I most certainly wouldn't, but please don't be so formal. Call me Ivy. I smile at her. And I'm Sky. She grins, shaking my outstretched hand. It's all right, baby. It's all right. Mommy will take you to Grandma. Okay, she coos as Adrian starts fussing again. She tells me she'll be right back then hurries out of the room, leaving me with Stephanie. The little bundle of joy starts crying few minutes after Sky's departure. It's okay, little one. Mommy will be back soon. I try to soothe her, gently rubbing her tummy as she lies in the crib, but my effort is fruitless. Stephanie is completely inconsolable. She reaches her arms out and cries loudly. Does she want to be picked up? I test this theory by carefully putting my arms around her and taking her out of the crib before softly cradling her against my shoulder. Much to my surprise, Stephanie's wails quiet down immediately. She babbles something in her cute baby language and snuggles into my sweater. I pat her back gently as she giggles happily, suddenly in a much better mood than earlier. You just wanted to be carried. Huh, that's why you were crying. You're such a smart little cookie. I coo at her, rubbing her back. I keep humming quietly as I walk around the room, softly stroking Stephanie's head and back as she giggles merrily and babbles something incomprehensible, slobbering all over my shoulder. But I don't really mind. She's too adorable to get mad at. She likes you. I hear Sky sigh from the doorway. I'm sorry, she was crying and it's okay. I should be the one to apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you do this. I don't mind. She's adorable. I smile when Stephanie giggles, almost as if she understands that she's being praised. You're a cutie, aren't you? That she is. She has everyone wrapped around her tiny finger. You like Ivy, don't you? Sky laughs, twirling her fingers at her daughter. Did my baby have an accident? Mommy will change you. Okay, she says in a babying voice, playfully bopping Stephanie's nose. I'm honestly surprised that she even lets me carry her. I don't think babies like being touched by strangers. I tell Sky she gets out some stuff to change the little stinky. She's constantly carried around, so it doesn't bother her. Funny thing is, both Adrian and Stephanie somehow always know when the one of them is being picked up. They always demand being carried at the same time. Sky laughs, gently pulling Stephanie away from my shoulder, making her scream angrily as she clutches onto my sweater. I help pry the baby's little fingers from me, then watch amused as she makes grabby hands at me. She's so cute. I chuckle, watching Sky lay her squirming daughter on the changing table. Steph, stop moving or Mommy won't be able to change you. Ivy, can I ask you for one more favor? Of course. Could you maybe help me keep her still? I burst out laughing at the despair on Sky's face, then walk towards her and gently take Stephanie's little hands in mine and make silly faces at her to distract her from what her mom is doing. Sky quickly unbuttons Steph's onesie and takes off the dirty diaper, throwing it in the trash can, then wipes her, sprinkles some baby powder and puts on a new diaper on her before buttoning up the onesie. Stephanie doesn't even notice as her mom cleans her up, completely focused on pulling my hair. She's surprisingly strong for a baby, I've got to admit. Thank you. Sky sighs gratefully once she's done and tries to pick up her daughter, only to find out that those tiny hands are still keeping my hair in a deadly grip. Oh my, I'm so sorry. Steph, let go. Ivy's hair is not a toy. If you don't mind, I can carry her. It doesn't seem like she'll let go of my hair anytime soon. I laugh. I don't want to inconvenience you. It's no problem. I give her a smile, then carefully pick up the little sweetheart and cradle her against me. She starts giggling again, seemingly happy to be able to play with my hair for longer. Can I ask you something? I hope you don't find it too intrusive. I implore tentatively. Of course. What is it? Sky and I sit on the love seat by the floor-to-ceiling window, with little Stephanie in my lap, playing with my long hair. Why did you have to take Adrian to Lunathea to feed him? Oh, that. Well, Adrian is a hybrid, like Hunter. Since he's half undead, he needs to drink blood in his early years to control his bloodlust. Whenever Hunter isn't here to feed our son, Mom helps out by giving him her blood. Oh wow. I breathe out. Yeah, I was surprised at first, but thankfully we have Mom to help us. She knows a lot, especially when it comes to hybrids since she gave birth to one herself. I don't know if we could manage everything without her. And Stephanie, is she a hybrid too? No, she's a werewolf. Sky smiles at her daughter adoringly, gently stroking her head as the little bundle of joy babbles happily. I can't help but smile as Stephanie gives me a toothless grin and giggles cheerfully. She's so freaking cute. It makes me wonder what my children will be like. Hold on, does Ren even want children?
Lorenzo, I walk around the clearing with Hunter, taking in the damage. All the bodies were already disposed of, so the only thing that reminds us of the slaughter that took place here is the sight of collapsed caves and trees around. The rain washed off the blood, but not its scent that lingers in the air. I don't miss how tense Hunter is, no doubt remembering what happened to him here. I can't say I don't understand him. He went through a nightmare. This is where Armstrong would drain my blood. He points at one of the collapsed caves. He had me tied down to a table and kept slicing my throat open. How did he know how much blood he could take so it wouldn't kill you? I question as we walk over to the cave, carefully stepping over the rubble. He knew how to kill an undead. He fought against the boss of the facility 25 years ago. I heard from my father that Armstrong and his pack went through training on how to fight undeads. It makes me wonder how long he's been planning this. He admitted that he got the idea of becoming the strongest wolf when he saw my mother fight against the boss's army. He kept saying how fascinated he was by her strength and how he wanted to acquire it by all means possible. I'm not surprised. Your mother is a force to be reckoned with. I doubt even I could win against her if it came to that. I chuckle amusedly. Hold on, something's not right. Hunter stopped suddenly, looking around the cave frantically. Where's Armstrong? I follow his line of sight, only to be met with a perfectly clean floor. No rubble, no mess, nobody. I vividly remember telling the KSF to not touch Armstrong's body. He didn't deserve to be buried with dignity. But he's not here. Chapter 46. Lorenzo. He's not there. Armstrong's gone. The only question is, how? Hunter doesn't remember anything from when he went berserk, as they called it. And that means he doesn't know if he actually killed Armstrong or simply injured him. Fortunately, there's one more person that's been at the caves. Beast. She might know if Armstrong's alive. She was there. She must have seen him, even if it was for a moment. Hunter and I go back to his pack, heading straight to the Alpha's house in search of Luna Kingston. Maybe she has already finished talking to Leah and Blake. I hope she has, cause this is extremely important. I can smell my mate the moment we enter the house and everything's left forgotten. I follow the sweet scent upstairs until I reach a room that's undoubtedly a nursery, judging by the strong smell of the babies. The sight that greets me and Hunter as we reach the room is nothing like I expected. My gorgeous mate is sitting on a love seat with a little baby in her lap playing with her hair happily. Ivy's cheerfully cooing at the baby and tickling her tiny feet, seemingly liking the small wolf. Seeing my lovely mate so happy with a baby makes me think about giving her one myself. Does Ivy even want children? I know I do. I've yearned for a family for thousands of years, and now that I have finally found the person I could have it with, I can't wait to begin our life together. Where's Adrian? Hunter asks as soon as we're in the room, making the giggling girls turn to us with wide grins. You're back. Sky beams. Adrian got hungry, so I took him to Mom. She smiles, making me frown in confusion. Why would she take the child to Beast when he's hungry? I can see the question on your face. Alpha King, as a hybrid, my son needs to be fed blood during his early years, and my mother's blood is more substantial to him since she's a pure undead. Hunter explained shortly, trying to pick up his daughter from Ivy's lap, but the baby is having none of it. She screams like a banshee, nearly bursting my eardrums with her loudness, then shrieks furiously as Hunter tries to pull her away. I can see that both Ivy and Sky are surprised by the child's reaction as they throw panicked looks at Hunter. He seems to be as lost about his daughter's reaction as the rest of us. Stephanie, cutie, why don't you go to your daddy? Ivy speaks softly to the child, immediately calming her down as the baby looks up at her with a dazed look before giggling cheerfully and grabbing her hair again. No, baby. Ivy gets up from the sofa and walks up to Hunter. Go to daddy. Sweetheart. She smiles warmly at the baby, making her babble something incoherent before she finally releases Ivy's hair and reaches her arms out to Hunter. I have to admit, this whole scene is as bizarre as it is adorable. I had no idea my mate was so good with children. Once Stephanie is safely in Hunter's arms, I pull Ivy into mine, pressing a kiss to her head as she snuggles into my chest. Did you have fun, my love? I ask through the mind link, gently tucking her hair behind her ear. I know exactly why the baby liked playing with my queen's hair. So much is so soft that I always find myself running my fingers through it. I did. Did you find what you were looking for? She frowns in worry. I throw a furtive glance at Hunter as he holds his daughter against his shoulder with his mate snuggled up into his side before turning back to my love with a quiet sigh. Sort of. There's something I need to investigate. Why don't you join me in my search for Beast? I smile teasingly. Sure, but how will we find her? With our noses, my love. I grin. leaning down to peck her cute nose, then gently lead her out of the room by her hand, but not before telling Hunter to get Brian and see us later. I barely stopped myself from laughing at the concentrated look on Ivy's face as she sniffs around the house, occasionally frowning when she smells something she doesn't like. It's unbelievably enamoring to watch my maid explore her new abilities. She can explore all but one. I will never let anyone test her immortality. When I found them, Ivy suddenly exclaims, jumping in excitement as she points towards the woods nearby. Is that so? I decide to tease her a bit. Yeah, I can smell Leah from here. She giggles, pulling on my hand as she tries to make me move. I can't help but chuckle at her. So you were searching for Leah all this time? Yeah, I know her scent, so it was easy to pinpoint it from all the others. Why do all wolves smell almost the same? She questions curiously as we walk towards the lake. Because all wolves have the same heritage. Of course, everyone has their own distinct scent, but it's nearly impossible to detect for anyone other than their mates. I explain shortly, getting a quieto from Ivy as she nods to herself. I completely forgot about that. Ivy giggles. How could I forget that so easily? She almost slaps her forehead, but I stop her by gently taking her hand in mine, then press a kiss to her forehead. Every inch of you is meant to be kissed and loved, not slapped. My love, I murmur lovingly. You're so corny. My sweet maid laughs heartily, shoving me playfully. Only for you, my love. I grin smugly and pull her back into my side. We reach the lake in no time, and the first thing I notice is the tense atmosphere at the picnic table Beast is sitting at. It seems to me that their talk maybe didn't go as well as they expected. Beast, come we talk, I implore as soon we're close enough. Oh damn, what now? She grumbles, making the other chuckle quietly. It's serious, I state sternly, cutting the laughter short, before I lead Ivy to the table and sit down, with her on my lap as we face Beast and Leo. What is it? Beast immediately gets defensive, tensing up considerably. Should we leave? Blake asks tentatively. No, you can stay here. You already know what's going on, I tell him, then turn back to Beast. You were at the caves where Armstrong kept your son. Was Armstrong there? Beast scowls at me for a moment, before tilting her head confusedly. Yeah, I buried his body under the rubble when I collapsed the caves. Are you sure that he was dead when you saw him? I cry, not missing the shocked look on Ivy's face as she stares at me in fear. I didn't check his pulse, but he was completely ripped apart. It would be impossible for him to survive such injuries for more than few minutes, unless Beast trails off, frowning deeply, seemingly coming to some shocking realization. Unless what? Unless he was an undead, then he would be able to heal fully as long as his heart was intact. She breathes out. Is it possible that he got turned into one? I barely stop myself from blowing up as my whole body goes completely rigid in fury. Maybe, but for that there would need to be someone else involved. Either a witch as powerful as Thalia or simply someone to give him undead's blood end. And what? I press. I need to know everything. Beast looks me dead in the eye, with the coldest look I've ever seen on her, and to control him so he doesn't go on a rampage.
Chapter 47. Ivy. Jake is alive. It can't be. Right. I can't help but tense up in Ren's hold. If Jake's alive, then it can be really bad. Who knows what he's capable of? I'm lost here. Go on a rampage? Leah asks suspiciously. If you're not a born undead, like me, there's a high chance you'll go mad after the transition. It's much worse for wolves than humans, because they have that other being inside them. Also, due to werewolves being able to heal better than humans and being overall stronger than them, it takes much more effort to turn them into undeads. One of the ways to do that is to drain their blood and replace it with undeads. And here's the catch. Because werewolves heal at a much faster pace than humans, it takes much more time to replace all of their blood. And during the time they have both undead and werewolf blood, they're unpredictable and lethal. During the transition they're the strongest they can be, not only because they have both their wolf and the undead side, but also because the initial bloodlust is nearly impossible to sate. Lunathea explains, shocking me with how knowledgeable she is on the topic. You've really done your research. Ren comments. I learned it all from that fool. Luna pauses, glancing at the sleeping baby boy in her arms. That monster's notes back at the facility. I went through all files he had, even those written by that witch, Thalia. You'd be surprised at what I found there. Do you still have those files? Ren implores. I do, but they're back at our pack. Luna responds, gesturing at Alpha Leo with her head. So what you're saying is, if that Armstrong guy's alive, then it's possible he's either being turned into an undead, or he's already been turned into one. Am I correct? Leah questions. Yeah. But who would be able to do that? You know, the whole transition, I'd ask, frowning deeply as I tried to put the pieces together. I think it's pretty obvious at this point. Luna sighs sadly, glancing at Ren worriedly. It looks, Ren growls angrily. This is bad. Thea mutters. This is really bad. What do you mean? I asked tentatively, slightly scared by the distress on Luna's face. If someone as strong and powerful as her is so disturbed, then this must be much worse than we anticipated. If Armstrong is really alive, then he's much stronger than you can imagine. Like I said, undead in transition is extremely strong, since they have both their wolf and undead's blood in them. I don't want to sound overly negative, but if Armstrong got turned into an undead, he might be too powerful to stop. It's one thing to turn regular wolves into undeads, but he's an alpha. This is really bad. Really, really bad. I unconsciously press myself closer to Ren as the realization hits me. Jake might be unstoppable. I hope, no, I pray that Jake is not alive. Hey, it's going to be alright. I snap my head to Leah when I feel her grab my shaking hand. Don't worry too much yet. We still don't know if that guy's alive or not. So don't let it get to you. It's too early to determine anything, she says calmly, patting my hand gently. I can't even express how soothing her voice is right now. It's like she's casting a spell on me. What if he is? I frown worriedly. Then it will be a problem, Thea admits somberly. Maybe he's actually dead, but someone just took his body. I wonder out loud. I don't want to get my hopes up, but I also don't want to give in to the thought that we might lose. That I might lose everyone I love and care about. Maybe, but it's better to prepare for the worst rather than count on luck. We need to be ready for everything, Ren states, rubbing my sides softly. I glance up at him, only to see him staring into distance absent-mindedly, already thinking about the next course of action. You're right, I sigh, leaning against his chest tiredly. I don't care that we're not alone. I just want to be as close to Ren as possible. Should we go back inside? The humans might get cold, Thea teases, easily dispelling the tense atmosphere. Har har, funny. Leah retorts dryly. We humans are fine. She sneers sarcastically, poking out her tongue at the Luna before wrapping her arms around Blake and snuggling into him. It's unbelievable how nothing can bother those two. They slip into their lovebirds mode so easily, it's really shocking. I swear to the moon goddess, you two must be related. You even have the same mannerism. It can't be a coincidence. Alpha Leo chuckles, kissing his mate's cheek lovingly. It's so sweet to see them so in love, even after 2 decades of being together. I hope Ren and I will be the same in 20 years. Still together and in love. Speaking of them being related, did you come to any conclusions? Ren questions curiously, playing with my hair distractedly as I sit on his lap. Leah and I are going to look into some things that we think may be connected to Thea and see if we can find anything, Blake responds. I've also agreed to take a DNA test, but only under the condition that my identity will not be revealed, Thea adds. How are you going to do that? I ask, intrigued. At first we thought about getting a sample from Leah's grandfather, but the man is quite old and the shock could possibly kill him. Blake winces, so we decided to simply check if Leah and Thea are related by getting the samples to a person we know will keep quiet about it. Would that work? Yeah, if our suspicions are true, then Thea is Leah's aunt. Oh boy, Blake chuckles, shaking his head. If you're really Angel's niece, then you're in for a surprise. Little one, Alpha Leo smirks, getting a quick glare from his mate. What? She needs to be prepared, he defends when he sees the scowl on Thea's face. It's quite funny to watch them. I don't like surprises, Leah grumbles in annoyance. Since when? I ask, slightly shocked at this revelation. You used to love surprises. You said so yourself. That was before. Now I hate not knowing. Leah shudders, and it makes me wonder what has happened to her over the time I was in coma, how things had changed over the span of 3 months. Then I guess I can tell you, Thea sighs, getting an intrigued look from Leah. I have 9 sons. I barely stopped myself from gasping out loud. Jesus Christ, 9 Northeast. 9, you're kidding. Blake breathes out, completely flabbergasted. Leah only stares at Thea with wide eyes, seemingly too stunned to speak. No, Thea grins. Are they here too? They're staying at our pack back home. We didn't want to drag them into the mess that was going on here. For some reason, Thea's words seem to amuse Ren a bit as he chortles quietly. What's funny? I ask through our mind link. I just love that I can talk to him privately, even when we're not alone. This is so cool. Do you know where Beast and Leo's pack is? He asks, sounding utterly amused. How am I supposed to know? It's in Wisconsin, about 5 hours away from Lawford, where Leah and Blake used to live. You're kidding. Nope. You know, it's considered rude to mind link in the presence of others. Lunathea's voice pulls me back to their conversation. You're one to talk, as if you're any different. Ren rebukes with a smirk. It's so unfair that you can talk to each other in your heads. Leah pouts dejectedly. I want that. Blake, why aren't you a wolf? She whines, poking him in the chest. Blake, already used to Leah's weird antics, only takes her hand in his and presses a kiss to the tips of her fingers, before pulling her even closer to him, pretty much crushing her against his chest. You're already a witch, babe. Do you really want to be a wolf too? I don't think so. Damn it, I really need to see if witches can talk telepathically. It could prove to be useful. Leah smirks, wiggling her eyebrows suggestively. God, she's bold. I bet you, Angel, she's your niece, Alpha Leo states seriously, pointing at Leah snuggled into Blake. At this point, I don't see the need to do a DNA test. You do the exact same thing when you're tired. He laughs. I do not. Thea denies vehemently. Yeah, you do. Cranky. Check. Cuddly. Check. Whiny. Check. Just like you. Angel. Honestly, if I didn't know she's 18, I would have thought she's your daughter. Are you calling me cranky? Thea scoffs. Fine. I'll show you cranky when we're home. Just you wait. She sneers quietly, clearly trying to not wake up little Adrian, that's still sleeping peacefully in her arms. How did he not wake up even once? This whole family is unbelievable.
Chapter 48, Lorenzo. After the visit at Alpha Kingston's pack, I drive my sweet Ivy and the lovebirds back to my house, trying my hardest to ignore Leah's snores in the back seat. She fell asleep the moment she got in the car, and so did Ivy. I can't wait to do the same. This whole day was exhausting. All I want is to take my Nate to bed and go to sleep. I can't stop thinking about what we've all talked about earlier. There's a possibility that Armstrong is alive and that he's an undead. If that's true, then this is much worse than I anticipated. Not to mention, Alex. For 100 years. He's served me for 400 years. He's been my friend for 400 years. I can't believe I was so blind that I didn't see his true colors. How could I not notice that he conspired against me? He's been by my side for so long. You're grumbling, I hear Blake comment from the back seat. I glance at him through the rearview mirror, only to see him covering Leah's ears as she sleeps snuggled into his chest. Are you that mad? You can bet I am. I have can you fucking blame me, my most trusted friend, maybe trying to overthrow me, and the man who hurt my mate might be alive and unbelievably strong, and we still don't know who else is working with them. Of course I'm fucking mad. I snarl, barely restraining myself from blowing up. Quiet, Blake hisses. You wake them up. I can't help but scoff at the cheeky human. He dares scold an Alpha King. You ain't fucking believable. I shake my head. You actually told me to be quiet. It's for your own good, Lorenzo. Blake chuckles. Leah doesn't like to be woken up. I couldn't stop the laugh that leaves me even if I wanted to. I know from experience how grumpy Leah is when someone suddenly wakes her up, and as funny as it is, I'd rather avoid it. I don't want to make Leah angry. She's my little queen's best friend. It's best to stay on her good side. Once I reach my house, or should I say our house, I park the car in the big garage, then gently pick up my sweet Ivy and carry her inside, heading straight to our bedroom while Blake carries Leah. I carefully lay my mate on our bed and tuck her in with a loving smile on my face. She's so small and cute I almost melt by just looking at her. How can someone so perfect even exist? She's so painstakingly beautiful and innocent. I can't help but think I don't deserve her. Because I don't. I will never be worthy of her. But I will try to be. I will spend the rest of eternity trying to be worthy of you. I whisper lovingly, pressing a small kiss to Ivy's head. I keep stroking her hair softly as I watch her sleep. There's just something about watching her that brings me peace and comfort. The way her eyelids flutter, the way her nose twitches cutely as she dreams about God knows what. the way she mumbles in her sleep. Everything about her is absolutely enamoring. After a while of watching my cute little mate, I decide to let her sleep in peace and go to my office, but not before getting my love another kiss on her head. "I love you, my queen," I whisper quietly, then get off the bed and walk out of the room. I'm a bit surprised to see Blake waiting for me in front of my office, but I make sure to not let him see it. He's leaning against the wall opposite to my office's door, with his hands shoved into his pockets as he stares at the floor blankly. "Do you need something?" I ask, letting him inside. "I do actually." He sits on the couch by the window. "Leah and I are planning to leave soon. There's a lot we need to look into, including those tattooed guys and whoever was behind them." He sighs heavily, leaning on his knees as he looks at me seriously. Damn it, I knew they would go back to their normal lives at some point, but I didn't think it would be so soon. "When do you want to go?" I ask. I need to know when I should get the jet ready for them. "I don't know yet. I have to talk it over with Leah and she has to talk to Ivy. We both know my girl won't leave Ivy if your woman asks her to." I chuckle at Blake's mocking tone. I do know that if my Ivy says she doesn't want Leah to leave, the young human will most likely stay here for a while longer. She's just that kind of person. "You know Ivy won't want Leah to leave," I deadpan. "Yeah, that's why I think it's your job to prepare her for that. You're a man after all." Blake smirks, wiggling his brows at me. "Sure, just leave it to me," I mock sarcastically. "Ivy's not going to be happy." I breathe out a sigh, already dreading the conversation with my mate. I just know she won't like hearing that Leah wants to leave. If only there was a way to let her stay close to her friend and keep her safe at the same time. Hold on. There might be. "I don't like this calculating look on your face." Blake trails off with a frown. "I'm just thinking." I smirk before getting serious again. "Can I ask you something?" "Sure." "How are you so calm, considering everything you've learned over the last weeks?" I implore, genuinely shocked at how unbothered Blake has been this whole time. Blake lets out a loud sigh and leans back against the sofa, running his hand through his hair. "I don't know, to be honest." He shrugs offhandedly. "After what we've gone through over the last months, nothing can really disturb me anymore. Leah is not in any danger, so why should I worry about anything?" I guess that makes sense. Even though I have no idea what's happened to the two of you, it must have been serious. If something as serious as Leah being a witch doesn't trouble you. It was, but it's all over now. He sighs with a small smile. He seems really relieved. "Is it though?" I tease. "Leah is a witch. A white witch. She'll never be at peace," I warn lightly, as I go to the minibar to pour myself a drink. After a moment of hesitation, I decide to get one for Blake too. "What do you mean?" The young human questions suspiciously. "Tell me you're fucking joking." I'm not, unfortunately. I set the glass on the table in front of him, then sit in my armchair. White witches are being rare. In all my years of living, I've encountered only a few of them. That's why I didn't recognize Leah's scent at first. It's been so long since I last met a white witch, I completely forgot what they smell like. Can you not talk about my woman's scent? It's kinda unsettling to hear you talk about smelling her. Blake winces, making me chuckle. Sorry, force of habit, I guess. Werewolves don't really find it weird to talk about scents and stuff. Maybe, but that's my girl you're talking about. That's beside the point. Why do you say that she'll never be at peace? What does it have to do with her being a witch? Because white witches are so rare, they're often targeted by people. You must have noticed how easy it is for Leah to make people follow her, like her, accept her no matter what she does. It's because white witches have this alluring, enticing aura around them that makes people want to be close. It's not an issue with those who have good intentions, but the problems start when a white witch is a target of someone who has ill intentions. Those kinds of people may be dangerous to Leah. I explain, making Blake tense up as he glares at the drink in his hand. So, what you're saying is that, because Leah has that witch blood, she has a target on her back. Pretty much. Of course, not everyone will try to hurt her, but you can't see only the good in people. I know. I'm not saying that to worry you. I just want you to be ready for whatever comes your way. You think I'm not? Leah and I have been through some real shit, so at this point, I'm ready for everything. I just don't want my woman to get hurt again. Blake sighs deeply before downing his drink in one go. You know what I mean. Once you're forced to sit by Ivy's side as she fights for her life. I almost lost my mate. I know exactly what you mean, I admit somberly, before going back to the bar to get a bottle of brandy. I have a feeling we'll finish it in no time. Thanks to my high metabolism, I'm still sober, even after drinking a whole bottle of liquor. But Blake is not as lucky. He's barely staying awake, and he can't even sit straight. I shouldn't have let him drink so much. What have you done to him? I hear Leah snarl from behind me as she barges inside. Nothing. He's just drunk. My kitten, I love you, Blake exclaims cheerfully, completely drowning my words with his loud voice. I'm telling Ivy on you, Leah grumbles as she goes to her man, sitting beside him. Why did you let him get so drunk? Hey, I didn't force him to do anything. I raise my arms in defense, don't blame me. Unbelievable, Leah sighs, shaking her head. Babe, come on, let's get you to bed, she murmurs quietly into Blake's ear as he squeezes her in his arms. Who knew Blake is so cuddly when drunk? I'm sorry, he whines, burying his face in Leah's neck. I almost laugh as I watch the lovebirds. Do you need some help? I ask, watching amusedly as the tiny human attempts to get out of her man's hold. I think I'll manage, Leah smirks, before turning to Blake and whispering something into his ear. Even with my sharp hearing, I can't catch what she's telling him. But whatever she says, it's effective. Almost as if a lightning struck him, Blake straightens up and swiftly gets up from the couch, before being led out of the room by his woman. Those two are unbelievable. Having nowhere to work, I decide to go see my mate. But before I'd even manage to leave the office, my phone rings. With an annoyed groan, I pick it up, only for my whole body to go rigid at the voice on the other side. Help me. Chapter 49. Lorenzo. Alex. What the fuck? Alex, what are you? I don't even manage to end my sentence before the call is cut off. I try dialing the number again, but it doesn't go through. It's not Alex's number. I know it by heart, so I know it's not his phone. What the hell is this? I've never heard Alex so scared. He sounded absolutely terrified. I've known him long enough to catch it. Is this a trap, or was I wrong about him being a traitor? I try calling the number 3 more times, but it doesn't work. Something's not right. I quickly take out my phone and call Cade, the head of the Special Forces, also known as Kingsguard. I need you to track a number. Do whatever it takes to find it, I order before giving him the number. I keep pacing around my office as I wait for Cade to call me back. I have a really bad feeling. After a few minutes, my phone rings and I immediately pick up the call. Where is it? Colorado, sir. We're still trying to pinpoint the location, but we should have it ready in about half an hour. What are the orders, sir? Once you know the location, get the team ready. Report as soon as you know something. Yes, sir. Sleep is completely forgotten as I think about the outrageous situation I am in right now. I was just called by Alex from some random number, asking for help. What is the meaning of this? And I spin around when I hear Ivy's sleepy voice, only to see my sweet mate standing in the doorway, rubbing her eyes sleepily. What's wrong? She asks worriedly, walking up to me. It's nothing, my love. I school my expression, so she doesn't see the distress on my face. Why don't you go back to sleep? You look exhausted. I gently cup her cheek, stroking it with my thumb. Don't lie to me, Ivy warned sternly. I know something's wrong. I can feel it. Okay. I completely forgot that she can actually feel my emotions now. I just got a distress call from Alex. I tell her honestly, ignoring Onyx as he berates me for trying to lie to our mate. Alex, but didn't he betray you? Ivy winces uncomfortably, sounding genuinely confused. I don't know anymore. I already called the head of the Kingsguard and told them to check it out. Now all I know is that the call came from Colorado. I reveal, making Ivy gasp in pure shock as she stares at me wide-eyed. Colorado, she breathes out. That's where Jake is from, and my dad. When? What if my dad is really involved in this? I see her chin tremble as she tries not to cry. I'll find out what's going on. My love, I promise, please don't cry. It pains me to see your tears. I feel as if my heart is being ripped apart at the sound of my queen sobs. When? What do we do? She cries out, clutching onto my suit as she buries her face in my chest. We'll figure it out, my love. I promise you, everything will be okay. Don't make promises you can't keep. When? I'm not naive. This is bad. We were wrong about Alex, and now we don't even know who's after you. Ivy wails, breaking my heart even more. I can clearly feel her despair. She's terrified, worried, and sad. It changes nothing. I will still find that person and deal with them. I don't want you to get hurt. My little mate tightens her arms around me, almost as if she's scared of letting me go. I won't get hurt. I won't die. I will stay with you for the rest of eternity. My love, I swear solemnly. I can't afford to die now that I finally have my queen with me. I've thought about ending my miserable life many times, but now I can't even imagine being apart from my mate, much less leave her alone. It takes a while for Ivy's sobs to die down, and once she's a bit calmer, I carefully pick her up, cradling her against my chest, then carry her back to our bedroom. How can I even begin to think about work when my mate is this upset? I lay Ivy down on the bed, then quickly get in next to her, immediately pulling her into my arms, and press a loving kiss to her head. I hate seeing her so stressed out. "When, please don't leave me," Ivy murmurs quietly, craning her neck to look me in the eyes. "Never, my love. I'm yours for eternity. If you die, I'll kill you." I barely stop myself from chuckling at my mate's threat. Does she even realize how contradicting that statement is? "Oh dear, I'm doomed," I joke, trying to lighten her up. "I better not die. Then, those dainty hands of yours can really do some damage." I take Ivy's small hand, smiling adoringly when I see that it's completely engulfed in my much bigger one. My little mate is so tiny compared to me, she sets off all my protective instincts. "You better believe they can do some damage," Ivy states seriously. "I'm going to ask Leah to teach me how to fight, and you'll see how dangerous I can really be." "Oh God, she's so adorable. I should be careful," I tease, loving how much Ivy's mood improved. "You'll be beating me up in no time with Leah as your teacher." "You can bet your cute butt I will," she grins proudly. "Cute butt? I'm looking forward to it." I smirk, leaning in to claim Ivy's lips in a deep, hungry kiss. I need to taste her, feel her. It takes only a moment for our kiss to get heated, and the more responsive my mate is, the more I want her. As our tongues dance their own sensual tango, my hand snakes into the thick sweater Ivy's adorned this morning, almost as if it has its own mind. The feel of my queen's soft skin under my fingertips sets my whole body on fire, and I swiftly roll over on top of her, settling over her legs as I support myself on my forearm. Ivy moans quietly as I caress her body under her clothes, and the lustful sound goes straight to my groin, making my snake strain against my slacks. "If we don't stop, I'll take you right here and right now, my love," I whisper hoarsely as I pull away from my mate's delicious plump lips. Ivy gives me an incredulous look, almost as if she can't believe what I said. "We were just kissing, you horny wolf. And you know the effect you have on me." I smirk at the furious blush that appears on Ivy's cheeks, and I can clearly smell how much our just kiss affected you. I lick my lips hungrily, almost tasting the sweetness emanating from her. "Stop it, you're so inappropriate," Ivy whines cutely, hiding her blushing face with her hands. "You weren't saying that when I was devouring you, my queen," I tease, licking her mark playfully. Getting a gasp in response, the sweet scent of her arousal only intensifies with every second as I keep licking and nibbling on her neck. Onyx is snarling at me in my head, trying to force his way out to get a chance to claim his mate too, but I do my best to stop him. He'll get his chance someday. "When," Ivy moans quietly, "when your phone's ringing." She surprisingly manages to push me away, and for a split second I'm stunned at her strength. "It's begun. Pick up your phone, when it might be important," Ivy says sternly. The annoying ringing sound of my phone cools me down like a bucket of ice water, making me growl frustratingly. I snarl angrily when I see Cade's name on the screen. "This better be important," I growl lowly, getting off Ivy's legs and sitting on the edge of the bed. "We have the location, sir. 𝒊𝒂𝒏. They're fast." "Where?" "Costa Lake. It's on the Castle Creek Pack's territory, sir," Cage informs, making me growl in fury. "That's Armstrong's pack. Choose 80 of your best men and go there. Apprehend everyone you find, secure the territory, and get the whole pack on lockdown. No one is to leave the territory, no matter the circumstances. I'll be there tomorrow." "Yes, sir." "What's going on?" Ivy asks worriedly, kneeling behind me as she wraps her arms around my neck, leaning her chin on my shoulder. "They found where the call came from," I tell her, rubbing her arm softly. "It's on Armstrong's pack's territory." "Love, I have to go there," I sigh into despair, which soon turns to shock at my queen's next words. "I'm going with you."
Chapter 50. Ivy. Ren doesn't even try to argue with me when I tell him I'm coming with him. It's either because he knows it's no use, or because he doesn't want to leave me alone. "When do we leave?" I ask him quietly, nuzzling my cheek against his as I lean over him from behind. Usually it's me being coddled, so it's a nice change to be the haggard this time. I kneel in behind Ren's back, with my arms wrapped around his neck as I snuggle into him. "As soon as possible," It's going to take over 12 hours to get there, so the sooner we go, the better. Why don't you pack your bag while I arrange the plane? Ren suggests, taking my hand from his neck and placing a small kiss on the back of it. Okay, and don't stress too much. Everything's going to be okay. I kiss his ear, feeling an inexplicable urge to reassure him. I'll try. Ren chuckles, kissing my fingers one by one. I really admire your optimism, my love. There's nothing to admire. I murmur shyly, I just don't want you to be sad. What did I ever do to deserve you? Ren swiftly repositions me onto his lap, before I can even blink, and squeezes me tightly in his arms. I don't miss how tense he is, no doubt due to this whole situation, but I don't point it out to him. I just let him do whatever he wants. Let's get ready, my love. My sweet man carefully picks me up and takes me to our walk closet, where he sets me on the floor before grabbing 2 big duffel bags. I'll go take care of the jet, all right? Okay, I smile warmly, pulling him by his necktie for a quick kiss. After Ren leaves to his office, I quickly pack our bags, putting only the essentials in, then go to Leah and Blake's room, planning to talk to them. Ren didn't say anything about taking our friends with us, but I would feel more reassured if they joined us. They've proven to be invaluable in dealing with some things, so I hope they'll agree. I knock on the door of the guest bedroom, before walking in after I hear a faint come in from Leah. Hi, I greet quietly, smiling at the sight in front of me. Leah is lying on the bed, with Blake's head buried in her chest, as she strokes his hair gently. Hey, sorry about this, but he's quite drunk and I couldn't get him off of me. Leah chuckles, gesturing at the sleeping man. It's fine. I walk to the bed and carefully sit on the edge of it. There's a problem. Ren got a call from Alex. We learned that it's in Colorado, so Ren wants to go there. I tell her tentatively. All right, so what do you want me to do? I was wondering. I pause, swallowing nervously, if you could maybe come with us. I know it's a lot to ask. If you don't want to, then it's fine. I just thought that it would be a good idea to have you two with us, since you've been so helpful and kind, and you could maybe help us find out what's going on. I hastily add, feeling the need to explain myself. Breathe, girl. Leah laughs. It's fine. We can go with you. It's not like we have anything else to do on our break. You really don't mind? I feel my whole body sag in relief. Of course not. I'll just wake Blake up and we'll get ready. When do you want to leave? Ren is arranging the plane now, but he said he wants to leave as soon as possible. It's a long way to Colorado. I sigh. Okay, then. Thank you. I smile gratefully, then leave my friends alone, not really wanting to disturb them. I check my and Ren's baggage one more time, to see if I didn't forget anything. Love, you didn't have to pack my things. I hear Ren chuckle amusedly as he walks up to me. He immediately puts his arms around me, engulfing me in a warm, loving embrace. Then what were the bags for? I tease, looking at him over my shoulder. I figured you'd use them both. Don't women like to pack a lot of things? He jokes, making me glare at him. And how would you know that? Did you take women on trips a lot? I demand sternly, getting a smirk in response. Is that jealousy I hear? You can bet your bum is it. You said you're mine and I'm going to hold you to it. I huffed before zipping up the bag with a harsh scowl. I don't like hearing that he had women before me. Of course, I can't expect him to have stayed celibate for so many years, but I don't want to hear about his escapades. Ren keeps trying to get me to talk, but I don't grace him with a response. This is his punishment for making me jealous. He's going to remember to not do it again if he suffers now. I stay quiet as my man takes the bags and carries them to the car waiting outside, where Leah and Blake are already waiting for us. I almost end up laughing at the tired, tortured look on Blake's face as he struggles to stay awake. What are you doing? Ren questions suspiciously when he sees our companions. We're coming with you, Leah retorts seriously, not at all intimidated by Ren's hard expression. My man seems to realize that it was me who asked our friends to join us and doesn't even bother arguing. Smart move. We all get in the car, with me perched on Ren's lap and Leah on Blake's as Gerald, Ren's driver, takes us to the airport, where another surprise awaits my man. He doesn't know this, but apart from Leah and Blake, I've also called Luna, Thea, and Sky to tell them about what we found out. They both said that they're going to get ready and come straight to the airport to join us on our trip to Colorado. Since Ren had no idea about my plan, He's once again surprised to see that we're not alone. I stay quiet as he throws me a questioning glance, only rewarding him with a casual shrug. Someone's in the doghouse. Thea jokes with a teasing smirk, getting an annoyed grumble from Ren and a proud grin from me. I really like this woman. She's so straightforward and blunt. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆 Beast? Can't you just call me Thea? I don't go by Beast anymore. Luna whines, scowling furiously at my man. I decide to intercept before those two can jump at each other's throat again. I'm so glad you decided to join us, Thea. I really appreciate it. I address all four of our companions with a small grateful smile. Just Thea is fine, and it's a given we'd go with you. We've already said we're going to stand by you. Angel is right. We've agreed to lend you a hand and we intend to keep our word, Alpha Leo adds. And you? You really think I'll let you come with us when you have to pups? Ren turns to Hunter and Sky with a harsh scowl. The kids are safe with my dad. I'm not leaving Hunter alone. Sky turns to her mate with a soft smile. I'm stronger with my mate by my side. If I left her alone, I wouldn't be able to focus. Hunter pulls Sky into his side, pressing a kiss to her head. I guess it's no use arguing with you. Ren sighs. Defeated, you're your mother's son. Of course you're going to be as stubborn as her. He grumbles, getting a harsh glare from Thea. We all board the plane and I can't help but marvel at the interior. It's so luxurious. I've never seen anything like this. While the others take their seats on the leather armchairs, Ren shows me around. I'm shocked to see that there are actually 2 bedrooms, with king-sized beds here and a fully equipped bathroom. Would you like to rest, my love? No, I'm not that tired yet, I murmur quietly, taking Ren's hand and leading him back to the sitting area, where we find Thea and Leah talking quietly, while Leo and Blake watch them quietly in amusement. Ren and I sit on the couch in front of Hunter and Sky. Before there's an announcement of departure, I quickly buckle up, then throw a questioning glance at Ren when he doesn't do the same. He seems to notice my stare and gives me a small smile. It's no use for me to buckle up. Even if we crashed, which we won't, we wouldn't die, with the notable exception of the humans, of course. He glances pointedly at Leah and Blake, chuckling softly. Thanks, man. Leah scoffs sarcastically. Your concern is so heartwarming. If you want, I can make you an undead. If you were stronger than him, he wouldn't be so cheeky. Thea smirks smugly, making me giggle quietly. Oh boy, a witch and an undead at the same time. I'm not sure I could handle it. Blake laughs. You could be an undead too, you know. I think we're fine as we are now, but thanks for the offer. Leah smiles before the plane takes off. Once we're safely in the air, we're approached by 2 young stewardesses. One of them keeps throwing flirty glances at my man and it pisses me off. Can you keep your eyes off my man? I sneer harshly, feeling being mad when the bitch leans over to show more cleavage. The stupid woman only scoffs at me, further intensifying my fury. I'm going to bite her head off if she doesn't knock it off. Apologize to my wife, Ren orders, glaring at the young stewardess, and start looking for a new job once we've landed. I won't tolerate such disrespect and lack of professionalism, he states sternly, pulling me into his side. I am so sorry, the bitch wails. Please, sir, I need this job. And how is that my problem? Leave us alone. Ren sneers, then turns to me, burying his face in my hair. I'm sorry, my love. I didn't know she would be so shameless, he tells me through our mind link, nuzzling his nose into my hair lovingly. You don't like her. She saw me right here, but still flirted with you. I grumble, tightening my hold on Ren's hand. Oh, so now you're talking to me again, he teases with a smile. He can't stay mad at you for long. I'm glad to hear it. I swear to God, those telepathic talks of yours are annoying. I hear Leah grumble in annoyance. I only grin at her cheekily, watching curiously as she and Thea keep whispering something between themselves too quietly for anyone to hear. It's really nice to see them get along so well. But I have an unsettling feeling they're not sharing gossip. They're too serious for that.
Chapter 51. Leah. The moment we entered the plane, Thea asked to speak to me privately. Judging by her tone, it must be serious, so I didn't say anything and simply joined her by the window. I brought something for you. Well, Aiden did, but I was the one that asked him to get it for me. She gets a small old-looking book from her backpack and lays it on the table between the seats. I believe this belongs to Talia, but I can't read it. I thought that maybe you, as a witch, can see what's inside. What do you mean you can't read it? Blake questions quietly. It's not that I'm incapable of reading things. I'm not illiterate. I mean that I can't read it, because all I see are blank pages. It's almost as if something is protecting the contents from being seen. And you think I will be able to see it? I don't know anything about spells or anything. I frown in pure confusion. I don't know. You're a witch. Who knows what you're capable of? Thea smirks. With a resigned sigh, I take the book, only to gasp in shock when a fire goes through my hands before a small black T appears on the back of my left hand, surrounded by an intricate mandala lotus. It looks like a tattoo, to be honest. The 𝑭𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆 is this. Blake grasps my hand and quickly inspects the strange phenomenon. Does it hurt? He asks worriedly. No, it doesn't, but it felt as if it was burned into my skin. It's the same design as the one on the book, Leo adds with a frown. Can you read it? Thea implores curiously. Yeah, I nod. Skimming through the contents, it's like a journal. Or a diary. Would you mind if I went to read it in peace? No, go ahead. I go to the bedroom in the back, before turning the book to the first page and start reading. It has been 20 years. We are getting closer to finding the way to get rid of the Alpha King. Thanks to Cornelia's gift of clairvoyance, we were able to discover when the king will find his mate. She might be the only way to ruin him once and for all. We need to be smart about this. My research on immortality is bringing great results. However, there is a problem. I am nowhere near strong enough to create a beast strong enough to match King's strength. I am unable to get what I want. I have to find a way to increase my power. I may have found a way to get stronger. It involves dark magic. I have found a spell that would help me turn into a dark witch. I am ready for the ritual, even at the cost of my family. Overthrowing the king is much more important than this. I left Susan with her father and feigned my death, so they will never even think about searching for me. At first, I was considering using my daughter to increase my power, but she proved to be useless. She is just a human. I have finally succeeded. Turning dark was indeed the answer. The man I have been keeping here is no longer mortal. I have decided to call him an undead, since he cannot die. I have tried to kill him many times, but he remains alive. There is one thing that unnerves me, though. He has an insatiable hunger for blood. No matter how much I feed him, it is not enough. I worry that people will start noticing all the disappearances soon. The wolves are already getting suspicious. That monster killed my creation. He ruthlessly slaughtered my undead, and I could not stop him. But I have already outsmarted everyone. The king does not know it yet, but I have already made sure to keep the undead's bloodline alive. Now I just need to find a way to make it stronger. The undead's son is proving to be more difficult to handle than his father. He rebels against me every step of the way. I might need to get rid of him. The issue is I do not know how. I have made him to be immortal, and I cannot kill him. I have not seen how the old king killed my first creation. I do not know what he has done to end the life of my undead. I have lost the young undead. I cannot find him, and neither can Cornelia, even with her gift of clairvoyance. This is getting out of hand. We need to stop the young one before he does something idiotic. The young undead has proven to be more useful than I imagined. He has successfully impregnated Susan. I do not know how he found her, but I could sense her on him when he came back to brag about his accomplishment. He admitted to raping her in her own house, then threatening her life if she ever revealed what happened to her. Then he has disappeared again. I cannot believe I created such a monster. He is worse than his father and much harder to control. After so many years, I can finally say that I know how to destroy the king. Susan has given birth to 2 girls. She and her husband named them Thea and Annalise. When I went to find them, I have sensed that Thea is an undead. She has the same eyes and hair as her father. I am planning to take her with me. I am taking Thea away today. She is really sick and I know why. Since neither my stupid daughter nor her husband know about Thea's real background, they have not fed her any blood, like they were supposed to. I brought Thea with me back to my house in the no man's land. She didn't oppose me even for a moment. It was quite difficult to steal her from the hospital, but drastic times call for drastic measures. Once I had my granddaughter in my arms, I burned the whole place down, leaving no survivors. I could not risk anyone finding out about me. If there is one thing I know, it is that I do not know how to deal with children. Thea may be a quiet child, but I still do not like having her around all the time. I have found a human couple that is willing to take her. I only need to make sure they do not spoil her. She could be the key to our success. With her abilities as an undead, she might be able to defeat the king. However, in order to not go insane like her predecessors, she will need to have a strong mind, and I know exactly how to achieve that. The humans are doing exactly what I told them to when I handed Thea to them. They do not spoil her, love her, or even treat her well. It works. I feel Thea being stronger every time I go to see her. Though I feel like the progress she is showing is too slow. It is time to hand her over to Davis. It is working. Davis's ways of dealing with Thea are paying off. What I find problematic is the strange notion he has in his head to breed Thea. If he does not get rid of this idea, I will have to intervene. Thea is supposed to help me and Cornelia kill the king, not birth children for that deranged man. Cornelia has found out who the king's mate is. She is not born yet, but we know when she will be. We know the exact place and time she will be brought into this world, and we need to be prepared. At first, I suggested killing the parents, but Cornelia said that even if we did that, the soul would simply end up in another body. We cannot stop her from being born. My sister left to the place where King's mate will appear to make arrangements. She has reached out to the greediest alpha we know and explained our plan to him. He is to find the king's mate, kill her parents and leave her with people he trusts, then stay in the girl's life until she is old enough to be marked. Once the king feels his mate being marked by someone, he will become considerably weaker, and Thea will be able to kill him easily. Thea has run away. She is currently staying with a werewolf pack that belongs to none other than old king's illegitimate son. That old son of a bitch nearly ruined my plans when he went on that stupid rampage and started raping alpha females left, right and center. He's bred over a dozen of females, and I was sincerely concerned that it would get in our way. Thankfully, most of the alphas did not allow the bastards to get born, so there were only 4 left. One of them is none other than the heir of that scumbag Alpha Kingston. I should have killed him when I had the chance instead of cursing his whole pack, but I was too weak to do that at the time. This is getting worse and worse. If I don't do anything, our whole plan will be ruined. Thea is a werewolf's mate, and not just any werewolf's. She is mated to the old king's cursed son. She is coming for me. I know she is. She is much more vindictive than I expected, and she has a small army of those deads that Davis created. I was against making them, but Davis was adamant about it, and now I am going to pay for not stopping him. This will definitely be my last entry. Thea is on her way. I underestimated her. She is much more powerful than any other undead Davis and I have created. I know her undead side has not awakened yet, but after everything she has gone through at the hand of Davis, she is much stronger than I anticipated. I can tell Thea is close. I will not be able to win against her, which is why I am going to seal this journal so no one but a witch of my clan can read this. Considering how rare it is for a woman of my bloodline to be born, I do not fear having it fall into wrong hands. No one can find out about this. Now everything is up to Cornelia. She is the only one who can bring this to an end. I only pray she is ready for this. I stare at the words in front of me in a mix of disbelief and pain as sorrowful tears stream down my face, dripping onto the old inked paper in my trembling hands. I keep sobbing pathetically as I read the small journal over and over again. Oh my God. This is... How am I supposed to tell them all that?
Chapter 52. Lorenzo. Ivy stays snuggled into me as she talks with Sky. I'm so glad she found a new friend that she can connect to. Since the girls are quite close in age, they might be able to spend many years together. Century 7. I saw Beast. Sorry, Thea give Leah some book before the young human left to read it in peace in one of the bedrooms. It's been a few hours since she left, and I can tell that Blake is on the verge of blowing up. The longer he spends without his girl, the more agitated he is. Their connection is as admirable as it is weird. I feel my body tense up when I hear Leah crying in the bedroom before she rushes back to the rest of us, with her face stricken with tears and her body shaking terribly. Blake is the first to react. He shoots up from the seat and pulls his girl into his arms, letting her cry into his chest as he holds her. I know everything, everything. Leah cries out. Whatever she found in that book shook her up badly. I've never seen her so upset. Ivy, noticing her friend's state, gets up from her seat and goes to Leah, gently placing her hand on the human's shoulder. Are you okay? She asks worriedly. I watch stand as Leah lets go of her man and pulls Ivy into a tight embrace. I'm so sorry, she cries, softly stroking Ivy's hair. What the hell did she read? Was it connected to my queen? Why are you sorry? Leah, what's wrong? Ivy questions, rubbing Leah's back soothingly. This was all a plan. Everything. The undeads. Thea, your parents, Armstrong, everything. Leah hiccups, pulling away from my mate. I'm so sorry, Ivy. You don't deserve to go through more pain. I can't keep it a secret. You need to know. Then tell us. I promise I won't be mad. Neither will Ren, right? Ivy turns to me with a stern look, as if saying you'll better agree. We won't. Besides, it's not like you've ever had any problems with speaking your mind. I smirk, getting a quiet scoff from Leah as she hides herself in Blake's arms again, after Ivy comes back to me. I gesture at everyone to follow me to the lounge area, where we sit on the two couches, that area facing each other. I pull Ivy onto my lap, just like Hunter does with Sky. Leo with Thea and Blake with Leah. It's quite funny how the women can never sit on their own. What did you learn, Leah? I decide to ask once the young human calms down a bit. Where should I begin? Leah sniffles. Thalia had, or as a sister. I don't know if she's still alive. They both had a plan to kill you. They had everything ready, even Ivy. What do you mean? I snarl, tightening my arms around my queen in fear. Thalia's sister, Cornelia. Leah hesitates. Maybe it's better to just read it out for you, she mutters, opening the small book in her hands. Cornelia has found out who the king's maid is. She is not born yet, but we know when she will be. She turns the page with shaky fingers. My sister left to the place where King's mate will appear to make arrangements. She has reached out to the greediest Alpha we know and explained our plan to him. He is to find the King's mate. Leah swallows thickly, kill her parents, and leave her with people he trusts, then stay in the girl's life until she is old enough to be marked. Once the king feels his mate being marked by someone, he will become considerably weaker, and Thea will be able to kill him easily. She finishes quietly, letting out a shaky breath. I feel my little queen tremble in my arms before she bursts out crying, burying her face in my neck as she clings onto me in despair. I can't say I know how she's feeling right now, but I know what she's feeling. Anguish, pain, sadness, sorrow, grief, fear. The cries that leave my mate are heartbreaking. I would rather feel it myself than let her be in such agony. If only I could take away the pain, I would do it in a heartbeat. But I can't. My poor mate is forced to go through this alone, and the only thing I can do is to hold her and let her pour it all out. I'm so sorry, Ivy. I didn't mean to. It's not your fault. Leah, you couldn't have known what you were going to find there. I tell her quietly, rubbing Ivy's back gently as she cries. Hold up. What do you mean? Thea will be able to kill him easily, Beast asks sternly, and I see her eyes flash red for a split second. It's written here that Thalia wanted to use you to kill Lorenzo. She mentioned that when she found out about you being an undead, she planned to use you because as a born undead you're much stronger than the others. Whatever that means. She also said that you being a werewolf's mate was an unexpected complication. She talked a lot about the first undead she created, how he was killed by the old king, how she couldn't control his son. The yin undead, as she called him, had raped Susan, my grandmother, and impregnated her. Then, when Thalia found out about it, she searched for Susan and her child. She mentioned both your and my biological mother's names, and said that the moment she sensed you were an undead, she decided to take you from the hospital. Then she burned it down so no one would find out about her. She handed you over to a human couple with clear instructions to treat you badly. She wrote that she was satisfied to see that their lack of affection, care, and love made you stronger every time she visited you, but she deemed the progress too slow, so she handed you over to a guy named Davis. You don't need to say more. I know the rest. Thea cuts Leah off with a heavy sigh. So she really was my grandmother. And you are really my niece? Did she say anything about you? Blake asks, playing with Leah's hair distractedly. No, the last entry was about Thea. She said that Thea is coming for her, and she won't be able to win against her. So she's going to seal the journal, so no one but a witch of her bloodline can read it. What about that Cornelia woman? I implore suspiciously. Thea wrote that she's leaving everything to her sister. What I found suspicious is that after she wrote about the yin undead and what it had done to my grandmother, she makes air quotes with her fingers, she said he disappeared. Then there was no other mention of the guy. You think he's alive? I conclude. Yeah. I only nod at her, too worried about my sweet mate to bother asking about anything else. Ivy's been crying into my chest this whole time, absolutely heartbroken by what she just heard. Me love, talk to me, I beg. Feeling my chest strict in pain with every tear that leaves my mate's eyes. Cornelia is the name of my mom, Ivy reveals, shocking me to the core. You've got to be shitting me. Ivy said that Cornelia is actually her mother's name. I tell everyone, getting surprised looks from all of them, except for Leah and Thea. They don't seem to find this piece of information shocking but rather infuriating as their looks turn murderous. I'm going to kill that witch, Thea growls, flashing her eyes red. And I'm going to help you? Leah adds with a sneer. I don't show it, but their support is highly appreciated. I know they will stand by my queen's side no matter what. I decide to take my girl away to let her get some much-needed rest and carry her to the master bedroom, where I gently lay her on the bed, immediately getting in beside her. Let it all out. My love, I'm here with you. I saw, kissing her head lovingly. She needs to pour it all out before it tears her apart. I know exactly how hard it is to bottle up your feelings, and I don't want my sweet queen to go through that. Ivy cries for what feels like forever before she eventually falls asleep. I don't let go of her even for a moment and simply pull her into my chest, cradling her in my arms as she sleeps. After a while, I hear someone knock on the door to our room. Before Leah hesitantly walks in, I just wanted to tell you that the crew brought out some dinner. Would you like some? She asks quietly, throwing a worried glance at my little queen. I'm not hungry, but can you tell them to save one serving for Ivy for when she wakes up? Sure, she smiles sadly, then turns to leave. Leah, I call her back. Yeah, thank you, I sigh gratefully, getting a small smile in response. No problem.
Chapter 53. Ivy. I don't know when I fell asleep, but when I wake up I'm still in Ren's arms, on the comfortable bed on the plane. I snuggle closer to him, taking in his comforting scent. After hearing what Leah found out, I can't help but be anxious. My mom is most likely the witch that wants to kill Ren. Then who's my dad? If he was on it too, then surely he must know about my mother's real identity. No wonder they were pushing me to marry Jake. They were planning on getting me marked by him, just so Ren would be weak. Where do I go from this? How do I get over the fact that the people I thought to be my parents were just keeping me for the sake of hurting the man I came to love? What are you thinking, my love? Ren asks quietly, stroking my hair in a soothing manner. Who am I, Ren? Everything I've known was a lie, a conspiracy to kill you. I whimper, feeling me throat tighten up. I bury my face in Ren's chest to stop myself from crying. You are my mate, my queen, my everything. Even despite everything we found out, you're still you. I don't care about your past, my love, only your future. You really don't mind? I don't. All that's important to me is your happiness, Ren states seriously, leaning down to give me a quick kiss. I love you so much, Ren. I don't want you to get hurt. I don't want you to die. I frown worriedly, cupping his cheek softly. I won't die, my love. I cannot allow myself to die. I will stay with you for the rest of eternity, he declares, cradling me in his arms lovingly. We stay like this, wrapped around in each other's arms, for quite a while until my stomach starts rumbling loudly, demanding food. Sorry, I mumble, making Ren chuckle quietly. You're adorable. Let's get you fed, shall we? Ren smiles adoringly, then swiftly gets off the bed and picks me up, settling me on his arm as he holds me to his chest. I don't think I will ever get used to how strong he is. It always manages to surprise me. Ren effortlessly carries me to the lounge area, where we find Thea cuddling, with Leo and Sky sleeping curled up against Hunter. I see no sign of Leah or Blake, so I'm guessing they took the other bedroom to rest. One son gently sat on the seat by the window, My sweet man tells me he's going to get us dinner, then goes to the back, where the kitchen and the staff room are. He comes back after a moment, immediately pulling me onto his lap and wrapping his arms around me. He keeps kissing my head and nuzzling his face into my hair as we wait for the food to be served. I don't bother stopping him, since I'm as starved for some physical contact as Ren. The stewardess that brings out our dinner is thankfully not the one that ogled my man earlier. I'm pretty sure that flirty brunette would spit in my food, just to take revenge for her humiliation. Ren, being the overbearing sweetheart he is, feeds me my dinner, pausing only to give me a quick kiss or take a bite himself. I love it when he's like this. He may be treating me a bit like a baby, rather than an adult woman, but I don't mind. How could I, when I'm literally 200 times younger than him? Besides, I've never had anyone take care of me like this, so I want to just soak it up while I can. Who knows what will happen in the future? Deciding to return the favor, I take Ren's fork from his hand and start feeding him. I know it must look all kinds of weird for anyone watching us, Ren feeding me and me feeding him, but I don't care. People can say whatever they want about me, but if I want to spoil my man, I will shamelessly do so. The realization that every meal we share might be our last one has completely gotten rid of any apprehension or embarrassment I would normally feel while being affectionate with my man. I want to cherish every second we spend together because we never know what might happen. Maybe that's why Leah and Blake never separate. I've noticed how anxious they are whenever they're apart, but considering everything they've gone through, it makes perfect sense for them to want to be together at all times. I want to be like that with Ren forever. I want us to be together forever. After Ren and I have both eaten, the stewardess takes away the plates and leaves us alone. My man doesn't let go of me even for a moment, and just keeps his arms around me as we sit in comfortable silence. Can I talk to you? Thea approaches us tentatively, taking a seat in front of us on Leo's lap. Sure, what is it? Ren answers without hesitation. After what Leo revealed, I think we need a plan of action. We could be heading straight into a trap, and I'd rather avoid any surprises. You're right, I thought about that too. I've already contacted the head of the King's Guard, and warned him about that witch Cornelia. They will keep an eye out for her. What about Armstrong's pack? Leo asks suspiciously, and I don't miss how Ren tenses slightly. They're dead. Kate said that they were already dead when they arrived. It seemed that quite some time has already passed since they were killed. Ren reveals, making me gasp quietly in shock. They're all dead, the whole pack. Do they know who did it? Thea questions. No, they're still investigating. They're also looking for Alex, but it's proving to be quite difficult, since there's no scent trail they can follow, and the territory is quite vast. Do you still think he's the one who orchestrated it all? I don't know what I'm thinking right now. There's still a possibility that Alex is working against me and all this is a trap. It's also possible that he's simply a victim of this whole scheme, and someone is using him for intel. But I guess we'll find out about that once we get there. What if Alex is working with Cornelia? I decide to ask, slightly apprehensive. Then he will be punished for treason. Ren replies with no hesitation, his chest trembling with a low growl. And if he isn't, I dare, making Ren and the Kingstons chuckle. Then he won't, obviously. She's a curious little one, isn't she? Thea jokes, giving me a teasing look. I blush under her scrutiny, making Ren go quietly and kiss my cheek. You've really changed him. You know, she adds, I've known him for years and it's the first time I've seen him so soft. This is what happens when a man finds the right woman. It happened to me, too. I was a monster before you showed up, and it took an angel appearing in my life to change it. Leo sighs lovingly, nuzzling his face into Thea's hair. They're so sweet. I'm glad to see you've become a decent man, Lorenzo. Thea teases, I've been waiting for this for almost 2 decades. This woman is funny as hell. I have to admit, she has no qualms about making fun of Ren, even though he's the king of werewolves. Why are you not scared of Ren? He's technically the highest rank among werewolves, and I've noticed that no one dares oppose him. Well, no one except for Leah and Blake, of course, but they're humans. So, I implore curiously, I've been thinking about this ever since Ren and I first went to Hunter's pack. Thea was the only one that didn't bow to Ren. That's because he has no power over me. I'm not a werewolf, so his authority doesn't work on me. She makes air quotes with her fingers to be fair. I may actually be a higher rank than him, since I'm stronger. She smirks smugly, getting an annoyed growl from my man. No, you're not. Yes, I am. There's no use denying it, Lorenzo. If I wanted, I could beat your bum with my hands tied. I end up giggling at Thea's smug statement. She sounds so sure of herself it's quite funny. I'm not sure I like where you're going with this, Luda Kingston. Ren doesn't seem even a bit amused by Thea's words. I would very much like to believe you're with me and not against me. Whoa, 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 hold your horses, King. I'm not planning on fighting you for your title, Thea states sternly. Just because I don't bow down to you doesn't mean I don't respect your position as the king. I may be difficult sometimes, but I'm no traitor. I've sworn to be loyal and I'm going to keep my word. Forgive me, Beast. Sorry, Thea, but at this point, I'm suspicious of pretty much everyone. Ren dips his chin in a minuscule bow as he apologizes. It's fine, I get it. I just don't like it when someone questions my loyalty. I've made that mistake before. Thea glances at Leo somberly, and because of my stubbornness, my mate lost 5 years of our son's life. I will never be able to take that back and I regret it to this day. Don't do the same, she sighs quietly, throwing a sad glance at her sleeping son and his mate, before staring seriously at Ren and me. I'm curious as to what she means by that, but I don't dare to ask. It's not my business. I can see the question on your face, little queen. Thea notices my look, smiling at me softly. Before Hunter was born, Leo and I fought against the man who ran a facility where undeads were created and trained. He's the one that Thalia mentioned in her journal. During the battle against Davis's army, I saw one of the fallen men reach out for his weapon. He was injured, but he somehow stayed alive. I was sitting on a tree branch, finishing off Davis's men with my bow when I noticed that the guy was right behind Leo. I had to kill him, but with Leo in the way, it was a tough shot. Thankfully, I was trained well enough to make it, so I decided to kill that guy before he hurt my man. I saw my angel aiming her arrow right at me. Leo continues. I made the mistake of believing that my mate would hurt me. For a split second I felt betrayed, and my angel noticed that. It wasn't until the arrow flew past my head and into the guy behind me that I realized how much I fucked up. He sighs wistfully, squeezing Thea in his arms. I was heartbroken. My whole life I was treated like a monster, a beast. First by my parents, Thea sneers in distaste, then by Davis, and then by nearly everyone who worked at the facility. I was so sure that Leo saw me the same way that I didn't even listen to him when he apologized and begged me to stay. I was so lost in the hurt I felt that nothing else mattered. It was only after I gave birth to Hunter that I realized how much it hurts to stay away. But at that time, I thought it was too late to come back to my mate. I believed he had already moved on, so I focused on my son. I understood my mistake when Leo's whole pack came to see me and asked me to return. Both Leo and I were suffering for years because of my immaturity and ridiculous persistence, and I will forever regret it. All that pain was caused by my lack of faith in my mate. Thea sighs sadly, quickly wiping off a stray tear that rolls down her cheek. I feel my throat tighten at the torment and grief in her voice. It was my mistake to misunderstand you, Angel. The fault is mine, not yours. I should have known you would never hurt me, Leo murmurs quietly. Had it not been for my sharper senses, I wouldn't have hurt him. What's the meaning of this? Why wasn't I informed about what transpired back then? Ren questions sternly, and I put my hand on the back of his neck and gently rub it with my thumb. There was no time to wait for you to intervene. It was my battle. It was also the beginning of Armstrong's downfall. I believe that it was when he saw my angel in action that he developed that wicked obsession about getting stronger. He must have seen the true potential of an undead, and that's what sent him into madness. From what I've heard, he moved his pack to Colorado soon after that. Leo explains, and I frown in confusion. So Jake wasn't from Colorado from the beginning? No, he was our neighbor. It was only after the battle against Davis that he and his pack moved away. He reasoned that he didn't want to put his people at risk again. And when was that? 25 years ago, Thea replies. Few years before you were born. Ren wonders out loud. That would mean that when Cornelia reached out to him, it was already after you killed Thalia and fought against Davis. He tells Thea before turning to me if that's true. Then he couldn't have known about you while he was working with Thea and Leo. That's so complicated. I bemoan, leaning my head against Ren's shoulder tiredly. I feel like my head is going to burst from the overload of information. First, Jake helps Thea fight against Davis, who's been working with that witch Thalia. Then, he moves with his whole pack to Colorado. He's approached by Cornelia, Thalia's sister, to help them overthrow Ren. He stays near me my whole life, waiting for me to be old enough to get marked in order to weaken my man so that he could be killed. When that doesn't work, he goes after Hunter and, using his hybrid blood, tries to create an army to bring Ren down. Once again, his plan doesn't work as Hunter frees himself and kills everyone who had a hand in his torture. And now we hear that Jake's whole pack was annihilated. My mother might be the witch that wants to kill Ren, and Alex is somewhere in Colorado, either working with the enemy or being held as their prisoner. Oh God, I think I'm going to have a headache.
Chapter 54, Lorenzo. I notice my little queen rub her forehead tiredly as she thinks about everything that was revealed over the last few hours. Tired, my love? I ask her worriedly, getting a quiet sigh in response, as Ivy leans her head against my chest. Not really, it's just so overwhelming. So much is happening, and we still don't have any answers. She murmurs quietly, and I rub her back comfortingly. How long till we land? Thea asks curiously. I check my watch quickly. Almost 2 hours. Do you have any transport arranged to get us from the airport? I'm guessing we're not running all the way to the pack. I do. I already talked to Cade. He'll get some men to pick us all up from Hotchkiss. I have my private airport there. You have private airports all over the country, so I'm not even surprised. Thea chuckles, shaking her head. Really? Ivy gasps in shock. I told you I'm influential. My love, when you live as long as me, then it's quite easy to accumulate fortune. I smirk smugly at the dumbstruck expression on my little queen's face. I had no idea you're that rich. Holy crap, she exclaims. Now you're rich too. My love, what's mine is yours, I declare, pressing a loving kiss to her head. Ivy blushes adorably, like every time I'm being affectionate, and hides her face in my chest, making me chuckle amusedly. She stays hidden for a while before pulling away and leaning over to glance behind me. Hi Leah, she greets cheerfully, as the young human groggily walks to the empty seat beside us. Hey, you look much better now, Leah says, yawning loudly. And you look much worse. Tired? No, I just need to wake up properly. The young human yawns again, rubbing her eyes sleepily before staring at Ivy with a curious frown. Are you aware that your eyes are gold? What? Ivy gasps, turning to me in shock. Is it true? I'm actually surprised to see that Ivy's eyes are indeed gold instead of usual chocolate brown. Yeah. Why? Remember how I told you that you gain my abilities after we've mated? Yeah. Did you notice that your senses are much sharper now? Yeah. And did you notice that wolves from King's bloodline have golden eyes? Yeah. Oh, so that's why. So you're saying that she's a werewolf now? Leah scrunches her brows in confusion, staring at us imploringly. Pretty much, but she doesn't have a wolf, so she won't shift. Ivy just has the abilities of a werewolf. Her senses are already getting sharper, and her speed and strength will gradually increase until they match mine. I explain, making Leah nod in approval. Holy damn, you're gonna be strong, girl, she smirks, making Ivy giggle. Now it's my turn to protect you. Yeah. The rest of the flight goes peacefully, as I talk with Leo, Hunter, and Blake. The women chatter happily in the lounge area, giggling occasionally at something. I feel a shiver go down my spine every time they burst out laughing, absolutely hating not knowing what they're laughing about. There's nothing more terrifying than a group of women giggling out of nowhere. When we finally arrive at the airport, Leah whispers something to Thea before rushing to the exit with Blake, saying they need to get something before we head to Castle Creek. I can only shake my head at them. They're such busy bees. I throw a confused glance at Thea when she suddenly puts on Leo's hoodie, a black cap and sunglasses, then pulls up her hood, hiding her hair from view. What is she doing? I lead my little queen by her hand towards the parking lot, where Kate is supposed to wait for us, only to see the humans talk to some guys few spots from where the guards are waiting. Who are those guys? I hear Sky ask suspiciously. I don't know. Hunter trails off, sounding as confused as I feel. They're Leah's friends from a biker club in California, and the guy she's talking to is her brother. Ivy says with a smile, I wonder what they're doing here. We all head to the guards and hand them our bags before going to Leah and the bikers. I only got 12 clips ready. You didn't exactly give me time to prepare more. But what are you going to hunt with this? Fucking whales. Leah's brother laughs amusedly. No, not whales. What about the rifles? Leah questions. They're in the case. The guy points his thumb over his shoulder before turning to me and Ivy with a grin. Hey Ivy, long time no see. Hi Adrian. Ivy waves cheerfully. Long time indeed. What are you doing here? She asks curiously. I got some stuff from my sis. I'm guessing you're all involved in this. Adrian glances pointedly at everyone. They are, but I can't reveal how. Sorry. Leah frowns, throwing me a furtive glance. No problem. I'm used to your secretiveness by now. Adrian laughs. But if you need us, give us a call. One of the bikers adds with a small smile. Thanks, Bone. No problem. All three guys pull Leah for hugs, then shake Blake's hand, before getting in the car and driving away. What is this? Ivy asks curiously, pointing at the wooden case behind Leah. Well, you guys have your super strength and wolves and whatever to fight the enemy. But we've got nothing. Leah points at herself and Blake. So, we need something that can help us against werewolves, she says before turning to me. While you were locked up during Ivy's heat, I took the liberty to send my brother one of the bullets from those stun guns you gave us, and asked him to analyze the contents and replicate them, but adjust them to feed a rifle instead of a handgun. And here they are. She gestures at the case to fully functional rifles, with 12 clips of those tranquilizing bullets. It wasn't easy to make them without any recipe, but both my brother and Smoke are really talented. Smoke might be a bit weird, but he's a genius when it comes to drugs. She grins, and we all gape at her in astonishment. How did you fucking know you were going to fight werewolves? I questioned suspiciously. I didn't, and that's the point. I'd rather be safe than sorry. In normal circumstances, we stand no chance against supernatural creatures, so we need to take precautions. Right, Leah shrugs nonchalantly. No need to look so surprised. Lorenzo, my girl likes being prepared for everything. Blake adds, looking amused as he sees our shock. You are unbelievable, Leo exclaims from behind me, sounding absolutely flabbergasted. What? I don't like being defenseless, Leah says casually, almost as if she doesn't see anything strange about her actions. I have to say, I will never understand what's going through that head of yours. I sigh heavily, shaking my head incredulously at the cheeky human. It's not like you're even trying, she teases. I only shake my head at her before turning to Cade and his men. Cade, Vince, get over here. To her, they bow respectfully. Load those cases in the car, but be careful to not damage them. Vince, you'll drive those two to Castle Creek and help them settle in. Cade, you're coming with me. I want a full briefing of what you found out. I order, then turn to address the Kingstons. I want to arrange a meeting with the King's Guard once we've all arrived. So I want everyone to wait at the Alpha's house. All right, Thea nods, while the other three wolves bow slightly. See you there, she adds before walking over to one of the trucks with Leo right behind her. I pull Ivy with me to Cade's truck and wait for him to pull out of the lot. Report. Sir, we've searched for Beta Alex, but as of now, we're still lost. The trackers have already combed almost half of the territory, but due to lack of any trails, they've come up empty. When it comes to the Dead Pack members, we've gathered the bodies and buried them. They were all in various states of decomposition, but it was clear that the massacre that took place there happened a while ago. I'm estimating that it's 3 months ago. Another thing is Alpha Armstrong's private property. We've secured the perimeter, but didn't check the Alpha's office, having received no permission to see official documents. The house seems to be intact, and from what I saw, no one has been inside for quite a while too. Approximately few months. Anything about the signal? Did you find out whom does the phone belong to? It's a burner. To her, no registered owner. Our tech guy tried to track it, but there's no response. It's a dead end. To her. Got it. We'll see what we can find once we're there. Yes. To her. I have a bad feeling about this. I hate the unknown.
Chapter 55. Ivy. The house that supposedly belongs to Jake is nothing like I expected. I don't know why, but I honestly thought he lived in a dark, scary castle with dead trees around it, not a beautiful mansion with a gorgeous, although neglected, garden. This is really shocking. I keep a tight hold on Ren's hand as he leads towards the house, trying my best to not cringe when the men guarding the front door bow in greeting. I don't think I'll ever get used to this. Whenever Ren and I meet some wolves, they immediately bow down to us. It makes me really uncomfortable and embarrassed. Ren and I wait for the others to join us, then go inside the house, heading straight to Jake's office for whatever reason. I'm not sure what we're looking for, but I trust Ren's judgment. Once we're inside, my man immediately gestures at everyone to take their seats at the long table, not even minding the dust covering it, then pulls me onto his lap as he sits at the head of the table. On our right, there are Thea with Leo and Leo with Blake, and on our left, There are Hunter with Sky and the two men that Ren called here, 𝐻𝐥 and 𝐻𝐿. I have asked you to come here because we need a plan of action. 𝐻𝐥 here is the head of the King's Guard, and 𝐻𝐿 is responsible for the security. Ren starts seriously, catching everyone's attention. Leah, why don't you disclose what you found in Thalia's journal? Again. Yes. Leah sighs heavily, but starts the tale, telling us all about Thalia and Cornelia's plan to kill Ren, their connection to Jake, the men with the tattoos that bothered us few months ago, the creation of undeads, and even Thea's background. She keeps her voice calm and steady, not even a bit nervous about speaking publicly. I'm so jealous of her confidence. I'd always hated presenting something in public. Leah also shares her suspicions about Cornelia's identity and the whereabouts of the young undead mentioned in Thalia's journal. According to what you said, Kate says once Leah is finished, that young undead, whose name we don't know, is actually Luna Kingston's father. Or did I misunderstand something? You didn't. Thea admits there are too many signs to even bother denying it at this point. The question is that guy alive? And if he is, then where is he hiding? What if he's with that witch, Cornelia? Was it? 𝐻𝐿 wonders out loud. If they're working together, then it won't be easy to win against them, especially with the witch's skill. She might already know we're here. 𝐻𝐿's right, sir. I believe it would be best to prepare our men to fight against undeads. We can't be sure that there's only one. Who's to say there aren't more? 𝐻𝐥 adds seriously. I agree, Thea. Leo and Hunter will be in charge of the training. 𝐻𝐥, I need you to gather more men. Spread the word that I'm giving out an order to send warriors to Castle Creek Pack. I don't want to be outnumbered if it comes to a fight. Thea, can you get your jets here? Sure. All right, there's one more thing. As you've noticed, we brought humans with us. Ren gestures at Leah and Blake there. To be treated with absolute and utmost respect. Make sure everyone knows that. He orders, and I barely stopped myself from smiling at him in pride. He's so thoughtful. Is it safe to assume you're going to stay here? 𝐻𝐥 implores tentatively. Yes. Divide your men to stay in the pack houses and arrange a schedule of patrols. Keep an eye on the borders, and send one team to search for Alex. Ren retorts sternly, fully in his king mode. At first I was quite scared of seeing him like this, but now all I feel is pride and respect. This powerful and majestic man is all mine. Yes, sir. 𝐻𝐥 and 𝐻𝐿 nod simultaneously, before getting up from their seats and leaving the room. Once the two of them are out, Ren turns to our friends. Leah, what are you going to do? I'm going to get deeper into that whole witch thing and see if I can do something about it. Leah responds, waving Thalia's journal pointedly. I found some clues here, and I intend to make use of it. And I'm going to train with the girls. Ivy and Sky wanted to learn some self-defense, so I plan on teaching them. Really? I grin excitedly. Thank you. No problem. You're not touching my mate, Hunter snarls, tightening his hold on Sky possessively. Oh God, don't give me that shit. I'm not even a bit interested in your woman. Blake sighs heavily. I have my own girl, he states seriously, kissing Leah's head. If you think I'm going to trust you to touch my mate, just because you have a girlfriend, then you're fucking mistaken. Who's to say you won't try anything? Hunter grumbles, getting a glare from Sky. Blake doesn't seem even a bit intimidated and just rolls his eyes. For fuck's sake, man, what could I possibly gain from going after a taken woman that has two children? I have Leah and I don't need or want anyone else. You can think of her as my mate. I understand your point of view, but don't talk to my man like this. Leah says gravely. If it eases your mind, I can be with him during training. I can agree to that. Hunter nods in approval. He's worse than me. Blake chuckles amusedly, getting a quiet laugh from his girl. I didn't think it was possible, but I was clearly mistaken. So, what now? Thea questions casually. Now we get settled in and prepare for war. We need to be ready for everything. So don't let your guard down, Ren states sternly before dismissing everyone. I stay quiet as Ren squeezes me in his arms and buries his face in my hair, inhaling my scent. He's quite tense, and it doesn't take a genius to know why. He's worried about the upcoming war. I can't say I don't understand. I'm terrified of what might happen. There's a lot at risk. We could lose everything, including each other. I shouldn't have brought you here with me. Now you're in danger. My man Bimo and us quietly, and I can feel his hands shake a little as he holds me. I would be in more danger if I was alone. You know that, not to mention that it would drive me insane if I let you come here on your own. I don't want to be away from you. I can't be away from you. I know, my love. I feel the same, but it doesn't mean I like putting you at risk. I'll be okay. You said it yourself. I'm getting stronger. I can heal as fast as you and I'm immortal like you. We're a power duo now. I grin cheekily, then lean up to give Ren a kiss. My man immediately puts his arms around my waist and crushes me to his chest, devouring my mouth hungrily. He pours all his worries and frustrations into this kiss, letting me know how bothered he really is about this whole situation. We're both breathless after we pull away, but I don't let Ren stay away for long, immediately attaching my lips to his neck, where I'm going to place my mark one day. Actually, why wait? As soon as the thought crosses my mind, I start searching for that one sweet spot on Ren's neck, then sink my teeth deep into it once I find it, making my man growl lustfully as he tightens his arms around me. I keep my teeth buried in my mate's neck for a few seconds before pulling away and licking away the blood. I watch fascinated as the wound closes immediately, leaving only a faint scar behind. You never fail to surprise me, my love, Ren breathes out, staring at me hungrily, marking me all of a sudden. Are you even aware of what you've just done to me? He growls lowly, making me straddle his legs and feel his excitement through his dress pants. I can feel it, and I'm going to help you with it, but not here. I don't want to spend our most precious moments in the same chair that Jake used to sit in. I run my hands over Ren's chest, loving the feel of his hard muscles under his shirt. My man is a real-life Adonis. I wouldn't be surprised if artists from ancient times used him as their model. He is pure perfection. So where would you like to go, my lovely vixen? Somewhere private, I whisper huskily into his ear, licking it playfully. You're going to regret teasing me like this, my queen. I promise you that, Wolfie growls, sniffing my neck. I can tell it's him by the tone of his voice. It's funny how easy it is for me to differentiate Ren and Wolfie. Oh no, poor little me, falling prey to a big bad wolf. I tease, giggling quietly. This big bad wolf will eat you up. Wolfie bites onto my shoulder playfully, then picks me up and carries me through the house, heading God knows where. Once he reaches his destination, he stops for a moment at the doorway. It reminds me of the time Ren did this right before we made it. Back then we were surprised by a romantic setup prepared by Leah, so I'm wondering what's going on now. What is it? I ask, craning my neck to see the room. It's clean, Wolfie states, and I frown confusedly, before taking a deep whiff of the air, smiling widely when I casually assent. She cleaned the room. That woman is the strangest creature I've ever met, and coming from someone as old as me, that's saying something. Wolfie chuckles before burying his face in my neck. But I'm glad I don't have to lay you on a dirty bed. I'll have to thank that witch for her help, because now I can concentrate on you and not on getting the bed ready, he says huskily, nibbling on my neck, paying special attention to my oversensitive mark. In mere seconds, I'm fully naked on the bed, with my Wolfie hovering above me with a predatory look. Finally, it's my turn to have you.
Chapter 56. Onyx. Lorenzo kept me away for way too long. Technically, Ivy is already ours, but I still wanted to claim her myself, which is why I couldn't let my chance pass when it finally came. I was afraid that I would be too rough with our mate, but she seemed as eager as me, reciprocating my passion with equal fervor. Though I still wore her out, after taking my woman over and over again, she fell asleep from exhaustion with a satisfied smile on her face. Had it not been for her having our abilities, I would have been worried about hurting her. But I know she's already healed and she won't be even sore once she wakes up. I hope she wakes up soon. I can't wait to see her gorgeous chocolate eyes and sweet smile. It's been so long since I was alone with my queen, and I want to cherish every moment I get. Keeping my queen in my arms, I trail my nose over her slender neck, peppering feathery kisses all over her skin, paying special attention to her mark. This tiny slip of a woman has the power to bring me to my knees like no other. I will do everything for her. I don't know how long I stay watching my little queen sleep and caressing her soft skin with my fingers, but after some time I hear someone outside of our room. Whoever the person is, they don't even bother staying quiet. Who's there? Ivy asks groggily, throwing her arm around me as she rolls over. I chuckle quietly at her sleepy cuteness and kiss her head lovingly. I would have to get up to find out. My queen. Wolfie? My queen smiles sweetly as she raises her head a bit, leaning her chin on my chest as she stares at me tiredly. Yes, my queen. How are you feeling? I hope I didn't hurt you. I cup her small head and trace my thumb over her cheek. I'm okay. Sleepy, but okay. Funnily enough, I'm not even sore. I really like this whole fast healing thing. She giggles happily, And I'm a bit hungry, she adds shyly, and her cheeks turn adorable pink. Very well, then, let's get you ready and I'll take you to eat, I tell her, then carefully disentangle myself from her hold, getting a harsh glare at the move, which turns to a shocked gasp when my queen notices we're both naked. Wolfie, we don't have clothes, she exclaims, quickly covering herself with the blanket. We can't possibly go out like this. I glance at our clothes scattered all over the floor, ripped into pieces. The only thing that survived my attack yesterday are my jeans, so I quickly put them on, enjoying the furious redness that adorns my mate's cheeks as she watches me. Once I'm dressed, well, half-dressed, I go to the door to get our bags from the car, only to stop in my tracks when I notice a piece of paper slipped under the door. What is it? Ivy questions curiously, clearly noticing my confusion. It's a note. I pick up the paper and flip it over, nearly bursting in laughter when I see the message. Horny idiots. That cheeky human, I swear. What is it? Ivy pries. I hand her the small note, loving the sound of her giggle as she reads the short message. That's so mean. She laughs heartily, rolling in bed happily. With a shake of my head, I open the door, only to sigh heavily when I see our bags on the floor. That witch, she's unbelievable. I take the bags and bring them inside, setting them both on the bed. Let's get you dressed and fed, my queen. I grin at my mate, getting an amused giggle in response before she crawls towards me, letting go of her blanket in the process. Dress me up? Ivy smiles teasingly as she stands completely naked in front of me with her arms spread out. I dip my head and give her a hungry kiss, crushing her to my body as I take in her sweet taste. Once we pull away, I gently dress my mate before quickly putting on a shirt, then carry my queen downstairs to the kitchen, where I find everyone sitting at the table while Leah and Thea cook. Morning, Ivy and I greet simultaneously, taking a seat at the table, with my mate on my lap as usual. Morning. When did you get the food? Ivy asks curiously, staring at the dishes in front of us. Leah and I went shopping earlier, Thea answers casually, stirring something on the stove. Alone? Are you out of your minds? I growl frustratingly. Don't they realize how dangerous it is? Don't get your panties in a twist, Wolf. Leah chuckles. We're fine. And even if someone attacked us, I could easily beat them. Don't forget who you're talking to, Thea adds with a smug smirk. Give it up, Wolf. You know you won't win against my girl. Blake laughs, shaking his head in amusement. Stop calling me Wolf, I grumble. Why? You're a wolf, Leah deadpans, placing a plate with some omelet rolls on the table before sitting down on Blake's lap. We wait for Thea to join us, then start eating. The 8 of us finish everything in no time, and I have to admit, I'm a little surprised by Leah and Thea's cooking skills. No matter what I tasted, it was delicious. Ivy seemed to enjoy her breakfast too, smiling the whole time I fed her. Lorenzo, there's something you should know, Thea says once the women have cleaned the table and served some coffee. I frown at the seriousness in her voice, but wait for her to elaborate. I'm Onyx, but go ahead. When we were on our way back from the store, she throws a furtive glance at Leah. I smelled something, or rather, someone. Who? I think it was Alex, but I can't be sure. It's been years since I last saw him, and I don't know if I remember him well enough to recognize him. Where was it? I can show you. All right, I nod. Is it possible that she found Alex already? I know Thea's senses are much sharper than a werewolf's, but is it really possible that she caught whiff of Alex? That she found him so quickly, even though the King's Guard has been looking for him relentlessly for almost 2 days? After we're all finished with our coffee, I give my mate a quick kiss, telling her to be careful and stay safe with the others, then go outside to shift and follow Thea to the place she mentioned earlier. I feel my body go rigid at the smell of Alex coming from a small cabin by the lake. It is him. With an angry growl, I stop Thea from approaching the tiny building, getting a harsh glare in response, hiding behind one of the trees. I quickly shift back and put on the jeans I had wrapped around my leg, then storm towards the shabby cabin. I don't even care about being quiet right now, simply ripping the door from its hinges and stomping inside, trying to find the source of the scent. Alex's smell is all over this house, almost as if he was living here for a while, although it must have been a while ago because it's quite faint. Onyx, can you smell this? I turn to Thea, only to find her standing in what seems to be the living room, sniffing the air. I inhale deeply, frowning in confusion when I don't catch anything suspicious. I can only sense Alex here. It's nearly non-existent, but I can smell something. Burnt. Burnt? Onyx, this is the smell of an undead that was created from a human. I can recognize it anywhere. Thea snarls, getting a frustrated growl from me in response. 𝑽𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒆, you think an undead was here? I don't think. I know. Damn it. I roar, then try to focus back on Alex's scent and search the whole place for any sign of him being here. Thea and I pretty much tear the house apart before we finally find the guy in a hidden room under the floor. I can't help but stare at Alex in shock. Had it not been for his scent, I would have never been able to know it's him. He's completely unrecognizable.
Chapter 57. Ivy, stay in the house, my love. We're coming back. I hear Ren's frantic voice in my head, and I immediately go rigid. Ren is coming back. I think something's wrong. I tell my friends, panicking slightly. Before Leah or Blake can even say anything, Kate and Vin storm inside and take a protective stance in front of us, shielding us from the door and window. What's going on? Leah questions suspiciously. They found Alex, Leo says as he gets up from his seat and goes to the front door. They're bringing him in. Alex. They found him. I'm on pins and needles as I wait for my Ren and Thea to come back, nearly bursting in anticipation. I catch Hunter and Leo walk outside, but I'm stopped from following them by none other than Sky. Trust me, it's better if you don't see this. She grabs my shoulder gently, keeping me in place. I frown questioningly at the worried look on her face, but don't bother asking. Ren, is everything all right? I reach out to my man through the mind link, pacing around the kitchen anxiously. I don't want you to see this, my love. It's not a pretty sight, he replies softly. I can feel how upset he is through the bond, and it's making me even more nervous. Is it that bad? So please stay inside, my queen. Okay. What the hell happened? Why is he so distraught? How can I help? I'm so lost in my thoughts that I barely hear Leo storm back inside. He takes one look at us, then stomps to Leah and drags her outside. Hey, what are you doing? Blake shouts, following after the two of them. What just happened?
Third person Pav. Lorenzo sprints through the territory with Alex on his back and Thea by his side, heading straight to the clinic. They need to fix Alex if they want to find out what happened. They need him alive. Thea helps place Alex on the bed in the clinic, then mind links someone, most likely her mate, before quickly gathering medicine and some supplies. It's only few moments before Leo comes to the clinic, dragging panting Leah behind him. Jesus, you're fast, she pants, leaning her hands on her knees as she tries to catch her breath. Leah, can you help him? Thea questions seriously, gesturing at Alex's mauled body. Lorenzo quickly leaves the room and goes behind the building to shift back into his human form. Holy 𝒂𝒂𝒚, is he even alive? Leah gasps, rushing to Alex's bed, quickly examining him. This is bad. This is really, really bad, she mutters, taking in the severed skin on Alex's arms, legs and torso. His whole face is marred with cuts and bruises, and one side of it is charred beyond salvation. On his torso there are countless cuts, deep enough to reveal his organs. There are pieces of skin dangling from various places on his body, some of them so thick that the bones are visible, most of them broken. Can you help? Lorenzo asks as he comes back inside, having already shifted. Please tell me you can help him, he begs unashamedly. There's no one else who has enough knowledge to treat Alex. I can try, but I can't guarantee anything. I've never treated werewolves. Leah trails off, frowning deeply. He seems to have lost a lot of blood, so I'll definitely need to give him some. His bones are broken in so many places that I don't know if they'll even mend properly, and the severed skin is starting to dry up. I'll get the guards to help you with the blood transfusion. Every werewolf has the same blood type, so they're compatible. Once he's strong enough, his wolf should take over and help with the healing. Just help him, please. Lorenzo pleads desperately, getting a short nod from Leah. I'll do what I can, babe. Help me out. The young human turns to her man, beckoning at him to come closer. Try to clean his wounds as much as you can and I'll get everything ready. Blake walks up to his girl and pulls her in for a quick kiss before getting a bowl of water and a washcloth to clean off the grime and dirt from Alex's body. Are you going to just stand there and watch, or will you leave us alone to work? He turns to the three watchers standing by the door, getting quiet grumbles from them before they all walk out, leaving him and his girl to take care of Alex. Once Blake is finished cleaning Alex's wounds, Leah carefully cuts off the dead parts from the separated flesh and sews them back to the man's body. The human couple works quickly and efficiently as they reconnect the severed parts. As they work on stitching Alex up, Cade, Vince and one other guard come inside. His Majesty sent us, saying you need some help, Cade says, getting a quiet hum from Leah in agreement. The three guards exchange confused looks at the human's indifference and wait patiently for further instructions. Lorenzo said all wolves have the same blood type, so I'm guessing that it also includes the three of you, Leah states seriously as she discards her gloves and washes her hands. Yes, Cade replies curtly, slightly peeved at the blatant disrespect towards his king. Good. I'll need to get blood from two of you while the third one will be connected directly to Alex. How quickly can you heal after getting your blood drawn? It depends. If it's taken slowly, we can replenish it immediately. All right then, Leah nods. While the humans work on helping Alex, Lorenzo, Thea and Leo discuss their next course of action. The gruesome discovery wasn't expected and Alex's state is as concerning as it is confusing. Did you find something else out there? Leo implores worriedly, keeping his mate in his arms as they sit at the table in Alpha's office. Lorenzo grumbles annoyingly, burying his face in Ivy's luscious hair in order to calm down a bit. I caught an undead scent. It was nearly undetectable, so whoever the undead was, they were there either a long time ago or they cleaned the house before they left. An undead? Hunter snarls in shock, but I thought they were all gotten rid of. He winces uncomfortably. Maybe Leah was right. Ivy intercepts, catching everyone's attention. About that young undead from Talia's journal being alive. You can say it, Ivy. My father. Thea sighs. Was it a human undead or a wolf? Leo questions. A human. Hold on. What do you mean by human or wolf? Aren't all undeads the same? Ivy asks confusedly. They're not. Depending on who they had been before being turned into an undead, we can differentiate two types of undeads, human and wolf. They have similar weaknesses, but they smell different. Human undeads smell burnt, while wolf undeads stink of rotten flesh. The same goes for the deads. Since they were created from undead's blood, the only exception of that rule is a born undead, Thea explains. Like you, Ivy concludes, nodding in understanding. Like me. But wouldn't that mean that the undead you smelled at that cabin is not actually your, he's also a born undead? Ivy trails off in confusion. You're right. If it was him, he wouldn't smell burnt, Thea states, impressed by the young queen's intelligence. She figured it out pretty quickly, considering how little she knows about undeads and werewolves. Then who was it? Lorenzo growls frustratingly. Another undead. I don't want to be overly pessimistic, but I have an unsettling feeling that there are more of them than we think. Thea sighs heavily and everyone tenses in trepidation. This is taking a really bad turn. He's not getting better, Leah grumbles, frowning at the heart monitor that stubbornly shows no improvement. His wolf is dormant, Cade informs, sitting up in his bed to lean against the wall. Shit, what does that mean? Blake scowls in irritation, crossing his arms over his chest. It means he won't heal. His injuries are too severe to heal on their own, and without his wolf, there's pretty much no hope for him. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, Leah mutters angrily, pacing around the room anxiously. Is there nothing we can do? All three guards watch the young human in a mix of confusion and astonishment. She's so fixated on helping Alex despite not even knowing the guy. Our wolves usually go into hiding when they're too weak to manifest themselves. The only thing that can weaken them this much is silver. It's extremely poisonous for us, Cade tells the girl, getting a confused frown from her. Why? The old Alpha King was allergic to it. Since all werewolves come from him, they share the same trait, Cade explains shortly. Leah purses her lips to stop herself from laughing at the ridiculous explanation, then goes to the medicine cabinet and takes an antihistamine. She fills a small syringe with the liquid, then adds it to Alex's IV drip. What did you give him? Vince questions suspiciously. Something for his allergy. Leah smiles. Is it going to help him? Ivan, the third guard that volunteered to give his blood to Alex, implores hesitantly. How am I supposed to know? Leah scoffs, going to Blake and leaning her back against his chest. It's an antihistamine, but whether it's strong enough to alleviate the effects of the silver is a mystery. You guys seem to run at a much higher temperature than humans, so who knows how quickly it'll burn off. You just gave him something and you don't even know if it's going to help? Ivan gapes at the young human in astonishment. It won't make it worse. That I can tell you for sure. The guards only shake their heads at the human girl, but don't say anything. Over the course of last few hours, they have realized it's no use to argue with the girl, since she always manages to out-talk them. They can't help but wonder what her connection to their king is. She's only a human, beautiful, smart and unbelievably charming, but still just a human. After a while of watching Alex's progress, Blake pulls his girl to one of the empty beds, sitting against the wall with Leah between his outstretched legs, leaning onto his chest. The young human girl casually takes out the witch's journal and reads it, ignoring the guard's imploring looks. As Leah goes over the contents of Talia's journal, Blake glances over her shoulder, only to realize that he can see what's written inside the small book. "Why can I read it?" he whispers into Leah's ear. "You can?" Leah gapes at him in shock. "Yeah, but I don't know why. I'm not like you." Blake wonders quietly, leaning his chin on his girl's shoulder. "You're not me, but you're mine." Leah smiles lovingly, kissing his cheek. "You know we can hear you, right?" Cade chuckles amusedly, making the humans smirk smugly before they reply simultaneously. "You know we don't care, right?" Chapter 58, Third Person POV. Cade watches as the two humans study the book in Leah's hands, occasionally checking on Alex as he lies on the bed next to his. It's been over 2 hours since he started giving Alex his blood, along with 2 other guards, but there's still no improvement. If anything, it seems to have gotten worse. "Why don't we go get something to eat? It doesn't look like anything's happening," Blake suggests after a while. "Can you bring me something? I'd rather stay here to watch over him." Leah glances at her man over her shoulder, getting a smile from him before he kisses her softly and carefully gets off the bed. Once Blake is gone from the clinic, Cade turns to the human girl. "I don't think your treatment helped," he tells her seriously, disconnecting the tube from his arm. "He's starting to stink." "Stink?" Leah sniffs the air. "I don't smell anything." She gets up from her bed and goes to check on Alex. "That's because you're human. Our noses are much more sensitive than yours and I can smell him rot." "Rot?" Leah gasps in shock, examining Alex's wounds. "Impossible. His heartbeat is steady. There's no pus or any discharge coming from his cuts and he's regaining his color." "Are you sure that smell is coming from him?" "I'm sure. He stinks of decay." Cage wrinkles his nose in disgust, shuddering slightly at the stench coming from Alex's body. Ivy keeps playing with Lorenzo's short hair as he carries her around the pack, checking on his men and the state of the territory with Thea assisting him. Ever since he and Thea brought Alex to the clinic, he's been restless and agitated, waiting for any news on his beta with bated breath. However, due to the amount of work that needs to be done in the pack, he had no time to go check up on his friend. Although he's quite busy, he doesn't release his mate even for a moment, holding her securely against his side. Some of the guards throw curious glances at their king's display of affection, but don't dare to say anything. Anyone knows that aggravating an alpha, especially the alpha, is a death sentence. You don't get between a wolf and their mate. "When are the warriors going to arrive?" Lorenzo asks Colin as he checks the armory. He scowls at the sight of the countless silver blades and bullets that were forbidden to use almost 100 years ago. Armstrong and his pack were going behind his back for quite some time apparently. "Most alphas have already sent their men. They should arrive by tomorrow, sir," Colin replies respectfully. "What about the deads?" "They're already on their way. Steele is also bringing my weapons." But Thea stops suddenly as she tenses up and turns in the direction of the clinic. "What's wrong?" Ivy asks fearfully, clinging onto Lorenzo. "Trouble." "How can you tell?" Lorenzo implores suspiciously. "I have 9 kids. Lorenzo, I can smell trouble from a mile away." Thea grumbles before gasping in shock and rushing to the clinic, using her speed to get there in mere seconds, just in time to stop Alex from killing her niece. Concerned by Cade's statement, Leah decided to check every wound on Alex's body and search for any signs of infection or gangrene, only to come to a conclusion that nothing is out of the ordinary. None of his cuts got infected, so I don't know where that rotten smell is supposedly coming from. Leah wonders out loud, getting heavy sighs from the guards. Maybe it's internal damage. "Okay, I can't just open him up to check it," she grumbles, covering Alex with a thin blanket, then goes to the adjoined bathroom. She walks back to the room, drying her hands with a small towel, only to stop dead in her tracks when she sees the sight in front of her. Without time to react, she's grabbed roughly by her throat and thrown through the window, landing on the hard ground outside with a pained groan. Alex charges furiously at her, but before he can reach her, he's shoved away by Thea, who then rushes to Leah and helps her get up. "I'm fine," the young human grunts, staring at Alex with pure shock. "You sure?" Thea pries worriedly, quickly looking over her niece. "Yeah. Stay back, sweetie, I'll take care of him," Thea orders, then turns back to Alex, who's already back on his feet, ready to attack. With an angry snarl, Alex shifts into his wolf and charges at the women again. Thea smashes her body into his with enough force to throw him away, as far from Leah as possible. It's not even a minute before Lorenzo joins them, along with Ivy, Leo, few guards and even Blake. "What the fuck happened?" Blake yells angrily, immediately running to his girl and pulling her to his chest. "He attacked us." Leah pants heavily, watching the brutal fight in front of her with wide eyes. "Why would he do that?" Blake wonders out loud, holding his woman in a tight embrace. In just a moment, he could have lost the love of his life. It would take only a second for Alex to kill her. Never before has he felt this terrified. Leah may be strong, but she has no chance against a mad werewolf. "Are you all right?" Ivy gasps fearfully, grasping onto her friend's arm. "I'm okay," Leah responds distractedly, too focused on watching Thea and Lorenzo trying to subdue Alex. "Back down." The Alpha King growls furiously and everyone falls to their knees, overwhelmed by the power in his voice. But Alex is having none of it. It won't work. He was turned into an undead. He's going through his first bloodlust. There's no way to reason with him, Leo explains to Ivy when he notices her worried look. "Oh no, what are they going to do now?" The young queen gasps quietly. "They have to use force." Leo sighs heavily, shifting into his wolf to shield Ivy and her friends from the fight. "I'd rather not stare at your ass, thank you very much," Leah jokes, trying to ease the tension, but all it gets her is a bemused glance from Leo and a breathy chuckle from Blake. "You're impossible." He squeezes his girl tightly and turns to the fight in front of them. Leo only shakes his big head at them and shifts back into his human form, quickly putting on some shorts that one of the guards throws his way. Thea uses her speed to charge at Alex before he can attack Leah again, jumping at the last second and spinning in the air to deliver a strong axe kick to the wolf's spine, breaking it into pieces, then flashes her red eyes at him, commanding him to submit. "Yield," she roars, making the rabid wolf whimper quietly as he attempts to squirm away from her. Alex keeps his eyes on Thea's red ones for few moments while his body heals, then snarls angrily and lunges at her with murderous intent. Seeing that words don't work on Alex, Lorenzo gives control to Onyx, shifting into his huge beast form. He carefully circles his beta, while Thea gets ready to attack. Everyone watches in pure astonishment as their king and the beast fight Alex. They obviously are trying to keep him alive, but it's getting harder and harder for them to keep their composure. Leah stares at the kneeling wolves in shock, slightly confused by their behavior. They're responding to King's authority. Leo tells her, "I'm tempted to do the same, to be honest, but I need to be ready to protect you if things went haywire." "Why isn't Alex the same?" Blake questions, tensing slightly when Thea smashes into the feral wolf again, making the sound of breaking bones resound through the area. "He is, but he's so deep into his bloodlust that he doesn't react to their words. The only way to subdue him is to make his wolf submit." "So what you're saying is that he doesn't respond to words but will react to dominance," Leah concludes hoarsely, rubbing her aching neck. She can already feel the bruise forming from when Alex grabbed her. "Pretty much. He's not of King's bloodline, so his wolf is not a separate sentient creature but a primal representation of his animalistic nature. The problem is, we don't know whom he is going to answer to. As an undead, he should react to Angel, but as a wolf, his allegiance lies with Lorenzo. They need to make one of his sides take over so they can overpower him." Leo explains, "It would be so much easier to just kill him." He adds with a low growl, "But they don't want to kill him." Ren wants to know what's happened. Ivy sighs sadly, wincing uncomfortably when she sees how brutal her mate is. It's her first time seeing him fight. Lorenzo ignores the chatting humans and concentrates on the wolf in front of him. Alex is panting heavily, barely standing as his legs shake horribly under his weight. too weak to hold him up properly, yet he still doesn't back down. In any other case, his persistence would be admirable, but now, as he tries to kill Leah, it's a completely different matter. He needs to be taken down. Thea keeps breaking Alex's legs and spine, trying to weaken him enough for one of his sides to retreat. The best way to subdue him would be to give him enough blood to settle his bloodlust, but Lorenzo doesn't want to enforce his undead side. After almost an hour of fighting against Alex, both Thea and Lorenzo are quite tired, as battling against a newly awakened undead is a horrifically arduous task, but so is Alex. He can't even stand up properly anymore. He just lies on the ground, panting heavily in exhaustion, no longer able to recover from Thea's hits. Once Lorenzo notices that Alex's eyes go from furious red back to brown, he pounces on him and bites onto the back of his neck, snarling furiously as he waits for Alex to submit. It takes few tension-filled minutes for the feral wolf to go limp, making everyone sigh in relief.
Lorenzo, I can feel Alex go slack in my hold, and I immediately know he won't fight me again. Onyx has already retreated, giving me full control. Releasing Alex's neck, I let out a loud growl, exerting my dominance over every wolf nearby. They all fall to their knees, baring their necks in submission. I walk over to my little mate and lick her face reassuringly when I catch her worried gaze. "Are you okay?" she asks in concern, stroking my muzzle softly. "I'm fine, my love. I'm more concerned about you," I tell her gently, nuzzling my nose into the crook of her neck lovingly, making her giggle at the coldness of it. I love hearing her so carefree. I was worried that she would be scared if she saw me like this, but she doesn't seem to be too bothered. "I got scared half to death when it slammed into you. It could have hurt you," Ivy whimpers, hiding under my head as she buries herself in my fur. "I'm sorry, I should have been more careful." "Yes, you should have," she mumbles. I notice Leah rolling her eyes as she shakes her head incredulously. "Those telepathic talks of yours are fucking freaky," she says hoarsely, making Blake and Thea look at her worriedly. Her whole neck is covered with a nasty dark bruise in the shape of a hand, and it doesn't take a genius to know that Alex must have grabbed her. She's lucky he didn't crush her throat. "Son, you ask Leah how she's feeling." "My love," I ask my queen softly. "Of course," Ivy responds with no hesitation. "Leah, Ren would like to know how you're feeling." She relays my message, getting a sigh from the human. "I'm fine. Thea saved me before that fucker could kill me." She rests. "Don't talk anymore, kitten," Blake tells her, squeezing her against his chest. His frustration is almost palpable, and I can't say I don't know why. How horrifying it must have been for him to see his woman being attacked by a feral wolf trying to kill her. "Your Majesty, what shall we do with him?" Colin questions as two guards grab Alex's limp body. "Son, you tell them to bring Alex to the Pax Prison." I ask Ivy through our link, getting a short nod from her. "He said to take Alex to the Pax Prison," she tells the guards. "Of course, Your Majesty." They bow down, then go to take care of Alex. I ask my little queen to tell everyone to go back to the house. Thea rushes inside, then comes back with a pair of jeans in her hand. "Go shift back. We need to talk," she orders before ushering Leah inside, telling her to lie down in the living room. Blake doesn't leave her side, even for a second, fretting over her like an overbearing mother hen. I completely understand him. Had it not been for Thea's quick reaction, Leah would have been dead by now. There's no way she could have fought against Alex. It took me and Thea to finally subdue him. So what could a human possibly do? I have to find out why Alex attacked Leah. I shift back into my human form and quickly put on the jeans before going back inside the house to my mate. I find her sitting with Sky, talking quietly about what happened earlier. Apparently Sky and Hunter were at the cabin, where Thea and I found Alex, too far away to hear what went down. They came back as soon as they heard about the fight from the guards. "Try to not talk too much. Your whole throat is bruised and swollen," I hear Thea tell Leah as she inspects her neck. "He really did a number on you," she mutters worriedly. "I know," Leah rests, taking Blake's hand and pulling him with her, "but my throat is the least of my worries. I think there's some glass in my back from when it threw me." "What? And you're only telling me this now?" Blake gasps in shock, then quickly picks her up and storms upstairs, leaving us all in the living room. I head straight to my little queen and gently pick her up before settling her on my lap as I sit on the couch. Feeling Onyx's frustration, I bury my face in her hair, taking in her sweet scent greedily. "Something's not right about Alex," Thea says, plopping down on the sofa in front of us and leaning her elbows on her knees He didn't kill the guards that were in the clinic, but seemed absolutely fixated on getting to Leah. If he wanted to get to you, she looks at me pointedly, he would go after your mate. Not my niece. Niece. You're right. As soon as my wolf settles down, I'm going to go talk to him and see what's going on. Angel, what are you thinking? Leo asks suspiciously when he sees Thea's calculated look. Leah is a witch. She comes from Thalia's bloodline. Leah and I look really alike, and so did Thalia. Cornelia is Thalia's sister. Alex was turned into an undead before we found him. There was an undead sin in the house. He was it, and it wasn't my father. As soon as Alex woke up, he attacked Leah for no reason and tried to kill her. Even though we tried to make him submit, he was still set on getting to Leah. Why was he so adamant about killing her? There's got to be something we're not seeing here, Thea says seriously, and I hum quietly in agreement. I agree, but the only person who can give us answers is Alex. And let's go see him. The Luna states sternly, it's time. We find out what the Fouquet is going on. She doesn't even wait for my response, and gets up from the sofa before walking out of the house. I hear Leo let out a heavy defeated sigh. I'm sorry, my kin, but there's no stopping her now.
Chapter 59. Ivy. Ren doesn't wait even a moment before following Thea outside. With me glued to his side, I sure as hell am not leaving him alone right now. We head far into the back of the property, and enter a small building, then go down 2 flights of stairs into the basement. Colin and one other guard open the heavy steel door for us, and we enter the dungeon-like space, with empty barred cells on both sides of the small hallway. Ren leads me to the far end of it, where we find Thea pacing anxiously. Took you long enough, she grumbles in annoyance before turning to Alex. Some of us don't run a mile a second. Thea, Ren mutters, rolling his eyes, though I didn't think he'd actually wait for us. I have a feeling I'm going to kill him if he pisses me off, so I need you to stop me if that happens. Like I would be able to. Ren chuckles humorlessly, then turns to face the cell. I know you're awake, Alex, he states seriously. Alex groans painfully, then sits up on the floor, leaning against the stone wall as he faces us. What do you want? He asks emotionlessly, staring at us blankly. What do we want? Are you fucking serious? You tried to kill an innocent human, and you have the audacity to ask what we want. Thea snarls furiously before Ren can even say anything. I'm a little surprised to see the shock in Alex's eyes. It's almost as if he isn't aware of what he's done. I did what? He gasps quietly. You tried to kill Leah, Ren states, making Alex's eyes widen even more as he recoils in shock. What? Are you deaf? You tried to kill Leah. I barely managed to push you away. You almost crushed her throat. And she's got a bunch of glass in her back from when you threw her through a window. And if that isn't enough, you nearly killed 3 of Lorenzo's guards, who have been giving you blood to help you heal. Don't fucking tell me you don't remember that. Thea yells angrily, punching the cell's bars with enough force to bend them. I really don't. Alex trails off in fear. I have no idea what you're talking about. Then what do you remember? I ask gently, squeezing Ren's hand nervously when Alex's gaze meets mine. Alex sighs heavily, slumping against the stone wall tiredly. After I got a call from a doctor in Canada about a woman getting marked by someone she wasn't mated to, I told Enzo about it. He immediately went to find you, and I was left in charge of everything while he was with you. I don't know. One moment I was in my office, doing some paperwork, and the next I was suddenly in a dark room, chained to the wall. What happened in there? Thea asks calmly, giving Alex a skeptical look. At least she's not yelling now. There was an undead. I smelled him, but couldn't see him. I was blindfolded the whole time until he burned my face. Then I couldn't see for another reason. Alex gingerly touches his face, frowning in confusion. What the hell? It was burned, but there's no scar. He mumbles, almost as if he's talking to himself. It healed. Thea tells him once you were turned into an undead, your wounds healed fully. I stare at Alex to see his reaction, quite surprised to hear him gasp loudly in shock. Wasn't he aware that he was changed? I was. What? You're an undead now, considering the fact that you don't remember how you got turned. I'm guessing it was done against your will. Maybe that's why you snapped. Thea wonders out loud, pacing back and forth anxiously. Just as I'm about to speak, I hear the guards argue with someone by the door. Thea, Ren and I turn to the entrance when we catch Leah's angry voice. You're fucking delusional if you think I'm going to ask for permission. This guy almost killed me. I have the right to know why. Get out of the way, she screams hoarsely right before she storms towards us, with angry Blake and Leo behind her. I don't even have time to react as Alex slams his body against the bars of his cell, breaking them completely before charging at Leah again. Thea quickly grabs him and holds him against the stone wall by his throat, struggling to keep him still as he fights against her hold, his red eyes fixated on my friend. What the hell? Again? Alex, Ren growls furiously, gently pushing me behind him. Why the fuck are you trying to kill her? You fucking witch, Alex snarls loudly, struggling against Thea's hold. Not again, Leah mutters angrily before stomping to the cell before Blake can stop her. Leah, Blake and I scream in panic, as my friend plunges a knife into Alex's chest, making him stop momentarily before he drops to the floor. Did she kill him? Son of a bitch, you fucking threatened me without giving me a reason. Let's see how you like this, she yells, pulling the knife out before stabbing Alex again, this time in his shoulder. She does this 5 more times, then leaves the knife in Alex's stomach and storms out of the cell, going straight to Blake, who immediately pulls her into his arms, squeezing her tightly. You almost gave me a heart attack. How could you be so reckless? Blake scolds shakily, breathing heavily as he holds his girl. I'm fucking done with this dumbass. He wants war. Then he will fucking get it. Leah sneers, clutching onto Blake's jacket. I feel Ren's chest reverberate with an angry growl. Are you out of your mind? He asks slowly. He could have killed you. I would have killed him first, Leah spits, turning around in Blake's arms. He's fucking lucky I didn't aim for his heart. Wow, I've never seen her so angry. That's my girl, Thea chuckles, smiling at her niece. I'm so proud of you. I flinch in fear as Alex snarls angrily, glaring at Leah in pure hatred. He tries to move, but Thea quickly stops him by kicking him, sending him flying into the wall with enough force to crack it. Touch her and you're dead. I'm not fucking joking, she growls lowly, her eyes flashing red. Why are you defending her? She's a witch, like that whore that made me like this. Alex pants heavily, getting up from the floor. I fear that he will try to hurt Leah again, and apparently so does Thea as she gets in front of him, blocking his way. Alex, don't make it worse for yourself. Ren commands sternly. Tell us everything or I will fucking lose it. Alex, please tell us what you know. This is a serious matter. I tell him gently, aggravating him might not be the best idea right now. She's a fucking witch. What's there to explain? Alex glares at my friend, getting a scoff from her in response. She's just like the bitch that tortured me. No, she's not. I deny vehemently, feeling an overwhelming need to protect my friend. She's nothing like Thalia or Cornelia. Alex, start fucking talking cause I'm on the verge of blowing up. Ren growls, tightening his hold on me. The witch that came to see me smelled the same as this human. Alex snarls in distaste. She kept talking about her plan to kill you. She said she'll use her undeads and Leah against you. She kept saying that she saw Leah betray you. How would she even know about her? Even Thalia had no idea about Leah being born. She died before it happened. Thea trails off confusedly. According to Thalia's journal, Cornelia has a gift of clairvoyance. She can see the future, Leah explains shortly. I glance at Ren questioningly when he doesn't say anything, only to see him staring blankly at nothing in particular. Seemingly lost in thought, I tug at his hand gently, snapping him out of his stupor as he turns to Leah with a hard look. Is that true? What exactly? Leah doesn't seem to be intimidated by Ren's harsh tone. You betraying me? Are you fucking shitting me right now? My friend snaps, stepping closer to us. I took care of Ivy while she was in heat. I stayed with you to help you figure out this whole fucking scheme. I came all the way here with you and you accuse me of betraying you. Well, fuck you then, you ungrateful son of a bitch, she yells, her voice breaking a few times from the wound on her neck, before she turns around and storms outside, muttering curses angrily the whole way. Unbelievable. Blake shakes his head in disappointment after all she's done for you. Blake, you have to see this from my perspective. A witch that can see the future saw Leah betraying me. Ren hisses. Ren, I admonish, giving him a harsh glare. Leah would never do that. You seriously believe some witch instead of the girl, who put everything on the line to help you? Are you really this fucking stupid? Blake scoffs indignantly. And what the fuck are you smirking at? He spits at Alex, making us all turn back to the cell, only to see Alex indeed smirking smugly at nothing. He throws a glance at the door, through which Leah left few moments ago, then turns to us with a wide sinister grin. She's alone now.
Chapter 60. Lorenzo. Shit. 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 I 𝒂𝒂𝒏 up. You 𝒂𝒂𝒏 her. Thea growls before plunging her hand into Alex's chest and pulling his heart out in a split second. Leah. Stay here, my love. I instruct Ivy, then rush outside, along with Thea, Leo and Blake, only to see Leah gone. She couldn't have possibly gotten away so quickly. Where is she? Blake asks frantically, looking around in panic. Where is she? Angel, can you sense something? Leo asks worriedly. I sniff the air in search of any suspicious presence, but I can't smell anyone strange. There's no one but your guards. It's like she vanished into thin air. Thea looks around questioningly. Damn it, damn it, damn it, 𝒂𝒂𝒏, Blake yells, then runs back to the Alpha's house. Go after him. What if he disappears too? I order Leo, then rush back to Ivy and take her in my arms before carrying her out. Where's Leah? My sweet mate asks fearfully. She's gone. I tell her honestly, not wanting to hide anything from her. Oh no, no, please no, Ivy cries out, clutching onto me as she buries her face in my chest. No, 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 she mumbles sadly, breaking my heart with her tears. It's my fault. I shouldn't have doubted Leah. Had I not angered her, she wouldn't have left. Had she not left, she wouldn't have disappeared. 𝒂𝒂𝒏. I hear Leo tell Blake to calm down as they run out of the Alpha's house. Don't freaking tell me to calm down, Blake yells angrily, tapping furiously on his phone. What the hell? He pauses, glancing around the area with a confused frown before turning back to his phone. What is he doing? Blake, Thea implores suspiciously. She's here, the human replies quietly, slowly walking towards one of the packed houses. It shows that she's right here. It shows. Leo and I questioned simultaneously, exchanging confused looks. Leah has a tracker that's connected to my phone. Blake answers offhandedly, heading straight towards the house at the edge of the woods. It's where some members of the King's Guard are staying. Could it be that there are more traitors in our midst? Thea enters the house first, stopping Blake by the door, ignoring his angry scowl as he mutters curses under his breath. It's not even a second before Thea comes out, pale as a sheet with her eyes wide in shock. You should see this. The scared tone of her voice spurts us all into action as we rush inside, only to see the most shocking sight ever. Leah standing in just her underwear by the fireplace, her arm engulfed by the fire and her body covered in blood, with the guards dead by her feet, all beyond recognition. Leah! Blake sighs in relief, then rushes to his girl. Wait! I grab his shoulder before he can reach her. Don't touch her, I warn. Onyx is telling me that something's not right, and I agree with him. She won't hurt me, Blake states with pure conviction in his voice, then shrugs my hand off and gently pulls Leah away from the fire. I feel my body tense up when I see there's not even one mark on her arm. She had her hand in fire and she didn't burn. Kitten, come back to me. Blake cups Leah's head, tilting it back to look into her eyes, only to gasp when he notices how empty they are. Kitten, it's me, come back. He kisses her, not even minding what he's just seen. She's more important to him. Something's wrong with her, Thea says worriedly. I feel Ivy go rigid beside me when Leah suddenly turns her head slowly to look at me. They're coming, tomorrow. Cornelia knows everything, she tells me with tears rolling down her face before she falls lifelessly in Blake's arms. Leah, Leah, he panics, cradling her against his chest before laying her on the couch behind him. No, please kitten, no, don't do this to me, he cries out, cupping her face in despair as he kneels beside her. She's just asleep. I can hear her heart, Thea tells him quietly, putting her hand on his shoulder as if to comfort him. I think about what just happened and what Leah revealed. Cornelia knows everything, which means she knows we're not prepared to fight her yet. Damn it! We won't be able to win with the amount of warriors we have. And Ivy tugs at my hand. Softly, she didn't burn, she says worriedly, frowning deeply. So she noticed it too. I saw it too. I nod solemnly. What is it? What am I missing? How did Leah get here without leaving a trail? Did someone bring her here? My thoughts are cut off by Thea's voice. What's wrong with her arm? I turned back to sleeping Leah, staring at her arm. The mark she got on the back of her hand when she opened Thalia's journal has spread over her whole arm and is reaching farther and farther towards her neck. What is it? The 𝒂𝒂𝒏 is this? Blake snarls, gathering his woman into his arms. If this shit kills her, I'll fucking rip your heart out. He growls at me with pure fury. Leave him alone. Leah mumbles tiredly. It's not his fault. Are you okay, kitten? Yeah, but I'm so fucking tired. The young human leans against her man sleepily. What happened? I ask her, getting a glare from Blake in warning, as if to say leave her alone. This stupid thing on my hand, it's a seal. I read in Thalia's journal that when it spreads, it means it recognizes the person who bears it as its new owner. Whatever that means. Leah breathes out, almost falling back asleep. In Blake's arms she wrote that witches of the same bloodline can share their abilities through things like this. That's why I didn't burn. Fire was Thalia's element, apart from her ability to manipulate matter, she explains, pausing occasionally to clear her throat. Does that mean you have Thalia's abilities now? Ivy asks with a hint of concern and curiosity. It looks like it, but I have no idea how to use it, Leah manages to say before she collapses in Blake's arms again, snoring quietly. For Fouquet's sake, when is she going to get a break? The young human despairs, holding tightly onto his girl. I'm so sorry, Blake. It's because Ivy murmurs, crying silently. It's not because of you. It would have happened anyway at some point, but that still doesn't make it any better, Blake mutters, wrapping Leah in his jacket before picking her up and taking her outside, no doubt heading to the Alpha's house. What do you think of this? Thea asks suspiciously, clearly seeing my hard look. How did she get here? Who killed those guys? I glance at the two corpses lying on the floor. How did she know that Cornelia is coming? We'll have to wait for her to wake up. Maybe then she will be able to tell us more, Leo suggests, getting nods from us. Lorenzo, look at this. Thea beckons at me as she inspects the bodies. I walk over to her and look at them. All remains of two of my guards, waiting for Thea to elaborate. There's no sign of a weapon. They weren't killed with neither a blade nor a gun. It's like they were ripped apart from the inside. She looks at me seriously, frowning in bewilderment. Are you sure? 100%, she states seriously. Damn it, not this, too. I'll send someone to bury them. We have more important matters to attend to. If Cornelia is coming here with her army, we have to be ready. The Deads will be here in a few hours. From what I gathered, the warriors from other packs won't arrive for at least a day. That's not nearly enough manpower to face a whole army. Lorenzo, Hunter and I can take care of the undeads if there are going to be any, but we won't be able to aid you while we do that. I know. I appreciate your help, Thea. I just don't want to send my men straight into a slaughter. I've already failed to keep everyone safe, and I don't want to do it again. Don't say that, Ren. You're doing your best. Ivy comforts me, snuggling into my side. I'm only speaking the truth. My love, I was careless. For hundreds of years, I haven't noticed even one sign that Alex wasn't loyal to me. I've trusted a traitor for centuries. I didn't know about the witches after me. I didn't see Armstrong's insubordination. I didn't realize that there was a plot to end me. I confess with a defeated sigh. I have messed up on so many levels, it's unreal. I didn't think I'd ever see you so humane, Thea jokes, making me glare at her. Can you be fucking serious for at least a moment? I can, but you're so incredibly ugly when you're serious that I'd rather avoid having to look at you. How the hell does your face not give your mate nightmares is a mystery. Thea chuckles, then walks away with Leo before I can even respond. This fucking woman. I hear Ivy giggle quietly beside me, and I turn to her with an imploring frown. Do you find this funny? My love, I tease, loving the sound of her laugh. A bit, she admits with a shrug, but I still love you, utterly and all. I love you, too. I pull her in for a deep kiss, craving the feel of her small soft body against mine. Once this is all over, I won't let Ivy leave our bed for weeks. As we walk out of the house, I tell Jude, the guard on patrol, to get someone to bury the two corpses. He doesn't even question my order and simply nods respectfully. There's no doubt in my mind that Leah was the one who did that to the guards. The only question is, why? I hope Leah explains what happened once she wakes up. She's the only one who can tell us what transpired there. I pray she will forgive me for doubting her. I shouldn't have done that. She's never given me any reason to question her loyalty. But Alex's words got to me. He used my distrust towards witches against me. They're known to be cunning and extremely manipulative, and Alex knew I would question Leah the moment he mentioned her betrayal. That son of a bitch. How could I choose his words over Leah's? Looks like even though I'm older than anyone, I'm still as stupid as I was thousands of years ago. Ivy stays completely glued to my side as we walk to the Alpha's house, holding my hand with our fingers intertwined tightly. I can understand her reluctance to let go. I'd rather not release her either. Her safety is my priority. I will put her before everything and everyone else, no matter what. What are you thinking? My love, Ivy asks quietly, making me smile at the endearment. I'm thinking about what I should do to keep you safe during the upcoming battle. I cannot let you fight alongside me. It's too dangerous, but I also don't wish to leave you alone. I tell her honestly, causing her to stop abruptly. Oh no, mister, you're not pushing me away from this. I will be right by your side and nothing will stop me. I may not be an experienced fighter, but I'm not weak, and if you even try to argue with me, I will put you in the doghouse. I really should forbid Ivy from hanging out with Leah. She's a terrible influence on my sweet queen. Very well then, my love, you can join me, but be warned. The moment I see you're in danger, I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. Be prepared, my queen. I won't be merciful to our enemies, and you might not like seeing me in such state. I don't care. I will always love you, no matter what. She smiles warmly, and I once again thank the fates for bestowing such treasure upon me. The moment we enter the Alpha's house, we're approached by none other than Leah. I thought she would be asleep for much longer. I frown questioningly when I see the bruise on her neck completely gone and her hair gray like ash. She stares at me seriously for a moment, then slaps me in the face, making my head snap to the side at the force of the hit. "Okay, she is strong. That's for doubting me," she sneers, then goes to the living room, sitting on Blake's lap casually. "Take a seat, Wolfkin, it's time to talk." Ignoring the slight sting in my cheek, I walk over to the couch, opposite to Leah's, and pull Ivy to sit on my thigh and wait for Leah to speak. Judging by her tone, she means business. "Blake told me that while I was asleep, my hair turned this ashy gray color, and the mark on my arm expanded all the way to my neck, which, as you can see, is no longer bruised or swollen. But that's not the only thing that's happened in the last minutes. I had a dream. I saw Thalia in it. I talked to her. She taught me how to use my abilities, but refused to help me control them when I told her I won't go against you. The dream may have lasted a few minutes, but to me it felt like decades. And that's why I'm gray now, Lorenzo. I know why Thalia and Cornelia wanted to kill you," she tells me seriously, her voice void of any emotion. I hesitate for a moment before asking the one question that's been burning my mind ever since I found out about the witch's plan. "Why?" "Because you killed their ancestor." "And," Leah reveals, making my whole body go rigid, "I know this witch. It's the one that cursed my father."
Chapter 61, Ivy. Holy crap. Leah is literally the most mysterious person I've ever met. Just when I thought nothing could surprise me, something comes up. Wait, if that Sean, whatever her name is, was Thalia's ancestor, then isn't she also your ancestor? I wonder out loud, getting a quiet sigh from Leah. "Yeah," she breathes out, "but that doesn't mean I'm going to follow their plan to kill Lorenzo. I mean, Thalia said in my dream that it's supposed to be my duty or whatever, but I think holding grudges for 10 generations is just petty. Like, okay, I get being mad, but not for this long. Lorenzo may have killed Zand, but his action was justified in my opinion. Zand cursed his father with a beast and immortal life, then split his soul into two. She deserved what she got, so telling her descendants, specifically those who share the same power as her, to kill Lorenzo, is petty, childish and insane. Who does that?" Leah scoffs indignantly, playing with Blake's hands distractedly. "How do you know all that? And how exactly did Zand tell her descendants to kill me?" Rank questions. "Thalia told me. I told you already. I've spent years with her in that dream. Decades of being trapped with that woman forced me to listen to her blabbering. You should thank whatever God you believe in that Ivy's not a chatterbox. You have no idea what it's like to listen to someone for 80 years straight." Leah sighs heavily, slumping against her man's chest. "Wait, does that mean that you're mentally 99 now?" Blake chuckles, getting a glare from Leah in response. "That would mean you will be 100 years old when we get married." "Damn, kitten, you're a cougar, dating a 20-year-old. We all burst out laughing at the disgusted scowl on Leah's face. "You, don't ever say that to me again. I'm still 19, technically 18. With the mind of a grandma," Blake teases. "You're sleeping on the couch," Leah states sternly, getting up from her man's lap. "No, I'm not. You know you won't be able to sleep without me," Blake retorts smugly, stubbornly pulling Leah back to him despite her struggles to get away. "Don't talk back to your elders, Blake," Leah admonishes with a teasing smirk, patting Blake's cheek pointedly. "How can they joke around so casually right now? Unbelievable. As cute as it is to listen to your banter, I don't think it's the right time for this. Thea intercepts gently. Did you learn anything else from Thalia? I asked her about the undeads. Actually, I noticed Ren tense up at this at first. She didn't want to cooperate and tell me anything, but she spilled the beans after I beat her up. You beat her up? I raised my brow questioningly. When you're in a dream, everything's possible. Apparently witches can have physical forms even in dreams, and since I bear Thalia's mark, she couldn't avoid getting hit by me. Leah shrugs with a smirk. That was the weirdest experience I've ever had. You have no idea how freaky it is to fight in your dream. She chuckles quietly, shaking her head incredulously. Ditch got the surprise of her life when I smashed my fist into her face. You spent so much time in that dream space. How did you manage to get out? I asked curiously. This whole thing is being fascinating. I killed the bitch, Leah says casually. What? Why? I gasp in shock. She pissed me off. How exactly? Ren smirks teasingly. She insulted Blake. I frown in confusion at this. She said he's not handsome. She grumbles, turning around in Blake's arms to snuggle into him. How could she say that? Fucking bitch. You killed the witch in your dream because she said your man isn't handsome. Sky laughs heartily. Of course I did. No one insults my man and gets away with it. Leah deadpans, completely serious. Wow, she's fierce when it comes to Blake. That's my girl, Thea praises proudly. What? He's mine. Of course I'm going to protect him. Leah shrugs noncommittally. Back to the topic, though. You said Thalia explained the undeads to you. What did she say? Thea gets serious again. Well, she told me that she came up with the name undead not because they couldn't die, like she wrote in her journal, but because they actually died before they were revived. An undead is created through death. Literally. That's how Thalia created her first one. She killed the guy then revived him through dark magic. She could only make one because it drained a lot of her power. Next, undeads can be created without magic. The only thing needed would be a born undead's blood. It couldn't be the first one that Thalia created, since he wasn't born as an undead. But he had a son, and Cornelia has been using his blood to create undeads for years. Who knows how many of them she's got by now. Thalia said that she had no idea undeads could reproduce. Since technically they're dead, their bodies shouldn't work the same way as before, but they do. And the first undead succeeded in impregnating a human girl. She died while giving birth to her son, the young undead from the journal. His name was Ulrich. Thalia wanted him to take over the werewolves, so she called him a fucking wolf ruler. Leah laughs humorlessly, but, as she mentioned in her journal, he was too difficult to control. After he knocked up my grandma. Kate, that sounds even worse than it did in my head. After that, he went off the grid and both Thalia and her sister agreed to not let him loose again. Cornelia supposedly found him and started using him for creating new undeads. Here's the thing, though. She said that there are no female undeads. You, Thea, were a happy accident as she called it. I guess that's why that 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 was so fixated on getting you to have kids with other undeads. He wanted to create the purest undead ever, because they're much stronger than those created from their blood. Again, supposedly. What about your witch abilities? I ask hesitantly. That's a quite fouquet idiot story. I'm not sure it's the right time to hear it. But what's her specialty? I pry, extremely curious. Apparently, I can heal others. Leah smiles shyly. I've always wondered why was it that whenever you took care of someone, they got better much faster than they normally would. Blake murmurs quietly, kissing Leah's head even. The doctors were surprised by my remarkable recovery when I was in the hospital, and it turns out it was all because of you. Who would have guessed? Yeah, but funny thing is, I can't heal myself. How is that funny? Rain questions confusedly. Do you remember how you told me and Blake about the witches having mates and how their bonds are stronger than werewolf mate bond, because they connect to souls instead of one? Yeah. Well, since Blake is my mate, he shares not only my life but also my abilities. Sort of. He can heal, but only me. Also, as my mate, he's my protector, as Thalia called it, which means he's going to get stronger physically. Leah smiles lovingly at her man, getting a quick peck from him before they turn back to us. Unlike werewolves, witches choose their mates. Thalia, she was a strange woman. She created undeads not only to kill Lorenzo, but to declare war on the whole werewolf community. Hell truly hath no fury like a woman scorned. She chuckles. Why, I gasped in shock. Why would she go that far? That's the strange part. As we talked about the make thing, she told me that she understands it because she experienced it herself. I was like, bitch what? When? And then she started her fucking tale of how she fell in love with a guy who was also an alpha of a werewolf pack. She chose him as her mate, but he didn't accept her. Here's the catch though. Since he was a werewolf, he already had his fated mate somewhere, right? We all nod at this. This is where it gets freaky. The alpha chose his real mate instead of Thalia, and it pissed her off. She cursed the guy's whole bloodline, saying they will be able to stay in their human forms for 3 days during full moon. She made it so that the curse would be in place for as long as she lived. However, she knew a curse this strong would cost her all her power, so she sealed it in her journal before she could lose it completely. This whole lotus mark I got on my hand is that seal. Like I told you earlier, the expansion of the mark means it accepts its new bearer. Once the transfer is complete, I will be able to use Thalia's powers, manipulation of matter and fire. From what Thalia told me, every witch has a special ability that's unique for her, but the women from Zan's bloodline can also control elements that more often than not represent their personality and temperament. Thalia had fire, Cornelia supposedly has water, and me, well, I have lightning. Leah finishes quietly, sounding quite shy about revealing her secret. Lightning? Why? Leo asks curiously before I can even utter a word. I was curious about that too. Isn't it obvious? Silence before the storm. My kitten is sweet and lovely unless you get on her bedside. Then she strikes you once and for all. Like a lightning. Blake chuckles. I think it fits you perfectly, he tells Leah lovingly, squeezing her in his arms. So, let's summarize it. You can heal others. You can control fire and lightning, because you gained Thalia's abilities through her journal. You can also manipulate matter. Blake is your mate and he can heal you. You spent 80 years in a dream during an 8-minute nap. Holy shit. I breathe out, absolutely flabbergasted by the amount of information Leah shared with us. This is all great and everything, but there's one more thing I'd like to know. Ren states seriously what happened after you stormed out of the dungeon. You just vanished. Oh, that. Leah sighs heavily as Blake rubs her waist under the shirt. I don't really know. The moment I stepped outside, I heard a voice, and then I was suddenly by the fire. I'm pretty sure it was Cornelia. Thalia mentioned that she and Cornelia were twins, and they shared a special connection. Like when sometimes you can hear twins say things at the same time, or share a look and suddenly have an exact same idea. You know what I'm saying, right? So, since I bear Thalia's sigil or mark, or whatever you want to call it, I'm guessing some small part of that connection still remained and Cornelia could somehow reach out to me. She didn't give me a warning, though. It was a threat. And the guards. Ren pushes. You mean those two fuckers that tried to stab me? I kind of made them explode, Leah says casually. They tried to stab you? I gasped loudly, then turned to Ren in shock. Ren, what if there are more guys like them? Then they'll show up sooner or later. Leah shrugs offhandedly. It's not like it matters now that we know when Cornelia is coming. If any of the men turn against their own, Blake and I will take them down. That's what we got the rifles for. They have a pretty long range of shot, so we could take down some fuckers even from the roof of this house. Leah is right. We don't have time to go over every member of the guard. The best case scenario would be that only the two that attacked you were on Alex's side. The worst case scenario, I don't even want to think about it. The whole King's Guard could be compromised, Ren mutters, sounding quite frustrated with this whole situation. The war hasn't begun yet, and he's already so stressed out. Can I make a suggestion? Leo requests tentatively, getting a short nod from Ren. What is it? Since Cade is indisposed right now due to the injuries Alex inflicted on him, maybe it would be a good idea to put someone else in charge. Like who? Like Tasha. I saw her berating a bunch of guys for not cleaning up their mess after breakfast. It was quite the sight to see such a tiny woman scare a bunch of heavily armed men. Maybe she could snoop around to see if there are any other rats. And how are you sure that Tasha is not a rat? Ren asks suspiciously. Guess whose mate she is? Thea smirks teasingly. How am I supposed to know? Thea, just say it. Theos.
Chapter 62, Lorenzo. After Leah revealed her powers and told us about her encounter with Thalia, she went to take a nap, saying that after spending decades with the annoying witch, she's even more tired than earlier. As always, Blake joined her, So the only people left in the living room are the Kingstons, Ivy and me. I keep my little maid on my lap as she talks to Sky, playing with her long silky hair distractedly, as I digest what Leah revealed. Cornelia is coming. She can control the water element. She has an army of undeads that she most likely created with Ulrich's blood. Ivy's parents are not her parents. It's quite likely that Cornelia is also Ivy's mother, which makes all of this even more complicated. I don't know how close my little queen is with her mother, and how will she take her death. Because I don't plan on sparing the witch. She's going to die no matter what. I'm only worried how my Ivy will react. Ren, my sweet mate, tugs at my hand to get my attention. Yes, love. I want to see Kate and Ivan. Sky said she'll go with me. Okay, then, do you want me to accompany you? I implore quietly. No, it's fine. You have other matters to take care of. Ivy smiles reassuringly. I'd rather not leave you without protection. Then I can go with them. Will that be okay? Thea sighs in frustration, crossing her arms over her chest. That would be very appreciated. I smirk. God, you're worse than Leo. The cheeky Luna shakes her head in amusement, getting an affinity from her mate. Excuse me for being careful, but we have a witch with an army of undeads on our tail. I think it's obvious that I wouldn't want to leave my woman vulnerable. I retort. Fine, fine. I get it. Thea holds up her hands defensively. You want your mate safe. I'm glad you understand. I smirk mockingly, getting an amused chuckle in response. I give my cute mate a loving kiss before sending her off with Sky and Thea. I won't admit it out loud, but even though my Ivy is immortal now, I still don't want to put her safety at risk. Just because she can't die doesn't mean she doesn't feel pain if she gets hurt. And I don't want her to get hurt. Just the thought of my mate being in pain makes my blood boil. Whoever brings harm to my queen will face my wrath. What's our plan now? There's not enough time to prepare for the fight. You know that, Leo says after a while, pulling me out of my thoughts. I know, the warriors are training hard, but I don't want them to be tired when Cornelia comes, so I'm going to cut their training short. They need rest. From what your woman told me, the deads will be here soon, so maybe we won't be heavily outnumbered. That makes sense. Asher texted earlier, saying the guys from our pack will be here in an hour or so. There's 2 more undeads to help, along with a small army of deads. That's good. Some of the warriors from other packs haven't arrived yet, so I'm hoping we'll manage somehow. I don't doubt the skills of the King's Guard, but undeads are not to be taken lightly. They're formidable opponents that are really hard to kill. I'm not sure I like hearing about undeads being killed. My mate is one. Leo winces uncomfortably, making me chuckle. I guess he's right. His mate is an undead, and here I am, talking about killing her kind. Sorry, you're not, Leo counters, giving me a pointed look. You're right, I'm not. It's still difficult for me to accept an undead. I tolerate her, but you can't expect me to like your mate all of a sudden. She's still an undead, a creature made through dark magic with a known potential that could be detrimental for our race. I sigh heavily, leaning against the back of the couch tiredly. If there's one thing I know is that Angel would never betray neither you nor other werewolves. You seem to be forgetting that she has made it to a werewolf and her children are werewolves. That's true, but the same can't be said about other undeads. Yeah, Leo breathes out, frowning in worry. He knows what I'm talking about. Thea may be strong, but she's just one person. With Hunter and the 2 undeads coming here, it's still only for undeads on our side, for against God knows how many. The odds are not exactly in our favor. If only we knew what we're going against. But we don't. And it unnerves me. There are too many unknowns. Too many things can go wrong. What if we lose? What if I lose my mate? My heart thumps thunderously in my chest in fear as I come to the terrifying realization that if something goes wrong, I could lose my Ivy. I shouldn't have brought her here, but I couldn't just leave her in Canada. Both Onyx and I would go crazy without her. We've already seen what being away from Ivy does to us, and in a situation as dire as this one it would be disastrous. We need to stay focused. Once Ivy, Sky and Thea come back from seeing Kate and Ivan, we all go to the kitchen to make dinner. At first I was surprised that both alpha couples want to include me in their plan. Since I'm not their family, I can see that they're all really close, especially Hunter and Thea. Those 2 seem to share some special bond that no one can understand. It's different than the average mother-son connection or the mate bond, or even the witch bond. It's like they have their own little world that only they understand. Maybe it's because they're both undeads. I sit by the island with Ivy on my lap as Leo and Hunter cook. They were adamant about not letting neither Sky nor Thea work on the food, saying that they don't want the women to overwork themselves. I couldn't help but chuckle at them. I don't know if it's just their nurturing nature, or they simply like to spoil their women, but not many wolves allow their mates to do stuff, even if it's something as small as cooking. It's quite amusing to watch, to be honest, but I can't really judge them. I'm exactly the same. If I could, I wouldn't ever let Ivy lift a finger. She should be cherished and pampered, not working. I want to do everything for her, take care of her, spoil her. She's my queen, so she should be treated like one. Sometime during the preparation of the dinner, we're joined by Blake, who walks in with nothing but a pair of sweatpants on. Why the fuck does he always walk around shirtless? You're making dinner? He asks curiously, glancing around the kitchen questioningly. Yeah, wanna help? Leo smirks teasingly, getting a chuckle from the young human. Sure. I watch in pure amusement as the guys cook, while their women stare at them dreamily, sighing occasionally for whatever reason. It's not long before Leah trudges towards us, looking utterly adorable with her disheveled hair and oversized shirt that is clearly Blake's. Now I know why he's shirtless. Lee yearns loudly before going straight to her man. Just when Thea comes back from the pantry and walks up to Leo, it takes all my willpower to not laugh at the two women as they simultaneously wrap their arms around their men, mumbling yummy against their backs. Don't copy me, don't copy me. Both Leah and Thea grumble at each other at the same time. Stop it, they exclaim angrily, making us all laugh. You're annoying, you're annoying. They both mumble sulkily, then snuggle into their men that are clearly trying their hardest not to laugh at them. They really are related. I feel Ivy shake in silent laughter as she watches the spectacle in front of us, and my heart almost melts in love for her. This is the last moment of peace before the upcoming war. We need to make as much of it as we can before it all goes to shit. I catch Thea tense up slightly before she turns to look through the window, with Hunter following her actions right after. They're here, she announces, making me go rigid. Who? Leah asks casually, tasting something from me spoon Blake gives her. The deads, Thea replies, and I can my body literally slump in relief. Hold on. They're not alone. She trails off, squinting at something through the window. What is it, Angel? Leo implores worriedly, but before Thea can answer, Hunter starts laughing loudly. What's funny? The kids are here, and Theo seems to have already noticed his mate.
Chapter 63. Ivy. Thea's sons are here. Really? And she's not even worried. They are her kids. Really? Those idiots. Leo grumbles, turning off the stove before he marches to the front door. Leo, dead. Thea and Hunter call out after him, following him outside. Ren doesn't even hesitate and swiftly picks me up, then leads me to the front porch, keeping my hand in his as we watch Leo berate his sons. Are you out of your minds? Coming here when a war is coming. You don't even have a proper training. How are you going to fight? Leo scolds his three sons, pacing anxiously in front of them as they stand in one line with their heads down. Dad, we just want to help, one of them mutters quietly. Help, Liam, this is a full-blown out war, not some sparring session with the warriors. Leo, stop it, it's too late to send them back now. Thea chuckles, walking up to her kids and engulfing them in hugs one after another. Come on, boys, there's someone you should meet, she tells them with a warm smile. Leah, Blake, she calls out, and just a moment later my friends walk out of the house, joining me and Ren on the porch. What's wrong? Leah frowns worriedly, holding on to Blake's hand. Mom, you never told us you have a sister. One of Thea's sons trails off confusedly. She's not my sister. Luna Kingston chuckles. Leah, these are my sons, Theo, Liam and Jason. Boys, this is Leah. She's my niece and your cousin. And that's Blake, her fiancé. Thea introduces everyone, making the boys gape at my friends in shock. And niece. It's a long story. Now is not the time to go into it. All you need to know is that she's our family. Thea smiles widely. I have to say, the resemblance between you two is uncanny. You could pass for twins, one of the guys comments, his eyes darting between Thea and Leah inquisitively. Thanks, Aiden. I think we need to tell them what's going on, Leo says thoughtfully, glancing at the group of men. Yeah, that would be very appreciated, Aiden retorts. Come in, it's too cold to be staying outside. Thea invites them in the house. I tense up when each and every man bows down to me and Ren as they pass by us. I will never get used to it. We all go to the living room, and I'm immediately pulled onto Ren's lap, as he sits on the armchair by the fireplace. Thea sits with Leo, Sky with Hunter and Leo with Blake, while Aiden and another guy take their seats on the other couch, with everyone else standing behind them by the window. So, what's going on? One of the men asks curiously. A witch wants to kill the king. Thea begins. She has a bunch of undeads with her, and most likely an army of humans. A witch, Aiden exclaims in shock. Yeah, and you'll never guess who she is. Ren grumbles in annoyance. Who? She's Thalia's sister, Ren reveals, getting a bunch of angry growls and mutters from our guests. You've got to be shitting me. Thalia, the same bitch that, the very same, Thea retorts. She and Cornelia, the witch that's coming here, have been planning on assassinating the king for decades, centuries even. The only reason they failed in doing so is because Angel escaped the facility and joined the werewolves. Leo adds, pressing a kiss to his mate's head. How is Beast involved in this? Undeads were created in order to kill Lorenzo. It's a bit too complicated to explain right now. Thea sighs, rubbing her face tiredly. So what now? We've gathered warriors from almost every pack around the country, but not all of them have arrived yet, and we don't have time to wait for them anymore. Cornelia is going to be here tomorrow, with her whole army, Ren explains curtly. How do you know? Aiden questions. Leah told us. I smile at my friend. And how did she know? Aiden pries, making Thea sigh heavily. Leah is a witch, Thea reveals. Won't she tell them what Leah's connection to Thalia is? Oh, the guy's not in understanding. Is there something you're not telling us? One of the men standing by the window asks suspiciously. Yeah, but don't worry, Bray. I'll explain everything after it's all over. Fine then, the guy, Bray, nods slowly. None of the men that came here question us about Cornelia or their plan. They simply agreed to fight alongside us in the upcoming battle. Their loyalty is really admirable, I have to say. Thea invites her sons and the other guys for dinner, but they politely decline, saying they've already eaten on their way here. I almost chuckle when Thea only narrows her eyes at her sons in annoyance. She doesn't say anything, though. Guess she doesn't like it that her sons eat junk food. I don't miss how antsy Theo is, and it takes all my effort to not laugh at him as he keeps glancing out the window. I have no doubt that he's searching for his mate. Thea said he noticed that she's here, but he clearly hasn't met her yet. It must be driving him crazy. It's my first time seeing a werewolf's first encounter with their mate, and I have to say it's endearing. Ren, being the shameless sweetheart he is, doesn't even care about our guests and feeds me my dinner, stealing kisses once in a while. Whenever I try to take the fork from him, he quickly silences me with a kiss, then proceeds to do what he wants. I know he said that wolves like to take care of their mates, and I love it, to be honest, but sometimes I think that he treats me like a baby. He barely lets me do anything. Had I not known him as well as I do, I would have thought he wants to control me, but he doesn't. I know he doesn't. He's just a little overbearing, but it all comes from his love for me. The Dead's this name still gives me the chills. Go to train with the other warriors, saying that they want to see if the wolves have any chance against the undeads heading our way. And Thea and Leo's sons drag Leah and Blake outside, having mentioned something about getting to know their cousin. Thea and Leo also decide to leave, which means I'm now alone with Ren. Only after we're alone does my man shed his tough mask and lets me see how worried he really is. This crisis we're facing is tearing him from the inside. He bears the weight of this war, and every life involved in it on his shoulders, and it's wearing him out. We'll be okay, love, I assure him, rubbing the back of his neck softly as I sit in his lap on the couch, almost blushing at the endearment. It feels kind of strange and unnatural for me to use it, but it brings me so much comfort when Ren says it that I want to return the favor. There are so many things that can go wrong, my love. Anything can happen. Ren murmurs into my hair, holding me tightly as if afraid of letting me go. I know, I mumble, snuggling into his chest, but we have to believe it's all going to be okay. We have so many wolves on our side, a witch, undeads, and even two immortals. I know I'm not skilled when it comes to fighting, but I'm not weak anymore. I can feel that I'm much stronger now, and I know I can take someone down. But I don't want you to fight. I've never wanted to involve you in this. You're my queen. You shouldn't be dragged into this bloody mess. Exactly, Ren, I say sternly. I'm your queen. My place is by your side. I'm not letting you bear this burden on your own. I cup his face and stare straight into his golden eyes, to let him see how serious I am. But you could get hurt, he BMONS in despair. I know that I can't let you deal with this on your own, I tell him, leaning my cheek against his chest. You're more stubborn than I expected. Ren chuckles amusedly, kissing my head. Get used to it, I grin, snuggling into him. This is our last moment of peace. Who knows if we'll get a chance to do this again. My queen. The rest of the day is spent making plans of action for when Cornelia comes here. We talk to the warriors about who's going to be at the front line, who's going to fight the undeads, and so on. Ren explains that Leah and Blake are our support, and that they have rifles with special bullets. At first, everyone was surprised that Ren is allowing humans to fight with us. But when Leah revealed that she's a witch, they shut up. I was really surprised by how calm they were about it, almost as if they don't care about my friend being a magical creature. Because there's no other way to describe her. She's truly extraordinary. After the meeting with all warriors, including the dads and Thea and Leo's sons, Ren takes me back to the house, heading straight to the bedroom we've been using. We take a long hot shower, then go to bed to get some rest before the battle. I can tell how agitated Ren is, and it really hurts to see him so shaken up. He's been eerily quiet for the last few hours, but I think I know exactly why. He's thinking about the upcoming battle, just like everyone else. My sweet man and I are currently lying in bed, facing each other as we're hidden under the duvet. I keep tracing my fingers over Ren's chest and he plays with my hair, staring deeply into my eyes. This can be our last night together. Just when I'm about to go to sleep, a sudden crash resounds through the house. In a split second, both Ren and I are on our feet, rushing down the hall to the living room, where we find none other than Thea fighting against an unknown wolf. It takes me less than half a second to come to the most horrifying realization. Cornelia lied to Leah. They're not coming here tomorrow. They're here now.
Chapter 64, Third Person POV. The war has officially begun when a rogue wolf attacked the house where the king and other alphas have been staying at. He stormed inside, intending to get to Lorenzo's mate, but his ambush was quickly stopped when Thea got in his way. The undead Luna immediately stopped the wolf and easily killed him, not even caring about getting any information from him. Who the fuck was that? Lorenzo questions suspiciously, holding onto his mate in pure despair, shielding her from the scene in front of them. A rogue. I heard him run here. Thea snarls furiously, panting in anger as she stands over the dead body of the assailant. Fuck, the king yells, his voice mixing with his wolf's as his blood boils in fury. What's going on? The group is quickly joined by the human couple, both frantic with worry. Leah glances around the room before her eyes set on the dead wolf on the floor. It's not one of our men, is it? She asks knowingly. No. Shit. The young human hisses angrily. They were supposed to come here tomorrow, she exclaims. You know what it means, right? Ivy asks gently, glancing at her friends worriedly. Cornelia lied. That fucking bitch. Leah easily connects the dots, snarling in anger. I'm thinking the same. Lorenzo, we have to get everyone ready. Who knows how many of them are here? Thea states seriously, giving the king a meaningful look. I know, Lorenzo retorts, then turns to his woman. Stay here with Thea, my love. I'll go see the others and I'll be right back, he orders, barely stopping himself from grabbing his mate and hiding her somewhere, away from the mayhem. Okay, Ivy agrees readily, easily catching onto her man's agitation. She knows better than to argue with him when it comes to her safety. She knows that he just wants what's best for her. Lorenzo rushes outside, with Leo and Hunter right behind him, only to see the warriors already waiting for their orders, clearly having heard the commotion in the Alpha's house. Your Majesty, the men are ready, Aiden states, proudly standing in front of the deads, who have already gotten their weapons and are prepared to face the enemy. How did that rogue pass the border patrol? Lorenzo snarls, both worried and suspicious about the warriors that were supposed to keep an eye on the Pax border. We don't know. Asher sighs heavily, but I'm thinking that he somehow knew about the schedule. There's a 2-minute interval between the rotations, so I'm guessing that's when he slipped through. But in order to know that, he would have to watch us. Leo wonders out loud. Or someone else watched. Cornelia has the gift of clairvoyance. She could have easily seen when to attack. Hunter adds. It doesn't matter now. Get everyone ready. We don't have time to waste on pointless banter. They can attack any time now. Lorenzo commands, then storms back to the house to see his mate. Ivy keeps pacing anxiously around the living room as she waits for her man to come back, not even bothering to acknowledge Thea or Sky talking to her. The only people that don't pay attention to the young queen are Leah and Blake. They're too busy assembling their rifles and checking their bullet supplies. The two of them are so focused on their task that they don't even notice Lorenzo and the other two alphas coming back. Lorenzo doesn't even bother saying anything when he comes back to the house and instead snatches his mate off the floor and cradles her small frame to his body, taking in her scent to calm his wolf. "Don't leave me, no matter what," he growls into Ivy's neck, holding her tightly in his trembling arms. It's the first time in his whole life that he's felt so terrified. He could lose his mate, his queen, the very reason of his existence. "I won't," Ivy assures, pressing a small kiss to her man's cheek as she strokes his head softly. "Lorenzo, there are more of them coming," Thea exclaims suddenly, staring through the window. "How far away are they?" The king grumbles, tightening his hold on his mate. "They're at the border. The patrol is heavily outnumbered and they're retreating. They're bringing the fight here," Thea explains, straining her ears to hear the approaching army. "We're taking the roof," Blake states curtly before running upstairs with Leah hot on his tail, both of them fully loaded with weapons and spare clips of special silver bullets. No one bothers to reply to the human, knowing that there's no use of doing so. Lorenzo gently sets his woman on the ground and tells her to get ready before the army arrives. Even in such a dire situation, he cares more about his mate's well-being than himself. Thea is the first one to leave the Alpha's house, followed by Leo, Hunter and Sky as they join the Deads. "How long till they arrive?" Leo asks worriedly, cracking his neck to ease the tension in his muscles. "A minute at most," Thea grumbles before turning to the Deads. "Deads, this is war. Take no prisoners," she yells out commandingly, getting a chorus of "Yes, ma'am," in response. It takes mere seconds for the patrolling wolves to reach the huge clearing in front of the Alpha's house, and by then most of the warriors have already joined the Kingstons and their squad. The three wolves that have managed to survive the enemy's ambush rush towards their allies, seeking both safety and help. They had no idea that Cornelia has literally hundreds of men at her command that are just waiting for her signal to attack. They didn't expect to be shot at with silver darts by human hunters. They didn't anticipate the enemy to be so treacherous and attack in secret, especially after announcing their arrival so openly to the young white witch that their king brought with him. They all should have known better than to trust the words of a deceitful witch. Maybe then they would be ready. The three survivors are closely followed by a bunch of wolves, which are quickly and quietly taken down by the young human on the roof of the Alpha's house. Leah has impeccable aim and easily kills every wolf she shoots. The sudden action stops the intruders dead in their tracks. They glance around in search of the people shooting at them, but that moment of hesitation is all Thea needs. The undead queen doesn't waste a second in, using her exceptional skills, kills off the remaining wolves that Leah didn't take down. In less than a minute, a pile of dead bodies covers the ground, with blood pooling underneath the corpses. The sight is horrific, but none of the king's allies are bothered by it. They've seen such scenes many times. But Ivy hasn't. The moment she steps out of the house and sees the carnage in front of her, she nearly faints as her stomach turns in disgust. Never has she witnessed such brutality. The enemies were literally ripped into pieces that are currently strewn around the whole clearing. They're coming from both sides. "Babe," Blake informs his woman as he looks at the woods behind the Alpha's house through the scope of his rifle. "Damn it," Leah grumbles. "I'm covering Ivy." "It's okay. I've got your six. The guys down there need to know about this." Leah sighs heavily, unknowingly catching Thea's attention. "What's wrong, Angel?" Leo asks when he sees his mate turn towards the house, staring up at the roof where the humans are. "They're coming from both sides," Thea retorts, listening into Leah and Blake's conversation. "Are you sure? Blake just said he can see almost 100 men approaching from the south," Aiden adds, tensing up in anticipation. "Where the fuck is Lorenzo?" Thea snarls, her eyes flashing red as she unleashes her undead side. "He shifted and went out through the back," Ivy informs. "He said something felt suspicious. I was going to join Leah and Blake on the roof, but I don't know how to shoot. I'd only get in their way. I'll probably get in your way too, though." She trails off unsurely, dropping her gaze to the ground to avoid seeing the contempt in everyone's eyes. You don't need much skill to fight rabid wolves. Just slam your body into them and break their bones, then let someone finish them off. You'll be okay. We've got you covered, and so has Leah. Thea responds offhandedly, concentrating on listening into her surroundings. Shit, there's a lot of them. She grumbles when she catches the sound of loud footsteps heading their way. We have to split. Aiden intercepts worriedly. There's no one out back. I know, Thea retorts. Take as many as you want. We'll be fine here. She smiles reassuringly, getting a nod in response before Aiden gestures at a bunch of warriors to follow him. As the king's army splits and gets ready for their enemy's arrival, Onyx sprints through the woods in search of the very person responsible for all of this, Cornelia. Hopefully, once the witch dies, her army will disperse. Hopefully. But killing the witch is not the only reason why Onyx decided to deal with the witch himself. He doesn't want to give that vile woman a chance to get close to his little queen. He doesn't want his mate to see him become the very thing he swore not to become. A monster. It's time to release all the darkness that's been trapped inside him for thousands of years. It's time to release his inner beast. It's time to make the whole world see that no one is allowed to threaten his queen. Onyx throws a furtive glance at the small army approaching the house he's just left, nearly growling in frustration when he realizes that his allies are seriously outnumbered. He can only hope that both his queen and the other companions will manage to win. He trusts Thea and Leah to keep his mate safe, so he concentrates on finding the witch. With a frustrated growl, Onyx runs towards the source of the sickly sweet smell that caught his attention the moment everyone left the house he and his mate have been at. He immediately recognized the smell as none other than Cornelia. Only a dark witch can smell so sweet and repulsive at the same time. But even though Onyx was sure that he smelled Cornelia, it's not her that greets him when he reaches the source of the stench. I knew you'd come. Armstrong smirks evilly, glaring at the king with blood-red eyes, wearing a coat that reeks of a dark witch. Onyx shifts into his human form, absolutely unashamed about his nudity as he addresses the man in front of him. You. He growls furiously. You hurt my mate. The king roars before shifting back and charging at his enemy. Chapter 65, Third Person POV. The king's allies are waiting anxiously for their enemies to arrive. Aiden, Asher and their group of 50 warriors are in the back of the Alpha's house, while Ivy, the Kingstons, the Deads and the remaining 20 warriors are in the front, right where an army of almost 200 men is heading. The Alliance has no idea what force they're about to face, but they're not worried. With 4 undeads on their side, one of them being a hybrid, 2 snipers on the roof, one of them being a white witch that has acquired powers of her ancestor, and an immortal queen, they feel more powerful than a bunch of rogues and humans that are heading their way. Leah's reveal about her identity has brought nothing but assurance for the wolves sent to aid the king in the war. They felt that the young girl was not an average human, but it was only after she informed them about her witch ancestry did they understand who she really was. Ivy stands stiffly next to Thea, waiting for the enemy to come in pure fear. Never having taken part in a fight, much less a war, she can feel she's much stronger than she used to be, but she has no idea how strong she really is. It took her by surprise when she unintentionally used her inhuman speed to go to the bathroom earlier, nearly running into the wall. She crossed the big room she and Lorenzo have been staying at in the blink of an eye. That thundering heart of yours is driving me crazy. Thea chuckles amusedly, throwing a teasing glance at the young queen beside her. Sorry, Ivy sighs shakily. I'm just anxious. I can tell, but there's nothing to be afraid of. We won't let you die, Thea responds. But before she can say anything more, a deafening growl resounds through the area. A growl that belongs to none other than the king. Onyx charges at the man in front of him with murderous intent, pinning the man to the ground in a split second and tearing into his neck. Which is a mistake on his part. Armstrong anticipates the move and lets the king attack him, knowing that he will go for the neck like he'd do with a normal werewolf. That one mistake is all Armstrong needs. He slams his fist into Onyx's muzzle, breaking it in one hit and making the king stumble slightly. His newfound strength that came with becoming an undead is all he needs to destroy the Alpha King. Or so he thinks. Armstrong's hit does nothing but infuriate Onyx. The huge wolf growls lowly then bites onto Jake's head, his jaw already healed after the punch, keeping the newly made undead in his jaws. He starts shaking his head as if playing with a chew toy, dislocating Jake's joints one by one as he yells in pain. Once the king is satisfied with the amount of pain inflicted on the 𝒂𝒂𝒏, he slams Jake's body on the ground and, keeping him still with his paw, drags his canines over the old Alpha's head, cracking his skull open. Onyx doesn't feel completely pleased with this. Yet, he wants Armstrong to die the most painful death. Well, he wanted to. With his mate on the front lines, he doesn't want to waste time in killing the arrogant Alpha that dared hurt his queen. He needs to get back to Ivy as soon as possible. In order to do that, he needs to get rid of Armstrong. The undead Alpha doesn't even have time to react when the king mercilessly scratches at his chest, ripping his skin open and breaking his bones as he digs for the heart. It's not long before Onyx finds what he's been looking for and rips it out of Jake's chest with his teeth, growling in satisfaction as his enemy's wide red eyes slowly lose the spark in them, leaving only 2 empty voids behind. With a loud howl, the king announces his triumph over the enemy, making all the rogues cower in fear at the power in his voice. That momentarily weakness is what tips the scale in favor of the alliance. Heavily outnumbered by Cornelia's forces, the king's allies were forced on the defense, doing their best to kill as many wolves charging at them as possible. However, Cornelia predicted that moment and got prepared for it. As soon as the fight ensued, Cornelia gave an order for the hunters to take down the strongest members of the alliance, Thea and Hunter. The hunters were to shoot them down with silver, but before they could get even one dart pointed at the 2 undeads, they were shot by Leah. She immediately recognized the men as humans and quickly changed the clip in her rifle for regular bullets, then shot the tattooed hunters with sniper-like precision. Leah and Blake joining the alliance is something Cornelia didn't predict, and that's what becomes her downfall. The witch didn't anticipate the humans' involvement and watches helplessly as her men fall down one by one, taken down by clear shots to their heads. The witch gets increasingly more furious as she sees how easily the king's allies overpower her army and decides to intervene. She's been hiding for far too long. Using her powers, Cornelia creates rain to hide her scent from the wolves, then stalks towards the Alpha's house, sneaking past the fight skillfully. As a witch controlling the water element, she's undetectable in rain and can easily hide in plain sight without anyone noticing her. Cornelia manages to enter the Alpha's house and heads straight to the roof to deal with the snipers, whose identity she still doesn't know. Another thing she doesn't notice is Ivy following her. The young queen has noticed the strangely looking woman that eerily resembles Leah and decided to follow her to see what she's up to. Until now, she's been fighting off some wolves that tried to attack her, although clumsily due to her lack of experience and skill. But now that the witch has finally showed herself, she wants to do something more than just stand back and watch others fight her war. It's not just about Lorenzo anymore. As his queen, it's her fight too. And she will be damned if she lets the witch hurt those close to her. Cornelia, too focused on finding the way to the roof, doesn't even bother looking around her to see if there's anyone following her. She doesn't notice the young immortal that rushes after her. She doesn't see the murderous intent in Ivy's eyes as she plans the witch's death. It takes only a flick of Cornelia's wrist to open the latch leading onto the roof before she steps outside, only to nearly gasp in shock when she sees the 2 humans. Mates. The witch immediately notices the couple's bond. They're mated, and the young female lying on the roof is a white witch. A white witch with Talia's mark on her. Shit, this is the worst. Unaware of what's going on in the house, Thea struggles against 2 undeads that ganged up on her. They are clearly brothers, since they look exactly the same, but due to their strength, the beast is forced on defense. She tries her hardest to keep the fight away from Ivy, as it's clear that she is the target of the men. The young queen grew on the undead in the short time they spent together, and Thea will be damned if she lets the witch's men get to her. One of the men manages to grab onto Thea's shirt and throw her away, making her crash against the wall of the house and land right in the living room. Both of the enemy undeads she's been fighting charge at her at the same time to finish her off. But before they even reach her, she's back on her feet and ready to fight. But then she suddenly goes completely still, shocked by the scent she can smell out of the blue. A witch. A witch. Cornelia. Shit, Thea exclaims, then rushes upstairs, following the trail Cornelia left behind. The rain masked her scent outside, but in the house, she had no protection, and her distinctive, disgustingly sweet smell is all over the house. And it's not the only one. Ivy is here too. As Thea runs to the roof, The two undeads follow right behind her, also sensing their leader here and the king's mate, their target. It's not even a minute before the roof gets crowded. Cornelia, noticing her men approach, gives them a discreet order to seize both the human boy and the king's mate before Thea can get her. In a mere second, Blake and Ivy are grabbed by the undeads and used as shields against Leah and Thea. Move and they die. Cornelia snarls when she sees Thea getting ready to attack. You wouldn't want that, would you? She taunts evilly, smirking smugly at the panicked look on Leah's face. Blake. The human screams in fear when the undead holding her man down tightens his arms around him. It's fine, babe, I'm okay. Blake tries to soothe, not even struggling against the enemy. You Fu King bitch, I'll rip you to shreds. Leah sneers at the smug woman in front of her, pointing her rifle right at her head. Shoot me and they both die. Cornelia laughs manically. Cornelia, Onyx roars furiously as he runs back to the house, having smelled his mate on the roof. Her scent is mixed with the rotten stench of the undead, which means that his queen is not alone. Shit, he's here already. Cornelia panics slightly before facing her captives again as Onyx jumps onto the roof and gets in front of her. Don't even try, King. I can have your mate killed in a second, she warns when the furious wolf growls at her. I will Fu King kill you. I know you will. I'm not afraid of death, but I won't go down alone. I'll take either your or that witch's mate with me. Cornelia laughs sinisterly. I can break both of you forever, unless you let me go. Let you go? You're Fu King deluded. You threaten my man and you think I'll let that go? Leah yells furiously, keeping her gun pointed at Cornelia's head. The two undeads that hold onto Blake and Ivy step towards Cornelia, then turn to face the king and his allies, both smirking smugly when they realize they have the three most deadly people in their grasp. None of them can make a move in fear of their mates' lives. Both Leah and Onyx are shaking in fury at the sight of two undeads holding their loved ones, while Thea tries to think of a way to get the two captives out of the enemy's hold, but there's no opening. Cornelia's plan is foolproof. One wrong move and both mates will be dead. Choose. Cornelia smirks smugly, glaring at Leah with pure hatred. What? Leah frowns confusedly, lowering her gun. Choose. Your mate or his. The witch gestures at Onyx with her head, chuckling quietly when Leah's eyes widen in shock as she recoils. Leah's eyes dart between Blake and Ivy as she tries to come to terms with what the witch has just asked her. Choose? She's supposed to save one and damn the other? How is she supposed to make that choice? Why her? Chapter 66. Third person POV. Choose. Between Blake and Ivy. What kind of choice is that? Come on, darling, don't leave us hanging. Cornelia taunts smugly, casually walking back and forth in front of her captives. As she passes by Blake, she gently caresses his face, making him recoil in disgust. He's handsome. It's actually a pity to kill him. She chuckles when Leah raises her gun again and points it at her. Don't you Fu King put your hands on him. The young human warns deadly, keeping her rifle pointed straight at the witch's head. Territorial, are we? Touch him again and you'll see for yourself. Leah, calm down. It's not just about Blake. Lorenzo tries to pacify the young witch, absolutely terrified for his mate's safety. One wrong move and his queen will die. Yet here he is, unable to do anything to save her. Don't tell me to calm down, Lorenzo. It only pisses me off. Leah retorts harshly, shaking in fury. Lorenzo can only sigh at this, knowing it's no use agitating the girl. She has her finger right on the trigger and it can take one word for her to snap. That's why Onyx decided to step back and let his human deal with this situation. He's more composed of the two of them. What do you say, darling? Cornelia laughs. Your mate, or the king? It's time to pick a side. Where does your loyalty lie? With the man you chose or with the werewolves? Why are you making me do this? Leah groans in annoyance. Because you're a witch, and a Devereaux. Your loyalty should lie with your kind, not the wolves. What does that have to do with anything? Are you out of your mind? Just because I'm a witch doesn't mean I'm on your side. Leah takes a threatening step towards Cornelia, instantly regretting her move when the undead holding Blake tightens his hands around him, making her man grunt in pain. Do that again and I'll blow your brains out. She turns to the undead with murderous glare. It's okay, baby, I'm all right. Blake soothes when he sees how agitated his woman is. It's not Fu King okay. Leah grumbles. He's hurting you. Ulrich, don't play with him, just keep him still, Cornelia tells the undead, making Lorenzo stare at the guy in shock. Ulrich? Like Thea's father? The son of the first undead? He's being too still. He doesn't even struggle. The undead mumbles in annoyance. That's because you stink. I feel like I'm held by a dead rotten dog. Blake scoffs, giving his girl a pointed look, which she instantly understands. He smells rotten. He's a wolf undead. Leah manages to keep herself from smirking when she catches onto Blake's words and points her gun at the other undead that's keeping a tight hold on Ivy. She doesn't want anyone to notice what Blake is doing. I see you've made your choice, Cornelia taunts with an amused smirk. Leah, Thea exclaims in shock. Are you seriously going to sacrifice your man? The young witch doesn't respond to that and simply keeps her gun pointed at the enemy. Lorenzo can't help but gape at her in astonishment. He was sure Leah would choose to save Blake, yet here she is, letting go of her man in order to save his mate. Cornelia watches suspiciously as Leah turns to Ulrich's son, pointing her rifle at him. There's something wrong about how easy the witch gave up on saving her mate after being so protective of him. Something's not right, but she doesn't know what. It all happens in mere seconds. Blake sneakily points his handgun that he kept hidden all this time at the undead's leg. He shoots the guy behind him in his thigh. Leah pulls the trigger and shoots the other undead in the head. The two undeads drop to the ground. Thea lunges at Cornelia. Lorenzo rushes to his mate and pulls her into his chest. Blake quickly steps away from Ulrich and goes to his girl, crushing her to his body with force, making her drop her gun as she clutches onto him with pure desperation. They both could have lost each other so easily. You King whore, you'll pay for this, Leah yells as she pulls away from Blake's chest, glaring at Cornelia murderously as she struggles against Thea's hold. Thea, let go of her, she warns, getting a shocked look from her aunt before she jumps away, just as a huge lightning hits the witch with pinpoint accuracy. Lorenzo stares at the young human in astonishment as she sends one lightning after another into Cornelia's body, burning her with no remorse. It takes 6 consecutive hits for the witch to die. But it's not only her that meets her end. The king's allies all watch in stunned silence as the enemies they've been fighting against until a moment ago drop dead all at once the very moment a lightning hits the roof of the Alpha's house for the 6th time. What just happened? Hunter questions suspiciously, panting in exertion as he recovers after the fight he's just had against the undead that came with the witch. I've got no idea, Leo responds, shaking his head incredulously, but I have a strange feeling there's something going on that we don't know about. He sighs, turning his gaze to the house behind him. Your mother's not here. No, she's not. Hunter frowns confusedly then turns towards the house, straining his ears to listen to what's going on there. She's up there with the royals and the humans. Leah is your cousin, technically speaking. Leo chuckles amusedly. Right. Oh boy, the twins will have a field day once they hear about it. True. The two alphas sigh heavily as they stare at the house then turn back to the battlefield, which is now filled with hundreds of dead bodies. Guys, you okay? The Kingstons are soon joined by frantic Aiden, who is as stunned as everyone else about the sudden phenomenon. We're fine, Leo answers casually. Oh shit, it happened here too. Aiden glances around the field with wide eyes then sighs deeply. Yeah, they all just dropped. You think it has something to do with those lightnings that struck the house a moment ago? Aiden implores curiously, glancing at the Alpha's house. It's probable. Only those up there know what happened. Lorenzo keeps his mate in his arms as he stares at the charred remains of the witch and the two undeads, completely flabbergasted about what just happened here. One moment Thea has the witch pinned down, the next a series of lightnings hits the woman and kills her, and then the undeads suddenly fall down, burned into nothing. Almost as if they're all connected. With a worried frown, the king turns to his mate, ignoring the gory sight in front of him. There's no use dwelling on what happened. What matters is that the witch is dead now and there's no more threat to his queen's life. Are you okay, my love? Lorenzo asks quietly, cupping Ivy's face gently to make her look at him. I'm not sure. It all happened so fast. But I think I'm okay. Ivy breathes out shakily, trembling in Lorenzo's arms as she clutches onto him in fear. The king doesn't say anything and just holds his mate in a secure embrace, kissing her head and rubbing her back soothingly. Was that you? Thea asks after a while. looking at Leah inquisitively. The young human only lets out a breath and snuggles into her man's chest, relishing the feeling of having his warm body against hers. Yeah. How did you do that? I told you I learned how to use my witch powers. I just couldn't control them. I may have gone too far, though. I wanted the bitch to suffer before dying, but she just made me so mad. Right. Your power is lightning. Thea nods in understanding. It's no use getting into this, so I'll see what's going on with the others. They might need help. She walks over to the edge of the roof and jumps off, landing gracefully on the field right beside Leo. You killed them all already? The undead queen questions curiously when she notices the piles of dead bodies scattered around the area. Not really, Leo responds, pulling his mate into his arms. When that lightning hit, they all just dropped dead. What happened up there? He asks worriedly. Cornelia happened. She somehow sneaked into the house, got to the roof, then took Blake and Ivy hostage and told Leah to choose who to save. And the lightning? Theo questions as he walks up to his parents, bare-chested and covered in blood, having fought in his wolf form the whole time. That's on Leah. She got pissed that Cornelia threatened her man's life. I have no idea how, but they somehow made a plan in just a moment and took down both Ulrich and the other guy in mere seconds. I caught Blake take out his handgun and shoot Ulrich while Leah shot the other man. I'm guessing it was because of their special bullets. 'Cause the two Fuckers didn't heal like they should have. I pinned the witch down, but Leah told me to let go of her and then the lightning struck. It took only a few to kill Cornelia, but when it all calmed down, we saw that both undeads were dead too. But they weren't hit, were they? Leo implores suspiciously. No, that's what confuses me. Maybe they were all connected to the witch. Theo wonders out loud. They all have the same mark on their necks, he points out, making both Thea and Leo look at the bodies lying around. Those who fought in their wolf forms shifted back to their human bodies now, as all werewolves do when they die. The reason for it is unknown, but when a werewolf dies, they never stay as a wolf. They always shift back into humans. Shit, you're right. They have the same mark that those guys we caught months ago. The ancient Alpha King emblem. Thea breathes out, frowning thoughtfully. We should talk to the king about it. Maybe he knows something, Leo suggests. Yeah, but not now. He almost lost his mate. Let's give them a moment. The Kingstons and the Deads walk around the area and check the fallen rogues for any signs of life. But they come up empty. All 300 warriors that came here with Cornelia, both wolves and humans, are dead, burned to ashes. It's like they died the same way Cornelia did. But that's not important anymore. What matters is that it's all over. The threat is gone. The war is over after just one short battle. It's time to deal with the aftermath.
Chapter 67, Ivy. I stay in Ren's arms as he hugs me on the roof, just taking in his soothing presence greedily. I had a suspicion that Cornelia could actually be my mother, but seeing it with my own eyes still hurt. Not to mention the undead that kept a hold on me earlier. It was my dad, but he didn't even acknowledge me as he held on to me. Neither of them did, almost as if I was nothing but a speck of dust. On one hand, I'm sad that I meant so little to them in the long run, but on the other, it gave me the closure I so desperately needed. Had my parents had any feelings for me, felt any remorse for trying to use me to bring Ren down, I would have thought about giving them a chance. But since they didn't do any of that, I don't even feel bad about them dying. They deserved everything that happened to them. My love, are you all right? Ren asks quietly, stroking my head softly. I'm okay now, I tell him truthfully, having come to terms with what just happened moments ago. Leah literally struck Cornelia with lightning and burned her to death. What surprised me was that both undeads that kept me and Blake still got burned too. It's like they were connected to Cornelia and her death meant theirs too. Are you sure, my queen? Tell me the truth, Ren pries worriedly, cupping my face gently to look into my eyes. I'm all right, really, I assure him, then nearly gasped in shock and sudden realization. Ren, what about the others? What's going on? I try to pull away from my man's hold, but he's having none of it and swiftly picks me up into his arms, cradling me against his chest as he walks to the edge of the roof. What the hell? He murmurs in pure confusion, staring at the sight in front of us. There are countless bodies strewn around the field, charred beyond recognition, just like Cornelia and the two undeads. That's weird. They're all dead. I whip my head at the sound of Thea's voice, as she jumps onto the roof. She just jumped here. What? Ren exclaims in shock. They're all dead. Thea repeats seriously. Leo said that they all dropped dead the moment the last lightning hit the witch. So they're all connected. That's what I'm thinking. We have to do something about the bodies. The humans might get suspicious about the sudden disappearances. I'll deal with it. It's not an issue. Any casualties on our side? Ren is already in his king mode, ready to deal with the aftermath. Fu, but only the guards that were caught during their patrol. There are some injured, though, and that's why I'm here. Thea explains curtly, then turns to Leah, who's still snuggled into Blake, ignoring everything around her. Sweetie, I don't want to bother you, but we've got some injured and we could use your help. The undead Luna frowns worriedly, seemingly uncomfortable. Okay, Leah mumbles, pulling away from Blake's chest. Can you get them all to the clinic? I'll be right there. Are you sure you're okay? I ask quietly, getting a small reassuring smile from my friend. Yeah, this is more important. She sighs heavily, then pulls Blake with her to the hatch that leads downstairs. She seems to be absolutely exhausted, yet she still thinks about others. Unbelievable. Ren follows our friend's lead and takes me downstairs, heading straight to the bedroom we've been using. Let's put you to bed, my love, and then I'll go see the others. Okay, he asks softly, kissing my head. No, I tell him sternly, making his eyes widen a little in surprise. No, he parrots incredulously, tilting his head adorably in confusion. No, I'm going with you. I'm your mate, my place is beside you. I reiterate, glaring at him seriously. Ren stops in his tracks, standing in the hallway with me still perched on his arm. He stares at me silently for a moment, then smiles lovingly, kissing me deeply before turning around and marching outside, heading straight to Leo and Hunter, as they talk to some of the men from the King's Guard. Your Majesties, the guards bow down in greeting, while Leo and Hunter just nod. What's the situation? We've gotten all the men working on gathering the bodies. I'm thinking that we should burn them all at once. Vince explains shortly. Agreed, Ren nods. The witch and the two undeads are on the roof. Get someone to pick up their bodies and burn them as soon as possible. I don't want any surprises. Cornelia is a dark witch, who knows what she's really capable of. Yes, sir. Vince nods, then beckons at two guards that were with him and goes to the house. Angel told us what happened, Leo says after the guards leave. How are you holding up? He frowns worriedly as he stares at me. I'm okay. It was shocking, but I'll be fine. I smile reassuringly. You're really stronger than you look. Leo chuckles amusedly and I smile shyly. I'm not sure if I really deserve such kind words. I haven't really done anything praiseworthy. How's Leah? I hadn't seen her. Hunter implores curiously, glancing around. She went to the clinic to see the injured. Without a real doctor here, she's the only one who can heal them. Ren explains, taking one last look around the field, then goes towards the clinic, most likely to see the injured wolves. I'm still Saturday on Ren's arm as he enters the small building, trying my best to ignore the looks I get from the wolves we pass on our way. They seem to find amusement in watching my man carry me around like a toddler. The moment we walk in the big room in the clinic, we're met by the sight of over a dozen men lying on the beds on both sides of the room, with Lee checking on them one after another while Blake watches her worriedly. I understand why he's concerned. Leah looks like she's about to collapse from exhaustion. How are they doing? Ren asks quietly, looking at the men with a small worried frown. They'll be okay, but there are few that are seriously hurt, so I'm going to stay here. Leah answers casually, connecting an IV to one of the men's arm. Why? I implore curiously. I'm a little lost. So I can heal them. What? I don't get it. I can't just put my hands on them and heal them instantaneously. My power, Leah makes air quotes with her fingers, doesn't work like that. In order for me to heal someone, I need to either treat them or stay with them, depending on the severity of their injury, she explains. Oh, I nod in understanding. Ren only sighs quietly, then wordlessly sets me on the floor, making me look at him questioningly. I'll go get her a chair or something. She's about to collapse, he tells me through the mind link, and I smile at his thoughtfulness. With a short nod, I release my hold on Ren's hand and let him leave, getting a curious look from both Thea and Blake. Only Leah ignores me, too busy treating one of the guards. I may be wrong, but I think I see her glow. It's like her mere presence is healing the guys. Ren comes back after about a minute and casually puts the big comfy armchair by the window, gesturing at Leah to take a seat. You look like you're going to faint. Sit down and get some rest. If you have to simply stay here in order to heal them, then you should at least be comfortable, my man explains when he sees Leah's confused look. Thanks, my friend groans tiredly, walking slowly to the chair and plopping down onto it with a heavy sigh, immediately curling up in it. I catch Blake's sad snot before he goes to his girl, picks her up and sits down, holding Leah's body close to his chest, kissing her head softly. I'm guessing you're staying here, too, Thea inquires amusedly. Of course I am, Blake deadpans, wrapping his arms tightly around his girl. Fine then. Notify me if anything changes, Ren says seriously before picking me up again and carrying me out once. He gets a nod from our friend. What's on your mind, Lorenzo? Thea asks suspiciously as she follows us out of the clinic. Cornelia. What about her? Aren't you even a bit suspicious about her connection to the others? They all died the exact moment she did. True. It's weird, but Thea said that all the men from Cornelia's army had the same tattoo on their necks. It was the ancient emblem of the Alpha King. Like the one on the men that harassed me and Leah at the club. I gasp. Yeah, and it's also the same mark that the guys that attacked the packs had, Thea sighs heavily. So what are you saying? Ren implores seriously. What if that mark meant something? What if that's the thing that connected them all? My man nods, an understanding that would make sense. But we still can't be sure. I'll have to see that to know if there's any trace of Cornelia's magic on those men. You can do that, Thea wonders in surprise. Magic always leaves a trace. Everyone affected by Dark Witch's magic carries the witch's smell, especially if the witch cast a spell on them, Ren explains patiently, getting a nod from Thea. I hadn't thought of that, actually. I'll go around and take a whiff of the guys. Not to brag, but my nose is much better than yours. Thea chuckles amusedly then disappears in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for my sharp senses, I would have missed her running off. That's how fast she is. I lean my head against Ren's shoulder tiredly, playing with the short hair on the back of his head, absent-mindedly as he walks towards the house. Leah is healing the warriors. Thea is looking for any traces of Cornelia's magic, and the men are gathering the bodies to burn them. Ren says quietly with a sigh, I guess that leaves me with taking care of my mate. Right. He turns to me with a small smile, kissing my head softly. I give him a smirk, knowing exactly what he's getting at. I guess so, but don't think you're going to get off easily. You still have to tell me where you went earlier. I know. Ren kisses my head again. I wouldn't even dare to think about hiding this from you, he says, and I grin happily at him, stroking his head lovingly. Good boy.
Chapter 68. Lorenzo. After I took my sweet queen to our bedroom, we took a long shower together, washing away both the dirt we got on us and the worries that plagued our minds. The hot water helped my mate calm down and made her quite sleepy, which is why I wanted to put her to sleep, but all it got me was a harsh glare. Ivy did not like the idea of taking a nap at all. It took all my willpower to not gather her in my arms and kissing her senseless at the sight of her adorable scowl. She's so fucking cute when she's angry. Since my sweet queen didn't want to leave me, I've decided to take her with me to the clinic to check on the injured. It's been an hour since they were brought to the infirmary and I'm worried about them. I have never seen Leah heal anyone, so who knows if she can save them. With Ivy's hand in mine, I walk towards the clinic, throwing a furtive glance at Thea as she goes from one dead body to another, doing God knows what to them. I don't even want to know what she's doing. That woman is from another world, I swear. When we reach the room where all the injured warriors are lying, we're met by a sight straight from a fairy tale. Blake is sitting in the armchair, with brightly glowing Leah cradled in his arms, while the warriors from the King's Guard and other packs sit on their beds, letting the witch's aura heal them. How the hell is Blake so calm when his woman is literally glowing as being me? I guess that at this point, it doesn't matter to him what Leah does. Your Majesties, the warriors greet simultaneously, bowing their heads in greeting. Quiet, Blake hisses before I can even respond. Glaring at the man, you wake her up, he grumbles, covering Leah's ear with his hand, pressing her head to his chest. Sorry, Cade chuckles, looking at the young witch with pure amusement. How are you guys doing? I ask seriously, still not releasing Ivy's hand from mine as I walk up closer to the men. We're doing much better, Your Majesty, Cade responds. Whatever she's doing is working miracles. I'm completely healed already. He gestures at Leah with his head. The only ones that are still not healed fully are those three. Ivan adds, but considering how fast they're getting better, it won't take long for them to be back on their feet. That's good to hear. I nod then turn to Blake. How are you not freaked out? I questioned curiously, getting a hard squeeze on my hand from Ivy. Don't be mean, she scolds me through the mind link, almost making me chuckle in amusement. About what? Blake tilts his head in confusion, frowning at me. Your woman is literally glowing if you haven't noticed. I point at Leah's body that shines brightly enough to lighten up the whole room. I know, Blake shrugs casually, so what? Do you seriously think I'd be surprised by anything at this point? My girl is a witch. She struck another witch with lightning. She is immune to fire, and she has acquired her great-grandmother's power through a dream. He recounts, giving me a deadpan look. He's right. After having so much shit happen to them, nothing is too shocking. Even having his woman glow brightly doesn't bother him. Is she always like this? Ivy asks quietly, giggling amusedly when Leah suddenly throws her arm over Blake's shoulder, snuggling into him even more. Yep, the human retorts with no hesitation, always. He grins, kissing his girl's ash-gray hair. Kate, once you're all healed, I want you to help the men with the bodies. I want them all dealt with before sunset, I order, getting a firm nod from the men. Yes, sir. With one last glance at Leah and Blake, I pull my girl outside, heading to the huge pyre where the guards throw the dead bodies. Can you wait here, my love? I suggest quietly, kissing Ivy's head gently. Yeah, I don't want to get too close to that, she mumbles, turning away from the field. I'll be back in a moment. As I'm talking with Vince about the undeads and the witch they got from the roof, Ivy's scared scream resounds through the area, making Onyx go wild inside me. When? She yells in panic, and that's when I notice the black, charred arm that holds onto her ankle. In less than a second, I have my mate in my arms and pull her away from the pyre, where Cornelia's burned remains move jerkily. She is alive. I won't go alone, Cornelia rasped slowly, crawling out of the fire. I will ruin you. You fucking bitch. Ivy shrieks furiously. You scared me. I watch stunned as my mate pushes me away and stomps to the burning witch, kicking her angrily with her foot until Cornelia can no longer move. My sweet queen huffs in anger, then kicks the witch one more time before coming back to me, wrapping her arms tightly around my waist. I almost had a heart attack. I thought she's dead. I know, my love. I thought so too, I say quietly, too shocked to even move. How the hell did that fucking witch stay alive? What the hell happened? I thought Leah's lightning killed her. Thea rushes to us, staring at the charred remains of the witch in shock. I have no idea, but now she's truly dead, I state, watching Cornelia burn to ashes. I hope so. Thea sighs. I really hope so. Hold on. I frown in sudden realization. If she was alive, then how come none of her men moved? I thought they're all connected to her. I didn't want to risk them getting revived, so I removed their hearts. All of them. Ivy gasps. All of them. Remember what Leah said. Undeads are created by getting revived with dark magic. It was too big of a risk to take to just leave them be, Thea states seriously, folding her arms over her chest as she watches the warriors put the bodies in the fire. Oh, right. I didn't think about it, Ivy mumbles, leaning her head against my chest as she snuggles into me. How's the situation with the injured? Thea asks curiously, glancing at me and my mate imploringly. They're getting better. Leah is healing them, I retort, making the undead Luna sigh heavily. She is pushing herself too hard. She's asleep, actually, Ivy adds with a small smile. Wait, she's sleeping and healing the guys at the same time. Thea frowns confusedly, tilting her head slightly. Yeah, I shrug. Weird, I know, but that girl is full of surprises. Nothing surprises me when it comes to her anymore. Unbelievable. Thea stays beside me and Ivy as we watch our enemies burn in the huge fire one by one. With every body that's thrown into the pyre, a weight is lifted from my shoulders. We won this war. Despite all odds, we actually won. We were heavily outnumbered. There were over 30 undeads on Cornelia's side and only 4 on ours, according to Thea. Had it not been for Cornelia's army being connected to her, it would have been near impossible to destroy them all. It's only thanks to Cornelia getting almost killed by Leah's lightning that we could defeat her army. But none of that matters now. It's new beginning for all of us. We can finally concentrate on the future. I feel as if I've been given a new life, and I intend to spend it with my queen.
Epilogue. Ivy. It's been a week since the battle against Cornelia, but we're still dealing with its aftermath. Ren has been extremely busy managing the disappearances, having the biggest issue with none other than my father. I stayed right beside him as he talked to Kate about it. He told the warrior to fake a car accident and which my parents and I supposedly did. He said that since my father was a public figure, his death had to be public, too. I wondered why I was supposed to die, too, but Ren said that it's the safest way for me to stay with him, without being bothered by paparazzi or anything. That way, no one will suspect anything about my immortality, and I'll be able to start my life with him and Wolfie. Cade contacted some man that specializes in special effect makeup for movies or something and said that he could make 3 mannequins to look like me and my parents. Then, he'd take some pictures of the crash site and send them to the press. I've been hearing about the death of Governor Candidate and his family for days now. Had I not seen my parents die with my own eyes, I would have believed the news. That's how realistic the makeup was. No one questioned the death of Cornelia and Henry after seeing their car and the pictures Kay took. I'm finally released from my old life. What are you thinking about, my love? Ren asks quietly, rubbing my back soothingly. I've been sitting in his lap as he worked on his computer, just keeping him company so he wasn't alone. Just everything. Mostly my parents. Your parents? Why? Ren quickly shuts his laptop and turns me in his lap so I face him, with my back leaning against the desk. When my father and the other guy grabbed me and Blake, I realized that neither of my parents loved me. Vi, no, he's not my father anymore. Henry kept a tight hold on me, knowing well that he was hurting me, but he didn't care. Neither of them did. Cornelia pretended to be my mother for 20 years, yet she still felt nothing towards me. I was only a tool for her, a tool meant to help her bring you down. But even despite that, I thought I'd feel something, when they died, but I didn't. Nothing. Not even an ounce of sympathy. Does that make me a bad person? And I'm heartless. I frowned confusedly, leaning my forehead against Ren's hard chest. It doesn't. You're not heartless, my love. You're the most lovable, sweet and gentle person I've even known. And that's saying something, coming from a 4,000-year-old man. Ren tells me quietly, kissing my head. But I've spent 20 years with those people, and it was like it didn't even matter. I literally kicked my own mother in the face while she burned. I'd be moaning in despair, grabbing onto Ren's shirt with my fists. It wasn't your mother, baby. She was an evil, vile witch that wanted to use you. You had every right to kick her, and I'm proud of you for doing that. Really? Absolutely, Ren states seriously, kissing my hair again. You are a true queen, my love, my queen. I can't stop the smile that appears on my face no matter how much I try. I love hearing Ren call me his queen. There's just something about having a man as majestic and powerful as him be so loving and sweet that melts my heart. He's the king, the strongest werewolf in existence, yet he still treats me as his equal, even though I'm so different from him. Had I not become an immortal, I would still be an average human girl, weak and pathetic. But I'm not that person anymore. I'm the werewolf king's mate, his other half, his queen. I may not be experienced when it comes to ruling, but I'll do my best to be worthy of the title bestowed upon me. I'll earn my place beside Ren. I won't take it for granted. As I sit cuddled into Ren's chest, a sudden knock resonates through the room. Come in, Ren calls out, and I move slightly to sit sideways on his thigh, so I can face our guest. I hide my surprise at the sight of Tasha and Theo entering the office, hand in hand, with small smiles on their faces. I've got to admit, they look cute together. Your Majesties. They both bow down in greeting, then take a seat in front of us, glancing at each other nervously. What is it? Ren asks, leaning back in his chair a little as he plays with my hair absent-mindedly. Your Majesty, I would like to ask for permission to be relieved of my duty, Tasha requests, her voice serious and unwavering. And what's the reason for the dismissal? Ren questions sternly, but I still detect the slight amusement in his tone. He knows exactly what's the reason, but he still wants the couple to say it. Manya. I have found my mate, sir, and he's asked me to come back to his pack with him. Tasha smiles lovingly at Theo, and I almost melt at the pure adoration in her eyes. I glance at my man questioningly when he doesn't say anything, only to see him smirking smugly at the couple. I can't say I'm surprised. Ren chuckles. You can leave the guard, but first you'll need to appoint your successor. You know your squad better than I do, so I'll leave the decision to you. Thank you, sir. Tasha bows her head gratefully. Don't mention it. Theo and Tasha don't waste even a moment and hurry out of the room, no doubt to get ready to leave. From what Thea said, Both her sons and the dads are planning to go back to their pack tomorrow, since the situation here is already taken care of. I'm guessing Leah and Blake will leave too. They've been staying here for the whole week, since Leah was too tired to travel. She literally slept for 3 full days after the fight with Cornelia. I think it might be because she used her power. She did mention that she went a bit overboard, so it's highly probable that it took a toll on her, both physically and mentally. Blake being Blake didn't leave his girl's side even for a moment, staying with her the whole time she was asleep. Those two are really cute, I swear. Even though Leah slept for so long, she still has been extremely tired lately. I often caught her taking a nap on the couch or dowsing off in her armchair, as she reads some medical books in the clinic. When I asked her why she's studying them, she only told me that she wanted to learn more about werewolves and how to treat them. That girl is something else, I swear to God. Ever since yesterday, both Leah and Blake have been constantly talking about something in secret, or checking their phones and laughing at whatever they saw there. I'm pulled from my thoughts by Ren as he kisses my cheek lovingly. "What got you so lost in thought, my love?" he asks amusedly, nuzzling his face in the crook of my neck affectionately. "Do you know why Leah and Blake have been so cheerful lately? Did something happen?" "Oh, that. Yeah. Leah asked me yesterday if there's anything else we need from her, saying that her friend, Squirrel or something, gave birth 2 days ago and she wants to go see the baby." "Squirrel?" I frown confusedly. "I didn't dare ask who that is." Ren chuckles. "But I think I know." "How?" "Before I left Iowa to go to San Francisco, I had to get someone to look after my fighting club there, so I went to see a motorcycle club called Shadow Warriors. When I got there, I met their president and his woman. She was few months pregnant at the time." "Oh, so you think it's her?" "I guess so. Leah is really close to that club, and from what I could tell, it's about time the president's woman gave birth." Ren shrugs casually, but I'm still too busy digesting what he said. Leah is close to a biker gang. Holy crap. Damn, that girl has got connections. I breathe out in shock. "Yeah." Ren doesn't say more, and simply picks me up before carrying me out of the office, heading to the kitchen for some reason. Since I acquired all my abilities and gotten used to them, I kind of stopped feeling hunger. I no longer need to eat to survive, since I'm immortal, so I only eat for the taste. I like exploring different cuisines and spending time with my friends as they have their meals. It's quite amusing. Now that I think about it, I don't need food anymore. Weird. "Hey, you two," I greet cheerfully as we enter the kitchen, waving happily at my friends as they eat some croquettes with green peas and potatoes. Oh my God, that smells so good. I may not need to eat, but I can still appreciate good food. The heavenly smell that wafts through the kitchen is making my stomach rumble. "Hey, Queenie." Leah grins before letting Blake feed her. Ever since the battle, my cheeky friend started calling me Chua Anya or Impress, constantly teasing me about my new role. "What am I? Invisible?" Ren jokes with a chuckle, sitting at the table, across from Leah and Blake. "Hi, invisible." Leah laughs heartily, making Blake snort quietly in amusement. "You damn witch," Ren grumbles sulkily, shaking his head. "Get used to it, Lorenzo." Blake teases. "No one can escape my girl's nicknaming." Nicknaming? I tilt my head questioningly. Leah has a habit of giving people nicknames. Blake shrugs like Chua Anya, Squirrel, a Muffin, Peanut, and so on. "How do you come up with those?" I ask intrigued. "You're a queen, so that one's obvious." Leah says casually. "Squirrel, because my friend is adorable. Peanut because he's Squirrel's son, and a Muffin because her man calls her Cupcake." She explains nonchalantly, before turning to Blake with a pointed look, making him chuckle as he feeds her again. "They're so adorable." "You have the weirdest mind," I giggle, leaning against Ren's chest as I play with his hands. "I hear that a lot." Leah shrugs, taking a sip of her juice. "Queenie," my friend sighs heavily. "I really like staying here with you and the wolves, but my close friend has given birth recently." "I know." I cut her off with a smile. "Ren told me you're planning to leave to see the baby." "Yeah, it's my godson, and the club is our family." "I heard about that too." I smile widely, getting a chuckle in response. "Really? Then you also know that we're officially part of the club, right?" Blake smirks teasingly, making my eyes widen in pure shock. "They are part of the club. They're like legitimate bikers." Holy crap. Seriously, They patched you in? Ren asks in disbelief. Yep. Then you're an old lady now. My man trails off with a smirk, getting a quiet laugh from my friends. What's funny about that? I decide to ask. I'm not an old lady. Leah grins. Leah is a patched member, Blake adds with a proud smile. Damn, woman, a biker witch. That's a first even for me. Ren laughs loudly, shaking his head incredulously. That's awesome, I exclaim, gaping at my friend in amazement. Thanks. So, now you know why we want to go back to Iowa. Leah smiles softly. Yeah, I do. And I get it. You had no idea how grateful I am for what you've done for us. For me. Thank you, both of you. I smile at my friends gratefully, taking Leah's hand in mine and gently squeezing it. It's no problem, Ivy. This is what friends are for. The very next day, Cade takes Leah and Blake to the airport, much to my displeasure. It was so hard to part with them both, especially after what we've been through. The only consolation I got was that Ren promised to take me to see them as soon as we've managed everything here. He told me that since I'm no longer in any official documents, he's going to get me a new identity, and I'll be able to go wherever I want. When he asked me what last name I want, I told him I want to have his. Ivy Yvette Ray. I like it. And most importantly, Ren likes it too. He literally smothered me with kisses when I told him about that. Ren and I stayed in Castle Creek for a few more days to make sure everything is taken care of, then send the guard away to their usual posts, keeping only Cade with us. Ren decided to make him his new beta, saying that he'd be the perfect fit for such position. Since Cade is now officially Ren's beta, Vince got the position of the commander of the King's Guard. He actually fell to his knees when Ren told him that, thanking us almost 100 times. After we've dealt with everything, including my new it and stuff, we've decided to leave Castle Creek and go to Iowa, which is where we are now. Ren has a house in the woods near a small town, close to Iowa City, right by a river with a small waterfall, and that's where we decided to stay for some time. Due to our immortality, neither Ren nor I are going to age, so every once in a while we'll be forced to move so that no one gets suspicious. People tend to notice such things as someone staying young for many years. Every day, I take my easel and paints and go to the river to paint. For the last 2 days, I've been working on Wolfie's portrait. He stands by the river in his wolf form and poses for me as I work. He likes to tease me through our mind link as I paint, and once I can't work anymore due to my hands shaking because of laughing too much, he takes me on a ride, showing me around the area. I always end up lying on his back and snuggling into his fur. By the end of our tour, he's so damn soft, and I just can't stop myself from touching him. He's my source of happiness, my safe haven, my world. Just the thought of spending the whole eternity with him makes my heart flutter. Ren is mine as I am his. Forever. The end. Please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. This helps others discover the story too. Hit the bell icon for the latest updates, and stay tuned for more thrilling books.